Chapter 1. She became my female boss? She won't make things difficult for me, right? Gu Chen? Don't sleep anymore, it's time to go to work. In a daze, Gu Chen was woken up by a colleague, and everything around him came into view. Is this the company? Am I not here for a social event? He turned his eyes and accidentally looked at the date displayed on the computer. He was immediately shocked. 2021. He remembered that he originally lived in the year 2039. I traveled through time. And I was 18 years old again? It's unrealistic, but it happens. He squinted his eyes again and shook his head with a headache. Then he remembered that he drank too much with those top business tycoons yesterday and was unfortunately hit by a truck while driving home. He was reborn in an information network company, and should have been working part-time at this time. Looking back, he didn't work part-time for long in the company, and then he quit to start his career. With his intelligence and willingness to learn, he established a cross-provincial company at the age of 22, and achieved multinational success at the age of 28. At the age of 36, he became an international tycoon and once made it to the international rich list, becoming the only one who stood shoulder to shoulder with Ma, Guy, and Ba at a young age. As his fame grew, countless well-known women threw themselves into his arms. But he didn't feel happy. He knew that those women were only after money. Adding the headaches at work, his hairline got worse day by day. All of this has made him numb. He envied those office workers who could go to work at 8 a.m. and go home to spend time with their wives and children at 6 p.m., and could even take a vacation and travel from time to time. He thought that was the comfortable life he wanted, but it was simply out of reach. But now, he is reborn. He still has a chance to choose. This time, he just wanted to be a salted fish without any dreams. He turned his eyes and began to plan to complete today's work. This company is very good, with 5 insurances and 1 fund, daily meals, and various benefits that are sure to please. He recalled that at that time, he was only 18 years old. After graduating from high school, he failed to get into a good university, so he applied for a job at this company. However, he resigned after half a month because he didn't want to do it anymore. After leaving, he started his highlight moment and became an international tycoon. But he won't choose the same path again this time. Old Gu, stop being in a daze. The company has a new female president today and is currently doing the handover work. I heard she's an icy beauty, so be careful not to get caught slacking off. It's not good to leave a bad impression on her. Gu Chen smiled faintly. Ah, I see, thank you. After reminding him, the colleague went about his own business. Come to think of it, today was the day when the CEO was replaced. In his previous life, he resigned today, so he had no idea what the female CEO looked like. He missed the chance. If he stayed today, he would be able to witness her arrival. But Gu Chen was not interested in this. He took a long breath and quickly let go of everything. His job is a short video reviewer. The work is easy. He starts at 9 o'clock and can review videos while eating snacks. His task is to review whether the video is illegal or vulgar. Start your day with one hand on the mouse. 1 hour later. A tall and graceful figure walked into the door, her pair of cold and beautiful eyes swept over all the employees on the floor, her childish face was painted with proud red lips, but because of her age, she looked somewhat cute. She also stepped into her personal office slowly, wearing bright and elegant high heels. The moment her figure appeared, she attracted a lot of attention. The employees looked up and saw more carefully that she had a baby face, the kind that would never grow up. It's stunningly beautiful. As a future boss, you must establish a high level of prestige among your employees. Almost all the employees looked up at the new president, but only Gu Chen kept his head down, concentrating on his own work. Her eyes were gradually drawn to this man, but when she saw his profile clearly, she froze in place. The originally cold eyes became soft, and the long eyelashes blinked. It actually looks a bit more cute. That white profile reminded her of something. It took me a while to come back to my senses. Gu Chen felt someone watching him from behind, and when he heard the crisp sound of high heels, he turned around and looked. It was just a casual glance, but when he saw the face of the beautiful girl president, he was dumbfounded. He was not amazed by her beauty, but he knew this female president. I clearly remember that she was my high school classmate. She was also the one who confessed her love to Gu Chen and was rejected by him. His heart was inevitably filled with turmoil. So she is the female president? She was a lovely girl, he remembered clearly. Her name was Yi Wanan, and she was also a genius girl who had surpassed her grade level in academic performance. She is so smart that she can learn everything that others take 3 years to learn in just 1 year. She even graduated early. I remember that I was only a second year in high school at that time. Yuanan had a crush on me, and finally one day she confessed her love to me. Yuanan appeared in front of him delicately, her little face steaming like a steam princess, and politely handed over a love letter. But Guchen saw that she was too young, so he touched his head and refused. He kindly refused, but Yuanan ran down the corridor with tears in her eyes. The sight of the little girl crying her heart out at that time became a vivid memory for him during his second year of high school. At this time he had turned around and muttered to himself, "She probably didn't recognize me. I rejected her at the beginning. She wouldn't try to make things difficult for me, right?" Despite this, he quickly calmed down with the memory of his past life, put aside all distractions, and continued to do his work. Who cares? If he dares to make things difficult for me, I'll just pat my butt and walk away. Yuanan passed by him at this time, and the refreshing fragrance lingered around his nose. But Guchen kept clicking the mouse, his eyes fixed. But he didn't notice that Yuanan put her hands behind her back and raised the corners of her lips when she passed by. She came to her office, pulled out a chair, and took a deep breath after sitting down. Being a CEO is really tiring. Then, without caring about her image, she took off her high heels and felt relieved. That's so lame. He secretly took out a few QQ candies hidden in his pocket, tore them open and put them in his mouth, tasting the sweetness like a little child, and his little expression was full of enjoyment. This is a high sugar food, and Yuanan's parents don't allow her to eat it, so she can only eat it secretly. Although she is a bit naughty behind the scenes, she is still uniquely serious and knowledgeable about management. She was able to become the CEO not only because her father was rich, but also because she was a top student. She ranked first in her junior high school grade at the age of 10. She topped the college entrance examination at the age of 13. She skipped a grade and graduated from Tsinghua University at the age of 15. She was appointed as the chairman of a branch company at the age of 18. But she still felt miserable, as she was only 18 years old and had to take on the job of a 40-year-old man. Although her studies went smoothly, she had an unforgettable experience in high school. She fell in love with the boy and spent a long time thinking about how to confess her feelings to him. Although that boy's grades aren't that good, he is super handsome. I remember that it was a morning when she saw the warm sunlight shining on his fair face. Yuanan was mesmerized by his dazzling beauty and her heart was beating fast. Because of that secret crush, her school ranking dropped in her second year of high school, from always being ranked first to being ranked second. But even so, the boy still rejected her. Of course she knew that the other party was doing this for her own good. Now, we meet again, and in this special way. She gradually recalled her past with him, and her face suddenly turned red. At this moment, the secretary suddenly came in without knocking, startling her. "Boss Yi, what's wrong with you? Do you have a fever?" Yuanan was like a kitten with its fur standing on end. She immediately sat up straight, put on her high heels, and said seriously, "It's okay. Next time you come in, remember to knock on the door." "Oh, sorry." After calming down, Yuanan thought of something, looked around, and asked her softly, "By the way, that boy outside, what's his name?" She wanted to confirm his identity, so she pointed outside the glass. Chapter 2, Naughty Female President, What Should I Do If I Can't Stand It? The secretary looked along the white fingers. Him? His name is Gu Chen. He's a new video reviewer. He's only been working for half a month, but he's very serious. He explained a few words, but didn't think too much about it. He took out the heavy documents in his hand and said, "Mr. Yi, this is the information about the administration department, finance department, operations department, etc. that you requested before. Please take a look." It was Yuanan's previous order to collect all the information, so she didn't dare to be careless. But the latter just glanced at him with boredom, then looked up and said, "No need, I already know the company's situation. I want all of Gu Chen's information within 2 minutes." The secretary seemed to have heard something incredible. Until 10 o'clock. Gu Chen was tired and stretched out. As he yawned, he saw a graceful figure walking out of the president's office opposite. White and smooth thighs, wearing bright high heels, and a simple and exquisite black suit are very beautiful. She is very beautiful, holding the cartoon water cup intently, pointing it at the water dispenser, and filling it with warm water. At this time, many colleagues were surprised and curious. Wow, the president's small water cup is so exquisite. Isn't there a separate water dispenser in the president's office? Why do you have to come out to get water? Maybe it's broken. Gu Chen. Coincidentally, the water dispenser was located right in front of Gu Chen's site. He was actually thinking, seeing how casual she was, she probably didn't recognize me. This is a good thing. He didn't care why they used the public water dispenser. He just happily lowered his head and continued typing on the computer and eating potato chips. But he didn't notice that Yi Wanan had already looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Reviewing videos is not boring. There are always some new things in the videos pushed by the company. For example, a man performed eating canned yellow peaches and made a coquettish sound at the end. When Gu Chen saw this, there was no disdain on his face. I deleted it right away. I will delete the account I found later. Next, there was another video of a girl wearing black stockings and showing off. The girl's waist was twisting, and it was obvious that this video was skirting the line. He watched it carefully for a while and fell into thought. Should it be restricted or rejected? While staring at the screen, Gu Chen discovered a refreshing fragrance quietly circling behind him. Then, the beautiful girl's small and soft chin fell on Gu Chen's shoulder, and her bright cherry lips slightly opened. How you look very focused? Suddenly, a breath of fragrance blew into my ear. The breath was as fragrant as orchid. This gentle breath made him pause, and his body softened at the same time. He turned his head and found that it was Yi Wanan. I don't know when she came around to the back and quietly put her little face very close to me. He was caught doing this kind of thing, which made him stutter with a guilty conscience. Although this was not the case. But her sudden appearance behind me was a bit too much. It was so weird. It was so scary. However, her profile is really beautiful, with her lips pursed and eyes smiling. If it were an ordinary man, he would have been unable to resist and kissed her. Etc. Retracting his thoughts, he actually heard a hint of jealousy in Wanan's voice just now. What's going on? First, he answered her, don't get me wrong, our reviewers carefully review every video. This is our responsibility. He thought he had found a great excuse. Yi Wanan turned slightly and stared at his evasive eyes with her beautiful eyes. Humph. Male silver. He was a little scared by being stared at. Boss. I have something else to do. He really hoped Wanan would leave quickly, worried that if she stared at him for too long, she would recognize him as his high school classmate. But she didn't leave. Her smile widened, and a faint dimple appeared on her face. She played hard to get. I feel like you look familiar? Did we meet somewhere? Gu Chen was stunned, looking into her eyes, and forced himself to find an excuse. Everyone says that I look like Yu Yan, so it's normal for you to think I look familiar, right? He spread his hands casually, indicating that it was no big deal. But Wanan couldn't help laughing. Pfft. Student Gu, you are so funny. Although Gu Chen is indeed more handsome than Yu Yan, this is the first time she has seen someone use this as an excuse. Yi Wanan, 18 years old, not only has a childish face, but also a sweet voice like a baby. Her smile can make people feel moved. This made him stunned for 2 seconds. Gu Chen, Gu, classmate? You must be mistaken. He tried to save the situation in the end. Unfortunately, it was not warm. Classmate was the name we used during our school days, and it was a joke on her part. Wanan immediately acted according to the situation and acted arrogantly. How could I be wrong? You were the one who abandoned me back then. You made me cry for the entire night until my eyes were swollen. Humph Jianan. Gu Chen's eyes widened. Even with 36 years of experience, he couldn't help but be shocked. Hey, don't talk nonsense in front of so many people. Seeing his expression after eating bitter melon, Yi Wanan stuck out her tongue mischievously. Of course those words were nonsense, she just exaggerated them just to piss off Gu Chen. At this time, the colleagues over there were all shocked. They originally thought that the female president was here to check if Gu Chen was slacking off, and thought he was in trouble. But they didn't expect that the two were actually classmates, and the female president should be the one who was abandoned before they were lovers. Many people showed envy and exclaimed. As long as she likes someone, she won't care about other people's opinions. She only has eyes for him, so she has the nerve to do such a thing in public. She smiled again and had a bad idea. Student Gu, the company is very busy recently. For the company's sake, can you work an extra hour? She was still teasing. Gu Chen, have you started to make things difficult for me? Why do I have to work overtime? Wanan raised the corners of her lips, a blush appeared on her face, and she added, hee hee, it's a good opportunity for you to go home with me after get off work, are you happy? Gu Chen widened his eyes. So this is the plan? Then I am so happy. Gu Chen felt like he was being pestered by her. He was already an uncle in terms of age. He was not interested in such a young girl. However, the girl's smile is indeed very sweet, so sweet that it would make the uncle melt. Well, it wasn't a big deal, so he had to agree. Wanan was satisfied and skipped back to the office. Just like the two of them in high school, Wanan still likes him, and she is no longer as timid as before. She is very brave and swears to seize the opportunity this time. To capture Gu Chen completely. Afterwards, Gu Chen felt a headache. How did I end up with this girl? Why is it so difficult to be a salted fish? Before he could recover from his emotions, his colleagues started to freak out again. Am I seeing things? Isn't it said that the new female CEO is an icy beauty? I see she's clearly the girl next door. No, the president doesn't treat us like this. I'm so envious. His colleague next to him started to make fun of him again. Old Gu, you are really good. You even dated a female CEO. Can you teach me later? He rolled his eyes and thought that it would be easy to just look as handsome as me. Then he did his own thing. Although it's an extra hour, it's not unacceptable. As long as I leave early after get off work, I won't be bothered by her. That's it. However, Chapter 3, the female CEO chatted with me and slept next to me until the afternoon. Gu Chen was tired of sitting, and when he looked up, he saw that the coffee cup was empty, so he picked up the cup and stood up to make a cup of coffee. However, just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly felt a soft force on his shoulder, pushing him back to his seat. Chen, sit down, let me make you some coffee. Just at this moment, someone took the coffee cup from me. Gu Chen was puzzled. What is Chen? I turned my head slightly and found that the female president had appeared behind me without anyone noticing. Her face was full of smiles, just like a lively little girl next door. Gu Chen was stunned. What the hell? So she was always behind me? I clearly remember that she stayed in the office the whole time? Maybe I was too focused on reviewing and didn't notice her sneaking to the back. I'll do it myself. Gu Chen didn't want to trouble her, and didn't want to get involved in too many weird relationships. However, she snatched it away again. Hee hee, what does it matter? I'm the boss, isn't it my duty to care about my employees? Looking at her innocent face, Gu Chen's face was full of black lines. Then you should care about others. Don't worry, she patted his shoulder gently again, and he felt better. Afterwards, Yuanan personally made a cup of warm coffee and slowly came to him. Gu Chen nodded and took it. Thank you. President, you are busy. He really hoped Wanan was just here to make a cup of coffee. However, she pulled a bench without asking for permission and sat down next to Gu Chen. He looked at it speechlessly. She didn't care and smiled shyly. The work must be boring, right? Then I'll accompany you? She blinked her beautiful eyes again. Gu Chen was shocked. Doesn't this mean that secretly observing him from behind is legitimate? However, those lively eyes made him feel a little fluctuating. He was now certain that Yuanan did not hate him because of the rejection in the second year of high school. On the contrary, after becoming her employee, she took advantage of the situation to pursue him. Work is interesting to me, I'm not bored, he explained tenaciously. But no matter how Yuanan tried to persuade him to leave, he wouldn't leave, just like a kitten that would stay in the same place unless it was fed. Gu Chen was helpless. My colleagues looked up from time to time, envious. Most of the comments were, Gu Chen, this straight man, is so unromantic. Can't you see that the president obviously likes him? I would have agreed long ago. He was clicking the mouse while Wanan was sitting quietly. Finally, she couldn't stand the loneliness anymore. Can we chat while working? Chen. Don't call me that. She thought for a moment and blinked her bright eyes. What about Gu? Or Gu Chen? Gu Chen finally compromised. Forget it, let's go with Chen. Then, Yuanan nodded, licked her lips and blinked her beautiful eyes. With his elbows on the table and his chin propped up, he recalled the past. Chen, do you still remember those days in high school? Gu Chen looked at the screen. Ha, I remember that time. I really liked watching you play basketball, especially the one-handed dunks, which were really cool. Being praised by the beautiful girl, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. She continued, straightening her posture. I remember it was a physical education class, the weather was very hot, you were sweating all over playing basketball, and many girls were screaming for you. You jumped, leaped, then dunked, and finally landed on one knee. There was nothing redundant in the whole set of movements. It was so cool. A black line appeared on Gu Chen's forehead. Aha! That's it. He recalled that physical education class, which was actually quite embarrassing. That time, he wanted to dunk in a handsome posture, but he made a mistake halfway. In the end, he knelt on one knee and hit the ground. At that time, his knee was bleeding. So he was embarrassed to mention this matter. Guan didn't know what he was thinking, and continued, also, Xinshen, you are very caring. Every day after school, I can see you feeding the poor stray dogs. She likes caring and sunny boys, and Gu Chen meets all the requirements, so she can't help herself. But this made Gu Chen embarrassed again. Thinking back to the time when he fed stray dogs after school, he was furious. When he was in the second year of high school, there was a very fierce stray dog that often followed him after school. If he didn't feed it, it would chase him. Once it even chased him to the door of his house. That's why Gu Chen fed the stray dog every day after school. So, there is nothing to brag about. How come she thinks I am a loving person? After chatting for a while, Guan finally stopped talking about that topic. Then she thought of something, so she lowered her voice, looked at the employees around her, and asked quietly, Gu Chen. Tell me quietly, is there a girl you like here? I can help you express your feelings to her. Although she seemed to be thinking about him, her tone was full of jealousy. Gu Chen stared at her thoughtfully and refused to believe her lies. If he really told her that there was a girl he liked here, he would probably be asked to go to the branch office the next day. But he still smiled, yes. Yuanan originally just wanted to test him, but she didn't expect that he really had it, so she immediately put on a fierce expression and said, Who? Looking at her nervous and anxious appearance, Gu Chen wanted to laugh. Guan was tempted by his dishonest smile, and her face was puffed up. Oh, I won't tell you, Lu. He stuck out his tongue. Seeing this, Guan was like a furious kitten, oomph. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Lulu, she immediately stuck out her tongue in response. She remembered this and would investigate it carefully later. After a while, Gu Chen clicked the mouse, and suddenly, the other party moved the bench, and his delicate body slowly leaned over. Hey, what are you doing? He was unable to avoid her. Was Yuanan going to launch a stronger attack? He would not let her succeed. But she just smiled sweetly, the cherry blossom scent on you is so nice. Then the little nose took a deep breath on the surface of his clothes. Gu Chen was surprised. I like your taste in you. And 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. It would be fine if he just wanted to get closer to me, but what kind of lame excuse was this? Of course, he didn't wear any perfume, but he did have a unique masculine scent. After a while, Guan accompanied him to review the short video and found some minor system problems. If they were modified, the short video could be made better. Gradually, she became sleepy. Gu Chen only saw her slowly falling to one side from the corner of his eye. There was nothing underneath, and Gu Chen was worried that her porcelain white face would hit the table, so he casually stretched out his palm, caught her face, and placed it underneath. The face at this moment is facing me. He smiled, then pulled her small arm over and used it as his hand before pulling away. He looked back and carefully examined her expression. She had been tossing and turning just now, could she be pretending to sleep now? After a few seconds, he gave up the idea. Yuanan was not pretending to sleep at all. She was sleeping like a fool. There was drool at the corner of her mouth. If others see this, will this image of a female CEO still exist? If others know about this, even the title of exquisite beauty will be gone. However, this quiet and innocent look is quite cute, and people can't bear to disturb her. She fell asleep and turned over slightly, this time her head fell towards him. This completely blocked his hand from touching the mouse. He was curious, since the office was so big, why didn't he go back to sleep? Would it be more fragrant sleeping next to him? In the end, he just smiled and took the initiative to move the computer to the left, leaving a large space for her. Gradually, I began to hear her talking sweetly in her sleep. Gu Chen, this time, you are not allowed to like other girls. Please don't reject me again, okay? Although the sound in the dream is a little vague, it can still be heard clearly after echoing several times. He pursed his lips and smiled, not caring too much, not agreeing, but not denying either. When she woke up, she twisted her graceful waist and yawned. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she had pushed Gu Chen into the corner because of her large movements while sleeping. Chapter 4. You used up all the gas? Just to wait for me to get home? Chen, I'm sorry. She apologized immediately. She had taken up such a large space and indeed disturbed his work. She lowered her head and felt a little guilty. It's okay. Seeing her lower her head to admit her mistake, Chen curled his lips and smiled. She is cute in a unique way. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, then quickly packed up and left. With him by my side, I slept so soundly. Now I start to get busy with my own things. After she left, Gu Chen put the computer back to its place and planned to continue working. But my colleagues crowded around and questioned me about this and that. 1 hour before the end of get off work. Since he had to work overtime, others left at 5 o'clock, but he had to leave at 6. At 5 o'clock, most of the colleagues around me had left, leaving only Li Xiang. He patted Gu Chen on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Old Gu, you are still young. You should seize the opportunities you encounter. Be more proactive in daily life, and you won't have to work hard in the second half of your life." Gu Chen looked at the other person's frivolous smile, and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. What the hell is going on? He doesn't want to be kept. Seeing that he was a hopeless child, Li Xiang could only shake his head and walk away. Young people don't know the fragrance of rich women. After a while, he was the only employee left in the company. He looked at the clock and it was almost 6 o'clock. He caught the right moment and looked at the CEO's office, which still had the white light on, which meant Yi Wan hadn't left yet. It must not be a good thing that she kept herself until 6 o'clock. Time passed by minute, and finally, the auspicious time has arrived. 6 o'clock. I got up, closed my computer, and left immediately. If he wants to run fast, love will never catch up with him. Besides, I have something to do when I get home. I haven't played games for a long time. He walked quickly to the door and was about to take a breath, but at this moment, a white little hand quietly climbed on his shoulder like a ghost. Gu Chen was startled. This familiar touch. Chen, why are you in such a hurry? Are you trying to avoid me on purpose? A sweet and complaining voice came. Turning his head, he found Yi Wan and appeared behind him again. She tilted her head and stared at him helplessly. Sweat. This is behind the gate. It turns out she has been waiting here all this time. I was tricked by the devil. He immediately shook his shoulders and made up an excuse. I have something going on at home. The girl thought it was funny when she heard this reason, but she held it back. She put her hands behind her back elegantly, and took a step closer with a smile. Gu Chen thought she was going to do something, so he moved away a little. What are you doing? Yi Wan smiled faintly. It's off work, there's no one here, and there are no cameras. Shouldn't we do something between each other? Gu Chen was shocked. Shouldn't such words come from a man's mouth? He admitted that he was actually a little moved by being provoked by such a stunningly beautiful girl. Seeing Chen protecting his body, wanted to laugh. I was just kidding you, it's time to get off work, shall we go? She stuck out her tongue playfully. Gu Chen wiped his sweat off his forehead and quickly went downstairs while looking at her. When he got downstairs and then to the company gate, he found Wan still following him, chattering non-stop. Chen, are you happy today? Are you taking the bus? Where do you live? He replied helplessly, I ride a bicycle. Looking at her starry eyes, he couldn't get angry at all. It's getting late, why don't you go home soon? He asked casually. The girl then suddenly stopped on her feet, put her hands in front of her, and looked a little embarrassed. Chen started to care about me. Just as Gu Chen was about to leave, she suddenly said, well, my car is out of gas, so could you please take me home? She blinked her beautiful eyes. Ah? Gu Chen looked puzzled. The repetitive words made him feel sick. How is that possible? I was watching you drive out before? He stared into her eyes, trying to see through her plan. Unfortunately, she still said apologetically, Chen, if you don't believe it, you can go and see it. Don't act like a spoiled brat. Gu Chen finally couldn't stand it anymore and immediately stopped her from acting cute unintentionally. Otherwise, her body would have gone limp. Wan felt a little aggrieved after hearing this. Then he followed her to the pink Maserati Quattroporte. He wanted to see how much gas she had left. This time, there is really not a single grid left. She said disappointedly, "Oh, the fuel consumption of the car is really high recently. It runs out of gas after driving for a while." Guchen had 2 black lines on his forehead, looking into her eyes. No wonder I saw her driving a pink Maserati downstairs through the window before. So the process was probably to deliberately take a long detour. Just when the fuel was completely used up, I drove back. That's it, isn't it? It can't be such a coincidence, right? She just wanted me to take her home. She really took great pains. Finally, Yuanen's eyes slightly dodged. Guchen's eyes seemed to be saying, oil prices are so high now. This spendthrift woman. Even though it has nothing to do with him. Then you can take a taxi back, or ask someone to pick you up. Guchen made a move. He would not fall for her tricks. He would definitely have to deal with something on the way back. When he turned to leave, Yuanen hugged his arm. "Oh my god, Qinshan, can you bear to see a girl like me taking a taxi home alone at night? I'm so pathetic." Good guy, she started to act like a spoiled child again after being exposed. She is like a sticky candy, you can't pull her off no matter how hard you try. In the end, he was really worried about her taking a taxi home alone. After all, she was only 18 years old and very innocent. Of course, he didn't know the innocent look, only Guchen could see it. Finally, he couldn't stand her coquettish offensive anymore, so he shook his hands and rubbed his face on his arms. This is so adorable that even a straight man would melt his heart. So, are you so confident that you can send her home by yourself? I don't think you can carry people on a bicycle. I heard that if you are caught, you will be fined. He said. Wanan was startled. Aha. So you are worried about this? Qinshan, do you think this fine is what I need? She puffed up her cheeks again, looking so cute. He was helpless, as if the fine was really not a big deal for her. I heard that he will be detained again. This had some effect, causing her to let go, rub her thumbs together and think seriously for a while, finally pursing her lips before making up her mind. Then if the traffic police catch us, you run first and I'll follow. Don't worry about me. After hearing this, Guchen immediately looked at him as if he was a little fool. It sounded quite inspiring, but if he was really going to be caught and detained, there was no way he would leave her alone. Guchen suddenly thought of something else. But my family lives in the university town? Isn't it convenient for us to go there? Ah ha ha. That's such a coincidence. Just like that, we are destined to meet. I also happen to live in a university town. Oh yeah. Guchen now has no last bit of hope. Yeah, hammer. Chapter 5. I ride an electric scooter and have a girlfriend. Do you think I'm angry? In fact, there are many ways to dissuade her from leaving, but Guchen can never wake up a girl who pretends to be asleep. Then, Guchen came to the electric car. Yuanen looked at him with some annoyance. Yes, he lied about the bicycle in order to get rid of her. But it was also clear that electric bicycles could not carry people. After getting in the car, Guchen controlled the direction while Wanan slowly sat in the back. This handsome young man, in the same frame with the extremely beautiful girl riding on a battery car, immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The car started, Yuanen leaned on his back, holding the guardrail with both hands. She was too embarrassed to hug Guchen because she had learned from the previous experience and was afraid of making him angry. But after the car started moving for a while, Guchen spoke first. Why, don't you hold me tight? He stared at her without blinking, without any emotion. But Wanan opened her eyes wide. What? Did I hear that right? She was like a little girl accepting candy from her older brother, her face full of joy. Guchen gave his reasons. Otherwise, if you let go and accidentally fall, I will be responsible. Wanan nodded obediently with a little disappointment. He curled the corners of his lips. Just like that, she stretched out her arms, hugged him tightly, pressed her face against his back, and refused to let go no matter what. She had fantasized about hugging the person she loved like this since high school, but it had only come true now. But it wasn't too late. The little face is filled with happiness. The two of them looked like a beautiful scenery together, attracting countless people's attention along the way. Although it was night, they were still so dazzling. A few minutes later, we finally arrived at the university town. At this moment, he braked and was waiting for a traffic light. While waiting, a car next to me made a restless sound. The people in the cab also swayed to the music. This is a scissor door sedan. The driver, a young man with dyed yellow hair, was shaking his legs to the rhythm and accidentally saw Guchen across from him. I found this guy is actually more handsome than me. Unfortunately, he is riding an electric bike. He looks like a young man who has just entered the society to work hard. This made him curl his lips and turn up the volume in the car. His behavior attracted a lot of people's attention, as if he was just showing off that he had a scissor-door sedan. As expected, Guan was also attracted by the unpleasant music and exchanged glances with the yellow-haired guy in the cab. But his expression remained calm. With 36 years of experience, he immediately recognized the yellow-haired model. It was a Dongfeng-made car. Its full name is Dongfeng Yishuan Max Dark Knight Edition Black Warrior. It has a 1.5T engine with a torque of 320 Nm and is equipped with 4 exhausts. The paint is matte black, which looks very eye-catching from a distance. The most special thing about it is its scissor door design, which is rarely seen among all sedans. Although it looks very cool, the highest price is only 100,000 yuan, which is not even a luxury car. And the 4 exhaust ports at the back are just for show. It is just for looks, the rail exhaust is on the chassis. But I heard that it is not mass-produced, so it is rare. He didn't care, but slowly moved the car forward a little. The top female CEO Yuanan in the back seat appeared in Huang Mao's sight. At this moment, Huang Mao was dumbfounded, and at the same time he was jealous. Others riding electric bikes have such beautiful girlfriends. I can't even find one when I open the scissor door. This is so infuriating. And Yuanan held me tightly. This one looks like true love. But it's not. The green light came on, and Guan walked into the wind with the corners of his lips curled. The two's destination was a community in the university town. But the night market in the university town attracted Yuanan's attention. Coo coo coo. Her stomach growled. Then he leaned against Guchan's back and whispered, "Xinshin, this is a food stall, it's very lively, can we go in and eat before going back? I'm so hungry." Guchan, no. He just wanted to go home and play games. He didn't want to accompany her. How can a girlfriend be as fun as a game? And he doesn't lack a girlfriend, so he doesn't need one. Okay, Xinshin, I'm hungry, you must be hungry too, right? Let's go eat together. It'll be quick. Suddenly, she gently swayed behind him, and her cute voice rippled in Guchan's heart. It must be said that even an old man cannot resist the coquetry of a beautiful girl. Finally, he controlled the direction and turned into the night market in the university town. Okay, let's go after we finish eating, he said helplessly. He was indeed hungry. Okay. Yuanan nodded obediently, but she didn't think that way in her heart. Soon, Guchan parked the car, and Yuanan got out groaning. Oh, my butt is tired from sitting. He rolled his eyes. The evening breeze was a little cool, or maybe too cool. After she let go of him, she actually felt a chill all over her body. The cool breeze blew past her ears, swaying her beautiful ponytail. Walking. Suddenly, a coat that had just been taken off and still smelled warm was draped over her shoulders. Yuanan looked at the coat, her eyes widened in surprise, and she looked at him with pink eye bags. Ha! Xinshin, why are you suddenly so nice to me? He just replied calmly, I'm hot, and didn't care. You don't want it, right? Then give it back to me. Yuanan was like a kitten protecting its food at this time, and she quickly grabbed both sides of the coat to prevent him from taking it away. No. Who said I don't want it? Put it on me and I won't give it back to you. She was very playful, and she was very happy inside. Looking at her like this, she is so cute that I really want to pick her up and throw her to the ground. Yuanan tiptoed happily, following his steps and slowly leaning on his shoulder. He frowned. Why is this little guy still pushing his luck? After a while, we walked into the food stalls, which were really crowded and a paradise for foodies. Barbecue, milk tea, oden, seafood, etc. In short, there is everything you want to eat. It smells so good. Wow, it's stinky tofu. Xinshin, I miss cheese so much, can you buy it for me? Guchan turned his head and looked at her. Hey, Digua, you haven't received this month's salary yet? In fact, stinky tofu was not expensive, but he would not buy it for her just because of what she said. Don't spoil her. Really? She was puzzled. It was because of such a small problem. So she took out her phone and tapped on the screen a few times. Guchan looked at her behavior, but before he could stop her, Jafubo suddenly sent a message that the money had arrived. Ding! 100,000 yuan has arrived. She raised her little face happily again. Okay, now you can buy me something delicious, right? Guchen looked at her as if she was a little fool again, this loser woman. I'll return the extra money to her. At her request, they ordered 2 portions of stinky tofu, which needed to be fried, and they began to wait. Yuanan rubbed her hands and licked her lips. Guchen was a little curious. A young lady like you likes to eat this? Wanan immediately threw him a coquettish look and smiled. Hee hee, of course, my sisters all like to eat it. Also, this is a secret between the two of us, don't tell my secretary, otherwise she will definitely report it to my parents, and they will criticize me harshly again. Her parents would not allow their only child to eat fried food from roadside stalls, which is not good for the body. However, she has always been very filial and would never tell her parents even if she ate it. Guchen seemed to have grasped her little secret and smiled. Don't worry, I will tell the secretary at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. You're being naughty, don't say anything. Chapter 6, If a crayfish bites me, I will bite it back. Guchen smiled wickedly. No way, Chen is the best. Finally, she shook her arms and rubbed her face against her clothes, and Shen reluctantly came around her. Soon, the fragrant stinky tofu is ready. Guchen took it with both hands and handed it to her. It was hot, and he blew on it several times before he could hold it steady. Pick up a piece with a toothpick and put it into the small mouth of bright red sandalwood. This scene is very slow, like a mermaid holding a pearl, so beautiful. She chewed and made a sound of enjoyment. Good. Hey Chen? Why aren't you eating? She came to her senses and realized that Chen was staring at her blankly, and immediately felt embarrassed. Oh. He collected his thoughts and was distracted just now. I also pinched a piece to taste, and it tasted good, but not as good as the ones I bought at the school gate when I was a child, so I stuffed it all into her after just a few bites. Wanan is filled with joy. While removing one piece after another, a drop of oil accidentally fell on the smooth and white thighs. It was sticky and made her feel uncomfortable. So he blinked his eyes and asked softly, Chen, can you help me wipe the grease off my legs? Guchen looked back, and felt that this demand and tone were somewhat tempting. It's not good. He looked into her eyes, but could not detect any teasing intent. Don't you have hands? Wipe them yourself. But he still refused, as men and women should not touch each other. Seeing that he didn't help, Wanan's face suddenly became aggrieved, and she said pitifully, but, look, my hands are full of things. Guchen took a look and saw that his hands were indeed full. Helpless, I can only pull out a tissue. Her thighs, unlike those of the queenly female CEOs, are not covered at all, as slender as 2 bamboo poles, with a very nice proportion. But he couldn't appreciate it. With a pure heart, he took out a tissue to help her wipe. Almost at the moment of contact, he felt Wanan's body seem to be alert, as if she had been electrocuted. It took 2 pieces of paper to wipe it clean. When I looked up, I saw her little face was red and buried in her collar. Guchen was puzzled. The two continued to walk forward. Guchen wanted to find a place that sold stir-fried dishes to eat, but she wanted to walk around and buy snacks. Guchen felt that shopping with girls was a real headache. But there is nothing we can do about it, because she is a female president. Along the way, I bought wool cakes, roasted pig trotters, handmade shrimp paste, fried yogurt. There were several things he had never tried before, because he was not interested in sweets, he was just curious about how they were made. They all looked like popular snacks. After buying a lot of food, he began to help carry it, so that Wanan could use both hands to eat. Of course, she would reward him from time to time, holding up a half-bitten wheel cake, the notch stained with bright red lipstick, and handing it to his mouth. He shook his head. If he ate it, it would definitely be considered an indirect kiss. He would not be fooled. Wanan immediately started humming. This time, we came to the spicy crayfish stall again. Wanan looked at the basin full of crayfish with delight, about to be poured into the pot for frying, still fresh and alive. Wow, I like spicy crayfish the most. There were many small bowls on the table, filled with fresh crayfish. She leaned over and put her finger into the bowl for fun. By the time Guchen found out, it was already too late. Jiao! Is she always so brave? As expected, I got caught by a crayfish on my fair and delicate skin, and screamed in pain. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. She regretted it then, and when she turned around, he saw a crayfish hanging from her finger. Guchen quickly put the things in his hand on the table and went to help. Oh, fun, isn't it? He scolded, and then gently used his hands to carefully open the lobster's front claws. Her fingers were finally freed and she started to blow. Ouch, it hurts. I was just pinched and cried like a little kid. I can't take it anymore. I'm almost destroyed by this cuteness. He took a closer look and saw that he was actually crying. His eyes were red. You can clearly see red marks on the skin, almost breaking the skin. He took her finger as if she was a fool. Guan was puzzled when she saw that he was holding her finger gently in his mouth. Feeling the warmth, Guan no longer felt any pain. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at him with a blushing face. Guan immediately explained, "Don't get me wrong, I just didn't bring a band-aid, but saliva can stop the bleeding to a certain extent." He said casually, not because he cared about her. Ah. Guan and Tanxiang responded with a small sound, looking very well behaved. Hee, Qinshan really cares about me. I didn't know what she was thinking, and after a while she relaxed. I gently wiped her with a napkin. But she quickly turned around and said to the boss, "Boss, I want 4 servings of crayfish." The crayfish had bitten her, so she wanted to bite it back. So she ordered 4 portions. The boss was startled and nodded quickly. Guan rolled his eyes. They both found the cleanest seat and sat down. Guan looked at the finger he had sucked thoughtfully, and gradually bit her lip. She seemed to be thinking about something strange, which made Guan sweat. 4 servings of crayfish were served quickly. Guan quickly put on her gloves and helped Guan put them on as well. Then she began to peel the shrimp shells and taste them. He groaned, hee. If you bite me, I will bite you too. She started to find a legitimate reason to eat lobster and became more competitive. Guan wasn't interested in lobsters either, and peeling the shell was a hassle. He just watched her eat. Although the eating style is a bit exaggerated, but no matter what the beauty eats, it seems to be quite good looking. However, I heard that girls will only eat without caring about their image if they don't treat the other person as an outsider. Gradually, she ate a few shrimps, then began to peel the shrimp shells and put the peeled meat into the bowl, very seriously. Guan didn't know what she was going to do. Soon the delicious shrimp meat filled the bowl. "What are you doing?" He finally couldn't help but ask. However, she pushed the bowl towards me with both hands, and said with a surprised smile, "Here you go." This made his eyes light up. "No, I can peel it myself. Just eat it and leave quickly after you finish it." He said, "This girl is really thoughtful." "No, I peeled this with my own hands." "You must finish it." "Then shall I feed you?" She suddenly thought of this, picked up a piece of shrimp meat and dripped it onto his lips. The saliva quickly touched the corners of his mouth, and Guan had to eat it no matter if he wanted to. Okay. Then I ate it. Unexpectedly, she quickly passed another piece to her mouth. "No. Eat. If you don't eat it, I'll keep holding it, she said with a puffy face. Guan couldn't do anything to her. After that, she fed him a lot of food, and there was not much shrimp left in the bowl. He didn't really like eating lobsters, but this one was peeled by Guan herself, so it seemed to taste a little sweeter. And she still looks doting. Outside the stall, many people cast envious glances at them, and some boys hated themselves for not having anything better than good looks. While eating delicious food, Guan suddenly saw a dazzling scene outside the stall. That is, 3 beautiful girls wearing black stockings passed by him, and each of them flirted with him intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 7. Seeing that I performed so well, just give me a reward. This made him look at them for a while longer. Not because they were so pretty, but because these girls looked like students, and they were wearing black stockings. Not learning well. He turned his head to take another look, purely out of curiosity. 3 pretty girls walked by, talking about. "Hey, was that handsome guy looking at us just now?" "Of course not. After all, we are so good looking. But he's so handsome. He looks like Eddie Peng. Are celebrities also eating here? Don't talk nonsense, okay? That brother is obviously more handsome than Yu Yan. How about we go around again? Go get a WeChat? No, right? The girl sitting opposite him is so pretty, prettier than a celebrity. She must be his girlfriend? And she looks fierce." The girls chatted excitedly. The sound was quite loud, he could actually hear it. Guan was speechless. Just as he was about to look away, his thigh was gently kicked from below. "Hey, why are you kicking me?" He felt very innocent. Guan's face was full of jealousy. "Humph. Do you like watching it so much? Then I will also wear black stockings to work tomorrow." Guan was surprised. This company's benefits are quite high. He looked at the fierce and serious face opposite him and held back his laughter. Then he said seriously, "You are not allowed to wear it." But after saying this, he felt something was wrong. Why should I care about her? Wanan showed an expression of disbelief after hearing this, because Guchen actually ordered her not to wear it. This feeling is as if it is his private treasure. Guchen couldn't describe this feeling either. Why? She asked in a teasing tone again. Anyway, you are not allowed to wear it. There is no reason. He was very firm. She was only 18, and she was dressed like that. It was fine if she was only looking at herself, but what would it be like if so many colleagues saw her? Yes, that's it. Wanan finally understood, biting her lip and saying, "Okay." Eyes filled with joy. She felt like his biological sister. If she wore it, she would be severely punished by her brother. But they were very close. After a while, "We have almost finished all the delicious food, it is already 8:30. She ordered 2 more cups of bubble tea. After this, Guchen discovered that girls can really eat. And even though her waist is so thin, no matter how much she eats, there is not much bulge. He couldn't even finish this cup of milk tea, but she seemed to be able to have 2 more. Wanan held the cup of warm milk tea and looked at Guchen, sucking it with her little mouth, looking as cute as a little hamster. She suddenly saw a couple not far away on the opposite side, drinking milk tea from each other's hands by holding the cups together. It was so sweet. She felt that this method was very novel. So she immediately approached Guchen and asked to try it. "Chenshin, look at the couple over there, they are so sweet. Can we drink a cup of milk tea like them?" Okay, she was like a little kitten, pulling at his hand. But this time he refused to agree. "You've already said that, that's something that couples do, I'm not that bored." He wouldn't spoil her, they just went out for a meal, how did it develop to this point? He looked at her as if she were a fool. He. "You'll never find a girlfriend if you keep doing this." After being rejected, she stamped her feet again, looking fierce, and finally became angrier and angrier, and quickly and lightly hit him on the chest, but she was afraid of being caught by him, so she turned around and ran away with a playful smile. Guchen felt her soft blow. Was it because she spoiled him? "You dare to hit me when you are angry?" But as soon as she turned around, she tripped over a stone and her body leaned over, obviously about to make close contact with the ground. Guchen was quick to act and immediately hugged her waist. I pulled her back with more force. Then the petite body fell into his arms with a thump. "Ah, you scared me." She was quite frightened by the scene just now, and her chest was obviously rising and falling. When he came to his senses, he found that someone was hugging his waist, and the person was still in his arms. I can still hear his heartbeat. In his arms, Wanan looked up at Guchen. His profile was very handsome, like a domineering CEO, which made her face blush. "Thank you." After saying that, she buried her little face in his arms again and inhaled the cherry blossom scent on his body. "Hey, Wanan, what are you doing? Hold me for a while longer." "No, how can you hug me like this? Let go." He let go immediately, and was taken advantage of by this girl again. "I don't." She stuck out her tongue. Guchen really wanted to grab her and see how she would vomit in the future. It was a close call just now, otherwise Wanan would have definitely been hurt. In the end, the two separated. If they didn't separate, Wanan would have gotten into his clothes. When we were ready to leave after eating and drinking, it suddenly started to rain, and many stalls closed early. The rain was getting heavier, and Wanan anxiously held his hand and ran towards the carport together. He didn't object. Who would care about these things when his clothes would get wet soon? Before they even reached the carport, it was already pouring rain, so the two of them had no choice but to find a place to hide from the rain first. Wanan was most familiar with the terrain here. She held his hand and ran to a place. "Shinshin, here, we can hide from the rain." When I got here, I realized it was a wall eaves, and it could only hide one person. The wind was very strong and Wanan's hair was wet, but she didn't care and commanded, "Hurry up and squat down." Guchen didn't know what she was going to do, so he could only do as she said. Then, she stood and opened her clothes like an umbrella to shield Guchen from the rain. And said happily, "Hee, this way I won't get wet in the rain." But she was still in the rain. Crash! He was somewhat touched and was about to stand up, but Wanan didn't let him. "You are not allowed to get up. What if you catch a cold in the rain? If you take a leave and don't come tomorrow, I won't be able to see you." She made up an excuse. After hearing this, he realized that Guan was planning to do this. Helpless, I had to squat down. With her protection, I didn't get caught in much rain, but she was soaked. I didn't stay there for long, the rain came and went quickly. After the rain stopped, Guan stood up, looked at her with a look that said he really couldn't do anything to her, and then took her wet little hand and went to the battery shed. I'm taking you home now. Take a shower right away when you get home. Don't delay. Do you understand? Guan felt a chill all over her body, so she didn't listen to him, but pulled at the corner of his clothes. Her delicate body trembled a little, and she murmured, "Chen. I'm so cold, can you hug me first?" Guan glanced at her, touched her hair helplessly, then opened his arms and hugged her gently. Guan felt his warm body temperature, and she didn't feel so cold anymore. In his arms, I slowly looked up at him. Guan also lowered his head to look at her face, and their eyes met for a while. Warmth alternates, breath smells like orchid, breathing is disturbed, and the atmosphere gradually becomes a little strange. Her cherry lips are very delicate, and they are very bright even without lipstick. After looking at them for a long time, people can't help but want to take a bite. Finally, she spoke again, begging weakly. "Guan, can you reward me once?" This soft and sticky voice was like an effective anesthesia, making his head buzz. He nodded involuntarily and lowered his face slightly. Guan also stood on tiptoe to cooperate. The two of them just hugged each other. However, just when something wonderful was about to happen, an accident happened. Because the two of them were not paying attention, they fell to the right while holding each other, and then with a snap, Guan fell to the ground unluckily. Chapter 8. Good night, Guan. Oh. Guan, I'm sorry, I was too careless. Are you okay? Hiss, Chen, you're bleeding. I'm going to call 120 now. Guan panicked and thought about emergency treatment. While supporting him, she picked up her phone and made a call, fearing that something might happen to him. The fall was quite severe, but it was not her fault. It was my own fault for not paying attention. I held on tight and felt the heat flowing out of my legs. I looked down and saw that my knee was scratched. There was a 2-centimeter long cut. The battery car was also pushed over, and I happened to be scratched by a sharp part of the battery car. In fact, it's not a big deal as long as it's treated. He's not a star, there's no need to go to the hospital for a little skin breakage. So he quickly stopped her. Hey, Guan, you don't have to go to the hospital, I can do it myself. But she said in a tough and overbearing manner, no. He's bleeding, how can we not go to the hospital? Don't move, lest the wound get bigger, the ambulance will be here soon. Guan was helpless. At this time, Guan couldn't persuade him no matter what he did. But this makes her look more like a truly domineering female CEO, but her voice is still soft and she looks sad. Soon the ambulance arrived and immediately put him on the bed after seeing the bleeding. However, when the doctors saw the bleeding wound, they all looked at Guan and Guan in disbelief. This small wound still requires first aid? Feeling their gazes, he covered his face awkwardly. Later I found out that this hospital was actually a high-end private hospital under the E Group. So we can only let this young lady do it. Nearly an hour and a half later, it was already past 11 o'clock. In a well-equipped high-end ward, the nurse went out and slowly closed the door. There were only 2 people left in the ward. The doctor cleaned Guchen's wound with alcohol, bandaged it with gauze, and let him lie quietly on the bed. Guan took a shower in the private bathroom, quickly changed into a set of clean clothes, and stayed by the bed tirelessly. Chen, do you want to take medicine? Are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Would you like an apple? Are you cold? Please take care of me. Feeling her care, he couldn't help but smile. No, you can rest. Oh. Only then did she sit down, waiting for his orders obediently. He didn't want to stay in the hospital, so he said, the wound has been bandaged, I want to be discharged. Guan immediately stopped his behavior in a fierce manner. No. What if you bump into something when you go out? What if the wound splits due to excessive movement? What if the wound gets infected with bacteria and causes paralysis of the thigh, and then the whole body? That's not worth it. So you'd better stay in the hospital. She held his shoulders again, refusing to let him go. Guan listened to her words. He was not worried at first, but now he is a little scared. Why do I feel like she is cursing me? He lay back down on the bed. Suddenly I remembered that we almost kissed each other before. The atmosphere was quiet. Wanan looked at his cheek and recalled that scene. She almost kissed him before. What a pity. The two of them were too embarrassed to speak, and thinking back, they were really impulsive. Finally, 5 minutes later, she spoke first. Chun, I've told the management department that you don't have to go to work tomorrow. Just rest here. It's getting late, why don't you go to bed? Guchen glanced at her. How come everything was arranged so clearly? But I can't sleep. He found that in such an environment, he didn't feel sleepy at all. So Wanan came up with a new idea. Well, shall I tell you a bedtime story? He doesn't need to be coaxed to sleep. He just doesn't want to sleep. However, she just stared at Baidu and muttered to herself, very seriously and gently, once upon a time there was a sleeping beauty. After hearing this, Guchen said, this is a story that happened 800 years ago. Seeing that he was a little unhappy, she was very smart and immediately changed the story, Snow White and her 7 dwarfs. Guchen. After telling 5 more stories in a row, Guchen couldn't fall asleep, but she fell down first. She was dazed, her beautiful eyes could no longer hold on, her little face rested on the blanket, her breathing became even. Guchen found it funny. A few minutes later, Wanan fell into a deep sleep. He was really tired. He had worked all day and was still here with me at 11 o'clock. He should have felt sleepy a long time ago. Guchen saw that she seemed uncomfortable sleeping while sitting, and she often turned over. So, he quietly lifted the blanket, got off the bed, came to her side, gently put his arms around her slender waist, and gently picked her up. Finally, I put her on the bed and covered her up to her chin with the quilt. Maybe she was too tired, or maybe she was the kind of person who slept deeply, like a child who never grew up, and she couldn't wake up. This time, he finally fell into a sweet dream. I didn't want to accompany her anymore, and finally touched her head, good night. Then he turned and left. He still likes to sleep at home, because there are pillows at home, and he has a habit of not being able to sleep without hugging something. And there should be some leftovers at home today that haven't been put in the refrigerator, otherwise they will go bad. In the morning, the first ray of sunlight shines into the ward. Yuanan curled up her delicate body and slowly opened her eyes. The sun was so warm that she felt a little hot. She slowly stood up and stretched like a kitten taking a nap. Ah ha ha. When she saw clearly that this was a ward, she recalled what happened yesterday. That's not right. The person who should be lying on the hospital bed is not me, it's Guchen. How come I took up the bed? When she thought of this, she felt a little guilty. Chen was the patient, but she actually slept in the patient's bed and slept there all night. The room felt empty, and suddenly something dawned on me. Ah! Guchen is gone. She quickly got up and searched under the bed and in the closet for a long time, but couldn't find him. At this moment a nurse came in through the door. She immediately stepped forward and asked, Sister Nurse, who was the patient with me yesterday? Ha? Him? He left last night? And he was so concerned about you and told me not to disturb you. Yuanan's head buzzed at the time, and she slumped down on the bed like a deflated ball. Really? Only then did she realize that Guchen had escaped last night while she was sleeping. She felt like crying. She had to leave even though her leg was injured. For a moment, she thought that Guchen didn't want her anymore. But suddenly I thought of something, my eyes lit up, and I cheered up again. I washed up, picked up my phone, and took a taxi to the company. She didn't even wear heels today because that would be so lame. It's a nice pair of casual shoes. She quickly arrived at the company, feeling flustered, but when she saw that familiar profile, she relaxed. Guchen came, and very early. He likes such a comfortable life. He came to review the video early in the morning. The video he was reviewing was a video of a young lady dancing. He watched it for a full half-minute. Wanan was jealous again after seeing it. Then she quietly came up behind him, as if she was trying to catch him in a game of hide-and-seek. Chapter 9 Good morning kiss, don't you like it? She recalled that last night he seemed to have gently carried her to bed with his big hands, covered her with a quilt, and said good night. She felt a surge of happiness. She gradually leaned down. Guchen was clicking the mouse, but he felt a warm touch on his face, and a naughty little fellow pecked him on the face. It made him pause slightly. I turned around and saw it was her. He didn't expect Wanan to attack him unexpectedly, so he immediately reached out to wipe off the red marks on his face. Wanan, what are you doing, with so many people? He blushed, and found that he couldn't control it. But Wanan laughed and said, "Of course it's a good morning kiss." Her baby white face was full of vitality, and her smile was so pretty that it sobered up the sleepy employees. "Don't you like it?" He tilted his head again. Gu Chen looked sullen and said, "I don't like it." For a moment he didn't know what to say. This scene shocked the singles in the company. Then they were envious and talked about his straight male behavior. Wanan then walked into the office with a red face. Gu Chen really couldn't do anything to her, after all she was his boss. Wanan came to the door and the secretary helped her open it. She sat down, and it took her a few minutes to calm down and get into work mode. I asked the secretary, "Is there any problem that the company has not solved recently?" As the boss, she certainly has to take the company to heart. The secretary immediately said, "President, the company is going to do a video promotion soon. We have found all the female models, and we are in urgent need of a male model." Male model? Well, the ones we found before were either unsuitable or sick. "President, do you have a suitable candidate?" The secretary asked casually. After hearing this, Wanan thought about it seriously for a while. Suddenly, when she thought of him, Wanan's eyes lit up and she looked out the glass. "Have." The secretary blinked in confusion. It was already noon when all the people who were eating rushed to the cafeteria like wild horses. However, only Gu Chen is still reviewing the last video. Finally, the video review was finished, and he got up and prepared to go get some food. The company's benefits are very good, with both Chinese and Western food, and the key is that it doesn't cost money. But just as he stood up, he was gently pressed down by a pair of white hands. Gu Chen was stunned. This was a familiar plot, a familiar routine. When I turned around, I saw Yuanan's heartwarming smile. He. Holy shit, when did she get behind me? Could she really teleport? "I want to eat, don't touch me," he said seriously. You don't have to go to the cafeteria. Because I personally prepared a love bento for you. The portion is super big. The taste is awesome. Then, he put the lunchbox that had been prepared long ago on the table. At first glance, it's a pink box, perfect for a macho guy. The food inside the transparent lid is very colorful and looks quite appetizing. "No, since you put so much effort into making it, you should just eat it yourself." He pulled away and tried to leave, but she was like a naughty child, opening her arms and surrounding him to prevent him from leaving. "No. I requisitioned the cafeteria and spent 3 hours to make this. You can't eat anyone else's food today, you can only eat mine." Gu Chen laughed in his heart, "I won't eat it if you spoil me." Brother Gu, just have a taste." Seeing that the hard approach didn't work, she tried a soft attack. She hugged him with both arms and acted like a spoiled child in his arms, and pushed him back step by step, and finally made his butt sit on the bench. He was extremely helpless because he found that once Wanan started to act coquettishly, his body would soften uncontrollably. "I think something is wrong. I'll go to the hospital for a checkup." Only when Gu Chen returned to his seat did she start smiling again. Try it." "No." Gu Chen was stubborn. Suddenly, Wanan thought of a good idea and said with a wicked smile, "Humph, if you don't eat it, I will kiss you." "Until you eat it." Then she pretended to stick out her bright red lips. He was frightened, his eyes wide open, watching the cherry attack, and finally surrendered. "I was wrong, is it okay for me to eat it?" She wondered what sin she had committed in her previous life to be tortured like this. Although she managed to coax him into submission, she didn't expect that he would actually dislike her lips. This made her groan again and put her hands on her waist. What kind of thing is this? He doesn't want something that others will never get in their lifetime. I hate it so much. Gu Chen sat down, and she helped open the box. The exquisite scene is now more clearly presented before our eyes. The most special thing is the heart-shaped egg placed in the middle. I don't know how many times I tried to make this shape, it's quite thoughtful. The layer below the eggs is filled with beef, sweet and sour pork, chicken in a pot, bean sprouts, tomatoes, corn. There are 11 different dishes in total. At the bottom is the golden rice base. The bento is quite large, and there are several slots on both sides filled with fruit pieces, cherries, durian, apples, pears, everything you can think of. This is simply a royal meal. It looked pretty good. He picked up the fork. Wanan was waiting beside him with an expectant expression. First I took a piece of diced chicken. Baji. Wanan, how is it? Is it delicious? Gu Chen looked into her eyes and chewed carefully for a while. He found that although the dishes were brightly colored, they were not tasty when chewed. Did you forget to add salt? Finally, this evaluation is given. Wanan's face looked a little disappointed, and she rubbed her hands. Well, I'm always clumsy, so I didn't dare to add salt. This look of self-blame is actually so cute. The kung pao chicken in your mouth instantly becomes sweet. Is it really not tasty? If so, forget it. Let's not eat this. Let's go to the cafeteria. She felt a little sad, and tried to take back the plate with her little hands, then gently covered it and kept it for herself. Guchen found it funny and reached out to stop him. It's okay. It's not too bad. I can eat it. Actually, I lied to her. Not adding salt is a small matter. The key is that there is an even weirder taste. It is simply a dark dish. He was also afraid that this girl wouldn't be able to finish the food and would throw it away. Wouldn't that be a waste? Then he quickly started to eat rice. Wanan's eyes were full of surprise. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day. Puff. Guchen couldn't help but spit out. No need. He waved his hand quickly, but it was hard to discourage her. Although it tastes bad, it can't be wasted. At least the fruit is good. Seeing him eating so deliciously, Wanan also felt full of appetite. The delicate body came closer. Shinshin, I want to eat too, can you feed me? After hearing this, Guchen took the initiative to find a spoon for it. It couldn't finish all the food anyway. She was instantly unhappy. No, I want a fork, otherwise I can just eat what's in your mouth, hee hee. Guchen was shocked. He wanted to kiss indirectly again. Okay. He was frightened and had no choice but to use a fork. But she didn't take it in time, but Cherry said, I want to feed. Chapter 10, Male Model Stand-In? I became the modern long-out yen. He rolled his eyes. Aha! Is that difficult? But yesterday I peeled the shrimps and fed you the meat myself. Guchen? Are you bringing up the past now? Are you laying the groundwork for today? There seemed to be no reason to refuse, and it wasn't a big deal, so I reluctantly picked up a piece of beef with my fork and handed it to her. The next second, her face turned red, her mouth opened, and she excitedly took it in. The originally happy face suddenly showed a bitter expression when tasting the real taste of the food. It's so unpalatable. Seeing her frustrated look, Guchen couldn't help but laugh. Why is it so unpalatable? She began to doubt her life. How can I be a good wife and mother? Guchen smiled and said it didn't matter, as long as he was full. She felt better. Soon, he had only one piece of egg left to eat. Wanan saw that he was almost done eating, so she moved closer and tilted her head to look at him. This squinting smile was so adorable that it made his heart melt a little. Shenshen, the company is in urgent need of a male model, but I haven't found a suitable one after searching for several days. But it wasn't until today that I realized that the person I was looking for was actually far away or right in front of me. She suddenly. A male model? Well, male models only need to strike a few poses in the studio and shoot a few seconds of advertising. Oh? Why are you telling me that? He finally hit the point, and Yuanan immediately slammed the table. Because I want to invite you to be our company's male model. I think your figure and looks are perfect for the job. And the work is easy, and the salary is twice that of an auditor. Just agree to it? Guchen glared, no. He didn't want to be a male model, not to mention that he would be sold to hundreds of millions of people. So this bento is so finely made, is it to ask for a male model? It's wishful thinking. The model needs to be over 1.85 meters tall, and preferably look like Eddie Peng, so you are the only one who is super suitable. There is no one more suitable than you. Please, help me. It's useless to praise me. I don't rely on my looks to make a living. He waved his hand, although he felt very comfortable. Then, she refused to admit defeat and came up with a new trick. You can get 10,000 yuan for shooting a commercial, you really don't want it? She raised her finger again, and when he shook his head, she raised another finger, 20,000 yuan for that commercial. Deal. Wanan planned to force the sale. But Guchen pressed her forehead and said, I forgot to tell you that I am not interested in money. What a bold move. Not even asking for 20,000 yuan for a 10-second ad. Of course, Guchen knew that she was giving him some special treatment. A male model with no fame was not a star, so it was impossible for a few seconds of advertising to cost so much. His big hand rubbed her forehead for a while, wanting her to give up such thoughts and find someone else. She felt the big hand was warm and comfortable, and she became like an obedient kitten, rubbing her soft little head against it. It was not until he took his hand away that she came to her senses. She felt like she was being played by her master. She looked upset and angry. Humph. As a man, there must be something that interests you. Since you are interested in money, you must be interested in women. She summed it up. Guan was stunned. What kind of logic was this? It didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. She suddenly thought of something and said seriously, "How about this? I'll go to your house tonight and serve you. You can agree to this, right?" There was a hint of snickering in her tone. Guan was shocked. What the hell? Why does it feel like she still made the profit? She was obviously a female CEO, but she said such embarrassing words, which made Guan a little confused. Serve? She nodded and replied innocently, tapping her lips, "Of course, I will dress up as an anime character, clean up for you, and massage your legs and back. Isn't that what you nerds like?" Guan. Damn it. He was speechless. Who told her all this? And when did I become a otaku? Guan thought of something again, and said shyly, "Of course, you couldn't help it, and wanted to do something excessive to me. It's not impossible." He at this point, her eyes quickly dodged again, and she covered her face with her hands. Her tone was quite aggrieved at first, but later on I could actually hear her laughter with a hint of expectation. Guan rolled his eyes. He said firmly, "No need. How could a few peanuts make her drink like this?" What do you want?" "Just go to work as normal," he replied without hesitation. Guan put her hands on her chest again, wondering what he had been through that made him remain indifferent despite so many temptations in front of him. Please, she started to hug his arm and act coquettishly again, her voice soft and her little hands shaking, which was very funny. In the end, she insisted on acting like a spoiled child for a full 5 minutes. As a result, he almost spilled a cup of coffee before he agreed. "Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you. So when does it start? Do you need to change clothes? And just get paid normally at the end?" He counted. Guan finally got tired of playing coquettishly and pulled her hand back. She wanted to lie in his arms but was pushed on the forehead. Still laughing and saying, "Okay." Finally got Chenchin. In fact, it's quite distressing. Others can't even ask for such an opportunity, but for him, he has to act coquettishly and cutely before they will reluctantly agree. After lunch, Guan helped her wash the dishes and told her not to do it next time. Time flies, it's 3 p.m. The female CEO appeared in front of everyone again, came to Guan again, gently grabbed the corner of his clothes, and went to the studio together. She walked in front of him, holding onto the corner of his clothes, like a good friend from childhood. In fact, she wanted to hold his hand, but he would definitely be angry in front of so many people. After the two left, there was another round of discussion. Guan was humming a song, feeling very happy. Guan and she finally arrived at the entrance of the studio. The studio is very large, it can be said to be a combination of 3 large offices. There are clothes, props, cameras, makeup tables, professionals. Appearing in front of the employees, Guan showed a serious look again and explained that Guan was a male model. After that, he was taken away to touch up his makeup and change his clothes. He just wanted to finish it quickly and go back to continue fishing. After changing his clothes, when Guan appeared in front of everyone in a suit, everyone was stunned. He was already full of masculinity, and this outfit was even more eye-catching, instantly becoming the focus of the whole audience. He charmed a large number of fans at the scene. But his eyes were always calm. Fangirl number 1, "Wow, this colleague named Guan is so handsome. He looks like a vampire baron. Hey, have you read too many novels? He is clearly Long Out Yen. I really want to add to his prestige. Shoo. Keep your voice down. I heard from a colleague that he is the man that CEO Yi likes. And he is not a gigolo at all. He always goes against CEO Yi. Wow. What a man." Chapter 11, a large-scale dog showing scene. Yuanen's eyes were filled with love. She was full of hearts, and even licked the corners of her mouth with her tongue, as if he was delicious food. He is more model-like than a model. Guan was a little scared, so he tightened his clothes and hid. Then, as the photographer asked, he stood with a beautiful female model. This female model is also an internet celebrity, or an internet celebrity model. The company spent some money to hire such a person to shoot, so that the advertising effect can be better. At the same time, there are several female and male models with good figures and average looks around as walking backgrounds. After all, the models hired by the company are used for acting. Lin Yao was the type that would stun you at first sight, but it was not suitable to look at her for too long, as it would become boring. Of course, he had his own reasons. Although she is an internet celebrity model, she has never seen her before. Maybe she forgot about it after traveling through time. Lin Yao glanced at the man in front of her, her eyes full of brilliance, and bit her lip. Originally, she disdained to shoot this kind of advertising task, and would not look at a certain man directly because she was tired of seeing him, but the man in front of her was ingenious and mouth-watering. Afterwards, both of them were dressed in gorgeous clothes and listened to the photographer's instructions. You need to pick up Lin Yao and complete a fake kiss. Guan was a little confused. This money is really hard to earn. He even had to kiss someone, and it was too difficult to fake a kiss. He instinctively dodged, but Lin Yao deliberately approached. Guan subconsciously looked at Guan and saw her expression. Her mouth was in an O shape. She didn't expect the script to be like this. She regretted it immediately. Her cute little face looked embarrassed. She didn't know the script and thought it would be easy to be together, just holding hands, but what happened? She was so stupid that she spent money to give Guan to someone else. What if Guan lost his first kiss by accident? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She looked at the photographer with resentment. The photographer felt a chill on his back and scratched his head, thinking, isn't this the best effect the president wanted? In the field, before anyone shouted start, Lin Yao wanted to hug him directly. Let's get started. She was very excited. She had never seen a man more handsome than Eddie Peng. She couldn't wait. Seeing this, Guan frantically searched the cabinet. Hey, where's my knife? Before Guan could react, he was hugged by her. The woman in front of him closed her eyes and her lips were about to press down on him. He was speechless. This didn't look like a fake kiss. At this time, the camera was hurriedly ready, the lights were on. Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded in the room, "Shut up." Lin Yao was startled and came down immediately. Guan then put down his hands that were holding her back. When I looked back, it was Guan whose face turned red with anger. Photographer, change people. Guan whispered and walked up. The photographer was confused. Mr. Yi, who should we replace? And now is a critical moment, where can we find someone? He was helpless. Guan pursed her beautiful lips and said, replace Lin Yao. I don't think she is suitable, so I will do it myself. She ordered. If I don't go to hell, who will? Lin Yao was stunned, but she didn't dare to look at her. Guan's eyes were so fierce at this time. She had no choice but to walk past with her head down. She was very disappointed. She finally saw a man who was more handsome than Eddie Peng, but he was snatched away by the CEO. Guan blinked a few times. Guan, stop making trouble. There are so many people watching. How could Guan not know what she was thinking? He would not agree. Guan immediately put her hands on her hips, looked like a jealous young lady, and said fiercely, Humph. Do you really want to kiss her? Guan, didn't I tell you? It was a fake kiss. He explained helplessly. Whatever, I don't agree. Guan saw that what he said made sense, and suddenly she couldn't find any excuses, so she started to act like a spoiled child. He shook his little head like a wave drum, very childish. Then, without asking for permission, he leaped onto Guan and gave him a big bear hug. He instantly grabbed his neck tightly. We are ready, let's start shooting. Guan turned towards Guan, looking very expectant. He felt helpless and thought, forget it, it doesn't matter who I take the photo with? And why would I feel more at ease hugging her? Illusion. Everyone was shocked and began to think that this CEO might have multiple split personalities. When facing them, he was like a beast, but when facing Guan, he was like a newborn kitten. And this dog food is so sweet. The staff had no choice but to start soon, with the light shining on the two people. Chen looked into the girl's eyes and found that the stars in her eyes were all his reflection. With a smile on his lips, he stopped struggling. I tentatively stretched out my arms to hug her, because if I didn't hold her, her petite body would slide down and it would hurt my neck. Then he looked at her seriously, remember, it's a fake kiss. If you dare to mess around, I will. Guan was immediately unhappy. She could take this opportunity to mess with him once. Why not? Staring with a pair of beautiful eyes, puffing out her cheeks, just what? Seeing her childish appearance, he couldn't get angry at all, so he subconsciously said, just spank you. Humph. Guan groaned, but she was still a little scared. After all, Guchen's hands were so big. The shooting started in such a muddle. The female CEO didn't change her clothes either, and the photographer found that the video effect was better this way. It was a perfect match. This made him never think of it. He patiently instructed, please come a little closer, yes, a little closer, that's right. Listening to the instructions, Guan's lips curled up, her eyes narrowed slightly, and her lips pouted. But Guchen was in a state of confusion. He felt like the photographer was messing with him. Watching the fresh lips approaching, only inches away. He had no choice but to tilt his head back to avoid. She really wants to kiss. Guan saw that she hadn't kissed anything for a long time, so she opened her eyes, unhappy, and pushed her head harder. The atmosphere is so quiet that you can even hear Guan's deer running around. Just a little bit more. Everyone is witnessing that moment. Even the old-fashioned photographer no longer pays attention to the progress of the shooting. Because these two are such a good match. Chinchin's first kiss will be mine soon, yeah. I was thinking, but a finger was blocking between my lips. Guan, you wish. Chinchin, humph, we're filming, and you don't cooperate with me. He smiled, luckily he didn't kiss her. She immediately lost her reserve and pressed her body forward. As a result, she was too strong, and Guchen had no choice but to turn his face away, and was finally forced to let her kiss her clean and fair cheek. That's enough, the filming is over, get down here. He is serious. Guan was furious. She had been planning for a long time but only managed to kiss the side of her face. Damn it! She wanted to just bump her face into him. But Guchen covered her face with his big hand, and his red lips were finally imprinted on the palm of his hand. Woo-woo, playing tricks. You were the one who cheated first, you little rascal. Guchen may not realize that his voice has become more and more gentle. Chapter 12, Save Photos on a Mobile Phone? Finally, Guchen put her down from his body. She was also tired, and looked at him with a little resentment. After the photo was taken, the photographer said the result was great. This was the most beautiful couple he had ever photographed, even though it was just an advertisement. He took the salary he deserved, didn't ask for more, and went back to fishing. The video was quickly edited and made into a cover advertisement. But what they didn't expect was that 80% of users would rather watch the ad 100 times than watch the next video. It's outrageous. 5 p.m., the sun sets. There was no overtime today, so Guchen happily took his things and left. At this time, Yuanin in the office had also finished her work in advance and ran out to find Guchen. But when I got to my seat, I didn't see him. She looked around but didn't see anyone. She suddenly felt a little disappointed. You're walking so fast. Can't you wait for me? Straight guy. She snorted and stomped her feet on the ground. His colleague, Li Xiang, saw this scene and quickly added a sentence for Guchen who was leaving. President, he went to the library and said he wanted to cultivate his sentiments. This betrayed his brother and exposed his whereabouts. Guan nodded to him as if she had grasped her goal immediately, and then jumped out of the small door like a little rabbit. The colleagues who didn't leave were really helpless. Why is Guchen so stupid? How on earth did he manage to avoid seeing such a beautiful lady like the president? Yes, if you give it to me, my children will be able to call you dad. Dream on your sweet dreams, you should give them to me. Guan quickly came to the library and poked her head through the glass door, as if she was playing hide and seek with Guchen. The library is an independent place where you can come and read quietly after a busy day at work. But there was no one else here, except Guchen, who was sitting on a bench and reading a book seriously. After seeing her target, she happily walked into the door, staring at him as she walked, and found that he hadn't even raised his head yet, looking very serious. Just in case, she pulled a book from the nearest shelf and placed it in front of her, so the book looked like. The footsteps got closer and closer, and soon he saw Guan out of the corner of his eye. The corners of his mouth curled up, but he still didn't raise his head. After coming up to him, she finally couldn't help but speak. Hey, Chinchin, what a coincidence. I'm off work, but I can still meet you here? He. The laughter was as pleasant as wind chimes, causing Guchen to look up, as if he was looking at a little fool again. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm here to read a book, too? Did I follow you here? I'm not that boring. She talked to herself. Hearing this, Guchen's eyes changed and he wanted to look at a big fool. Wanan couldn't hold her temper and held the book tighter, really? If you don't believe me, look, I have the book to prove it. Guchen happened to read the book in her hand. I was speechless immediately. Big pot, you are holding the book upside down, are you reading a foreign book? She was furious at this moment and immediately looked at the book. Sure enough, it was the wrong way around. She hadn't noticed it at all just now. It's over, I've made a mistake. I wanted to act very natural. Guchen saw her pursing her lips, which was really funny. She didn't pretend, she showed her cards. What are you looking at? I put the book in my hand away, then sat beside him obediently and read with him. When she saw the contents of the book, she was stunned for a moment. Ah, bad luck? She opened her big beautiful eyes. He said perfunctorily, then when he saw that he wanted to see it, he moved closer a little bit. He originally thought it was novel and came here to take a look. But I saw this comic book, so I couldn't help but pick it up and read it for a while. He has loved all kinds of anime, comics, and games since he was a child, but he rarely came into contact with these things after graduation, so this is a regret from his previous life. Then, I will make up for my regrets. I will finish all the comics I haven't finished. For example, One Piece, Conan. Wanan moved closer and rested her face on his shoulder. He doesn't like reading comics, she likes reading Guchen. Guchen raised a black thread, how come he is used to it? He shook his shoulders lightly. But she was comfortable. Why don't you leave after get off work? I won't leave until you leave. Otherwise, what should I do if you block me? Wanan was extremely unhappy after hearing this, and glared at me with her beautiful eyes. Then to be fair, why don't you block me too? Try it, it's easy to succeed. Guchen, it seems that I am still at a disadvantage. Chen, shall we listen to music together? Wanan took out her cell phone and Guchen accepted the proposal. But when he saw the phone case, he was a little surprised. The guy on your phone case is so handsome. He thought it was a male celebrity. Result. She turned over and took a look at the phone case, then raised her head and smiled dotingly. Chen is so stupid, you can't even see it? That's you. He had 2 question marks above his head. The boy was clearly wearing a school uniform, so where did he get his school uniform? But if you look closely, it does look like. Wanan explained, this photo was taken in the 2nd year of high school, during a physical education class. You were late for the class, so the teacher punished you by making you run. You were sweating all over, and your clothes were all open. It looked really nice, so I took a photo and used it as a phone case. Guchen put down the comic and looked at her in shock. I was punished to run around the playground. What's so good about that? And he clearly remembered that time when, after running in the playground, he couldn't hold his urine, so he hid in the grass and used the fertile water to nourish the flowers. Maybe she was also filming from behind. Then he opened his phone again, and there was another photo on the cover. It's a handsome guy's profile when he's sleeping. This. Could it be that you took this photo during your lunch break? He guessed something, and Wanan nodded, recalling the past. I took this photo when I secretly came to your class during lunch break. At that time, you were sitting by the window in the 3rd row from the back, and you were sleeping so soundly, so you looked so good. So I couldn't help but secretly kiss you. He. She spoke these words in a very low voice, just like when she did those sneaky things in the past. But Guchen frowned. Where to kiss? Of course it's my mouth. It's such a good opportunity, she smiled slyly, but also cutely. Guchen was stunned. Did he lose his first kiss in high school? Seeing that he was really thinking, Wanan covered her mouth and chuckled. Chen was just teasing you, there were so many people around, it was difficult for me to secretly take a photo of you. Oh. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Wanan got upset again after seeing this. I looked at my phone again and unlocked it with a click. An even more surprising scene appeared before my eyes. He saw that the wallpapers of almost every app had been changed. The previous app photos were replaced with his own photos. Although the photos were a little small, they were clearly visible. Because he is handsome. I don't know how I took so many photos, but I saved them and set them as various wallpapers. How boring is this? Also, could it be that Guan chose the major of paparazzi? Her phone seemed very old. You are so rich, why don't you change your phone? Guan smiled shyly. Oh, this phone is full of your photos, how can I bear to change it? All? That's quite thoughtful. Then, she slowly and happily took out the earphones that she had prepared in her pocket, and put the other end into his ear without his consent. Chapter 13, Falling Short at the Critical Moment. The headphones were already put in, and he didn't object anymore. Then a beautiful piece of music started playing. My love under the hawthorn tree. Only with you can I be pure. I can discard my bottom line. My sight is locked on you. It's a song called Love Under the Hawthorn Tree, which is quite nice. Guan didn't notice that after Guan put the earphones on him, she also put them on herself. The two of them looked like a couple who had agreed to listen to music together in the library. It was so sweet. Her little face was filled with excitement, and she took the opportunity to take advantage of him again. Guan's body began to sway a little as she listened to the song. Guan finally realized that something was wrong with her, but he didn't expose her in time. Instead, he changed his method. She smiled brightly. Give me your phone, this song is too sweet, I want to listen to another one. Guan handed it to him obediently, but Guan was really good at interrupting the atmosphere, and a little bit of unhappiness appeared on his little face. A song was switched, the name was Reverse War. Then he quickened the pace and brought out the highest and most climaxing part directly. Look at the dream of the reverse battle. The ace is going to be wild. This sound is very rhythmic to boys, but it is particularly noisy to a little girl like her. She didn't listen for a while, then gently took off her earphones, pouting. She felt that Guan did it on purpose. He even turned up the volume. Looking at him angrily. But he seems to be all right. Finally, I put my headphones back in and listened to the song to the end. It's not that the music is bad, it's just too loud. After the conversation was over, he took back his phone. Now it's my turn to choose the song. He looked very innocent and serious. Guan smiled. The way he regained control was quite cute. I ordered a song without showing him the title. The music in the headphones starts, Old Ballads. All around the fingertips. The beauty that cannot be obtained. Always in my heart. Another song with a very sweet voice, White Moonlight and Crimson Mole. Almost anything sweet can be included in her playlist. He listened to it for a while and then stopped, mainly because he had listened to it countless times when it was popular. He did the same thing again, gently took her phone and ordered a song himself. Guan was so angry but couldn't do anything. As Guan laughed, as expected, he ordered a song, Full Fire. The volume is turned up really loud. It's like a titanium straight man. It also shows the highest and most climaxing parts. Guan couldn't stand it anymore, so she used her soft little fist to give him a sweet critical hit on the chest. There was no damage at all, but he screamed in pain. Ah, weren't you listening to music? Why did you hit me? Ha? Are you listening to music? You're mad at me. Humph. You just want to chase me away. I won't leave. He shook his head angrily. Guan was really angry and punched him on the chest several times. His clothes were not even wrinkled and Guan screamed miserably. Ah, it hurts so much. She looked at him distressfully again. Really? I'm sorry, and stretched out her little hand to rub him. Guan felt a gentle touch on his stomach. It was unbearable. If it continued like this, it would melt his heart. It's okay, I was just teasing you. Guan got up again, continued to put the earphones that had fallen off into his ears, and really ordered a song. He didn't mess around anymore. I ordered a song, Jay Chow's Waiting for You to Get Out of Class. Soon they both calmed down and listened to the gentle song quietly. Gradually, after listening to the song, the two of them went downstairs together. Chen, are you tired today? How about I take you home? The car has gas today. By the way, the weather forecast says it's going to be very cold today, and it might rain, maybe hail, and it might even snow early, which is very dangerous. And the roads are slippery on rainy days. What if the car turns and I accidentally fall? What if a large truck comes from the opposite direction? So it's safer to stay in my car. She grabbed his sleeve, tiptoed and looked forward to it. Of course Guan knew his little plan, so he would not agree to her. And why do I always feel like she is cursing me? In such a clear and bright world, it's okay for you to have rain, but how can it be hail or snow? He grinned. A real man has the courage to say no. Oh, I won't. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, I will ride my electric donkey home. He swore to heaven that even if he jumped off, he would still ride the electric donkey. Even Jesus couldn't stop him. Then he waved and wished her safety, then turned and left. Guan hugged the big bear, but she did not feel disappointed. Instead, she raised the corners of her lips. Guan came to his electric donkey and liked the feeling of riding the wind home at night. But just after I put down the kickstand and inserted the key and started the car for a while, I found that it wouldn't turn. Huh? Out of battery? Impossible, I fully charged it, and it's only 2 kilometers away. He bent down with some doubt, checked the battery and found nothing wrong. Then he looked further and discovered a serious problem. The most critical component is missing. Damn! Who stole my chain? How wicked! His car is an old model electric car, so the chain can be easily removed by someone, and once it is removed, it cannot be driven. And because I fell yesterday, I just fixed the car shell. Damn it, he failed at the critical moment. Who the hell did this? Even with 36 years of composure, he could hardly hold back his curse words. This was more maddening than Charlotte's bicycle getting chained. Just when he was wondering who was so bored, he suddenly heard the sound of a 4-wheeled vehicle approaching from behind. Just stopped beside him. When I turned around, I saw it was a pink Maserati Quattroporte. The person sitting in the driver's seat was Yi Wanan. The car is beautiful, and the people inside are even more beautiful. That baby-like pretty face looked at him suspiciously through the window. Oh, Shen, who stole your chain? Who is so bored? It's really immoral. It's so disgusting. Guan squinted his eyes since he saw her, because he always felt that she was smiling, and if he didn't squint, he was afraid of missing the moment when she smiled secretly. Shen, look, the car is in this state, how can we drive it? How about I take you back first? I'll ask my secretary to tow the car away for repair later. She blinked her beautiful eyes and looked very concerned. And Guan was still squinting at her. The atmosphere inside and outside the car was very quiet. Guan held back her laughter for a few seconds but finally couldn't hold it back anymore and burst out laughing. Guan then opened his eyes a little more clearly. What are you laughing at? He was finally exposed. My cousin is giving birth to a baby, she laughed again. Guan was speechless. What a lame excuse. He originally wanted to say, it's okay for the person who stole my chain to have a son. But now he thinks better of it. He just remembered that he had seen some paint spots on Wanan's hands before, as if she had touched oil stains and hadn't washed them clean. Chapter 14. You sent me home and you want to come into my room? You wish. And when we sat together before, I could always smell a faint smell of gasoline on her little hands. I didn't care at the time. But at this moment, he, who had watched thousands of episodes of Conan, understood instantly. There is only one truth. He narrowed his eyes at her again. Wanan, give me back the chain of the electric bike. His tone was serious. She was shocked when she heard this. She almost covered her mouth. Could it be that Shen was a detective? Did he find some clues? So amazing. She opened her beautiful eyes wide, dodged his gaze, and stumbled back. I didn't. Really? Shen, you can't frame me. You have to have evidence. Saying that, it seems that Guan has no other options. But, the next second, Guan came around from the right wing. Give me your hand. He ordered, and Wanan was a little scared for a moment, so she obediently left the steering wheel and handed him her white little hand. What's wrong? What did I do wrong to deserve being hit on my hand? She thought she was being punished and felt very aggrieved. But looking at her little face, I definitely wouldn't have the heart to hit her even if I really wanted to. Guan was not so bored. He just picked it up and put it to his nose, sniffed it carefully, and then handed it to her after confirming it. He grabbed her hand and put it in front of her nose, as if he was going to do it yourself. Smell it yourself. Where does the smell of motor oil come from? Also, you should be more careful. You haven't even washed the grease off your palms. He accused her, rubbing her palms again. There was a dark spot on it that was not cleaned properly. Of course, engine oil is difficult to clean. Although there is a smell, it is actually covered by her body fragrance. Ah!
Wanan was dumbfounded and immediately withdrew her hand.
How could this happen?
I was clearly scrubbing the floor vigorously with detergent.
Whispering to himself, it seems that he hasn't cleaned it up. She looked up at him again and smiled awkwardly. Ha 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 ha.
I thought it was perfect, but he saw through it at first sight.
He was indeed the man she had her eyes on. This is what happened.
At about 3 o'clock, she took advantage of Guchen's busy schedule and quietly came to his car, thinking of using the simplest method to paralyze the car. After looking for a long time, I found that the most important thing was the chain, so I squatted down and reached out to remove it. She had no experience at all, and it took her an hour to remove the chain. In the end, she took it off intact without damaging it and put it away. If she was discovered, she would help him put it back on.
I didn't expect it to be discovered. What a laugh. Guchen scolded her. Give me back the chain.
He stretched out his hand, unquestionable.
Ah. I don't know. Wanan argued.
She had been planning to send him home, so wouldn't her efforts be wasted? The little faces wronged, rubbing the little hands, knowing that it is wrong but not changing. Seeing her lowering her head, Guchen couldn't get angry for a moment.
You don't want to give it to me? Okay, very good. I'll walk back. He just left the car here and left.
When Wanan looked up, she found that he was already ahead, so she immediately started the car and chased after him.
Chen, are you angry? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Don't be angry. This is not good for your health.
The chain is not broken, I just put it in the cabinet temporarily to keep it safe.
I won't dare to do it again next time, I really won't dare to do it again. Please pay attention to me for a moment.
She drove slowly beside him, and patiently persuaded him to admit his mistake. Guchen saw that her attitude was quite sincere and he was not angry at all, but he didn't say anything.
Well, since your car can't be driven for the time being, why don't you take my car? I'll take you home. That's my apology, okay? Guchen, no, walking is healthy.
He held his head high and didn't want a ride in her car.
As for the chain upstairs, forget it. The door is locked. It's too troublesome to go up. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Wanan made progress little by little, like a housekeeper asking the young master to come home and inherit the company.
Finally, Guchen's legs became sore from walking so much, and he saw Wanan still following him, mumbling gentle words tirelessly. It seemed like she wouldn't leave unless she escorted him home, which made Guchen finally compromise.
Okay, just this once, and it won't happen again.
He didn't get into the car until Wanan's voice was almost hoarse, which made her finally breathe a sigh of relief. Her head hurt so much that she sighed softly. Alas, Chen is harder to coax than a girl. She never expected that he would not want her, a female CEO, to be his driver and take him home, and she had to chase him and beg him.
What on earth was this? Guchen was fastening his seatbelt when he heard her whisper, "What?" "Oh, nothing." After fastening his seatbelt, Wanan checked his again before starting the car.
It has to be said that Maserati is very eye-catching, especially the pink President model. More importantly, there are two men and women in the car who are more beautiful than celebrities, attracting countless people's attention. When Guchen was sitting in the passenger seat and opened the window, he was greeted by countless fans throwing lewd glances at him. He felt bored. Although the car was good, it was not as comfortable as the extended Lincoln. After chatting with Guchen all the way, we finally arrived at his old residential area. I chose a parking space and parked the car carefully before letting him down.
Guchen was puzzled. Aren't they just sending me home and leaving?
Why leave a parking space? The community is very ordinary, and Guchen rents a house here.
Wanan, I'm home, you should go home too, be safe, bye. He glanced at her in a panic and immediately ran away.
However, she jumped lightly from the car, and her little feet quickly caught up with his pace.
Wanan, what are you doing?
Suddenly, she grabbed his arm from behind. He felt that she was going to do something weird again, because that baby face was laughing.
I've already sent you home, but you won't even invite me for a cup of tea when we get home? Are you in such a hurry to send me away?
The innocent and romantic smile made him frown. He stretched out a finger, bent it slightly and then touched her forehead.
I gently flicked the delicate skin.
Ouch! Wanan was in so much pain that she cried out like a kitten being bullied.
But he didn't really use much force, maybe his skin was too tender. You're the one who took off my chain, making it impossible for me to ride my electric scooter, and you still want to drink tea? Ha ha.
He smiled strangely, knowing that she wanted to go to his house to play, or do something more outrageous, in order to get further development.
Guan is an old straight man, so he will never let this happen.
But how come this little guy has such a tender and thick skin? Oh my god, you stinky Chinchin bullied me. She covered her forehead with her hands, her eyes full of resentment, and didn't he let him play anymore. Seeing her like this, Guan suddenly felt a little guilty.
Was it really painful? He wanted to go up and rub her, but he quickly dismissed the idea. So he smiled and said, "You want some tea, right? Wait here and I'll go up and get it for you."
Guan pursed her lips. No wonder he still doesn't have a girlfriend. No, I want to stay at your house for a while, just a while. Finally, she was exposed, making a coquettish sound, and went up to grab his shoulders.
You say it's for a while, but actually you want it for a lifetime.
He guessed what she was thinking and smiled. You wish. After hearing this, Guan was very unconvinced and came up with a new trick. Guan, you bully me, a homeless person. Her voice was a little tearful, so pitiful.
Ah? What do you mean?
Shen's mouth twitched, with a face full of question marks. She turned her eyes mischievously and said, because my house caught fire before.
I was so pitiful. Chapter 15. I found that no matter what, I would worry about you. Maybe I was sick. Boring. This is so fucking fake, and it's completely fake crying.
Guan didn't care about her and walked forward alone, but the little guy grabbed his arm and wouldn't let go.
Then I'll tell you the truth. Actually, it's because my parents found out about what happened between us.
They were very unhappy and said they would criticize me severely when I got back.
So I didn't dare go home. So it's all because of you.
She pushed the responsibility onto him again, stomping her feet.
Guan, what the hell? When you are at home, trouble comes from the sky. What is this thing between us? Don't make it so vague, okay? There is nothing between us. You deserve it.
After saying that, he stared at her as if she were an idiot.
For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Since I'm so rich, why not rent a house? He suddenly thought.
Guan lowered her head again after hearing this. All the houses outside have cameras, it's not safe at all.
Guan was speechless. So it's safe to stay with me? It's even less safe, right? I'm a man too.
Guan had already reached the main door of the building, but the little guy beside him still had no intention of letting go.
I think, if I live with you, I won't be afraid of my parents, okay?
She rubbed her nose on his shoulder again.
Filial piety is really powerful. Then I'm afraid.
If he took away such good cabbage, his father would come over with a knife.
But he didn't have much intention of eating this cabbage. As for the rent, I can give you a raise. Not good means not good. Guan was very heartless.
He finally became a salted fish, so what was the point of a pay raise? The two of them stuck together and continued to walk towards the door.
The house he rented was on the 4th floor and he needed to take the elevator.
When I arrived at the elevator door, there were some passengers about to enter.
Guan was still beside him, nagging him, Chinchin, just let me stay. I'll be good. I can do the laundry and cooking. I won't cause any trouble for you. Guan shook his head. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. He would not be fooled.
He would never agree to jump down from here. Unexpectedly, she launched a more powerful offensive. After entering the elevator, there were quite a lot of people, including a few students after school and two middle-aged women. He originally kept his head still, waiting for her to give up. But he suddenly felt a warm touch on his ears, and he subconsciously let out a sound of enjoyment. Hiss.
Guan, what are you doing? Don't do this.
He turned his head slightly and saw that Guan actually closed her beautiful eyes, stood on tiptoe, opened her small sandalwood mouth, and bit her ear.
Ah. Is this something a normal man can bear? No. His body softened instantly.
When the other people in the elevator saw the scene, they immediately showed contempt and were even speechless. They all stayed away from this pair of dogs.
You can eat dog food while taking the elevator. The two elderly ladies couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that young people nowadays are more fun. Guan, relax, we're home.
He was helpless. He got out of the elevator and saw the front door, but she still kept on talking. He almost collapsed, and they had to support each other to get out of the elevator.
Ah. Ha, do you agree to it?
Guan licked the corner of her mouth and looked at his ear.
If he denied it, she would bite it again. Gu Chen really couldn't do anything with her. Let go first, I want to get the key. Oh. She then reluctantly let go. He reached out, fumbled for a key in his pocket, and finally inserted it into the keyhole. From the corner of my eye, I noticed that she was still looking at me, and very intently. It seemed that as long as I made the slightest movement, she would suddenly attack and hug me. The door was about to open, but during this time, he turned his head to look at her and gave her a wicked smile. Ah. There is a cockroach under your feet. And then deliberately showed a frightened expression. After Wanan heard this, her expression immediately became frightened, and she quickly backed away. Ah, where are the cockroaches? Help, help! It was obvious that she was very scared, and she hid in the corner. Gu Chen took this opportunity to enter the room first, and quickly told her, Wanan, I don't need you to help me with the laundry and cooking. You have to go home early. Do you hear me? Finally, the door closed with a snap. Afterwards, the girl came back to her senses and her face turned red with anger. She was actually played by Chin Chen again. He came to the door angrily and knocked a few times. Dong, dong, dong. Gu Chen. You're such a big liar. Don't you want me anymore? How heartless. Chin Chen, I was wrong, let me in. There was no response, and she thought that Gu Chen had entered the room and couldn't hear it anymore. In fact, behind the door, he had been listening to her movements, but he didn't respond. He couldn't indulge her. I hope she can go back and rest soon. She must be tired. After a while, the noise outside the door finally became quieter and quieter until there was no movement at all, and the last sound was the sound of the elevator door opening and closing. He was relieved for the moment. He should have left. Wait, Wanan is a very sensitive girl. Is it possible that she is squatting outside and crying? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. So he quietly and tentatively pulled the door handle to see if she had really left. I just opened the door a little, but there was no sound of dragging outside. Gradually, I felt relieved and opened the door a little wider, and walked out to take a look. However, it was only at this moment that everything in the outside world came into view. He saw the girl waiting there. When he opened the door, she suddenly rushed over and gave him a big bear hug. Ah! In an instant, he was entangled by a clingy kitten, his center of gravity was seriously unstable, he tripped inadvertently, and finally fell backwards. Ah! Wanan, you're attacking me by surprise? Haha, you still care about me, moi. Suddenly, she pecked him lightly on the cheek, as if rewarding him. He turned his face to the side and didn't kiss him on the mouth. That was a close call. Are you getting up? Is it fun to press me like this? It's fun, I want to hold you. What if you kick me out of the house again? So hold me up. He had no choice but to slowly pick up the naughty guy. Only then did I feel something supporting the back of my head. It turned out to be her hands. I think it hurt her when the back of her head hit the ground just now, or was it cushioned on purpose? What a mind-blowing girl. The faces of the two were very close, their breaths intertwined, but Wanan did not take advantage of the situation, but just smiled adorably. Coo. At this moment, both of them felt their stomachs growl at the same time. Wanan seemed to have discovered a treasure, and immediately said, Chin Chen, are you hungry? Don't chase me away, I will cook for you. Gu Chen saw her jump off him and quickly walked into the kitchen, looking quite diligent. He no longer wanted to chase her away, because he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he would still worry about whether she had left or not. Before entering the kitchen, Wanan closed the door and locked it, to prevent him from changing his mind and throwing her out again. He felt a little amused. Suddenly, something occurred to me. Hey! Wait! Let go of my food. Chapter 16, A touch of red on the big bear. Thinking back to the bento she made before, the taste was so unique. Took the tomato from her hand. Why? I just learned how to make fried tomato and eggs. I want to make it for you to try. You go set the table, I'll cook. He advised gently. Wanan reluctantly agreed. She obediently took the bowl and chopsticks, washed them in the sink, and placed them neatly on the table, as if she was going to have a Western meal. After seeing this, Gu Chen said, This house has 2 bedrooms and a living room. It is the smallest house that Gu Chen has found after searching for a long time. The price is good. The house is tidy and clean, just like Gu Chen himself. He is now planning to cook scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour pork ribs, and steamed crushing carp, all of which are home-cooked dishes.
In fact, he didn't know how to cook these dishes when he was 18 years old in his previous life. He learned them from a top private chef after he became a business tycoon. While cooking, he just turned on the range hood and did not take any protective measures. Guan quietly came up behind him, found a blue apron, put it on him, and tied a bow on the back.
The little expression is quite happy. There's so much cooking oil, how can you not wear an apron? What if it gets stuck to your clothes?
She tilted her head and tapped her lips with her finger.
Guan looked at her sweet and considerate look and lost his focus, almost burning the food in the pot. Thanks. Guan turned around and continued cooking.
You don't need to use the spatula much because this is a sweet and sour pork ribs dish.
Guan tied on her apron and stood by, watching coquettishly.
She took out her little notebook and carefully wrote down the cooking steps bit by bit.
Like a good wife and mother, very patient.
The method of making sweet and sour spare ribs is to stew the ribs first, then add flour to coat them evenly and fry them in a pan, sauté the scallions and ginger, then add sugar, white vinegar, tomato sauce, dark soy sauce, and spare ribs, and finally stir-fry evenly before serving. The production methods in each place are different, but his is more delicate and delicious. Before it was done, the tempting aroma wafted throughout the kitchen, catching Guan's nose and raising her toes slightly. It smells so good she was about to drool, but she modestly wiped it with a tissue. Seeing the sweet and sour pork ribs syrup shrink and boil into bright red, coupled with the delicious aroma, she fell into deep fascination for a moment, muttering to herself, "Whoever marries Chen will definitely faint from happiness." He heard what this silly girl was talking to herself. He frowned and looked at her. Guan took a while to come back to her senses, covering her face, looking like she was worrying about nothing. "Oh, I will definitely be the one marrying Chen."
He was in a state of confusion after hearing this. A little while later. The dishes weren't ready yet, the meat wasn't cooked yet, but she couldn't stand it anymore.
She leaned closer, stretched out her fair little hand, and reached into the pot in a daze. "It smells so good, I want to taste it first."
Guan had no time to stop it.
As expected, after her little hand went in, she was scalded by the sugar juice before she could grab a piece of meat.
"Ah, it's so hot." Then he immediately pulled it back and blew it.
Guan then put down the spatula in a hurry, turned off the fire, grabbed her hand, and went to the faucet.
"Stupid, you are burned? Does it hurt? Have you always been like this at home? Didn't you learn physics well? Don't you know how high the temperature is?" He counted.
"Turn on the tap and clean her up with the boiling sugar juice." After being scolded, she felt so wronged that she almost burst into tears, muttering, "It's all your fault that the incense was too fragrant." After helping her wash, I looked at her bright red fingers. Apart from the burns, there was nothing else wrong with her.
Then I took her to the refrigerator. "Put your hands in there and freeze them for a while, and wait for me to cook the food,"
he ordered, and touched her forehead to make her behave.
Guan felt that Guan in front of her was so rude, yet heartwarming.
I put my hand in the refrigerator with grievance, and then watched him cook.
Weird atmosphere.
However, this wasn't a TV drama, and he didn't have any professional ice cubes at home that he could immediately take out and apply to her, so he could only put it in the refrigerator to cool it down. More than an hour later, the delicious dishes were served. Guan stayed in the refrigerator for a while, and when they were almost ready, she came to the table and sat down.
Guan originally wanted to call her, but now it seems that he should forget it. He was still cleaning up, and it took him a while to finally sit across from the table. But I saw that the food was not touched at all. He looked at her in confusion. "Guan, why don't you eat first?"
She smiled playfully. "Of course I can only start after our master arrives." Chen was quite touched, but was speechless when he heard the second half of the sentence. "Boring."
Actually my mother told me that once the food is on the table, you must wait until everyone is present before you can start eating. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to others." After the explanation, Guan understood and nodded. The girl's cheeks were rosy, and under the misty smoke from the food, her delicate face actually showed a hazy beauty, which made him unconsciously want to take a closer look. Now she is sitting in the right position, with a curvy figure and a slim waist. Sitting opposite, it gives people the illusion of dining with a beautiful and noble princess. The key is that this princess is also very playful.
When Guan came, she picked up her chopsticks and stretched out her hand to grab a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, but because she had burned her fingers just now, she couldn't hold it firmly.
She tried twice but still couldn't, and it hurt her hand even more. Guan found it funny, so he stretched out his chopsticks and helped her pick up pieces one by one. Almost half of it was taken away, leaving her bowl full. Guan instantly felt overwhelmed with happiness. She had never been so happy before. She pursed her lips and said, "That's enough." He stopped and smiled, "Eat quickly." She nodded. "You eat too." She wanted to feed him but couldn't lift the chopsticks, which was quite funny. In the end, she could only eat her own. I gently picked up a piece of pork ribs, put it close to my mouth, and tasted it for a while. It tasted very sweet. It was super appetizing. And every time he eats a piece, his face turns red. The ground was filled with meat. Only the closest and dearest ones could enjoy this kind of treatment, right? So she chewed each piece of meat carefully. But she thought more. At this time, the food in the bowl was too sweet. If she ate too much, she would get sick of it. She picked up another piece of tomato, wanting to eat something sour. Since he knew Guan liked sweets, the sweet and sour spare ribs were made almost entirely of sugar, which is why they were so sweet. She stretched out her chopsticks. This time she didn't want to trouble Guan, so she carefully picked up a piece. But when he pulled his hand back, he accidentally dripped the soup onto himself. I looked down and felt a warm touch on my chest. The neckline of her dress was open, and she didn't want it to be open, but it simply couldn't hold it in. It's not very hot, but it's uncomfortable to stick to the surface of the bear. Guan watched her movements and also noticed the bright red on her bare mouth. For a moment, he, a straight man, was too embarrassed to look up, and he lowered his head to eat, pretending to be calm. Guan noticed his strange mood, so she flashed her beautiful eyes and came up with a good idea. She said shyly, "Oh, Chinchin's tomato juice accidentally got on my skin, so could you please help me wipe it off?" This is a tease. After hearing this, Guan was very upset. Why did he have to say it was Chinchin's tomato juice? How strange. This has nothing to do with me except that I cooked it. It's as if I made the mess. You dripped it yourself, wipe it yourself. He handed over a tissue, but his throat felt dry. Chapter 17. Who would marry you if you are so stupid? Me? She is well developed. It is rare to have such a size at the age of 18. But he didn't have much interest in these things except that they looked good. Guan didn't get angry after hearing this, but slightly raised the corners of her lips and laughed secretly. I took the tissue he handed over and wiped it gently. A few minutes later, the ribs in the bowl were quickly eaten, and Guan served her a bowl of rice, so that she wouldn't have to finish the dishes and have some rice left. She really liked eating ribs, so Guan poured the remaining ribs into her bowl. Guan felt that he was doting on her. It was so unreal that she thought it was an illusion. There were 3 dishes in total, and she didn't eat the fish for half a day. So I tapped the fish dish with my chopsticks and asked casually, "Don't you like steamed fish?" This steamed crushing carp is simple to make. First, remove the scales and cut the crushing carp, but do not cut it off. Sprinkle salt, chicken essence, and MSG on the wounds. Also add ginger, green onions, and cooking wine. Then put a plate of prepared carp into the steamer and steam it until cooked. He likes this light dish, but maybe because it contains cooking wine, girls don't like it. After hearing this, Guan looked up, holding a rib in each hand, her mouth full of sweet sauce, chewing a piece of tender meat, and laughed. "It's not that I don't like to eat it, but there are many bones on the fish, and if you eat it carelessly, it will get stuck in your throat." Well, when I was 6 years old, I accidentally got stuck in my throat once, and later I used vinegar to solve it. Since then, my mother has not allowed me to eat it, and I dare not eat it anymore, hee hee. Guan understood this time. Oh. She didn't even want to eat, so Guan simply took the fish plate. After a while, she went to wash her hands. The meat she had just eaten was all covered in sweet sauce. When she returned to her seat and was about to start eating the rice, she saw 2 large pieces of fish meat on top of the rice, and there were no fish bones to be seen. Her little head was filled with doubts. When I looked up, I saw that next to Guchen's bowl, there were a lot of fish bones. Guan was extremely happy. Her pink eye bags bulged as she looked at him. Guchen hurriedly explained, "How can I finish eating so much fish, so I picked out all the fish bones for you, just eat it with peace of mind." He smiled handsomely. She was suddenly so touched, like a good little rabbit, her eyes were tender and she nodded gently. "Chinchin, you said you don't care about me. Which girl can stand such gentleness?" She picked up the chopsticks and whispered to herself, but Guchen heard it. Without saying anything, I watched her eat rice. The fish meat was very fragrant. I took a bite without any hesitation and it was full of juice. The fish meat is very tender. After chewing for a while, I found that there was really no fish bone, not even a very small one. Crushing carp meat has many small bones. How did Guchen pick them out one by one?
I haven't eaten fish for several years, and what I ate today was cooked by Guchen.
It was so delicious. It was quite filling.
2 pieces of fish mixed with rice were eaten quickly.
Good, good, I want more.
Guchen saw that her smiling eyes were so cute. After dinner, he started washing the dishes again. Guan helped to clean the table and then accompanied him to wash the dishes again. They were just like a young couple who never got tired of doing this.
But Guchen did not admit it.
After everything was finished, Guchen wanted to take a shower first, so he told her, "Sit down first, I'll take a shower and then I'll arrange for you.
Don't touch anything, and don't hear anything, okay?"
She was a little reluctant after hearing this, but she agreed obediently. There is no way, whatever he says is what it is, of course we have to listen to Master Qinshan. However, Guan's eyes were always filled with a burning desire. She licked her lips and waited for him to step into the shower. Suddenly, Guchen saw her expectant expression and thought of something and said casually, "Also, don't eavesdrop on me taking a bath.
If I find out, I will definitely punish you."
He didn't care at first, but Guan acted as if something important was taken away by him easily.
Her expression became extremely reluctant, and she puffed up her cheeks. "What? This is not allowed?"
"Then I came here for nothing."
Guchen was a little dumbfounded for a moment.
He didn't hear clearly what the girl said, or he heard it wrongly.
Ah. Guan immediately explained, "Oh.
It's nothing, just take a bath without worry, I will protect you, hee." Guchen was speechless, and felt that being protected by her was the most dangerous thing. I didn't pay much attention to it, walked in, took off all the clothes I wanted to change, opened the door a crack, and habitually put my hand on the table outside the door, thinking about washing the clothes later. He has a habit at home, he takes off his clothes outside before coming in, because he always forgets to wash his clothes after taking them off in the shower room, which led to a huge pile of clothes once.
Then quickly lock the door.
Now I'm naked, I'm really afraid of being attacked by her.
That would be terrible.
When Guan came to her senses, she regretted not knocking on the door directly.
What a pity.
Guchen has a great body, because she has laid in his arms and has clearly touched him.
Listening to the sound of running water, Guan began to daydream.
Since Guchen had issued a warning, she didn't dare stand at the door for too long.
She found it too boring and had to find something to do. Then, I saw the clothes and pants that Guchen had taken off. So I picked it up, intending to perform well in front of him. Washing clothes.
I put all his dirty clothes in the bucket, poured in some detergent, rolled up my sleeves, and rubbed them carefully one by one like a hard-working housewife.
5 minutes later. Guchen came out of the shower, feeling refreshed physically and mentally. Guan was standing on the balcony hanging clothes.
Because the clothes rack was too high, she had to stand on tiptoe to get. This time he had to hang a pair of large shorts again, and Guchen felt embarrassed instantly. I tried to stick my toes in place for a long time but couldn't get them up, and I almost fell down.
I was so angry. Guchen smiled, quietly came behind her, and took the clothes. "Stupid, you used to be picky about food, right? That's why you're so short?" Guan only noticed him when she heard the voice.
I was kind enough to help you wash your clothes, but you actually said I was short, how annoying." After Guchen finished his shower, his hair was wet, his bangs covered his eyes, and he was wearing a white shirt.
In the eyes of the girl, Qinshan looked so cool.
Seeing that she was actually helping him wash his clothes, he stopped bullying her and gently sanded her little head.
Only then did she show a cat-like look of enjoyment on her face.
However, when he saw the bubbles on the clothes, he was stunned for a moment.
"Did you put too much detergent? There are bubbles all over the clothes." He looked up and saw bubbles on the other clothes that were hung up.
It was unclear whether the stains were washed clean or not, but the detergent did not wash them away at all.
This, that. I accidentally spilled too much detergent, and it won't come out no matter how hard I try. I'm having a headache too." Guchen twitched his lips. "Washing powder, I leave?"
Chapter 18. Don't be angry, give me a kiss, Baji. I picked up the laundry detergent on the ground again and found that there was only half a pack of the new laundry detergent left.
How could this spendthrift woman put too much? Damn, she's almost finished. No wonder it can't be cleaned. Doesn't washing powder cost money?
He put his hands on his chest and deliberately looked fierce. "Who will marry you in the future if you are so clumsy?" Guan was scolded, and she rubbed her hands together in self-blame.
"Isn't it you?"
The voice was very small, but quite stubborn. In fact, he is not fierce. At most, he is very gentle, just like a brother disciplining his sister.
Gu Chen rolled his eyes.
Then she took down all the clothes she had washed and washed them again. Chen, I've washed it many times, but I still can't wash off the foam.
I can't do anything. Gu Chen stared intently and filled 2 more buckets of water to wash the clothes.
If you work hard enough, you can grind an iron rod into a needle, he said. Guan also wanted to help after hearing this, but he refused and told her to go sit down. She thought Gu Chen was still angry, so she stayed by his side and kept apologizing. I was wrong, I'm sorry, I won't do this next time. I'll kiss you, Chen, don't be angry. She suddenly hugged him from behind, and then the lovely cherry pecked his clean face when he wasn't paying attention.
Baji. Hey, what are you doing?
Gu Chen came to his senses and realized something was wrong, but it was too late to stop it.
There is a red spot on my clean face. What is this? A reward? I don't need it. Are you still angry? Come over here too.
She was very quick, hugged him like a lover, and kissed him on the right cheek again.
Baji. Soon, the strawberries on both sides became symmetrical. Okay. I'm not angry anymore. He couldn't stand it anymore.
In fact, he wasn't angry at all.
Now he was almost going limp. He thought that his 36 years of experience would be worn away bit by this annoying girl.
Guan originally wanted to give him another kiss, because Gu Chen was so delicious.
He looked a little cute in the girl's eyes because he blushed.
I didn't kiss him again, I just hugged him and looked at his handsome face without saying a word.
Gu Chen was helpless. Big pot, it's inconvenient for you to hold me while washing clothes like this.
Oh. Only then did he let go of his hand and helped him get another bucket of water.
I have to say the quality of the detergent is good. It took 3 buckets of water to completely wash away the foam.
After hanging up the clothes, I went to the kitchen and bathroom and collected the garbage bags. I'm going to take out the garbage, you are not allowed to touch anything, and go take a shower and go to bed early.
Guan wanted to help, but he didn't need it at all. So he can only stand up straight. Captain Yesu. I promised to complete the mission. Then, Gu Chen smiled and turned to leave.
Guan watched him leave. She smiled and turned back to find clothes to take a shower. Then she walked into a room with a cracked door, which was Gu Chen's. The room was clean, tidy and odorless, the furnishings were arranged in an orderly manner, and there was a computer.
How can this be called a nerd? This is clearly the ideal man for women all over the world. Hee, are there pajamas in Chen-Chen's room? She jumped up and down, talking to herself.
When I came to the computer desk, I was attracted by several figurines on the desk. While like a child who has discovered candy, his eyes are full of curiosity.
The only otaku elements are these anime figures.
A few minutes later, Gu Chen came back from outside, closed the door, and was about to walk into the room. But Guan stopped him at the door and for the time being, he was not allowed to enter. Gu Chen looked at her in confusion and found a hint of nervousness on her face.
What's wrong?
After hearing this, Guan was startled and trembled for a moment. Then she avoided his gaze and her face turned pale. She was too embarrassed to look at him and said vaguely, Chen, let me ask you something.
Are the figures on your desk expensive? Where can I buy them? Gu Chen didn't know why she blocked him at the door and said these things.
Then he casually said, yes, they are very expensive, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands.
And most of them are limited editions. Guan was very surprised after hearing this.
She didn't expect the model to be so expensive, and it was a limited edition.
Well. He lowered his head again. Let me ask you another question. There is a huge Iron Man on the table. How much is it?
She was cautious. Gu Chen subconsciously said, this is the most expensive one, and it is limited to 50 units worldwide.
I asked my friends abroad to help me buy it. He said.
Figures are the romance of men, and they are limited edition, so he bought them. Of course, he didn't spend money recklessly, he applied for the money from his father, and he never asked him for help since then, and always planned to be self-reliant.
Tens of thousands? Limited edition? Guan's heart skipped a beat.
She didn't know why a man would spend so much money on these. Of course, money was not the problem.
The problem was that they were out of stock. Let me ask you one more question. If someone accidentally breaks your Iron Man into pieces, what would you do to her?
These words were spoken with a tearful tone, as if I was about to be executed. I tried hard to look into his eyes. He understood something instantly and gritted his teeth, that I might push her down on the bed and beat her up.
Guan was scared and leaned against the wall.
Seeing her put her hands behind her back, as if holding something, he pulled her hands up without saying a word.
Sure enough, I saw an Iron Man. But the surface was uneven. It looked like it had been dropped and glued back together with 502 glue. He stared at the Iron Man figure that had accompanied him throughout high school. His hands were shaking a little. Oh, sorry.
I just thought it was too big, so I wanted to play with it, but I accidentally broke it.
But I found some glue and put it on, but the effect doesn't seem to be very good.
I am willing to pay 10 times the price, please, Qinshan, please be gentle. She lowered her head, ready to be scolded and spanked, closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and grasped the corner of her clothes with her small hands. I see, the attitude of admitting mistakes is very correct.
Guan looked at her and then at Iron Man. The two of them stood at the door for 2 minutes.
Although Iron Man was badly damaged, Guan carefully pieced it together piece by piece, and not even a single piece was broken, just a few cracks.
And seeing her waiting to be scolded by him, how could Guan be angry?
He was afraid that if he scolded her even slightly, she would burst into tears out of self-blame.
He couldn't bear.
Forget it, it's just a pile of decorations anyway, and it's been repaired pretty well, so let's just leave it as it is, it's okay.
I have to admit that he has a good temper.
Guan then opened her nervous eyes, her eyes flickering with sparkling light. She was very confused, almost crying. How could she stop scolding him just like that? She put her palm on her chest again. I will definitely compensate you. Thank you, Qinshan, for forgiving me.
My Qinshan is too gentle. Stand on tiptoe again, Baji.
Chapter 19. If you touch the rabbit's ears, you will get pregnant.
Kissed him on the chin.
In fact, he dodged quickly, otherwise he would have kissed her on the mouth. Just now, it was like being bitten by a naughty and willful kitten, and it was inevitable that there were waves in his heart. He shook his head and said seriously, "Okay, go take a shower, it's getting late."
Okay, he lowered his head and gloated secretly. Finally, I walked past him and went straight to the bathroom. Guan just shook his head and looked at the Iron Man figurine that was handed back to him. Still hugged her with a heartache. Well, this loser mother. She came to the bathroom and found a glass shower room at the back and a toilet outside. She opened the shower room door, walked to the bathtub, filled it with water, and quickly took off her clothes. Her white and smooth feet stepped into the warm water like a dragonfly skimming the water and began to take a bath. Woohoo! After a while, she was almost done washing, and she pursed her lips. Guan was pouring water outside to drink when he suddenly heard some noise coming from the shower room. Qinshan, I forgot to take my pajamas, can you help me get it for a while? After hearing this soft request, Guchen's chest instinctively felt hot for some reason. Really? How can you take a bath without clothes? But how can I hand them to you? He complained slightly. But she laughed, hee, I don't have a lock, you are welcome anytime. When Guan heard this, he was surprised that he didn't take the clothes, but he actually didn't close the door? The behavior is obvious. He listened to the sound of raindrops hitting his delicate skin, and replied with a dry throat, I'll find it for you, but I'll just put it on the table outside, you can take it yourself. Guan inside the door immediately showed a look of disappointment. It's still too far for me to reach, can you help me bring it in? Although there is a glass door inside, there is no guarantee that the glass door will be open when you go in, so he won't be fooled. So I could only say, I can send you in, but if you dare to attack me by surprise or do anything weird, I will turn off your water heater, bathroom heater, and lights. I will make you take a cold shower, understand? After saying this, I smiled again. I am indeed resourceful. Guan, who was in the shower, suddenly became quiet for 2 seconds after hearing this, and thought to herself, if he can find a girlfriend like this, I will just take his surname. Humph. You are so mean, she whined for a long time and splashed water angrily. Although I'm almost done showering now, it would be really uncomfortable if he really locked me in the shower room naked without turning on the lights or the bathroom heater. I can only give up. Soon, Guan found a pair of pink bunny pajamas suitable for girls. This piece of clothing was the pajamas that my cousin accidentally left behind when she came to see me last time, and I didn't take it back. Today, it just came in handy. I took the pink dress to the bathroom and tentatively opened the door. I'm coming in. There was no response, but when I opened the door, I saw that the shower door was open. Guan was lying quietly in the water. Her little face was puffed up. He subconsciously wanted to cover his eyes,
but when he turned around, he found that her whole body was soaked in the water, with only her little head and the white knees below exposed.
It was a close call.
I put it here for you, remember to wear it later. Guchen put her on the small stand by the faucet again and paid close attention to her behavior. If there was anything wrong, he would close his eyes immediately.
Wanan's face was full of anger.
She had her chin buried under the warm water in her high ponytail.
She was so cute.
It suddenly reminded him of an anime character, Senior Mai, who also felt uncomfortable with her hair being too long when taking a bath, so she tied a ponytail, but she had always had a high ponytail.
Guchen came back to his senses and quickly looked away, turning around to leave.
Wanan saw his timid look and really wanted to tease him, so she suddenly stretched out her claws. She flew up into the air with her claws and fangs bared.
Ouch!
As a result, he was really scared, and he just closed his eyes and walked away. But after replaying the scene twice in her mind, she realized that she was fooled by this little guy. She didn't free her body but just stretched her arms out.
Guchen felt his face burning.
Although looking at someone's body is something that is consensual and the law does not prohibit it, he does not advocate it.
Maybe this is what a gentleman is. Hee Chinchin is so cute.
Before closing the door, I heard the girl's bell-like laughter again.
She was actually laughing at me. Cute hammer.
Since she didn't actually break the rules, her electricity couldn't be cut off. When Wanan came out of the shower, the pink bunny girl appeared stunningly in front of him. This plush bunny pajamas suits her very well, as if it was tailor-made for her, or it would not be an exaggeration to say that she is a bunny-eared girl. As soon as she came out, she covered her head with the brim of her hat, which made her look even more innocent and cute.
Chinchin, come on, so you've already prepared such cute pajamas for me?
Guchen stood at the door, looking at the cute little rabbit in front of him in a daze.
He was almost destroyed by the cuteness. The rabbit's eyes were blinking.
And there is a small white ball at the end that serves as a tail. Besides the rabbit ears, that is the second place he wants to grab the most. There was not much explanation, just touching her head, and she quickly jumped up. She took out the dirty clothes and went to the balcony to wash them. Chen originally wanted to help her wash them, but those were girls' clothes, and he was too embarrassed to even look at them, so how could he touch them? But I still stayed by her side, helping her get water and supervising her pouring the detergent.
Soon, everything was over, and the two saw a light rain outside the window, and it seemed that thunder was about to hit. The next step is to assign each room.
Guchen's house has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, so 1 room per person is completely enough.
In fact, he really didn't expect Wanan to sleep in his house today.
Maybe she really had a fight with her parents, or maybe she just wanted to live together unilaterally.
No matter what, since I have already promised him and taken a shower, I can only sleep here.
He carried her to the door of a room, and Wanan rubbed her hands together, looking forward to his arrangements.
It's time to go to sleep. She was so happy that her pink little ears were about to stand up. I have cleaned the room for you. The Wi-Fi password is 88. Don't play too late. I'm going to bed first. Good night.
He advised like a father. After Wanan heard this in a daze, her face was as disappointed as an avalanche.
What? Aren't we sleeping together?
She tapped her lips and grabbed the corner of his clothes, innocent and cute.
Guchen smiled slightly. He guessed that she would say that, so he immediately grabbed her 2 rabbit ears and lifted her up. Yi Wanan, what do you want? There are 2 rooms, why don't you sleep in separate rooms? Besides, I always snore when I sleep, so my arrangement is correct.
He smiled and let go of her ear. Her expression immediately became full of resentment, and she punched him in the chest with her fist.
Ah, hate it, you'll get pregnant if you touch Bunny's ears. Chapter 20 Sleeping Together?
Impossible, even jumping down from here won't work.
Guchen almost laughed out loud.
I'm afraid of the dark, can you please take care of me? Let's sleep together for one night, I swear I won't do anything tricky. She came up and hugged him with both hands, her voice was tender. If she were an ordinary person, she would have turned him over and held him in her arms to pamper him. She crossed her arms to prevent him from pushing her away.
A naughty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Guchen would not listen to her nonsense. Stop lying, who is afraid of the dark these days?
If you are really afraid of the dark, you can turn on the light.
I can still afford the electricity bill.
That's it, let go.
Hearing him say that, Wanan's little face showed her little tiger teeth in anger. No.
If you don't let me sleep with you, I will hold you all the time. I love hearing you snoring the most. And I am also very well behaved when I sleep.
Besides, when I wake up in the morning and open my eyes, I can see my beautiful girlfriend lying next to me.
Isn't that a very happy thing? She tried to find excuses and was quite serious about it.
She hugged him tighter, with her little face pressed against his chest.
Aha! Stop giving yourself drama. Boring.
There will be a second time for sleeping if there is a first time, so he must definitely restrain himself from doing this. I'm telling you, I don't care whether you let go or not.
Even if the sky falls, I won't sleep with you.
We can stay together until tomorrow morning, he said firmly. Although it is very comfortable to sleep with a soft girl in his arms, he still prefers a cartoon pillow. The two of them stayed at the door like this. Guchen tickled her soft flesh from time to time, making her feel itchy. She wanted to let go several times, but she insisted on holding him. Soon, Wanan thought that she couldn't stay at the door any longer.
Guchen's perseverance was too strong. She couldn't compare to him at all.
So she could only hug him and drag his body to her room.
She leaned back hard, babbling iha iha.
Because her center of gravity was forward, Guchen was afraid that she would fall like he did last time, and hit her head on the ground.
So I had to give in little by little.
Just like that, she slowly dragged him into the room, and Wanan cleverly closed the door with her buttocks. She raised her head and continued to look at Guchen, with that handsome and heart-stirring appearance, and smiled foolishly. Hee hee, today you are mine. Little did she know that if Guchen hadn't let her, she wouldn't have been able to pull it. He felt amused. In the end, it took nearly 10 minutes to carry Guchen, the straight man, to the bed. At first, she came to the bedside, then shook her body twice.
Guchen couldn't control himself and fell on the bed.
Feeling his weight pressing down on her, she murmured, "Ah." But she recovered quickly and hugged him tightly again, so that the two of them could sleep peacefully while hugging each other. But Guchen was also very stubborn. He pressed her down on top of her and looked into Wanan's eyes. He was really impressed by this little guy.
Didn't his hands get tired?
We're already in bed, let's just take our time anyway. I'm not losing out if I hold you in my arms for a night.
She was a little proud. Guchen was pressing her from the front.
If he wasn't careful, he could kiss her face to face at any time.
This feeling is very anxious.
Wanan was fine, but he felt hot. Because the girl's legs are hooked around his back. When Guchen looked up, he saw the cute smiling face under the bunny ears.
He deliberately said fiercely, "Okay, then let's wait and see.
I'll leave when you fall asleep.
Even the king of heaven can't stop him."
Hee hee.
Sure, then I'll stay up all night.
We can just look at each other all night. She smiled, and occasionally pouted her lips, trying to kiss him, but he could only avoid her. Whether the girl is standing or lying down, her baby face without any extra fat is always super cute. If there were someone watching, they would definitely envy me for having such a lovely girlfriend.
But these are things that give him a headache. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 20 minutes passed.
Finally, Wanan, who had boasted so much, couldn't hold on any longer. Her eyes were groggy, her mouth was yawning, and she was so sleepy that she almost cried ah. Just like a kitten taking a nap, Guchen has already seen her little canine teeth.
He wasn't sleepy, he was just helpless.
Because I was pressing on her, I had to hold my body up and keep a certain distance from her.
If I didn't control it well, I would press her.
Coupled with Wanan's warm and pleasant-smelling body, this man didn't feel sleepy at all. Another minute later, the girl's breathing became soft and even, and her hands finally loosened and slowly slid down from both sides. She also put her thighs on the bed, and her body just lay there softly, feeling very comfortable.
Guchen looked at the little girl and shook his head. He really couldn't do anything with her. She acted like a child. In the end, she lost first.
He then felt numb all over and wanted to get up, but Wanan, who was about to fall asleep, couldn't open her long eyelashes. She said something in her sleep with her cherry lips, babbling, "Shin-shin.
I want a goodnight kiss, so I can sleep soundly."
It was a little fuzzy, but he still understood it. He thought he had woken her up with the noise, but it turned out to be just her dream talk. She was not conscious. But these words were so soft and sticky that he took them to heart.
"Will a kiss help you sleep better?"
Looking at her sleeping face, she is so adorable, so cute.
Then I'll make an exception.
He didn't even notice that his gaze had become more doting, and he lowered his head and gently touched her delicate forehead. Just for a moment, without stopping, he stood up and left. I don't know why, maybe he has no resistance to cute things, or maybe it's because the weather is too hot and his mind is confused.
Anyway, it's just a kiss, I want to do it again next time. He comforted himself in this way.
When he came to the bed, Wanan was still sleeping soundly, so he stretched his waist, closed the door for her, went to the bathroom, and returned to his room.
Girl's room.
After Wanan was kissed by Gu Chen, her face turned red unconsciously, but she did not wake up. She just dreamed of the Prince Charming who leaned over and kissed her forehead. A goodnight kiss can really help her sleep better. Gu Chen returned to the house, locked the door, and then lay down on the bed exhausted, turned off the lights and fell asleep. I wanted to play games, but it was already 11 o'clock.
As for Wanan, of course we can't sleep together, or something bad will happen.
Outside the window, the rain is still falling, hitting the glass, and the sky is covered with dark clouds.
2 hours later, it was already past 1 in the morning. The rain has gotten heavier and thunder has begun.
Wanan was sleeping soundly in the room, lying on her back with her legs spread out. I was having a sweet dream when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck outside the window.
Swish! Along with the sound of rain, the thunder and lightning were very scary. Even though Wanan was sleeping soundly, she couldn't help but frown. Chapter 21. It's thundering. It's okay, I'll protect you.
I turned over and wanted to continue sleeping, but then, another louder thunder struck outside the window.
Bang!
When Wanan heard the thunder, it was like a sharp thorn piercing her ears. Almost instantly, her petite body trembled on the bed, and she sat up, staring at the empty room with her eyes wide open, feeling a little scared. The thunder outside continued, and another one struck.
Flashes formed on the window.
Fearing thunder, she had already curled up in the quilt, curled up like a dumpling, shivering. Many girls are afraid of thunder, and she is no exception. And the thunder was so loud today that it frightened her and made her cry in her quilt.
Wow, Chen, I'm so scared, where are you?
Her tears soaked a small part of the quilt, and she prayed that Gu Chen would appear.
Woo, I hate thunder. She cried so hard that she didn't recognize any relatives. After a few seconds, she finally couldn't hold on any longer.
I was afraid of the dark to begin with, and there was thunder in the room. What's more, Chen, who we had agreed to sleep with, was not there.
Her young heart needs to be cared for.
At this moment, like a caterpillar, he slid off the bed, quickly stood on tiptoe to open the door, and fled to the hall. It was quieter here because the balcony windows were closed, but you could still see the thunder. In the darkness, I slowly groped my way and finally found Gu Chen's door. Then he gently pulled the door handle and turned it. Her lips trembled a little.
Gu Chen, can you open the door for a moment? I'm so scared. Can you stay with me for a while? Just for a while, please. I'll leave when it's over. Please. Chen, don't leave me alone. I'm so cold.
I knocked on the door a few times, but I didn't see any sign of the person inside opening the door, whether he was sleeping too soundly or for some other reason. She gradually felt lost, and as she listened to the thunder, she pulled the door and slid down to the ground like a puddle of water.
Woo.
He started crying again, like a child that no one wants. However, the dawn may be late, but it will never be absent.
Click.
The door handle suddenly loosened twice, but the door slowly opened from the inside, and Wanan's delicate body slid into the door. Suddenly, a pair of big hands gently picked her up in a princess hug, and her delicate body fell into the warm embrace.
Wanan? What's wrong? Why did you come to my room? Are you okay? Don't cry. I'm afraid of thunder.
Hearing this delicate and pitiful voice, Gu Chen was shocked and felt heartbroken. Then the little head struggled to get into his arms again, seeking shelter.
Gu Chen thought for a while, and roughly understood what was going on, so he quickly carried her to the bed. Be good, it's okay, I'm here, don't be afraid. He was as gentle as if he was coaxing a child. He wanted to let her go and close the door, but Wanan held him tightly. It seemed like she would never let go in this life. Don't go, hold me tight, okay?
The girl begged with tears in her eyes, and he smiled helplessly and gently wiped away her tears. He saw that there were already 2 tear marks on her cheeks. He suddenly felt a little guilty, but he didn't understand where this guilt came from. He wiped her tears, touched her sniffling nose, and patted her head gently. Okay, don't cry, I'll hold you to sleep. Then he hugged her waist affectionately, letting the two of them hug each other. Good boy, I'll protect you. He was like coaxing a child, and Wanan gradually became less scared, but her body was still trembling slightly. He gently pulled the quilt over and covered her with more. This time, no matter how loud the thunder outside, she would not be afraid anymore, because she had found a warm haven.
Gradually, the girl in his arms fell asleep under his comfort.
When she was about to close her eyes, she glanced at Guchen, who was still trying to coax her to sleep, and said softly, "Give me a kiss, and don't push me away." Suddenly she pouted her lips, and because their faces were very close, she ended up kissing his nose. Guan originally wanted to kiss him directly, but she was so exhausted from his comfort that she had no strength left.
Woohoo! Breathing becomes even. However, Guchen's body became hot from that kiss. Damn it, why did you kiss me when you're just going to sleep? Are you going to let me sleep?
Looking at her, he unconsciously showed a hint of fondness on his face.
How could he possibly chase her away?
Then, he also planned to go to sleep. I didn't expect that I would be so stubborn until the end and still sleep next to her.
It's true that things are unpredictable and plans can't keep up with changes.
But it doesn't seem that bad, at least it can replace the pillow. Holding her slender waist, resting my chin on her head, I slowly fell asleep. The thunder outside was still loud, but the two people in the room were sleeping soundly. Time flies, and it is the next morning, and the birds on the branches are chirping.
Because of the heavy rain last night, the air is humid today and the temperature is just right. Guchen in the room woke up first.
I opened my eyes, shook my head, and found myself lying on the ground. Immediately, question marks appeared on my forehead. He remembered that they slept together in each other's arms.
How did they sleep on the floor? How did they do that?
I slowly stood up and found that my waist was a little painful, as if something had squeezed it. Holding my waist, I came to the bedside and saw the bunny-eared girl lying on the bed with her legs spread out.
She was still asleep even in the bright sun.
And now her body is in a big letter shape, like an astronaut.
After a night of swaying, she has come to the edge of the bed.
If she moves a little bit, she might fall off. The bunny costume she was wearing was the kind that covered her hips, so her thighs were not covered at all, and they were dazzlingly white in the sun. This silly look gives people a carefree feeling. He just recalled that Guan swayed easily when she slept, and she would sway a lot almost every hour.
And she was totally unaware.
At 5 o'clock in the morning, I was kicked off the bed by her by accident. I had a close contact with the ground.
Chapter 22, The Little Guy Who Still Needs to Be Served.
I never expected that such a beautiful girl CEO would have a personality that is even worse than a child's in sleep. After being kicked off the bed accidentally, Guchen was too lazy to get up and just slept next to her until now.
I think it really makes me feel a bit like a migraine. Who would marry her with such a personality? Who would dare to sleep with her? What a sin.
She shook her head, but the morning sun shone on her fair face, and she looked quite obedient. And her face is hidden in the furry bunny hood, which makes people want to fill the cute gap with their face.
Of course, this will make you kiss her.
Putting aside the strange thoughts, he turned and left the room to buy breakfast. 10 minutes later, I bought breakfast, but found that she was still sleeping in.
It's so late. If I don't get up, I'll be late, he complained. She just turned over in bed.
Guchen set the breakfast ready, rolled up his sleeves and pulled her out of bed.
Yiwanan, the sun is shining on your butt, hurry up and get up.
After shouting a few words, she just made a few noises and fell asleep again.
Guchen had no choice but to grab her delicate wrist. Wake up, lazy pig. After I pulled her up in the air, I thought she would no longer feel sleepy.
However, as soon as I let go, her soft body fell down like water, blending into the bed again, breathing evenly.
Ha ha.
After doing so much, she just scratched her butt and continued to sleep.
It can be said that he is oblivious to what is happening outside the window. Guchen was furious.
Looking at her beautiful sleeping face, no one would have thought that such a beautiful female CEO would actually sleep in. She would even drool from time to time. Although it smelled good, he still planned to wash the pillow afterwards. This guy is really sleeping late, even more soundly than a child.
It seems like he needs to be hit on the butt with a stick to wake him up, right?
So he tilted his head to look at her face, then reached out with one hand and gently patted her butt twice.
Of course there will be some pain, otherwise how can we wake her up?
After being spanked, Guan immediately covered her butt with her hands, without opening her eyes, and said softly, "Mom, let me sleep for another minute, don't spank me." After hearing this, Guchen was completely melted by this little guy, and a hint of pampering appeared on his face unconsciously. She thought she was at home and her mother came to wake her up for dinner.
Guchen thought about it and realized that there was a reason for sleeping in.
It was already 1 a.m. yesterday when the thunder came to his room. He was busy for a long time, so he didn't sleep well. But she had to go to work, and there were several missed calls on her phone.
Wanan, you get up first.
Gu-chan went to get a washcloth and washed her face, which made her a little more awake. She was finally able to half sit on the bed, but she was still dazed and shaking her head. Then she went to find the clothes she wanted to wear. I went to the balcony and took down the white underwear and black jacket that I had washed and dried yesterday, as well as the glasses. Finally, she took off a pair of white cartoon underwear. When I arrived at the door of the room, I suddenly remembered something important.
That means Wanan didn't seem to be wearing that last night.
Thinking of this, he was extremely shocked.
He just found her a pair of bunny pajamas yesterday.
They hugged each other for so long under such circumstances. If he had known about this situation yesterday, this annoying little devil would probably have kept him awake until this morning. Putting aside the messy thoughts, I threw the clothes to her, turned my back to her and let her put them on little by little. She was still very sleepy, and it took her 10 minutes to get dressed.
I'm done getting dressed. I'm so tired.
Gu-chan turned around and looked at the outfit of this career woman, and felt that it was totally out of place with the sleepy girl. He smiled and asked her to get up, but she couldn't even stand steadily after getting out of bed, so he could only take the initiative, bend down, and gently carry her up on his back, and then walked to the hall and sat down. During this time, Wanan was yawning due to sleepiness, and her soft breath always hit his ears. "Come, have some fried dough sticks."
Gu-chan asked her to hold on,
but she was so exhausted that she couldn't hold on firmly. So I had to tear it off and feed it to her little by little.
"Open your mouth, idiot."
Just like taking care of a child.
And then baji. Chew bit by bit.
She ate with her eyes closed almost the entire time, sitting cross-legged on a stool, so adorable.
"Soy milk, open your mouth." Gurgle.
Gu-chan was taking care of her like he was taking care of his own daughter, patiently guiding her and never getting tired of it.
After dinner, she put a small oily finger in her mouth again.
Gu-chan took it away immediately and carried her to wash her hands.
"Don't suck it next time, your hands will rot," he taught.
Wanan nodded in a daze, but when she came to her senses, she realized that he had treated her like a little kid. After eating, I took her to wash her face and rinse her teeth. Squeeze the toothpaste, let her open her mouth, and gently rub it up and down on the sandalwood mouth. Then use facial cleanser to apply evenly on her face and wipe with water. During the process, he discovered that the facial cleanser was not as white as her skin, and he accidentally choked her nose with water, causing her to cough like a kitten sticking out its tongue, qua. But I blame myself for sucking it in.
After this set of operations, Wanan finally woke up from her sleepiness and didn't want to sleep anymore.
Chinchin, good morning. Her little hand patted his face, thinking of how he had been accompanying her last night and today, working tirelessly. She was so grateful.
"Bullshit, look at the time yourself," he said fiercely. "Oh yeah, it's late, the morning is almost over. So, give me a good morning kiss."
She moved closer, pressed against his chest. Gu-chan was so upset that he wanted to help her put on her shoes, but his body suddenly froze.
"Good morning kiss? You're dreaming. Now that you're awake, just put on your shoes yourself."
He threw her original white cloth shoes on the ground, a little frustrated.
Wanan was lying on the bed like a doll, swinging her body.
Don't be like this, a day without a good morning kiss is incomplete.
Gu-chan listened to the silly voice and rolled his eyes. "Can you help me put on my shoes? I won't make trouble this time."
She then made a compromise and hoped that Gu-chan could wear her shoes once, so that she would be closer to love. The delicate feet were now lifted from the bench into the air, slightly raised.
"This is so pretty."
Although he is not a foot control, he can't help but be moved. He suddenly remembered an excellent action movie, and his throat gurgled.
Chapter 23. Damn it, the female CEO wants to hit me.
Wanan's face also turned slightly red. It was the first time she asked a boy to help her put on her shoes. Of course, it was more because of his gaze.
"It's embarrassing to be stared at like that."
I had no choice but to let the foot dangle in front of me any longer, so I squatted down and immediately grabbed her. Then he quickly took out his socks and put them on gently. Wanan felt the movements of him putting on his socks, and suddenly she had a different feeling in her heart. She bit her lips lightly, her mind wandering, and she looked at his blushing face. The two people didn't speak, but they communicated something in the dark. Finally, Gu-chan put on her cloth shoes and tied her shoelaces, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I wanted to stand up properly, but Wanan just leaned down.
"Thank you Chen-chan for everything you have done for me. Kiss you."
Baji. The timing was just right, one was rising and the other was leaning down, their faces just touched, and they kissed lightly. One closed her eyes and was very attentive. Although I kissed him on the mouth this time, I didn't kiss him completely. I just kissed the corner of his smiling mouth. When Guchen came back to his senses, he opened his eyes wide and quickly straightened her up.
Wanan, saliva.
He wanted to say something, but his mind went blank for a moment. The girl who was pushed away was still a little obsessed with it.
I shook her head and finally came back to reality. Guchen gently wiped the corners of his mouth.
The place where she had kissed him was covered with saliva. He found that he was becoming increasingly helpless against her.
Is this a thank you? But he doesn't need it. But if you kiss the corner of the mouth, then your first kiss can still be considered saved, right?
Wanan was a little proud on the stool, hee.
Guchen, next time if you do this again I will spank you.
Humph. Wanan immediately covered her but to stop him from hitting her.
It's already 8 o'clock, and there's still an hour before work starts at 9 o'clock.
They were planning to go out, but Wanan didn't want to go after putting on her shoes, so she asked him to carry her. After begging for a while, Guchen finally carried her out the door. She was not obedient at all on his back, blowing hot air in his ears, making him weak when walking and almost falling down.
I closed the door, walked into the elevator, and pressed the first floor.
There were a few elderly passengers in the elevator early in the morning, probably out to bask in the sun.
2 of them were the middle-aged women from yesterday.
After seeing the 2 people hugging each other, they moved away a little.
You can see these 2 people everywhere.
Her body was very light and soft. He carried her on his back and quickly came to the car.
Wanan drove.
Along the way, they chatted with each other with a smile on their faces.
He didn't pay attention. Soon after, they arrived at the company.
When he got off the car at the parking lot, Guchen took a look at his electric scooter and found that the chain had been put on. I think Wanan must have arranged for her secretary to help her get up there. After entering the company, I was met with surprised comments from my colleagues as expected.
Hey! Why did our president follow Guchen in? Could it be that the 2 of them were together yesterday? Will it come to the point of booking a room? Isn't that possible?
If they really slept together, our president is so petite, how could he still walk?
Are you uncomfortable?
Time passed quickly, and an hour later, Guchen finally got rid of the discussions of his colleagues. To be honest, he actually admired Wanan's character of being frank when she liked someone and not caring about what people said. But I heard that he was still afraid of his parents, but his parents said that boys nowadays are not good, and they don't want her to just pick one. Start working, plug in the computer, and a series of orderly videos appear on the screen. The first video is about extreme sports. A foreign man falls from a high altitude into a river.
He gave an official safety tip and promoted the traffic pool.
After all, he is a technical blogger.
Next is a beautiful girl. Her account is actually Ikawa Rio. She is a real internet celebrity, and I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to review her video.
I heard that she is the most beautiful girl in the world.
Guchen has seen quite a few of them. But he always feels that Wanan is more refined.
Almost instantly, I threw away the comparison idea that suddenly popped up. The heroine in this video was dancing, so I gave her a big push so that more people could see it. Then, he swiped another message, and this one made him frown a little.
Account, Chinchin's private treasure. What the hell is this?
I carefully watched the video pushed by the system. It turned out to be a boy wearing an apron and cooking from behind. Then on the right was a pretty girl with a baby face, who was about to kiss the boy's cheek. They took a photo. The video content is a compilation of several photos, in which there are kissing, licking tongue, making faces, or growing rabbit ears on the boy's head.
Anyway, it's just a joke. After watching it, I finally realized, isn't this me?
In the video, at this time, it seems that they have just started to cook sweet and sour spare ribs. They are quite serious, so Wanan took the opportunity to do something funny behind them, quietly, and Guchen didn't notice it at all.
He immediately looked up at the office. Oh my god, so Wanan had been editing videos in the office? And then uploaded them to the internet? And they were just sent to her computer by the short video system for review? Great. Great. Have you ever thought about this video? It doesn't exist. Guchen looked through the past videos of this account and found that most of them were secretly taken photos of herself.
A small number of them were taken of her in person, which was simply unbelievable. And because both of them are very delicate, as long as they show their faces, the number of views will rise sharply.
Every like will exceed 100,000. If she posts a few more, she'll be a small internet celebrity.
But she didn't cheat, she relied on her real ability.
This is good, Guchen directly limits the flow. Let her show off.
A few minutes later, in the CEO's office, Guan was tired and picked up her phone to check a video she had sent out before.
What happened to the video?
But what she cared more about was receiving everyone's blessings.
It took a long time to edit that video.
It must have been very hard work. I predict that it will get at least 200,000 likes. However, when I clicked on it, I saw that there were only a few hundred likes from pure fans. As a professional, she could tell at a glance that this abnormal phenomenon had not been pushed to the traffic pool at all.
What's going on? Did the auditor make a mistake in the audit? She didn't quite understand.
Previously, a 3-second selfie video had tens of thousands of likes, so why did this video only have a few hundred? He turned his gaze to the computer again, clicked a few keys, and then the screen immediately entered the president's audit page.
This is the president's independent review system, which can find out which reviewer has reviewed his video.
It is equivalent to a super administrator with great powers. She is the president, of course she has this right. After waiting for a few minutes, she found the result, snorted, and then raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Holding the phone, he then strode out of the president's office. When Guchen saw someone coming out, he immediately raised his eyebrows, because Guan's face was puffed up at this time, and it was obvious that she wanted to settle a score with someone. He lowered his head to reduce his presence, thinking that it shouldn't be about the video, it couldn't be such a coincidence.
However, what you fear will come to you. Guan suddenly turned around and came to Guchen. What's wrong? Who made you angry?
He continued to review the video, pretending to be casual, but in fact he was sweating. Because once she comes, she might not leave.
Right. Someone made me angry. If I tell you, will you help me beat him up?
She pouted her willful lips.
Chapter 24. Why do the potato chips in your mouth taste sweet?
Who?
He asked, raising an eyebrow.
Humph.
The person who restricted the flow of my video, do you think he is hateful? Should I punish him? Guchen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Pretending to type on the keyboard, he replied, that's really abominable.
Guan narrowed her eyes, if you don't help me punish him, then I will do it myself.
Guchen was stunned, how do you want to punish me?
Of course, bite his ear or mouth and don't let go. Then he showed a cute smirk.
Guchen was immediately shocked.
The punishment had such a residual effect.
He couldn't bear to watch it.
Afterwards, Guan came and hugged him again, and Guchen realized that he was begging for mercy.
Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you?
He was speechless. He actually forgot that she was the boss and had the highest authority. The auditor could be found through the video, after all, the videos were pushed by the company system. Guan hugged him and refused to let go, as if she had won a victory.
She curled her lips and said proudly, no, I'm going to punish you, accept the punishment. She chose to bite his ear nearby.
Afterwards, the two of them played around for a while, spreading dog food all over the ground and attracting countless people to watch.
After 2 minutes, the two of them stopped playing around.
Guan looked up, and everyone immediately sat back in their seats and continued working. Everyone thought that the president was really going to punish him today, but he turned out to be showing off his affection again.
Now he doesn't have to eat lunch anymore.
Because of Guchen's resistance, Guan's hair was a little messy, so she quickly tidied it up. Although he blocked her attack of biting his ear, he was shot in the neck, leaving a bright red strawberry mark. Girls like to wear lipstick, so after being kissed by her, the strawberry mark was particularly bright. Just now, in front of so many colleagues, Guchen felt too embarrassed, so he resisted stubbornly. Guan finally had to settle for the next best thing and bit his smooth neck, then licked the corner of his lips. He regretted limiting the flow of her videos, otherwise he wouldn't have come to her door.
Guchen looked like a little man who had been taken advantage of, really. Next time you do this, I will sue you for being a hooligan, understand?
Although it seems that nothing a female hooligan does is against the law.
Slightly.
He started to work normally, and Guan stopped being naughty. She brought a stool and sat next to him, watching him review the video quietly.
But Guchen was confused. Does this count as a female president supervising employees? During the process, Guan gave him some advice.
But when she encountered young women with revealing clothes or who looked very seductive and flirtatious, she would directly ban or limit the flow of people. Anyway, she was very fast and fierce. She didn't want Guchen to take another look. She had all the control of the mouse. After a while, Guchen took out some potato chips and ate them while examining. Guan also reached out and grabbed the potato chips without hesitation, stuffed them into her cherry mouth, and nibbled on them bit by bit like a little hamster. Guchen pointed at her immoral behavior and said, "Big pot, this is mine. If you want to eat, go get it yourself." The key point is that there are only a few packets left. Things like potato chips are actually provided for free, but you have to go downstairs to get them, which is quite troublesome running back and forth. Guan looked very surprised after hearing this. What? Isn't what's yours mine? What she said may sound righteous, but in reality it makes no sense. After that, she stuck out her tongue at him, as if to say, "What can you do to me? Come and hit me." Guchen was so upset that he thought about it and decided to forget it. He didn't want to argue with a child. After finishing a bag of potato chips, he took out a few more bags, but most of them were eaten by Guan. "Obviously I can get it myself, but it seems that it would be more delicious if I grab Guchen's." He looked at the last piece of potato chips and slowly stuffed it into her mouth. He really couldn't do anything with this little bastard. "At least leave me one piece." He was very upset. Guan pinched the potato chips between her index finger and thumb and was about to put them into her mouth, but suddenly she curled up the corners of her lips cutely. "Okay, I still have a piece in my mouth, so eat the one in my mouth." The little lips curled up, and then the potato chips were gently touched to the plump red lips. The moisture on the lips was quickly absorbed, and a little more was stuffed in, and then it was gently bitten, leaving most of it outside, which was quite tempting. At this time, she placed both hands on the bench, leaned slightly towards him, and blinked her eyes at him. Seeing Guan's teasing scene, he immediately rolled his eyes. "Boring, I won't eat anymore." Seeing that he didn't appreciate it, Guan nudged him closer, blinked her eyes vigorously, and made a sound with her throat, "Chin, come on." She moved her body a little further forward, her face almost touching his. At a close distance, that thin potato chip had already scratched Guchen's fair skin. Plus the touch of Guan's soft skin, rubbing against your face, is like a kitten wanting to get close to you. Guchen couldn't stand her being so affectionate, and tried to avoid her, but she leaned towards him. He had to eat a bite of the potato chips in his mouth. The potato chips had already slid from his face to the corners of his mouth. He only needed to turn his head to take a bite. Let's eat." Guan cast her lovely eyes hard again, and pursed her lips. Guchen was really helpless. If this continued, he would hug her. "Okay, I'll eat it, okay?" Then, he opened his lips and gently bit the potato chip, just a little bit, for fear that if he bit too much, it would touch her lips. How do you describe the taste of these tomato-flavored potato chips? Why do they taste sweet? Guan looked at the lips that only took a bite and then left. She was a little unhappy, but she was already satisfied. She then put the bitten potato chip completely into her mouth and chewed it carefully. The potato chips that Chin bit felt so good. I looked so immersed in it that I even planned to go back and get a few more bags of potato chips and try the same thing, because it would be really sweet. These words made Guchen's mouth twitch, and he was forced to complete an indirect kiss again. It was really annoying. Colleagues on the side were all smacking their lips. Lunch would be here in a while, and it seemed that a lot of people would not go to the cafeteria. Especially Li Xiang and Guchen, who were showing affection next to him. He was hurt the most. The key is that he didn't have a girlfriend. I taught him to cherish the opportunity before, but these two people were annoying each other here every day, which made him regret it a little. He could only drink more water to relieve his fucked up mood. After Guan swallowed it, she watched Guchen work, and suddenly a good idea popped up in her head. Chin, it seems that you have been working here for more than half a month, right? Remember to hand in an employee experience report today. I will personally review it. If you don't hand it in, I won't let you go home. Blinked playfully again. Chapter 25, Flirting and Running Away, Is That Irresponsible? Guchen tilted his head, looking reluctant. I won't hand it over. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I won't hand it over. He was very stubborn. Guan didn't believe him. She stood up, brushed off the potato chip crumbs on her body, and went back to the office. During this time, she kept flirting with Guchen, as if to encourage him to write a good employee review. In fact, men also have a little deer in their hearts. For a moment, his little deer was moved. Really? Why did you pick me? There is actually no need to share personal experiences.
It was just Wanan's willful request. She is really bored. However, it seems that she has never asked anyone to submit a report except herself. Nearly half an hour later, someone knocked gently on the glass door of the office. Come in.
Yi Wanan, who was reading documents at her desk, said casually, thinking it was the secretary who came in, and didn't pay much attention. However, after he entered the room, he threw a piece of white A4 paper in front of her.
Wanan then looked up. Hey! Chen? Are you here to play with me?
Her eyes were instantly filled with joy, and she subconsciously stood up, because this was the first time Gu Chen entered her office.
But Gu Chen said, What the hell, I'm here to hand in a report, have you forgotten? Wanan sat down after hearing that.
She thought he was thinking about her, but it turned out that he just came to submit a report.
Etc. Finished the report in half an hour? Wanan took the A4 paper and looked at him again with a confident look on his face.
The report was written so quickly, and Wanan didn't rush him at all. With such a speed, he couldn't help but think that Gu Chen was just trying to fool him. If you ask someone else to write the report, it will take at least half a day to polish it carefully, because if you write it too quickly and hand it in, people will doubt your seriousness.
It's like an exam.
If you finish the college entrance examination paper in 10 minutes, the invigilator will inevitably take a second look at it.
I'm going back now. Gu Chen handed in his stuff and wanted to leave. But Wanan stopped him. Wait a minute. I haven't reviewed it yet.
She began to carefully check the report, trying to find possible errors in it, because this would allow Gu Chen to stay here for a while longer. He had no choice but to stay there, but Wanan helped him move a bench over for him to sit on.
Gu Chen's mouth twitched. I'm not here to drink tea. I'm not here to accompany her, what's the point of moving a bench? He finally sat on it. Wanan began to examine, Gu Chen looked at her.
She frowned, looking very serious.
Chen suddenly felt a little confused. Is this still the Wanan who was afraid of thunder yesterday and loved to sleep in this morning?
He found that Wanan would act like a serious leader when she was at work, but would become a cute little girl after get off work. Wanan didn't notice his gaze, but read the words.
Title, Work Experience and Self-Improvement. 1. In my work, I always hold myself to a higher standard and keep making progress.
In terms of ideological cultivation, I actively participate in political literacy and theoretical studies organized by the unit and higher authorities, and strive to improve my theoretical knowledge level.
2. Work hard to learn work knowledge, do a good job in basic work, and achieve self-improvement. In my daily work, I adhere to the principle of serving the people. Then I read a few more paragraphs.
Although the words on this piece of paper were densely packed, the paragraphs were very clear. The more she read, the less problems she could find.
It was so well written.
Every word between the lines reveals his practical work experience.
It's as if he has been an employee for more than 10 years. Or it's not an exaggeration to say that he was once the boss of a group. Otherwise, he couldn't write such a solid article.
Wanan read a paragraph, looked at him, and looked at him again.
There is absolutely no fault to be found. What should I do?
Chen looked at her nervous expression, wanting to find fault but unable to, and a smile appeared on his lips. Of course there was nothing wrong with it, after all, he had 36 years of experience. This article was basically just his true feelings, and then he added some embellishments, saying that he would work hard for the group, and any boss would be happy to read it.
Well, now that you've seen it all, I'll leave. He stood up again, intending to go back to fishing and eating potato chips.
But Wanan called him from behind, her voice stuttering, Hey, you are not allowed to leave. Then he immediately made up a sentence, This article still has a big problem.
Oh? Gu Chen looked back, feeling that she was going to do something weird.
And racked his brains and finally came up with a reason. He pointed out innocently and romantically, That's right, this paper is too thick and it feels uncomfortable to touch. After saying that, a hint of pride appeared on her face, but soon when she looked at Gu Chen, her lively eyes began to dodge again.
Chen, I'm speechless, this is just nitpicking. Boring.
He rolled his eyes.
Humph, you can't pass through my place anyway.
If you can't pass, you can't go home. With her arms around her chest, she looked a little proud again.
Ah. This damned little capitalist.
He really wanted to give her a good beating and spank her, but this was an office, and it would be bad if the secretary came over. However, it's not impossible for you to pass, but you have to take the initiative to kiss me, and I'll let you pass.
It's a good deal, right?
The corners of her mouth curved up again, and she licked her lips.
Gu Chen began to squint at her again.
It turned out that he wasted half a day just to take advantage of her.
What a nice thought.
But he still moved closer. Guan saw Gu Chen walking towards her with his tall figure, and the sweet scent of cherry blossoms was getting closer and closer.
She was a little confused at the time. Is Chen Chen really going to kiss me? Impossible? I must be dreaming.
She opened her watery eyes and bit her lips gently as Gu Chen approached her little by little. Now, she has successfully changed from active to passive.
She is shy.
The small body nervously leaned back, but it had no choice but to hit the wall, and there was no way back.
She never expected something like this to happen.
Seeing that Gu Chen was about to bend over and press her down in a wall-dong position, she felt a little excited just thinking about it. Her little face was as red as a steam girl, and there was steam coming out of her head. The first time, I was not prepared for Gu Chen's flirting. I thought he would object. Gu Chen's breath came closer and closer, and the corners of his charming mouth curved up. The sparkling eyes caused the usually playful Guan to curl up in shyness. However, just when she thought Gu Chen was going to bite her lips, he suddenly stood up and took the things in her pocket. Seeing her foolishly waiting for a kiss, he reached out his hand again, raised his lips, and flicked her forehead lightly.
What are you expecting, idiot? Boom!
Ouch! After being flicked, she immediately covered her forehead in pain, and opened her eyes with a little resentment.
Gu Chen has already stood up and turned to leave. Guan came back to her senses instantly. You actually teased me. You flirted and ran away, don't you want to take responsibility?
She was still covering her head. She didn't expect Gu Chen to be the kind of person who would just run away after teasing her.
What a pity.
It's like leaving two words at the end of a sentence, which is bound to drive people crazy. Ranchen had no intention of kissing her, he just wanted her to let her down her guard and take the little thing in her pocket.
It can be seen that women in love are all little fools. Chapter 26. Why are you running? Come into my arms. I didn't expect she would be fooled. Guan suddenly thought of something. It seemed like he had taken something out of his pocket just now.
I quickly checked and found that my pocket was empty. Her little face was puffed up and she was even more unhappy because the snacks that she had stored for a long time were gone.
Chen Chen, give it back to me, that's me.
Not only did you not kiss me, but you also took my things, you bad boy.
My last pack of QQ candy. She swung on the stool.
Because her body was softened by Gu Chen's teasing, she couldn't stand up. She tried to grab Gu Chen with her two hands, but he dodged and didn't let her grab the corner of his clothes. With his back to her, he tore open the bag of QQ candy, smiled, and poured all of it into his mouth. After tasting it, Baji said, "Well, the taste is really good." Guan watched him finish the last bag of QQ candy, and immediately felt heartbroken. She had lost both her husband and her army. QQ candy is not available here, so she has to go to a small store outside to buy it. She brings a few packs every time she comes to work.
Chen Chen, you big bad guy, she whined and acted as if she would never talk to you again. Gu Chen chuckled, Didn't you say that what's mine is yours? Then what's yours must also be mine. Is there anything wrong with that?
He spread his hands to show his innocence.
Who told her to eat his own chips? Guan's eyes widened immediately. Good fellow, retribution came so soon.
I sat up in shock after my death struggle, and found that the clown was actually me.
Gu Chen looked at her puffy cheeks and said, Okay, you should eat less of these snacks in the future. It's easy to get cavities, okay?
Guan held her chest in her hands and said nothing, as if this was no way to appease her. She then walked out of the door, gently put it on her, and continued to fish. I don't care if the report can pass or not. If it can't pass, I'll just grab another bag of QQ candy from her.
Who's afraid of who? Guan was alone in the office.
Although she looked fierce and aggressive when she recalled that sentence.
Isn't yours mine?
She immediately covered her red face again, looking like she hated Gu Chen. It was noon, and after lunch, each employee had a half-hour break, so many people returned to their seats to take a nap or watch videos. I have to say the company's benefits are really good, with a guaranteed monthly salary of 6,000 in such treatment.
After finishing his meal, Gu Chen rinsed his mouth, then returned to his computer and lay down to take a nap.
Gradually, without anyone disturbing him, he fell into a deep sleep. But at this moment, Yi Wanan, who had been observing him in the dark, quietly walked out of the office on tiptoe.
Hey! Is Chen Chen asleep? You will dream about me, right? She whispered to herself and approached.
Her appearance made many colleagues who didn't have a lunch break look over their shoulders. When she saw them, she immediately made a gesture.
It seems to be saying, "Don't wake up my chin-chin." They just sat down, waiting for President Yi to spread some sweet dog food.
After Wanan came to his side, she didn't make any sound, and quietly leaned over to look at his sleeping face. "Wow, my chin-chin is so handsome," she started to be obsessed with him again. "I have been obsessed with his sleeping face since I was in the second year of high school. It has not changed now, and my desire is even stronger." Then she brought a small stool over, sat down beside him, rested her face on her hands, and quietly watched his profile.
I watched it for nearly 3 minutes without doing anything.
Those colleagues were a little speechless, not knowing what the president was going to do. She didn't intend to take advantage of him. If she kissed him awake, it would be bad because there was still an important thing to do. Finally, she had seen enough and slowly took out the things she had prepared in her bag. Guchen was dreaming when he suddenly felt someone pulling his hand, and then something gently wrapped around his wrist. He felt something was wrong, so he gradually woke up from his dream and slowly opened his starry eyes. This time, he squinted his eyes and saw Wanan, who was secretly putting a red string around her wrist.
He didn't know what her intention was.
She was originally very careful and didn't want to wake him up at all. She just wanted to put it on and leave immediately. However, Guchen woke up, and Wanan's originally focused gaze was also attracted by those extremely handsome starry eyes, and the movement of her hands suddenly froze. In this way, the two of them maintained a strange posture, staring at each other for a while. Space was still, time was still. It was like a little white rabbit approaching a sleeping lion, but the lion opened its eyes and looked at her, making her afraid to move.
I never expected that he would wake up. I immediately let go of his hand, stood up and wanted to run away, but I didn't want to be caught by him and beaten up.
Guchen curled his lips and quickly grabbed her hand that had just been released. Wanan was startled, as if she had done something bad and was caught by the police. She tried hard to pull the big hand away but couldn't.
Let me go." Guchen shook his head and looked at her soberly, his eyes narrowed. "Wanan, what are you doing secretly?"
"Ahaha, I didn't do anything bad, let go." She just wanted to run away now, because she was afraid that Guchen would be mean to her, and she was also afraid that he would spank her at any time. The stubborn look of wanting to pull it open but being unable to because its body is too light, with eyes closed, is so adorable. Long ponytail shaking vigorously. Guchen only exerted a little force and gently pushed the naughty girl into his arms, then hugged her waist from behind and locked her to prevent her from leaving. Wanan felt a little dizzy, and she felt someone hugging her from behind. This time, she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Guchen looked down at Wanan's panicked and playful eyes, and then looked at the extra red rope on his hand, wondering, "Why are you running?
What is this? If you don't explain it to me, don't even think about leaving today." He was slightly fierce. He actually cheated and attacked me while I was sleeping. This young man. Wanan stubbornly poked her head out and tried again, but Guchen hugged her even tighter, and she could hardly breathe. "So, I can only be gentle." He relaxed a little. Then, looking at the red string on his wrist, she murmured in a very aggrieved tone, This, of course, is a very valuable item." Seeing through everything, her face turned red. "Important? Speak clearly." He pretended to be fierce again, asking her to tell the truth, which was too perfunctory. This is actually a red string, it's related to marriage." "Look, I have one on my hand too." Seeing that she couldn't resist, she gradually smiled in his arms. Chapter 27: A call from Yi Wanan's mother. Marriage? Why do I need it? Guchen actually guessed the purpose of the red string. He had seen some couples who liked to wear some symbolic things on each other's hands, as if to declare sovereignty. But Guchen was not so bored. Was the game not fun? Chen, don't underestimate it. My mother got it from the Taoist temple. It was blessed by a Taoist master. It's very effective. As she said, the material is nothing special, but it is different after being blessed by a magician. One of the two red ropes is tied to her hand, and the other is my mother's advice to give it to the right person only when she meets him. So it had been lying in the drawer until today, and I suddenly remembered it, so I put it on him during lunch break. Very effective? What can it do? Can I win 10 million by buying a lottery ticket? He found it funny. Wanan was serious again. "Oh no, that's not the case. The red string is really powerful. I heard from a wizard that if you put it on the person you like,
you can get married right there.
It's very accurate. This is quite naive, and the key is that she believed it.
Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and reached out to pull at the red rope on his wrist.
This has been blessed.
It would be terrible if we really got married right away. When he made a move to take it off, Guan immediately reached out her hand to hold him down. You can't take it off.
The master said that once you put it on, you can't take it off.
If you take it off casually, no matter how happy the two of you are in the future, you will be destined to separate.
So don't.
The voice became smaller and smaller towards the end, a little pitiful, with big eyes open, and a little wet in the eye sockets. After hearing this, Gu Chen's body trembled for some reason and his hands stopped moving. As a materialistic young man, he certainly didn't believe this, but he couldn't stand Wanan's pleading. She grabbed her arms tightly with her little hands. Gu Chen sighed, his eyes showing a hint of pampering uncontrollably, and he smiled. Well, it won't make you lose any flesh anyway.
Wanan then smiled sweetly.
He then showed his own red string, and when comparing the two red strings, his was still a little bigger.
Gu then loosened his hands on her waist, not noticing. Wanan didn't leave yet.
They looked at the red ropes on each other's wrists, looking like they were in love. So he hit her a little. We in the 21st century still have to believe in science.
These are just two ordinary ropes. They don't mean anything.
Wanan looked at him, not wanting to admit it, and secretly rejoiced. At 4 p.m., to get rid of that clingy little guy, Gu Chen went to the public toilet to use the restroom.
Suddenly, I received a call. I took out my phone and checked it. The last number was 4661.
This was an unfamiliar number that he didn't recognize, but it didn't seem like a harassment number, so he answered it tentatively.
Hello? Who is this? Soon, a magnetic and gentle female voice came from the other side. Ahem, hello, is this Gu Chen? Xiao Gu?
The voice was gentle, like a kind mother's, but he didn't remember his mother using this number.
So, yes. He frowned in confusion. Ha, that's right. You must be wondering who I am? Guess?
The mature woman opposite was actually quite naughty, and Gu Chen was even more confused.
Have no idea. Hee idiot, can't you hear that? Let me tell you, I'm actually Yi Wanan's mother. Gu Chen. What? Wanan's mother?
To be honest, when he first heard her voice, he really heard some of Wanan's own flavor. Now he was sure that it was his parents who came to settle accounts with him, the pig that had taken away the good cabbage.
But he was innocent, it was obviously Wanan who was always thinking about dating him.
However, judging from the mother's tone, she doesn't seem angry.
Even if she is angry, she thinks she can fight back. Oh. Mom. Oh no, Auntie, is there something wrong? The matter between Yi Wanan and me is actually not that complicated. Regardless of his experience, Gu Chen usually respects the elderly and loves the young, so the aunts and uncles in the neighborhood like to talk to him. Wanan's mother is probably no exception. He wanted to explain, but he only heard a gentle smile from the other side. You are really sweet, no wonder Anan likes you, hee hee. Gu Chen was helpless, it was clearly a slip of the tongue before. I know, it's my silly daughter who has been pestering you. Actually, as parents, we don't object to Anan finding a boyfriend, but we can't help but feel a little worried. It's good for her to find a boyfriend. After all, she is a girl and we can't be with her forever. It would be best if someone could take care of her. The company has been too busy recently. Her father and I often go out of town or abroad, so I left the branch to her to manage and asked Anan to find something to do. I don't have time to accompany her. Well, Xiaochun, I know you are a good kid. This girl is just like me when I was young. She acts stupidly when she meets someone she likes, and no one can pull her back. That's how her dad and I got together. So I hope you don't bully my Anan. Gu Chen felt embarrassed instantly when he heard his aunt's gentle and pleading words. No, Auntie. I just hope Wanan doesn't bully me. By the way, her father is still a little against it, but it doesn't matter, I will slowly persuade him. Xiaochun, we don't really want Wanan to get pregnant before marriage, after all, she is still young. This suddenly hit the nail on the head, and Gu Chen quickly said, Oh, don't worry, Auntie, I only treat Wanan as my own sister. Afterwards, after chatting for quite a while, Gu Chen stood up when his legs became numb and hung up the phone. In short, I want Wanan to find someone who is good to her. It doesn't matter whether his family background is good or not, as long as he is a good person. After all, her parents can't persuade her not to fall in love. Auntie was relieved, so she hung up the phone. Gu Chen felt relieved, as if he was talking to the mature Yi Wanan.
It's not a big deal, as long as I can maintain a relationship with Wanan that's more than friends but less than lovers.
What is a bit troubling is why it is so difficult to be a salted fish in this life. Soon, the time finally came to get off work in the evening. Wanan followed behind like a tail, all the way downstairs. Gu Chen, aren't you going home today? Aren't your parents worried about you?
He was starting the electric bike and checked the chain, which was intact this time.
Wanan was a little playful and immediately sat on the back seat of the electric scooter. She sat sideways, looking pretty. Smiling at Gu Chen, I'm already grown up, and I'm capable of living alone. Also, my parents are very busy. They went out of town for some business, so I have to live alone when I go home.
I'm afraid of the dark, and I don't even dare to go to the bathroom alone at night.
So Chen, please be kind and take me and I'll pay the rent. She is pitiful.
Because he had received a call from her mother before, Gu Chen was somewhat moved when he saw her little appearance this time.
But I didn't agree in time. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Wanan thought he was against it, so she started sobbing again. Wow, I'm sleeping alone tonight. What if it thunders and rains again? I can only hide in the quilt and shiver. I'm so pitiful, wow.
Then, like an actress, she took out Shoujuan from nowhere, covered her mouth with it, and sobbed softly, like a young lady abandoned by her husband in ancient times, very vivid.
Chapter 28. Let us drink milk tea together, don't reject me.
Gu Chen rolled his eyes, and now he no longer felt sorry for her.
Okay, let's go home.
He finally sat on the electric scooter and slowly started the small electric scooter with one hand. Okay Chen, I love you the most. She suddenly hugged him tightly again, and her little face was still rubbing against his back.
Gu Chen's mouth twitched again, and this exposed.
But I still have to make 3 rules with you.
Ah?
What 3 chapters?
Gu Chen continued. First, you are not allowed to touch anything at home. Second, you cannot run around without clothes.
Third and most importantly, men and women cannot sleep together.
The first 2 were barely acceptable, but when it came to the last one, Wanan suddenly opened her eyes wide. Why can't we sleep together? She asked naively. Gu Chen was speechless. It seemed like he had asked the wrong question. Why did a man and a woman with strong hormones sleep together? This was the most important question, right? No, what's the point of sleeping separately between couples? She shook gently from behind again, expressing her dissatisfaction. Gu Chen was speechless. Who is your lover? I will sue you for defamation. The 2 chatted as they drove home. It seems normal for couples to quarrel. The electric donkey is about to pass by a milk tea shop.
Wanan resisted for a long time and felt a little thirsty, so she grabbed the corner of Gu Chen's clothes.
Chen, I want to drink milk tea. Can I buy 1 cup before leaving?
After hearing this, Gu Chen glanced at the Mishuai city on the side of the road.
The decoration is very good.
There is a statue of the Snow King at the door, which is displayed like a mascot, attracting tourists passing by. Most of the people who buy milk tea are couples holding hands.
Gu Chen would not go in. What if he was misunderstood? What if Wanan wanted to drink the wedding cup again? As a straight man, could he let such a thing happen? Yes, no.
He smiled and said, no, milk tea is too sweet and not good for health.
Let's go back and drink a glass of plain water. How healthy is that? Wanan rolled her eyes.
If Gu Chen could find another girl to be his girlfriend in the future, she would wash her hair upside down.
Let's go, it's still early.
Then, he still shook his head. Wanan had no choice but to poke his back gently with her sharp nails.
Ah.
His body shuddered. In fact, it was because the soft flesh on his waist was poked, itching, and he wanted to dodge, but she stretched out her hand to the right and attacked him. Wanan was playing whack-a-mole, poking at his weak spot.
Gu Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, my lady, why don't you just go and drink? Really?
I just happened to pass by a milk tea shop and had to park the car on the side of the road.
Wanan proudly jumped down first and looked at him with a smile.
But the next moment he reached out and pinched her pink smiling face.
Ouch, it hurts.
Her fair face was pulled up, she squeezed out a few tears, and she stood on tiptoe and screamed in pain.
Ha? Do you feel the pain now? Are you going to poke me again? You little bastard.
Gu Chen was like teaching his own sister a lesson, pinching her cheeks in a sarcastic tone and feeling very comfortable. I won't poke you anymore, I really won't poke you anymore, please spare me.
Don't be impatient, let me pinch it a few more times. Ah no, my face will be ruined. Let you show off.
Finally, Guchen used two methods at the same time, kneading and pinching her face for a long time. This feeling was so comfortable, just like a soft glutinous rice cake, so fun. Finally letting go, Wanan looked at Guchen with a little resentment. You big bad guy, not only do you not feel sorry for me, but you also punish me.
Rubbing the red spots on her cheeks.
In fact, Chen is quite gentle.
Maybe it's because her face is too delicate. Just pinching it is full of collagen.
Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed, so he reached out and rubbed her face. Feeling the warm big hand, Wanan immediately leaned forward and accepted his touch. However, he only touched it once and then put his hand down, because it felt too ambiguous. Wanan looked at him unhappily and pointed at the other half of her face that he had pinched. Rub it here too.
Okay.
He was helpless.
Then the two of them walked into the entrance of the milk tea shop.
What greeted them was the envious gazes of the crowd in the store. Just now, the two of them were flirting outside the glass door, and everyone inside the glass door saw it. In addition, a waiter was so stunned that he accidentally knocked over a cup of milk tea. Everyone felt deeply that these two people were a perfect match, like a match made in heaven. As soon as she appeared, all the couples in the store were eclipsed. They are obviously a couple, but why are they so eye-catching?
Coming to the counter again, Wanan lowered her head and selected different flavors of milk tea. Guchen also took the list.
He seldom comes to this kind of shop to buy milk tea, because he doesn't like it.
Unless some seniors in school want to confess their love to him and give him a cup, he basically doesn't buy it. When he looked at the menu for a long time and didn't understand it, and wanted to order a cup of ordinary milk tea, Wanan said, "How about a full cup of passion fruit? It's very good." Guchen had never drunk much before, so he nodded as it sounded good. She immediately said to the waiter, "Hello, I want a super large cup of mango sago and a super full cup of passion fruit, thank you." Wanan smiled, causing the waiter to take a second look.
The portion I ordered was super huge, one cup was twice as much as others, how willful.
Guchen smiled and tried to take out his phone to pay, but Wanan had already scanned the code and paid. I'm your boss, so I'm treating you. Let's just sit here for a while."
She showed a super sweet smile to Chen.
"It's over. I originally wanted to buy milk tea and leave immediately, but now I have to sit in the milk tea shop for a while." This time, Guchen could clearly feel the feeling of being kept by a rich woman. The milk tea was made very quickly. After receiving the milk tea, he found that he couldn't hold the whole cup with both hands. There really are these super large cups. I had no choice but to sit down near the glass. Here is a small exquisite table where you can sit and chat while drinking milk tea. Wanan was still looking at Guchen with a smile, and helped him open the milk tea. There is a heart on the cover of milk tea, and she was quite particular and had to aim at that heart. Maybe she has obsessive compulsive disorder. This time she didn't ask for a toast, so Gu was relieved. The two of them drank milk tea face to face, while Guchen looked at the scenery outside the glass door. Suddenly, Wanan, who had been sipping pearl milk tea seriously, finally caught a bubble and got it stuck in the straw. However, it did not immediately slide into the sandalwood mouth, but pulled out, like a hidden weapon, closed one beautiful eye, playfully aimed at Guchen's mouth, blew gently, and the pearl instantly flew out of the straw. Guchen felt that the girl opposite him was going to do something strange again, so he turned around and subconsciously loosened his lips to say something, but just in time, he held the pearls that Wanan's sandalwood mouth blew out. Chapter 29. Is it stuck? Then let's do artificial respiration together? His eyes widened and he felt something soft in his mouth. Fuck. I chewed it almost subconsciously, then swallowed it. The taste is actually quite sweet. Wanan's eyes widened instantly. She didn't expect her aim to be so accurate. She thought it would hit his cheek at most, but it flew directly into his mouth. And Guchen swallowed it. The little face turned into one full of joy again. "Chen, is it good?" At the same time, she was afraid that Chen would be angry, so she rubbed her little hands together. As expected, Guchen really pulled his face down. "It's not delicious, boring. But, the taste of that pearl just now, eaten in that way, is really unique, but I won't admit it." Then he pretended to vomit, to disgust her a little. Seeing that he was fine, Wanan laughed. She did the same thing again, inserting the straw into her own cup and sucking out two pearls again. He raised his head and aimed at Guchen's mouth again. Whoosh! Chen thought she would never do that again, but he didn't expect her to squirt out two more pearls.
After seeing it, he dodged slightly, and the pearl instantly stuck to his right cheek and the corner of his mouth. It doesn't hurt at all, just like playing snowballs or playing with paper balls as hidden weapons between classmates, it's quite fun.
Luckily, it didn't fall into my mouth. Hee hee, so interesting. Wanan was like a child who discovered a new toy. She was extremely happy. Shen is now in a state of confusion. Are you here to drink pearls or to spray them? What a waste. Although flower balls like pearls are not easy to digest. Since she wants to be naughty, then Guchen must teach her a lesson. He curled his lips into a smile, inserted the straw into his cup, sucked up a few pearls, raised the cannon head, exhaled, and instantly fired it all at her. Wanan originally thought that Chen was a very serious person and would not play tricks with her, so she was not on guard at all. When a few pearls sprayed in front of her, her eyes widened again. She couldn't believe that he could spray so many at once. Ah! Use sneak attack. Then it hit successfully. The first one hit her forehead, and the other one hit her nose, cheek, and other parts. Her face was sticky, so she reached out and wiped it with a tissue. Ha! Are you still naughty? Wanan was like a brave female commander ready for battle. She slapped the table lightly and said, I don't accept it. Then, the little cherry buried her head and took another deep breath, sucked out a few pearls and sprayed them over again. Guchen hurriedly took precautions. The two of them sprayed each other for a while, and the sticky semen was all over their faces and clothes. But in the end I still cleaned it up with paper towels to avoid causing trouble to the restaurant. Almost a small part of the pearls in the two people's milk tea were used to attack each other, and a large part was still drinkable. In the end, of course, Wanan lost. She was hit on the forehead several times before she raised her hands in surrender, protecting her little face. After all, Guchen was a level 101 player who had played CF, so he had some accuracy. After winning, he looked at her with a smug look. The two of them were so sweet that many couples in the store looked over. After tasting the milk tea in their cups, they found that the dog food they spread was even sweeter than the milk tea in their hands. They simply stopped drinking and quietly watched how the two of them flirted. Guchen relaxed for the moment, thinking that the war between the two countries was over. However, Wanan was secretly attacking Chen Song. Suddenly, Wanan raised the gun head, aimed the pearl bullet in the tube that had been prepared long ago, closed her eyes, and this time used all her strength to spray it at Guchen's face. Ask him to bully a girl like me. Call out. When Guchen saw her raising the gun barrel, he wanted to stop her, but just as he opened his mouth, the pearl that cut through the air suddenly flew into her mouth and went straight to her throat. Ah! I held back the words I wanted to say to her. Cough, cough. The chat was so accurate that it went straight into his throat without chewing, causing him to be a little stuck for a moment. He covered his neck, his face a little red, and felt very uncomfortable. Cough, cough, cough. Wanan was originally joking and making a victory sign, but when she saw him coughing, she gradually began to worry about him. She moved the stool away, then quickly came to him and gently patted his back with her little hands. Shinshin, are you okay? I don't want to play anymore, don't scare me. Seeing Guchen coughing quite badly. After all, pearls are sticky things, so it's normal for them to get stuck in your throat and you can't swallow them. After she patted him gently, Shen recovered a little and was about to swallow the pearl in his throat. He was holding Wanan's hand now, thinking that he would recover his energy later and make sure to deal with her so that she wouldn't run away. But Wanan saw him grabbing her, thinking that his throat was more uncomfortable, so her face became more hurried, and she licked her lips, as if she had eaten an orange, with some self-blame and regret. Can't breathe? It's okay, Guchen, I can do artificial respiration, I'll help you. Then, she tilted her little head slightly, quickly hooked her arms around his neck, and pressed her little face against his big face again. Guchen had never expected this scene. Wanan actually wanted to give herself artificial respiration. Not only did he not expect it, but everyone in the store did not expect it either. However, everyone is now looking forward to the scene of the two kissing. Everyone looked over here intently, whether they were single or couples. Shen didn't have time to stop her, he opened his eyes wide and watched her lips pressed against his. He knew that she didn't mean to take advantage of him, she was just worried about his safety, but he didn't need that at all. Would. When the cherry touched his thin lips, he tasted a sweetness he had never tasted before, super strong. And Wanan's lips were still taking deep breaths, as if as long as she touched the other person, she would immediately transfer the air from her chest to him. He was somewhat touched, but he finally pushed her chest. Wanan. I'm fine. There are a lot of people watching.
He didn't use much force, and the girl fell backwards, her lips reluctantly leaving his. I was clearly ready to take a deep breath, but Guchen pushed me away. She quickly stood firm on her feet, then licked her lips, savoring the fragrance left by Guchen just now. Because I was concentrating on artificial respiration, I didn't pay attention to the taste of his lips at all, and finally I only tasted a little. Thinking of this, my little face showed a look of pity again. The two of them just stared at each other. Guchen was so confident before, but now he was too embarrassed to look into her eyes. Wanan wasn't much better, biting her lips gently, her face flushed, and she slowly moved her ankles back to her position.
There are so many people of my age here.
When I look back, I see a lot of eyes on me, as well as passers-by standing outside the glass door.
Even if I have social snobbery, I'm afraid I'd be embarrassed. The atmosphere between the two of them was quiet for another 2 seconds.
The soft and fragrant jelly still lingered on Guchen's lips, and it took a long time to dissipate.
Chapter 30 Humph, Scumbag.
Just now, it was only a little contact, just a little bit, just the touch between the lips, not too much, but he could feel the deliciousness of the cherry. If he really bit it, he might be immersed in it, and maybe he couldn't extricate himself. He started to sit back down, drinking his milk tea as if nothing had happened, pretending that nothing had happened, and looking out the window. Wanan noticed that Guchen was a little shy, so she immediately covered her mouth and chuckled. She didn't expose him and continued to drink her milk tea. It's a pity that artificial respiration was not done and I only kissed a little bit of the lips. Of course, this is also progress.
From the corner of the mouth to the top of the lips, the next step should be the complete lips, right?
She was looking forward to it, and like a little hamster, she sucked the milk tea into her mouth, making her cheeks puff up. The two of them didn't play the pearl spray game. After drinking milk tea, they packed up, walked out of the store, got on the battery car, and continued to rush home.
This time, Wanan gently hugged his waist. He Chinchin's first kiss is mine, I'm so happy.
It sounded like he had made a profit. Guchen was helpless.
It was just a little kiss on the lips, so it shouldn't count. 10 minutes later, I returned to the old neighborhood.
Guchen parked the car and found that Wanan behind him was about to fall asleep while hugging him. Her eyes were hazy, but she was still holding on.
After getting up and moving a little, Wanan became more awake.
Guchen was quite worried seeing her like this.
What if she fell asleep on the road and accidentally let go of his hand? How about the whole seatbelt from now on? Wait a minute, what am I thinking?
He reached out and held Wanan's hand.
Let's go.
And was now more awake, and immediately tightened his grip a little.
They entered the elevator together, and Wanan took the initiative to press the floor. The elevator didn't move, and suddenly the two of them felt like the elevator was stuck. Then it really rose. Guchen said, "It seems that the elevator is old. We need to ask the property management to repair it."
Wanan nodded and continued to walk upstairs. The elevator opened, and Guchen habitually took out the key to open the door and entered. When I get home from get off work and feel hungry, of course I have to cook first.
I still let Wanan set the table and cook.
But she shook her head, went to the room to find 2 aprons, and then helped Guchen tie them, very attentively.
He took another apron and pointed at himself. "Chinchin, can you help me tie it too?"
"I'll help you cut the vegetables."
"No, I cook very quickly."
"No, I can't let you spoil me all the time, you'll spoil me. I'm determined to be the best girlfriend who can handle both housework and cooking." She waved a kitchen knife in the air, looking serious, as if she was swearing to the sky.
Guchen was a little scared and quickly put the knife away. Thinking back to what she said, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of "I really can't do anything to you," and retorted, "Who spoiled you?" "I didn't. Wanan is really good at talking nonsense."
"Of course, even if he spoils her, he won't find out.
Since she wants to help, that's fine."
He hung the front of the apron in front of her, then came behind her and prepared to tie a knot. However, when he tightened the rope, he found that Wanan's waist was very thin. It seemed that she had lost weight in the past few days.
The apron's ties were almost pulled. So thin. He finally couldn't help but praise.
Wanan felt a little shy after hearing this, and pursed her lips and smiled softly. He as long as Chinchin likes it, I can still lose some weight."
"Nonsense, who likes it?" Guchen then shut up.
He had said it subconsciously just now. Also, don't lose weight recklessly.
Being too thin is not good for your health. He reminded like an old father.
Wanan tilted her head and smiled again, blinking her beautiful eyes. Actually, I like Chinchin's hypocritical attitude, so manly.
Boring.
Guchen blushed because of this sweet voice and went back to his own business. Today I plan to make fried meat with onions, squid with celery, and steamed eggs.
After taking out the onion and washing it, Guan gently took it and started to cut it with the knife.
Guchen said worriedly, "Be careful not to cut your hands." Guan raised her head slightly and gave him a wink. You're caring about me again. I won't cut my hand. No, I just want to say that if you cut your hand, you will be a little stupid pig. He smiled warmly and began to wash the meat. Guan raised her lips again and said confidently, "I'm not a pig." "You are."
Poof. The kitchen started to get busy.
Guchen turned on the fire and planned to cook the meat first so that it would be easier to cut. Guan, who was beside him, was cutting onions, but she started crying while cutting, wiping her tears as she did so.
"Ouch, the onions are so pungent I can't even open my eyes." Guchen wanted to laugh after seeing this.
Since her knife skills were not very good, she had to cut each slice very closely, causing the smell of onions to bring her to tears.
He is really a novice and loves to play. He even wondered how Guan graduated from Tsinghua.
Of course, Tsinghua is a school for cultivating talents, and she is not going to New Oriental. Afraid that she would cut her hand, Guchen slowly reached out and grabbed her kitchen knife. "Let me do it." He then extended his thumb to wipe away her sour tears. Touching her face, she wiped away the tears bit by bit with her thumbs. She rubbed her face in her palm again before turning her head away. "No, I must learn how to cut vegetables." She opened her eyes and took back the kitchen knife angrily, as if she was determined to cut the onion.
Guchen felt funny.
After a while, and came up with a good idea, turned around and found a piece of plastic wrap, and then wrapped it around his eyes. After seeing this, Guchen sighed that it would take hundreds of years to produce such a talent. The corners of his mouth twitched.
Finally, she finished cutting it bit by bit. Guchen took the kitchen knife and immediately started cutting the meat, not giving her any chance.
Just as she was about to wash her hands after cutting the meat, Guan suddenly touched Guchen's nose with her unwashed hands that had just cut the onions.
"Cry with me." Guan was naughty again. He was unable to dodge and was hit.
The smell of onions immediately made him unable to open his eyes. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. As soon as he was able to open his eyes, he immediately grabbed Guan by the collar as she turned to run away, and held her like a kitten. Her short legs were like Tom Cat, unable to run away no matter how hard she tried.
"Are you still naughty?"
Then he gently wiped her little nose with his unwashed hands. Guan felt a sharp pain in her eyes and nose, and surrendered immediately.
"Stop being naughty, stop being naughty. I was wrong. Please spare my life." Guchen didn't wipe other places and let her wash her face.
After letting go, her true nature was exposed, and she kept whining all the way. "Chen bullied me again. I don't love you anymore."
Guchen just smiled.
After a while, Guan came out after washing her face. Seeing Guchen was frying, she came behind him again and gently hooked his neck from behind. It smells so good."
"What are you doing? Let go. How can you cook while holding me like this?"
He smiled bitterly, and Guan hugged him tightly, rubbing her little face against his big face. "It smells so good. I will never suffer any loss if I marry Chen in the future. I will love Chen forever."
"What nonsense are you talking about?"
He rolled his eyes.
"Who said he didn't love me anymore? Humph, scumbag." Chapter 31. Is this a candlelight dinner?
The next dish was celery squid.
The squid was placed on the chopping board. Guan wanted to help but didn't dare to touch it at all.
She likes to eat seafood, but when she saw the whole squid in front of her, she hid behind Guchen in fear.
"Chen, are these squids still alive? Will they jump up and entangle us?"
She was very naive and a little scared because she had seen movies about tentacles.
"Stupid, have you watched too much TV?
I took this out of the refrigerator, it's already frozen." He cut it himself, and Goodnight nodded and helped wash the celery.
"Soon, the steamed eggs will be ready." Guan goes to set the table.
I only heard some noise coming from the hall, and after a while of struggling,
Guchen looked back and saw Guan was actually arranging candles and turning off all the lights in the hall.
It was pitch black at night. Guan used a lighter to light the candles on both sides of the table.
Guchen was full of black lines on his head. "Isn't it just dinner? What are you doing?"
Guan looked back and smiled. "Of course there has to be a sense of ceremony. Ding 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 ding, this is our candlelight dinner."
"Candlelight dinner?"
He was speechless. What a guy, why didn't he turn on the lights and light candles just for this? He is really outrageous. He didn't stop her either.
Maybe this is the romance that girls like. It's quite refreshing. I used to eat and sleep alone, but since she came, my life has become more colorful. Guchen was just a little curious about where the candle came from, and later found out that it was prepared long ago and put in his pocket. A few minutes later, all the dishes were served. Wanan was very happy. She took out her cell phone and took a video of the candlelight dinner, including Guchen. She then sent a message to him on QQ, feeling very smug. Guchen didn't want to be on camera, so he just took a photo of his profile. Afterwards, she politely picked up some food for Guchen first. Until he said enough, she was like a very hungry kitten, digging for rice carelessly. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when the two of them finished their meal. Wanan touched her round belly and burped softly, looking like a complete idiot. I didn't expect that the extremely beautiful girl president would look so lazy and leisurely on weekdays. Then I started collecting and washing the dishes. Wanan helped with cleaning and mopping. In short, Guchen didn't want her to do it, but she insisted on doing it well. When mopping the floor, it was a bit hot, so she simply took off her coat and shoes. Guchen occasionally looked back and saw her running barefoot back and forth in each room, humming a ballad. After Guchen finished his work, he called her, "Wanan, go take a shower. You are tired. Go to bed early. I will take care of you." "Oh, okay, master darling." Wanan turned around and bowed slightly like an obedient little maid, her voice very cheerful. When Guchen heard those two words, his body immediately went limp. "Don't call me that." He couldn't stand it. But I still touched her cute little head. Wanan walked into the shower barefoot to take a shower. Guchen saw her walk in, and was very perceptive to notice that Wanan's mouth was slightly curved, as if she was thinking something bad, and was about to close the door. He suddenly remembered, "Wait. You didn't bring pajamas, right? You want me to bring it in for you again?" Guchen guessed her little thoughts, and quickly walked into the room, took out the bunny pajamas she wore yesterday, and a pair of women's underwear. Came to the shower and handed it to her. Wanan looked at the clothes he helped her find, and suddenly she felt a little reluctant, as if her evil intentions had been exposed. She lowered her head and rubbed her hands, not wanting to take the clothes at all. Because this is the only chance to be honest with Guchen. He didn't care about that and just stuffed it into her hand. Wanan pouted and stuck out her tongue. After seeing this, Guchen pretended to grab her tongue, but she got scared and quickly closed the door again, blocking it. "Hey, you can't catch me." Chen Kai disdains to argue with girls. Soon, the sound of water drops scratching delicate skin could be heard from the shower room. "By the way, that one piece of women's underwear also belongs to my cousin. She left a lot of things when she came to visit last time. But I put it at the bottom of the box, and it took me a while to find it." Wanan sang a song while taking a bath, and suddenly remembered something. "Oops. I'm not wearing slippers." She got dressed in the bathtub and realized she had left her slippers outside after mopping the floor. Now it is clean after washing, but it becomes dirty again when you step on it. Turn your eyes, you don't need to wear slippers. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth curled up in a lovely arc again. So she called out to the door a few times and asked tenderly, "Shinshan, I don't have my shoes on, can you help me?" The voice was soft and small, but Guchen still heard it clearly. "Idiot, you don't even wear slippers when taking a shower? Are you waiting to fly out?" He scolded her, but this made the girl laugh. Puff. Guchen quickly took his slippers and turned the door of the shower room. "It's not locked. Enter tentatively and remind seriously, ahem, you are not allowed to appear in front of me without clothes, or I will spank you." Fortunately, at a glance, the girl in the bathtub was already dressed, with her slender legs and graceful figure waiting there, smiling charmingly. Her little hands were tucked into her sleeves, revealing her beautiful fingernails, as if she was going to spend the winter. She put the bunny ear hat on her head and blinked her watery eyes. She looked so cute that he wanted to lift her up. The most attractive thing was the smooth thighs and delicate ankles, which made his throat move unconsciously. He looked away, then slowly came to Wanan and dropped a pair of cotton slippers. "Put it on, idiot." He really couldn't do anything with this girl. But she couldn't smile, and she opened her arms playfully. "Can you carry me on your back, carry me to the bed?" Guchen rolled his eyes at her and said, "No, I'm covered in oil and it will get dirty if I touch it." He made up an excuse because he didn't want to carry her. Wanan jumped twice on the spot. "Carry me on your back just once." Then, seeing that Guchen still didn't agree, she became a little willful and angrily sat down in the bathtub. "If you don't carry me, I won't get up." Wait a minute, I'll stay with you while you take a shower and see what you can do. The fierce words startled Gu-chan. She has to be here while I take a shower? How can I take a shower then?
Finally, under Wanan's coquettishness, cuteness, and terrifying intimidation, he compromised. Wanan actually just likes the feeling of being carried on Gu-chan's back, especially when she is barefoot after taking a shower.
It is such a happy thing to be carried to the bed by the person she likes. Get up, I'll carry you on my back.
Chen stared at her bright eyes as if she were a little fool. After hearing this, Wanan quickly stood up, then slowly stepped on the edge of the bathtub with her little feet, and Gu-chan's back slowly leaned over. Her hairy arms immediately locked around his neck, and her thighs hooked around his waist. Chen stretched out his hand to hold her, fearing that she would fall on her but would break in two. He walked towards the room slowly, and Wanan whispered in his ear, "Thank you, Chen." She tilted her face and tried to kiss him secretly, but Gu-chen dodged it out of habit. Arriving at the room, and found that the room was not right, so he gently pulled Gu-chen back and stopped him from entering.
Can I go to your room? Don't worry, I'll be a good kid. I can warm your bed. It will be warm when you wake up.
It will be soft when you hold me while sleeping.
Okay? Chapter 32. The jealous little guy is pretty cute. Wanan whispered sweetly.
Shinny heard that although the proposal seemed good, he would not. Once they slept in the same room, they might sleep until tomorrow morning. How can you sleep well when you have a gorgeous girl like her around, her soft breathing making you feel itchy? Besides, Wanan likes to move around when she sleeps at night, and Gu-chen doesn't want to sleep with her unless it's necessary. Finally, it was stipulated that you can walk around the room freely before 10 o'clock, but you have to sleep in separate rooms after 10 o'clock.
This was as good as saying nothing. Wanan cried and didn't appreciate it.
Chen just threw her on the bed and put her slippers on the floor.
Her little face is puffy, very cute. After that, he turned around and was about to take a shower. Wanan smiled intelligently again. Chen, do you want to take a shower? Then do you want me to rub your back?
When she thought of that, her face turned red. Of course, his real intention was not to drink. His figure was amazing and his well-defined lines could be felt even through his clothes. She began to daydream, and somehow a warm current flowed out of her nostrils.
Maybe it was because the weather was too hot. Seeing her being so shy, Gu-chen said, "Hey, woman, do you want to rub my back? You are obviously just greedy for my body. See you later." He waved goodbye and went to take a shower.
A few minutes later, there was the sound of rushing water. Wanan didn't want to stay in bed, so she got out of bed, went to the bathroom door, gently turned the door handle, and found that it was really locked. He doesn't even lock his door when he takes a shower, so why would a grown man lock his door?
Really? For Chen, the door must be locked.
If it hadn't been locked before, Wanan could have just unlocked the door and rushed in. I saw his dirty clothes at the door, so I found something to do, took them all away, and washed and dried them very considerately. This time, she mastered the amount of laundry detergent. When Gu-chen came out and saw the clothes hanging on the balcony, he smiled knowingly.
I came to my room and opened the door.
It was dark and there was no light on. Suddenly, a figure appeared inside and scared him.
Ha! Are you scared?
Gu-chen was so scared that he took a step back. Shit. After seeing the figure clearly in the darkness, he found out that it was Wanan. She was hiding behind the door to launch a sneak attack.
I should have turned on the light when I came in. Nonsense, was I brought up by fear?
As expected, Wanan finished washing the clothes and ran back to her room to play. Gu-chen gently pinched her cheek as a punishment, and then he opened his teeth and tried to bite his hand like a fierce kitten, so he had to take his hand back. After turning on the light, Wanan jumped onto the bed again and rolled around in boredom. She saw a book beside the bed and started reading it. Then she noticed his pillow. It turned out to be a Luo Tianyi anime character pillow. The two-dimensional character is very beautiful. The pillow is so long. No wonder Gu-chen can't sleep without it. Here's the reason. She was busy imagining things, and because of a lifeless pillow, her face was puffed up with jealousy.
Gu-chen scratched his head, feeling like Wanan was going to do something to the pillow. Be good, don't make noise, I'm going to watch TV for a while. Gu-chen said, and then came to the computer. Wanan was a little disappointed, thinking what was so good about TV, why didn't they come to see me? I can only nod my head obediently.
He turned on his computer and searched a movie website, and finally found a movie called Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai. He was watching videos before and saw a clip in which there was a pretty female character with a prominent personality named Sakurajima Mai. After watching the first episode, he was successfully attracted to her and ended up leaving Wanan aside. And was also attracted by the animation, but it was too far away to see clearly, so he moved his body on the bed like an earthworm.
I want to see it too.
She got off the bed, then sat on Guchan's lap without any hesitation, hugged his neck and watched TV with him.
It was as if they often did such intimate things on a daily basis.
Feeling the soft touch on his thighs and the refreshing fragrance lingering around his nose, he frowned.
Wanan, isn't there a stool?
If you want to watch, don't sit on my lap, he complained.
How should I put it?
Actually, it was the first time she sat on his lap, and he and his little brother felt very uncomfortable. And rubbed her bangs against his face again. No, I see a lot of girls sitting on their boyfriends' laps watching TV. I want to try it too. The corner of his mouth twitched. Good fellow, he took advantage of me again. Never mind, she is petite, sitting on my lap is like a ball of cotton candy, sweet.
If you're hungry, you can lick it any time.
Wait, what am I thinking? She embraced him, her little face close to him, and their feelings seemed to warm up again, like a little cotton-padded jacket. Feeling her soft and warm face rubbing against his, he suddenly felt the atmosphere was a little hot. Even though he has 36 years of experience, it is hard not to be moved by a goddess-like beauty who has just taken a shower, with skin as white as milk and a fragrant body, sitting on his lap without restraint, right?
It would be fine if it loosened after a while, but Wanan wouldn't let go of it, and even if I pushed it gently, it wouldn't come off, just like there was 502 glue stuck on her face.
Ha?
Chen, do you have a fever?
Why is your face so hot? She suddenly felt that Gu Chen's temperature was not normal, so she stretched out her cold and white hand and touched his forehead. It would have been fine if he hadn't touched her, but this time he touched her and it was terrible.
Gu Chen's old face got even hotter. Wow, it's so hot, it must be a fever, shall we go to the hospital?
Wanan became extremely nervous and at a loss, and wanted to call 120. She didn't understand why she had a fever when she got close to him.
Chen Jianjian grabbed her little hand and smiled awkwardly. It's okay, the weather is hot, just turn on the air conditioner.
He took the air conditioner remote control from the table, pressed it twice, and adjusted the temperature to the lowest setting.
This makes me feel better. Let us continue watching the video.
But Wanan looked very confused. After watching another half of the episode, Wanan muttered to herself, Senior Mai is so pretty and has a great figure.
No wonder you boys like to watch her. Gu Chen gradually smelled a bit of jealousy.
She was actually jealous of an anime character again.
However, it's no wonder that he kept staring at the heroine on the screen.
Of course, he just thought that the plot design of this animation was very good, and there were many foreshadowings.
After a while, Wanan's body began to tremble.
Maybe it was because the air conditioner was turned on too high, her little feet were too cold to be placed in the air, and her toes curled up, so she simply put her legs on his other thigh. In this way, the whole person is completely in his arms, making him like a tree, and Wanan is a little sloth.
It's over.
The perfectly proportioned legs are right in front of him. Even if the air conditioner is turned on to 17 degrees, it probably can't stop the heat from radiating from his body.
He is like a warm baby.
Seeing that she was cold, Chen quickly turned off the air conditioner and rubbed her back to warm her up.
It took a while to get comfortable.
Feeling his concern, Wanan's eyes darkened and she smiled at him, Moa. I pecked him lightly on the cheek, like some kind of reward.
Gu Chen seemed to be almost immune to it, he just wiped it subconsciously, not even wiping off the mark. Gradually, Wanan began to feel sleepy in this alternating hot and cold environment.
I haven't watched TV for a while, and my eyelids start to droop.
Took another long nap.
He thought and would go back to bed, but in the end, she stayed on his legs and held him tighter, afraid that she would let go. Chen's thighs were numb, but he looked at the cute and well-behaved face of the little beauty beside him, and he was too embarrassed to disturb her.
Then I watched another episode.
The girl beside him was breathing evenly, blowing softly and rhythmically on his cheeks.
Chapter 33 Good morning, darling.
Let him scratch it with his hands every once in a while, because it's itchy. He was also a little sleepy, so he reached out to turn off the computer screen, then gently helped Wanan up, wanting to lift her up from her deep sleep and carry her to her own bed. But he found that he couldn't feel his thighs. Wanan's thighs are now completely numb because she had been sitting for too long.
He gritted his teeth and moved again. Although Wanan's condition is not very serious, it will be unbearable for a long time.
He lifted Wanan's thigh and twisted it vigorously, and then she regained some consciousness. She could barely stand up, so she hooked her legs with her left hand and hugged her body with her right hand. He took her back to the room assigned to her step by step, and then slowly put the little rabbit down. When I put it on the soft sheets, I seemed to notice something in my deep sleep, as if someone was pulling my hand. She had no intention of letting go of the thing she was holding, so outside of her dream, she hugged Guchen tightly again, and like a clingy kitten, her little head was burrowing into his clothes. Guchen just wanted to pull down the hands that were hugging her, but he didn't expect that just when he was about to succeed, she seemed to regret it and clung to him even tighter. I looked down at her sleeping face, but she didn't open her eyes. Maybe it's because girls lack a sense of security, so they want to hold themselves tightly even in dreams. Just like a child who never grows up, once they fall asleep, they don't want to let go of their dad, and once they let go of their dad, they will wake up. He tried to pry her wrists again, but she pulled away again, stretched out her hands and hugged him tighter, letting her little face drill into her clothes, her full forehead pressed against his neck.
It hurts. Guchen himself felt the pain.
But she was still entangled in his arms, talking in her sleep. Don't separate, otherwise I will be angry.
Guchen has a headache now.
He didn't expect that she had so much strength when she was sleeping. After she finished talking in her sleep, she showed no sign of waking up and continued to sleep soundly in my arms. In the end, Guchen shouted a few times but failed to wake her up, so he had no choice but to sleep with her. Lying on the bed, being hugged by the extremely beautiful girl CEO, shedding tears of regret. I should have known not to let her hug me.
Now, she has to pester me all night.
Maybe it was late at night and her sleeping position would be much looser, but I would probably be soundly asleep by then.
I turned off the lights and covered Wanan with blankets. Tonight was another sleepless night. Looking at the dark room, he murmured, "Alas. Wanan, if this continues, something bad will happen." It was 1 a.m. in the morning.
Wanan made a big movement and finally let go, but he was already so sleepy that he had no energy to go back to his room.
In the morning, the birds outside the window chirp.
Guchen woke up, rubbed his eyes, and found himself still lying in bed. That's a good thing, at least I didn't get kicked out of bed when I slept with her that night.
When I turned around, Wanan was gone. Did he wake up before me? She was a little confused, but suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that we have been sleeping separately? That would be great.
He suddenly became excited, thinking back to Wanan, sitting on his lap last night, and sleeping with him tightly in his arms.
Maybe it was an illusion.
He was still happy, but reality poured cold water on him. Suddenly, the door was gently pushed open, and a girl with rabbit ears appeared in front of him.
"Darling, are you awake? I held you all night last night, you probably didn't sleep well? How about sleeping for a while?"
The sweet voice is so playful.
After seeing this, Guchen began to feel distressed again. He actually slept with her in his arms all night yesterday. If he continues like this, it will become a habit. Also, what the hell is darling? Who is your darling? Noticing that he had a headache, Wanan smiled and said, "How about eating?
I've already prepared breakfast for you, sugar porridge with fried dough sticks." Wanan had a good sleep yesterday, and she was very well behaved in front of him, just like a virtuous wife who wakes up early in the morning to make breakfast for her husband.
"Change your clothes and come right up,"
Guchen said. He could only accept the reality.
At least someone would prepare breakfast for him today, right?
And seeing the beautiful girl's budding smile early in the morning makes me feel much better for the whole day.
Wearing slippers, I walked all the way to my room, wanting to change out of my pajamas. I didn't close the door.
I was halfway through taking off my pajamas when I suddenly felt someone looking at me from behind. I turned around and saw Wanan staring at me intently.
She was even about to take out her phone to record the video. After her intention was discovered, she immediately leaned against the door in embarrassment, biting her lips like a shy flower. He was a little surprised and kept saying 88 yuan, so good. She had already taken advantage of the time when he was changing clothes to get a clear look at his muscular figure. Suddenly she felt a hot stream coming out of her nose, and to avoid making a fool of herself she immediately went to the hall to get a napkin to block it. She looked totally shy. Guchen smiled and said, "She deserved it for peeking. Now she is frightened by my tiger body, right?" She quickly changed into a white work shirt and went to the hall to eat the breakfast she had prepared. Seeing him coming to the hall, Wanan immediately went to the kitchen, took a bowl, scooped out a pot of freshly cooked rice porridge with a spoon, and licked the corner of her lips, as if this bowl of porridge was like aged fine wine. Then he brought it to him and bowed to invite him to taste it. I got up at 5:30 and started cooking the porridge. It should be cooked by now.
Try it. He handed over another fried dough stick. After seeing her, Chen still felt uncomfortable. He remembered that he was the one who took care of him yesterday when he slept in, but today she cooked porridge for him. The combination seemed good, so I gently scooped a mouthful of porridge and put it into my mouth.
After savoring it carefully. Sweet. So sweet. But it's not delicious, it's so sweet that I can't even eat it. He asked hesitantly, Guan, how much sugar did you put in? Did you put all the newly bought sugar into this pot of porridge? He guessed that it could be said to be a pot of porridge and half a pot of sugar, it was just that exaggerated. But he was not angry. Guan blinked a few times, feeling somewhat guilty. Is it still not tasty? I thought it would taste better if I put more sugar in it. But when I tore open the bag, all the sugar accidentally spilled out. I'm sorry. She lowered her face, with her ponytail sticking up high. Chen didn't blame her. Someone made breakfast for you early in the morning, but you blamed them for making it taste bad. Is she still a human being? So he said, it's okay, I love to eat. I don't know why, but he subconsciously said these 3 words. I'm starting to regret it. Is this too ambiguous? Chapter 34, Fingers Intertwined, Elevator Dog Food. The porridge wasn't too bad, but because it was too sweet he could only eat 1 bowl. Guan lowered his head and began to eat rice. Guan also took a bowl. It tasted really sweet, but since I like sweets, I could still finish this bowl of porridge. I just felt sorry for Chen. After breakfast, Chen washed the dishes and then went to wash up. When she came to the sink, she suddenly rushed in. Guan, do you want to take a shower? Then I'll let you take the shower first. Chen said. As a result, and grabbed the corner of his clothes and said, Chen, let me help you brush your teeth. Then she reminded him, you can't brush your teeth so fast, you have to brush for at least 3 minutes. She smiled and picked up the toothbrush, gently poking the corner of his mouth. Chen was stunned. Is she trying hard to be a good wife? I had no choice but to nod and open my mouth. Guan playfully squeezed twice as much toothpaste and brushed it repeatedly on this originally porcelain white tooth. Very careful, not even a small bacteria is spared. However, because of being too careful, he accidentally touched the back of his throat twice, causing him to vomit. Guan felt very guilty about this, and Chen felt better after touching her head. I thought she was done after brushing her teeth, but she picked up another towel. Chen, let me help you wash your face again. She opened her little hands, squeezed a little more facial cleanser, and waved it in front of him mischievously. Chen smiled and had to lower his head, feeling her facial cleanser spread evenly on his face, and finally washed it off with clean water. He didn't have facial cleanser originally, it was a skincare product for girls. So she brought it back when she bought breakfast, and it worked very well. After the water washed his cheeks, his clean, wet face shone under the light, reflected in her eyes. Chen is so handsome. So handsome that he shines. So handsome that he shines. The originally fair and handsome face becomes more elastic after being washed with her facial cleanser. Guan couldn't help but poke his cheek and said with a grin, He just wash it and you can eat it. A black line immediately appeared on Guchen's head. Then it was Guan's turn to brush her teeth and rinse her mouth, and she acted cute and asked him for help. As expected, there is no free lunch in the world. Guchen gently cleaned her sandalwood mouth and washed her face. After packing everything and getting ready to put on shoes and go out, Guan poked his waist again. Chen, the morning is almost over, so can you give me a good morning kiss first? Guchen looked at her with a twitch of his mouth. It had become a habit after all these days, hadn't it? He couldn't spoil her anymore. Today's meal was so sweet, I couldn't get used to it, so there was no good morning kiss. He made up a random excuse. But this reason is quite effective. How can you be like this and actually reject me? She hummed and moaned, and soon thought of another idea. Her bright eyes turned and her face flushed. Well, since there is no good morning kiss, can you help me put on my shoes for a while? Is that okay? It's like he has to settle for the second best, but Guchen doesn't want to do any of them. Can't you put it on yourself? Will you walk faster or jump higher if I put it on for you? But he still bent down and took the white shoes. Watching Guchen bend over slightly, he put on black stockings, the short kind, for her. This process was certainly torturous, as her feet were delicate and small, and they looked good even without them.
After putting on the socks, her toes moved around in them. Not only him, but also Guan stopped being playful when his big hand grabbed her ankle. She bit her lip lightly and turned her rosy little face away. His shoes are so small and white, which are not resistant to dirt, but when they are worn on Guan's feet, there is no sign of dirt on them. Finally he put on his shoes and was about to stand up, but Guan leaned over and kissed him gently on the cheek.
Mua. Thank you. Again.
He guessed that after he put on his shoes, the little guy would definitely steal a kiss again. I waved my hand and wiped it casually. When I looked up, I saw Guan blinking her cute eyes at me and stretching out her little hand.
What again?
He after the good morning kiss, of course we have to hold hands and go out together. If I don't want to lead, then I won't lead, humph. He turned his head stubbornly, took the key, opened the door and left immediately.
Guan quickly followed him.
This time she didn't ask him to carry her on her back but to hold his hand, just like a child who never grew up. She carefully closed the door for him. Chen wanted to escape quickly, but he didn't expect the elevator to not come yet.
Now it's good.
Guan came to him without panicking and looked at him who wanted to escape. Then he groped and stretched out his icy little hand. Just a touch, Guan subconsciously turned his body to the side.
No. He just didn't want to hold her hand. He really spoiled her too much these days.
Guan's mouth was puffed up like a little pufferfish, and she looked over again with her eyes fixed on it. Her little hand was like a stinging jellyfish again, soft but electric. When the prey relaxed its vigilance, Guan grabbed it in one swoop. Just like catching a fleeing loach, she lifted it up.
I caught it, it's mine.
He struggled for a while, but Guan actually stretched out two hands to suppress him. He had no choice but to be held by two small hands, feeling the cool and soft touch.
After much persuasion, he finally compromised.
Then, Guan did not hold back and went even further. She actually opened her little hands and held his tightly with her fingers interlaced.
Doing so can prevent the elevator from being crowded and people from being separated easily.
That baby-like face, with pink eye bags puffed up, showed a little pride, stuck out its tongue, and grabbed it as if claiming sovereignty. Then, from time to time, she would kiss the back of the hand, just like a princess kissing a prince, very sweet. It was a little funny, but also a little distracting. Seeing that she was so proud, Guan quietly put his other hand around her back, slowly touched her soft waist, and then gently tickled her soft flesh.
What?
It's so itchy you actually sneak attack me, Guan dodged immediately, but Guan pulled her back, held her in his arms and continued to tickle her.
Please forgive me, I was wrong, it's so itchy.
She was smiling from ear to ear, her little canine teeth showing, so cute.
Even he, who was very serious, couldn't help but laugh.
Guan was tickled on her soft flesh and almost knelt down, because this was the only way to avoid his tickling offensive.
And just then the elevator door opened.
It was working hours, and there were many people in the elevator, most of them were office workers who were in a hurry to get to work. They just happened to see a beautiful girl lying in the arms of a boy, smiling from ear to ear, and the two of them holding hands. Chapter 35. Something big happened, and the rich woman was thinking about him again. I ate some sweet dog food early in the morning. Everyone in the elevator had a sweet feeling in their chests. Guan dragged the little guy in quickly, and she calmed down a little.
Most of the people in the elevator were men.
Guan brought Guan into the back and protected her in the corner behind him without saying a word. Guan held his hand and watched him guarding their love like a genie guard.
She was so happy.
Although all this was just her sweet imagination. Smiling and joking along the way, the two arrived at the company.
When we got to the company gate, Guan actually wanted to hold hands.
She had no choice but to hold his hand all the way to the work area, causing countless people to envy her for a while before she let go of his hand, smiled sweetly and went to her office. Just as he sat down, his colleague Li Xiang suddenly stared at him.
I always feel like his eyes look weird. Laoli, why are you looking at me? Thinking back, he might be gay.
He kept staring at me, and his eyes weren't all full of envy.
Li Xiang immediately smiled like an ant. You and our CEO are going well, right? Can you please give me your tips on picking up girls? I'll try to pick up a female CEO later.
Guan rolled his eyes. I really don't have it.
It's mainly my personal charm.
He said what was in his heart. Some colleagues also asked him to help speak well of him in front of the president.
Guan just felt bored. He was just an ordinary employee like everyone else. He was just a little handsome.
What else was there?
He was completely useless. I turned on my computer and started reviewing today's video. I made a cup of coffee and ripped some potato chips. I was so happy. Suddenly, Li Xiang started chatting with him again. Hey, Lao Gu, something big is going to happen in the company today, did you know? What's the big deal? He was confused while biting a potato chip. You really don't know? Didn't the president tell you that he was sleeping next to you? He was shocked. Don't be ridiculous. She really didn't tell me. Well, actually today is the day when Ion Group and our company sign a cooperation agreement. I heard that the president of Ion Group will show up at our company today. Ion Group? Gu Chen chewed on potato chips and thought for a while, then he knew who this group was. The chairman of the group is surnamed Ma, and his internet company is of the same size as Yi Wanan's father's. Cooperation between the two is of course a big deal. Once the contract is successfully signed, there may be a press conference. In the future, he clearly knows that this company has great development prospects. But now it has nothing to do with him. I heard that the person in charge of Ion Group seems to be a top-notch female president, hee. Suddenly, I smiled evilly at him again. Why are you laughing? Gu Chen was puzzled. Hee, with your natural physique for flirting with rich women, I believe that female CEO will definitely be attracted to you, so you better be careful. Gu Chen rolled his eyes, boring. He had no interest in this and focused on reviewing the video. An hour later, the company's front door began to bustle. Suddenly, a charming woman in red walked in, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. I heard that the brighter the colors of the clothes a person wears, the more confident and arrogant he or she is. The woman has long wavy hair and holds her face high. Since the meeting room is in front, this is the only way to go. Her passing made the company's employees raise their heads. The woman's temperament and demeanor were truly enviable, and made everyone's lips turn into O shapes. Wow, she's actually the female chairman of Ion Group, one of the top 5 e-commerce groups in China. She's so domineering. This is too cool. I really don't know what kind of man can be worthy of her, or catch her eye. She has a great figure. If my ex-girlfriend had half as much as she does, I wouldn't have broken up with her. Speaking of which, this woman is pretty, but compared to our president, she still seems a little bit inferior. What? Is this a little bit different? Our CEO is a natural beauty. Although this female director has a great figure, I heard that she has had many parts done. Anyway, CEO Yi is more beautiful. It's just that boys are eager for it and girls are unwilling to accept it. The woman in red walked by in high heels with a blank expression on her face. She expected to attract so much attention. Almost everyone turned around to look at her. However, Gu Chen, who was sitting in the front row, was so focused on reviewing the video that he didn't even turn around. This contrasting scene really attracted her attention. Gradually, she looked over and saw that Gu Chen was quite handsome, and her eyes immediately brightened up. But I didn't stop, after all, I came to discuss cooperation. The bodyguard escorted him to the meeting room. When he passed by him, Chen raised his head slightly and took a look. He only took a glance and didn't pay much attention to it. Just as he was about to lower his head, he suddenly saw Yi Wanan walking out of the CEO's office opposite, followed by the secretary holding the contract, who seemed to be going to the meeting room as well. The company is very large. The president's office is probably located in the center, while the employee work area is on the left, and the leadership meeting room and the like are all gathered on the right, just on this floor. Since the other party was also a large company, Wanan was quite nervous facing such a situation for the first time. However, when she saw Gu Chen looking at her from the corner of her eye, she immediately caught his gaze and went. She adjusted her collar, licked the corners of her lips, and threw him 2 seductive glances, releasing 2 peach heart currents. That is right, she was happy when she saw Gu Chen, and she couldn't walk when she saw him. The meaning of those 2 seductive eyes seemed to be saying, Chen, I'm going to be busy, you have to be good. Chen received the electric current and lost all his defenses instantly, his body went limp. This annoying little goblin. And saw his body tremble, and immediately covered his lips and chuckled. He raised the corners of his lips. Why did he feel that after Wanan gave him a wink, he became more motivated to work? The secretary behind him also glanced at him. No words. Then, the chairman's meeting room became busy, and all the people with more say in the company were called to hold a meeting here. The meeting seemed to last until noon, and there was only an hour left before lunch. Gu Chen drank too much coffee and had to pee urgently, so he went to the bathroom and relieved himself for a while.
During this time, he was actually worried about whether Wanan, who was so young, could handle such a big thing as signing a contract with the company, and whether the pressure would be too great.
It was just a sudden thought that made me wonder why I always care about Wanan. This is not right, I can't do this anymore. Isn't this falling into the trap of the beautiful girl president?
I smiled and opened the door, intending to go back to work. At this time, the meeting had ended with the signing of the contract, and the woman in red walked out first without letting the bodyguard follow. Since I drank too much water, I went to the bathroom on this floor to relieve myself.
Just then, I ran into Guchen, who was washing his hands and about to leave.
For a moment, a knowing smile appeared on her charming face.
Chapter 36, Jealousy, Hand over all the other woman's things.
Guchen was just looking back after washing his hands. When he turned around, he saw the female president of Ian Group behind him. He was immediately shocked and covered his heart, rolling his eyes.
Holy shit, how did she manage to keep her high heels from making any noise?
Seeing that the boy in front of her looked frightened, the woman couldn't help but smiled sweetly without saying anything.
Chen didn't say anything either.
Apart from Yu Wanan, he didn't want to have any contact with any other beautiful woman. The woman in front of me was dressed very seductively, with long wavy hair, willow-shaped eyebrows, a straight nose, lipstick-covered almond lips, and a perfect oval face.
She was dressed in a red women's shirt on the upper body and a black hip skirt on the lower body.
The clothes were tucked into the hip skirt, with her thighs exposed. There was a diamond inlaid on her high heels, and her tall figure was very eye-catching.
But Guchen didn't even have the desire to take another look.
Perhaps because he had been with Wanan for a long time, he preferred the petite and cute type.
All in all, Yu Wanan looks better than her even without clothes.
I took 2 steps to walk to the side, but the woman in front of me also moved to the side. Chen thought it was a coincidence, so he moved to the right again, trying to avoid her, but he didn't expect her to move towards him again. He looked up in confusion and continued to move to the left, but the woman still followed him. The public wash basin is not big, and if it is horizontal, there won't be enough space for many people to stand in it.
However, in such a space, a dramatic scene between 2 people appeared.
Chen didn't know why the 2 of them were so in sync, so he simply stopped and let her go first. As a result, she stepped lightly on her high heels, slowly pressed towards him, and gradually stretched out her slender arms, as if she wanted to push him against the wall. Only then did Chen realize that he seemed to be teased by this woman. She spoke with her bright red lips, "Little brother, why are you hiding from me?
You are so cute, sister, I admire you. My name is Mary, what's your name, little brother?"
She smiled, her eyes looking at delicious prey. Then he slowly reached out and pinched Gu Chen's chin and pushed him against the wall.
"Sorry, I have something else to do."
Although the woman was very beautiful, he did not have any extra fluctuations in his heart. His eyes were calm, and his tone was calm. Ouch! Molly opened her eyes slightly wide after hearing it. It was so interesting. Someone actually dared to reject his approach like this.
So far, Gu Chen is the first. My brother is trying so hard? Why? Or, quit your job and come to my company. Our company's treatment is better than here.
After thinking about it again, he simply said, let me be frank, I admire you very much. You don't have a girlfriend yet, right?
How about? Be my little male pet, and I will support you? Her voice was so magnetic and charming that a normal person probably wouldn't refuse, but he didn't agree. Those expressions are still as cold as ever.
He had never thought that what Li Xiang said was right.
He seemed to have a certain physique that could attract rich women. Why was it so difficult to be a salted fish? Why were there always beautiful female CEOs who came to support him? This was really a headache for him. He wished that this physique could be given to others. It was too painful.
Molly was confident of winning, but seeing him so cold, she panicked for a moment. She pursed her lips and pressed that pretty face closer.
Looking at your expression, do you not like me, your sister? Or are you too shy?
This was her first time flirting with such a boy, and she was completely unsuccessful. Perhaps what you can't get is the most tempting, and now she really wants to taste what this cool boy tastes like. Chen Zuoyo wanted to escape, but she blocked him tightly. He had no choice but to push her if she came any closer.
That's the plan.
However, just as Molly was about to attack him, a crisp cough suddenly came from a corner outside the toilet.
Ahem. Molly was slightly startled.
The cough came from a young girl. Her baby-like voice carried the authority of a leader. She turned around and saw that it was Yi Wanan. She was hugging her chest, with her ponytail up high, and her face was stern, as if the prey she had been looking for was suddenly snatched away by someone, and she was very unhappy. She walked slowly, her black women's suit sharp and angular, which made her look more like a female officer, as if she was ready to judge the prisoners at any time. She didn't wear high heels, but her temperament was far superior to that of Molly. Guchen finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was her. Looking at her fierce and aggressive appearance, I always feel that her expression is very similar to the female character in the cartoon I watched yesterday, My Senpai, when she is jealous.
It seems that she will step on you at any time and make you flirt with others.
Although it wasn't his fault.
Boss Ma, he's mine.
His tone was respectful, but also like he was asserting his sovereignty. When Molly heard this, she immediately got off him, patted herself, and pretended that nothing had happened.
Fortunately, she was seen, and she felt very lucky.
Because if someone with bad intentions saw it, took photos, and uploaded them to the internet, there would be a lot of rumors and scandals. After all, she is also the female president of a listed company, and having an affair outside would have a very bad impact on the group.
Well, I just wanted to ask him something, she explained awkwardly. Finally, he quietly took out a business card, turned his back to Yuanan so that she wouldn't see it, handed it to him, and whispered, "This is my business card, and the number is my reputation. You are always welcome to come to my company." Then, he left without even going to the toilet. "Goodbye, Mr. Yi." "Yeah," Wanan answered stiffly.
In fact, she had been using her eyes to force her to retreat. If it weren't for the fact that she signed the contract politely before, and if it weren't for the fact that she was also a female CEO, Wanan would have been fierce to her. That little card was stuffed into his bag. Wanan watched her walk away. Even if she wanted to look back, it was impossible. Then, he turned his gaze to Guchen. The change was almost instantaneous, and a hint of tenderness emerged in her eyes.
"Wow. I'm so jealous,"
Chen muttered to himself. He didn't expect that she saw him being pushed against the wall.
He was so jealous.
Wanan slowly approached, and Chen didn't dare to move or run. Then, the little girl came forward with a resentful look in her eyes, and held out her palm, handed over. It was like passing a note in class and being caught by the teacher. After all, other women's things could not be placed on one's own man, so he had to hand it over.
"What?" Chen was confused and didn't understand for a moment. However, and thought he wanted to keep it, so he pursed his lips fiercely and said, "Business card, do you still want to keep it?" "Humph, you're making me angry." Chapter 37, You don't know how to do a waldong?
Go to the wall yourself and I'll teach you.
Facing Chen, she couldn't really get angry, so she acted a little bit spoiled and resentful. Wow, his attitude changed 360 degrees in an instant. It's really hard to get used to it.
Looking at the white palm, slightly bent, Chen suddenly found it very funny, so he put the business card in his pocket into her hand.
I took it, took a look at it, and then destroyed it directly. 1, 2, 3 times. Until it is torn into pieces that can never be put together again. This vinegar is so strong that it makes him feel sour.
Chen, remember this, from now on, you must not take things from strange women, otherwise, I will.
She put her little hand down again, her face gradually relaxed, but at the same time she warned him. He curled the corners of his lips in amusement. What else? Wanan's current look is really funny, as if she can't do anything to you but still has to control you.
Otherwise, I will get angry, she thought for a long time before she stood on tiptoe and called out, her cute brows furrowed.
He. Guchen finally laughed unkindly. Seeing him like this, and immediately bit her lip, unconvinced. "You, what are you laughing at?"
"Oh. I remembered that my cousin gave birth to a child, ha ha ha." Wanan, this routine sounds so familiar. Seeing that he didn't take it seriously, she angrily put her hands on her waist, like a wife scolding her husband who was fooling around outside.
"Humph. Just now I saw that you didn't resist at all. Could it be that you like her type?" She thought of another possibility. "I have to say that girls have a strong imagination. Guchen is a gentleman who doesn't bother with women. You seem to like being pushed against the wall by her? Is that right? Answer me."
She moved closer, then gently pushed Guchen's chest, causing his back to hit the wall again, leaving him with nowhere to retreat.
"What is this?"
He answered helplessly, "No, I just..." He wanted to explain, but Ranwanan interrupted him, "If you like, then I will also do it to you, are you ready?"
Guchen was confused. What the hell?
Before he could object, Guan pressed her small hand against the wall beside his face, leaning closer to him, pressing him into the corner with the force of a wall-dong.
Looking up at him, with a serious look. He finally understood. Guan actually imitated the previous one and pushed against the wall. And, stop it, I don't like it.
He narrowed his eyes and wanted to touch her little head tenderly.
Nonsense, you're blushing now. Chen had a bitter look on his face.
It was only a short time, and Guan was so short, how could he blush when being pushed against the wall by her? Of course, she just exaggerated it to prove that she was not much worse than that woman.
In fact, in his eyes, and in his super excellent. Ha ha ha.
Chen laughed again, tears almost coming out.
How can a short person be against a tall person? This is hilarious.
Guan is now trying hard to stand on tiptoe, trying to make her small body appear taller, but it is still useless.
She can only look up at him. I'm not blushing.
Faced with the beautiful girl's moves, he was also very stubborn. After hearing this, Anne immediately moved her nose closer, then stared into his eyes, used both hands to press forward with almost her whole body.
Then you blush for me. If you don't blush, I won't let you go, humph.
These naughty words hit his heart directly.
Oh my god, so cute. So sweet.
It was the first time he had seen someone asking others to blush and have their heartbeats beat faster. It's obvious that she has never been in a relationship before, and she doesn't even know how to do a wall-dong.
What's the point of pressing her whole body against me? How can this be called a wall-dong? This is clearly a desperate entanglement, and the effect is not satisfactory.
Although she had never been in a relationship, today was the first time she seriously went to the wall to dote on him, so she was very nervous, and a layer of red bumps appeared on her face. Then she tried very hard to stand on tiptoes to complete the most important step of the wall-dong, which is a domineering kiss. However, at this moment, he realized what Guan was going to do, so he also stood on tiptoe, trying hard not to let her kiss him.
Well,
she was very confused. Why couldn't she kiss him after kissing for such a long time? Obviously, there shouldn't be much difference in height.
Now I can only kiss his chin. The height difference between the two of them is the cutest. Guan stood on tiptoe, so of course she couldn't kiss him. When the little head looked down, he saw that he was cheating. His expression immediately became a little more depressed.
Oh, how come you don't feel anything at all? She complained to herself.
Is it that the charm of this fairy is not big enough?
It's impossible to say that I don't feel anything, because the girl is very close to me now, and except for my face, other parts of my body are quite hot. He felt that Guan in front of him was a little sad, so he deliberately lowered his voice to maintain a certain magnetic force. Stupid, you don't even know how to do a wall-dong. Next, let me teach you?
What? Guan seemed to hear something incredible and thought it was hallucination.
But before she understood, Guan just smiled with his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth charmingly, then with a little more force, he reached out and hugged her waist, grabbed her two small hands, turned around, and pushed her against the wall with his backhand.
The speed is amazing, just like a secret agent.
The sudden change made her let out a sweet scream. Then, he gently pressed her delicate back against the wall, and a big hand grabbed her two small wrists and pressed them on top of her head, as if she was tied up. He pulled his hand away from her waist and pressed it against her head. Finally, he looked down at her with his charming eyes and said in a very charming voice, "Humph, have you learned how to make people blush like this?" As expected, Guan looked into his bright eyes, sharp features, and warm breath. She blushed. If this continued, she would blush completely. Her pearly teeth bit her lips gently, and she looked like a little girl who was trying to crush a butterfly. The effect was very good. He just wanted to teach her, not to do it for the sake of doing it. He got interested because the little girl was so stupid. Guan, now quietly silent, seems to be disturbed by any slight movement of the wind and grass. She wants to maintain. Her hands were held on the wall by him, just like a disobedient kitten being held by its front paws and lifted up.
It didn't hurt.
Although she didn't know where she felt a sense of shame, she felt that this was great. Those moving eyes were a little intoxicated, and the jelly lips swayed beautifully under the light.
Any normal man would be unable to resist taking a bite, and would even hold on to it. Chapter 38. Chin is mine. I will be angry with anyone who snatches me away.
Guan saw that he didn't let go, and his handsome face was getting closer and closer to her. He leaned over and tilted his face, as if he really couldn't help but kiss her. At this time, her little deer had been hit and her head was bleeding. She looked calm on the surface, but in her heart, what should I do so handsome? I'm not ready. Forget it, just do it. If I don't go to hell, who will? Guan also tried her best to stand on tiptoe, and when Gu Chen was about to kiss her, the distance between their lips was only 3 millimeters.
However, Guan suddenly laughed, hee hee. Ah, it's so itchy, chick. How annoying, didn't you say you were going to kiss me? Ah, stop tickling me. Is it okay if I don't want to kiss you? Aha. No. Gu Chen pressed her hands against the wall, just to tickle her. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble? Was he really going to kiss her? Was this something a straight man could do? The jealous scene of this little guy just now was so cute that he couldn't help but want to tickle her. Grab her with one hand and watch her struggle, and use the other hand to tickle her waist. It feels so good. No matter how he struggled and shook his head, Gu Chen didn't let go and just let him move. Oh. Finally, he let go of her hand after it made her cry. Bullying me again, Chen, I hate it. Although she said so, she cried in his arms when she fell down, hitting his abdomen with her soft little fists. He did not dodge and let her hit him enough. After all, she was still hurt after hitting him for a long time. In the end, and still hugged him very dependently, like a little cotton padded jacket. Well, don't run, let me hold you for a while. Okay. He reached out and touched her little head. Her obedient look warmed people's hearts. The two of them were playing around and didn't notice that in this corridor, at the corner of the stairs, a woman was peeking at them. Seeing the two of them hugging each other and chirping, I was really shocked and envious. That was Molly, who had not left from the beginning until now, hiding there. I thought that Gu Chen, an employee, would be bullied by the female boss, but it turned out that the relationship between the two was so close. They were so close that they were about to kiss. So she was alone here, enjoying the breeze and eating the sweet dog food that was accidentally sprinkled. It was the first time she saw the female president of this company acting so cute, just like a little daughter. And the boy was also very special. He could be both warm and domineering. He was simply a girl hunter. But he doesn't care. After eating her fill of dog food, she called Baopio to come downstairs and left. It seemed that there was absolutely no chance of supporting Gu Chen because he was already being supported by someone else. But this is just her guess. The two were being sweet in the sink, and many employees were also using the restroom at this time, so they all saw this scene. The key is that you can eat dog food while going to the toilet. Gu Chen hurriedly separated from her, but Guan soft and fragrant body came up to him again. By the way, how did you guys sign the contract? He asked casually. And thought for a while and then nodded. That woman is hard to talk to and very arrogant. In order to sign the contract, I gave in to her in every way. But I didn't expect that she would dare to attack my Chen. How can I tolerate this? Humph. If she really kidnaps my Chen, I will never let her go. Even if I have to sell my father's company and take out a loan, I will take you back. She clenched her pink fists again. Her little look of protecting food was so adorable. Gu Chen was somewhat frightened by her cute appearance. She was truly a filial son that is hard to come by in a century. I patted her little head again and pulled her high ponytail. After returning from the bathroom, Gu Chen returned to his workstation, and Guan also entered the office. I thought I could rest for a while, but after dinner, Gu Chen was not sleepy and started reading a novel at the table. He found a movie called Dog Food. The female CEO always wants to fall in love with me. It was very good and he couldn't put it down after watching it for a while. The male lead was very handsome and the female lead was very cute. I was lying on the chair enjoying watching my phone, when suddenly, the door of the office opposite opened. A lively and beautiful girl quietly came out from the crack of the door, staring at him with her beautiful eyes, and winked at him mischievously. Chen was shocked for a moment, not knowing what she was going to do, so hesitant. Hands behind back. Because noon is everyone's lunch break, so as a boss, she must take care of the feelings of her employees, so she was so quiet that no footsteps could be heard. Seeing the beautiful girl CEO approaching, Chen subconsciously wanted to hide or pretend to sleep, but it was too late. Guan tiptoed to his side and blocked the exit. The little canine teeth were revealed with a smile. What are you going to do, miss? After hearing this, she looked at the big fool for the first time. Why did I ask you to do that? Do you want to help me cut a knife? It must be a good thing for me to ask you to do that. She stretched out her index finger again, and scratched his desk lightly with her nails, looking like she was worried, but also a little happy. He thought about it and retorted angrily, good news, it's definitely not good when you come. He also quietly did not intend to wake them up to eat dog food. I always feel like she needs my help with something. Then, she bent down slightly, raised her hips, put her hands under her knees, and looked expectant and pleading. Well, my computer is broken, can you help me fix it? Chen was a little embarrassed by her cheesy behavior. It turned out to be because of this. You should have said it earlier, because he wouldn't agree no matter what. Why is the computer broken? And I don't know how to fix it. You should ask someone from the technical department to take a look, he replied in a sarcastic tone, and looked very serious. Guan was immediately annoyed by his words, and her lips twitched slightly. Humph, don't imitate me, I can only act coquettishly in front of you, she said it as if someone had snatched her right to speak. Chen immediately pretended to vomit. Who asked you to act like a spoiled brat to me? I don't want that. Oh, the people in the technical department can't fix it, so I want my loved one to help me fix it. I believe in the power of love, and it will definitely restore my computer to its original state. Please help me, please. Guchen, oh my god, this is getting more and more disgusting. No. Do you think I'm idle? He spread his hands, indicating that he was about to go to work and had no time. He knew how to repair computers, but he wasn't an expert. Guan kept nodding, indicating that you really have a lot of free time. Pouting her cherries, yeah, I saw you slacking off this morning through the glass. At 9:30, you looked at your phone for 3 minutes and 5 seconds. At 10:27, you were chatting with your colleagues again. At 10:55, you were still picking your nose. Guchen was shocked when he heard the last sentence. Stop. Chapter 39. Chen is so versatile. I can't hold it in anymore. My goodness, Guan has caught me in the act. During that period of time in the morning, she knew exactly how I had been slacking off, down to the minute. So, you're always paying attention to me at work? That's too boring, right? This sounds like quite a leisurely thing. In fact, every workplace has a centralized camera, so all you need to do is watch the surveillance video carefully. But doesn't this make her look even more boring? Even if you catch me slacking off, I won't fix it for you. Give up. He said firmly, showing the power of a true man. When Guan heard this, her cheek twitched immediately. His eyes lit up and he came up with a new idea. Then her graceful figure slowly approached, her thighs already touching his knees. Then she opened her arms, as if to hug him. Hey, what are you doing? Just talk and don't use your hands, okay? Chen was puzzled. Then I want a kiss and a hug. Guchen, ah? Don't make trouble in the middle of the day. No, I'm going to make trouble with you then. She tried to grab his neck again, but Chen shrank back and dodged immediately. But Guan didn't give up. She raised her lips and attacked again, this time hugging his waist directly. I really didn't dodge it, she hugged me tightly, and then my little head buried in her arms, rubbing against my chest like an electric drill, itchy, soft. So clingy. Ah miss, please let me go in the middle of the day. And, then if you help me fix my computer, I won't make a fuss, pretty good deal, right? She raised her head and looked up at him again, her beautiful eyes blinking, very smart. Chen, what a good deal. Then I won't leave. After I'm done hugging you, I'll want you to kiss me and sleep on your lap. Chen was held and shaken by her, and he felt helpless. Oh my god, this is torture. At this time, Li Xiang, who was looking at his phone nearby, frowned. He had long wanted to flip the table when they were showing off their affection in the middle of the day. Hearing that the female CEO was so sweet, Guchen repeatedly objected and thought it was torture? Is this still a human being? Can't you let me come? Chen finally found an opportunity to grab Guan's high ponytail and gently lifted up the clingy little guy. After they separated, and whined and protected her little head, hitting his hands. He only held on to her lightly, otherwise the two of them would have melted into each other if they had hugged each other. Don't stick to me, it's so hot. Actually, it's the chest that's stuffy. Forget it. It's pitiful that your computer is broken. I'll help you fix it. Tell me what the problem is first? He compromised, otherwise Guan would kiss and hug him again, which would be so disrespectful. He also had to consider the feelings of other single people. That's it. After he let go of her hand, Guan bit her lip and pointed at his little head. It hurts, rub it. Seeing that he agreed, I wanted him to rub my head again. Chen had no choice but to stroke her ponytail, soft and smooth. She squinted her eyes and rubbed it upwards, enjoying it for a while. Chen finally understood, this is the cat girl, right? She naughtily held a finger of his big hand and led him to the office. She raised the corners of her mouth in triumph and explained, my computer screen keeps jumping. I don't know what's wrong. Ah, Then you didn't browse some strange websites and got infected with a virus, did you?
Guan turned her face away, blushing. Humph, I didn't.
It looks like she is lying. No way? The CEO of the most beautiful girl is actually a fellow traveler?
Then I went into the office, opened the computer and checked her browser history.
This one could still be opened.
Guan wanted to reach out to stop him, but that couldn't stop his curiosity. Finally, he came across the following title, A Guide to Finding a Male God.
What kind of girls do boys like? What does it mean that a boy suddenly cares about me? How to attract men's attention through your clothes? Men like the most feminine places.
What should I do if I live with my boyfriend? He flipped through the pages and found it funny that he actually searched for these things for no reason. Guan felt a little ashamed to see that he was laughing at her. She pursed her lips and thought that she would also check his browser in the future.
I checked and found that I didn't enter any unhealthy websites.
But then the screen suddenly jumped.
Afterwards, he simply opened the antivirus software to check. After a lot of trouble, I couldn't find out where the virus was. The memory is sufficient and the computer is healthy.
Since we've checked all of these, the problem should be with the console.
Do you have a screwdriver?
Guan opened the drawer, found a screwdriver, and handed it to him as he bent over to check the host. Once he decides to do something well, he will be very serious about it, so he used a screwdriver to open the host without blinking his eyes. I didn't notice Guan looking at that handsome and serious face with a deeply obsessed expression. Serious boys are the most attractive.
This computer is a mainframe computer, not an Apple computer that can be moved around at any time.
This is the office mainframe computer she requested, which can be used for office work and playing large-scale games.
After disassembling the mainframe, I found that the configuration is quite high. Continue to dismantle.
I have repaired it in the dormitory before, but it broke once every 3 times. If it breaks this time, I will just replace it myself, since she is not short of money anyway. The host was placed under the cabinet, which had just enough space for one person. Guan was sitting on the bench, tilting her head and staring at him intently.
The two of them are in a weird position. He forgot to turn on the air conditioner.
After a while, Guan found that he was sweating, so she turned on the air conditioner, but it didn't cool him down immediately. So she took out a stack of important documents and fanned him vigorously. The breeze blew on his face, and Guan felt much cooler. One hand is not enough, so use 2 hands to make the wind stronger.
Guan smiled. Come on, Chen, drink some water. Eat some jelly.
She took good care of him, taking out a jelly spoon and stuffing it into his mouth. He had no choice but to swallow it after getting his saliva on it.
She tore open another jelly. Chen waved his hand quickly, no need. But she still held it up. In the end, after eating 6 jellies and half a bottle of drink, Guan was finally happy. Finally, after 15 minutes, I found the key to the problem. A moth flew out from the computer case.
It was not yet an adult and was small in size. It got in through the air outlet of the computer case but could not find a way out. Because the computer case was overheated, it flew around in the case. When it flew around, it would hit some circuits, causing Guan's computer screen to jump.
This time, the trapped little moth flew out. Chen wanted to catch it, but it disappeared.
Turning around, it's a small bug crawling inside the host.
Don't let it in again next time. Taught Guan a lesson.
She nodded her head obediently, looking like she was content.
My Chen is so versatile.
I was praising him foolishly again.
Chen just felt bored. How did I become your family member again?
I checked the computer again and found that the screen jump phenomenon did not occur anymore, so I reinstalled the disassembled shell and it was over. However, Guan showed a naughty smile and licked her lips.
Chapter 40. The secretary arrives, Chen can only hide. It took 2 minutes to install it completely.
Just as I was about to stand up, I found that she had leaned the chair on the person in front of me, and her thighs completely blocked the way out.
Guan, I fixed it, please move aside so I can get out.
He gently pushed her long legs, but couldn't move them.
He instantly had a bad feeling. Wait a minute, there's one important thing I haven't done yet. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after I get out. No, it will be too late when you get out.
She playfully raised one corner of her lips, looking bright and pretty. Chen's sense of crisis intensified.
They are not going to let me out.
He felt that this little guy was going to do something weird again.
Wanan's thighs were deliberately blocking the way, so he couldn't squeeze out.
He seemed to be doing something at this moment, so he couldn't see her face. Then she bent her delicate body and lowered her face. The budding baby's smiling face appeared before his eyes, and the lips seemed to have been painted with lipstick and turned a little red.
Do you want to go out? Then please kiss me first, and I will let you go, okay? After hearing this, he instantly felt backstabbed. He didn't expect that she actually had a trick up her sleeve. You want to take advantage of me again. And you use such a shameful way, it's really abominable. He looked at the girl's red lips that were about to purse, and he said unconvincingly, I helped you fix your computer, and this is how you thank me? Ha, woman.
But I also fed you delicious food, and I let you out after you kissed me, so you didn't suffer any loss.
Come on, mouth to mouth, just kiss. Guan doesn't care about her at all.
She has spoiled her so much that she won't kiss him even if the King of Heaven comes. Asking for a kiss at this time is the first time for him to encounter such a situation.
It's so fresh. To be honest, Guan's perspective is pretty good.
Fortunately, she didn't wear a skirt, but nice jeans, because her white legs were so white.
Otherwise, it would be terrible.
Although the soft red lips are very tempting, this still cannot affect a straight man. Just as he was trying to squeeze out from the side, he used his body to forcefully open her thighs that were as bright as moonlight.
And was a little distressed. Guan rejected her again.
After thinking about it, she simply moved her legs away from him. Shen thought she was going to give up, and was still proud of it, not rushing or slowing down. However, he didn't expect that she would actually tilt her little head and gently press her lips towards him. This time, I kissed her thin lips, feeling the fragrance, and then pressed the jelly hard. Shen didn't even have time to hide, he opened his eyes wide and looked into her beautiful eyes that had already begun to be obsessed with her, feeling the fragrance of the cherries.
This time I really tasted it. It was even more delicious than jelly. It was red and bouncy. I was worried that I would bite it. Today, the two of them had their first kiss, but at this moment, she was more like a domineering beautiful girl CEO, taking away his things in a domineering way. Shen blushed, and after coming to his senses, he quickly stepped back, trying to break away from her lips. When she found out, her little face turned pink, she closed her eyes, and pressed him hard, as if she wanted to eat him up all at once. It wasn't until their foreheads hit the edge of the table that their lips loosened.
Ouch! After hitting her forehead hard, she slowly raised her head in pain, covering her already red forehead. Oh, it hurts. That's not because he blushed, but because of the collision.
Guan was still leaning back.
He couldn't imagine that his first kiss, which he had kept for so long, was taken away by this little brat today. Then she looked like she had lost her virginity, which made Wanan complain a little.
What do you call this? He rubbed his mouth harder, but the first kiss was gone, and no matter how he rubbed it, it was useless. Wanan, you are really so naughty, a female pervert.
Although her jelly tasted good, he would never admit it. The key point was that her kissing skills were very poor. After kissing for a long time, she was just sucking his air, causing all the air in his chest to be sucked away. If there is a chance, yes, I will definitely teach her in the future. Just when he wanted to pry her thighs apart again and rush out, Wanan stopped making trouble. Her head still hurt, so she gently spread her legs apart. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Boom, boom, boom. Boss Yi, I'm coming in. Hearing someone outside the door, Wanan suddenly panicked and immediately touched his face with her little hand. Shin, can you wait a moment? The secretary is about to come in. Let's just hug each other.
She will definitely misunderstand you squatting here today.
If I tell my parents, I will be in trouble. I will definitely call and scold me. I have been scolded several times.
Shen then gently opened her little hand.
What was she touching on her face?
He smiled and said, That's great, I'll go out right now.
Ah, you just want to see me get scolded, right? How annoying.
Wanan acted coquettishly, and if he wanted to come out, she didn't want to stop him. Although Chen made some sarcastic remarks, he did not make any further moves and hid underneath and did not come out for the time being. But the stare was staring at her, asking her to finish quickly. And Kai pursed his lips and smiled, feeling very touched. Chen was a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart.
The secretary's name is Su Xiao. To Wanan, she is a spy arranged by her father. But she is already good, often turning a blind eye. Of course, she can't do it too obviously. She can't pretend that she doesn't exist, which is too disrespectful. But Guan showed up in the office in the middle of the day and hid under the cabinet. Anyone would have imagined this scenario. Su Xiao walked into the office, holding some documents, and came to her. She saw the president looking at the computer seriously. "President, this is our next cooperation project, take a look." And nodded perfunctorily, "Yeah." In fact, he was looking at the computer in panic. She was shocked. She finally saw her daughter start to work seriously. She usually slacked around and ate snacks. But even if she didn't work hard, with her Tsinghua graduate qualification, her ability to do things is 10 times that of an average person. She can calculate 7-digit multiplication and division almost in one breath, so why should she work hard? She pursed her lips and smiled softly, wanting to see what her young lady was busy with. She moved slightly and came to her side. Guan just happened to see the black high heels below. The two of them started to get nervous and couldn't help holding their breath, but Yi Wanan was even more nervous. She accidentally opened the browser and her secretary saw all her browsing history. Su Xiao narrowed her eyes. After just one glance, Wanan's face turned red and she hurriedly clicked the cross. "I know, you go ahead." Su Xiao nodded awkwardly, pretending she saw nothing, and turned around. "Shake your head, the lady is so cute." Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly realized something was wrong. There seems to be a scent of cherry blossoms in the room. Maybe all beautiful women are foxes, they can smell it. I noticed Wanan put her little hand down there, as if she was caressing or comforting something. Her eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and she seemed to understand. Chapter 41, Does your stomach hurt? Let me rub it. He curled his lips and didn't expose her, then turned and left, closing the door. Ha! 2 seconds after leaving, the two people in the office gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Wanan was just caressing Chen's forehead, reminding her that she was still here and not to worry. Guan quickly stood up and saw something in her pocket, so he reached out and gave it all away. "You've made me wait for so long, the QQ candy is mine." He stood up and immediately kept a certain distance. Wanan opened her eyes wide and looked at him in shock, a little bit protective of her food. "Ah, you stole my QQ candy again, give it back," he cried and scratched helplessly in the air with his little paws. "Humph! You stole my first kiss, shouldn't I take something from you?" He smiled, then tore it apart and put it into his mouth piece by piece, pretending to enjoy the delicious taste. To be honest, it seemed like other people's food always tasted better. The food he bought himself didn't taste that good. And sat there, frowned when he heard this, and said in a hoarse and low voice, "Well, but you also took my first kiss, isn't it? This is not fair." She refused to accept the rebuttal. She bought it in the morning but was too busy to finish a few packs before he snatched them away again. A kiss in exchange for 3 packs of cuckoo candy. It doesn't seem too bad when you think about it. Looking at her naughty face, Guan pretended to be fierce. Warning, next time you dare to do this, I will pull your bench and let you have close contact with the ground, understand? He turned around and smiled again. And felt very aggrieved now, and drew circles on the table with her little finger. "Ha, I just kissed you, why are you so fierce? If you don't accept it, you can kiss me, come on, I'm not afraid." Guan rolled his eyes and said, "You wish." So he walked out and finished all the cuckoo candies, thus sparing her. And was like a deflated ball, lying on the table. Don't leave me any pack." After a moment of silence, she pursed her lips again, but Chinchin's lips are more delicious. The lips were very pretty, more angular than those of Korean stars, but paired with his manly aura, they looked very different. The scent was a strong cherry blossom scent, a unique fragrance of a gentleman. It was as if I was kissing cherry blossom petals at that time. Gradually recalling the previous kiss, she went deeper and deeper. She closed her eyes again and pouted at the air, fantasizing, but ended up kissing in vain. Chen returned to his seat, lunch break was over, and saw Li Xiang beside him woke up. In fact, he didn't sleep at all. I wanted to act as if nothing had happened, but he stared at me again and smiled and said, "Lao Gu, there is something red on your face." Chen was stunned, and immediately reached out to wipe it, covering it up and saying, "How could it be?" Especially on the mouth, lipstick marks on a man's mouth are either too weird or too strange. Li Xiang smiled. Actually, there was nothing on his face. The red marks on his mouth were also wiped clean. He said there was something just to tease him. He didn't expect him to be so excited. It seems that it really exists. After a while, busy with work, he talked about other things. "Oh, by the way, do you think the sweet and sour pork in the cafeteria tastes weird today? Don't you feel bitter? The meat seems to be rotten when you bite it." Taste? He turned his head and thought for a moment. Not bad.
Today the cafeteria specially cooks sweet and sour pork with pineapple. The portion was quite generous. Sweet and sour pork is a dessert. It tastes great. It costs at least 30 yuan per portion in a restaurant. Expensive but delicious. So many people in the company ordered one, even Chen, because he doesn't like sweet food, but this is the only dessert he likes to try.
He said the meat tasted bad. In fact, he also noticed that it was a bit hard to chew.
Maybe it was not handled properly, but he didn't want to waste it, so he ate it all.
Shrug, not too concerned. But a few hours later, he suddenly felt a stomachache. Not only him, almost everyone in the company had a stomachache.
It was the first time that he had such a stomachache.
His brows furrowed and a distressed expression appeared on his handsome face.
But in the eyes of other female colleagues, he still looked good.
I got up and went to the toilet, but saw a long line. I waited for a few minutes and finally got in.
I went in but didn't feel better.
I was still holding my abdomen and biting my lip. I don't have the energy to fish.
A few minutes later, Guan finished her work and came out to make a cup of coffee. Suddenly, she noticed that he was lying on his stomach, as if in pain. She was puzzled, and after thinking for a while, she threw the coffee cup down and walked to Chen in small steps. Then, he tilted his head left and right, and looked up and down to check what was wrong with Chen. Her eyes were solemn and her face was filled with worry. After observing for a while, she shook Chen's arm, tears welling up in her eyes. Chen, wake up, don't scare me, don't leave me alone, we haven't gotten married yet, and we haven't had a baby yet. Before she could finish, Chen rolled his eyes at her as he felt sick in his stomach, and interrupted her directly, get out of here.
The voice was trembling. Guan felt a little better and stopped crying. She was so scared. Still worried, I started touching his face again. She is very smart. After all, she graduated from Tsinghua University. Although she did not major in this field, she still took time out to learn medical skills. Are you feeling sick in your stomach? Did you eat something bad? How can you eat anything you want? It's really worrying.
She blamed him for eating too much, but then she slowly stretched out her little hand to help him soothe his aching stomach.
Chen's eyebrows immediately showed a black line. I just ate something from your company's cafeteria. I think it was sweet and sour pork. That's why I feel pain. Guan opened her eyes and said, The clown is me? Cute head scratching, not knowing the truth.
I looked up at the other employees and found that nearly half of them were holding their stomachs and looking down.
It's not that everyone is slacking off, it's that everyone is having diarrhea.
As smart as she is, she understood it immediately.
She also knew about the sweet and sour pork in the cafeteria today, but because she was busy at noon, she went to eat very late, and the meat was all gone. Then she rubbed his belly and whispered in his ear, Chen, don't worry, I'll buy you some medicine right now, hold on and wait for me to come back. Why does it sound weird when such words are spoken in such a gentle and childish voice? Why can't I hold on? Why should I wait for you to come back? I always feel like she's beating around the bush and making sarcastic remarks. But he didn't have the energy to refute, so he can only nod. She hurriedly took the Maserati car keys and went.
While going downstairs, I called my secretary and asked her to manage the others while I would manage Chen.
Chen lay face down on the table, not even having the energy to play with his phone. I was careless this time.
If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten so much sweet and sour pork.
10 minutes later, Guan came back with a big bag. Chapter 42 He Tue, Jianan.
Chen, who had a stomachache, was shocked when he saw it and opened his eyes wide.
Do I have to swallow all the medicine I bought?
She ran and jumped with small steps at a high frequency, and came to his side to put the medicine away, and then took his cup to get water.
Finally, even though I was out of breath, I didn't even take a break. I immediately opened the medicine for him.
These are all stomach medicines, each with different effects, so she bought them all. Chen, I have investigated this matter thoroughly. It was the chef in the cafeteria who was too careless. He didn't want to waste the spoiled meat and thought that high temperature could completely kill the mold, so he illegally made a large portion.
I'm sorry, it's my negligence.
She apologized and raised 2 pills. Chen, take the medicine. Then I stuffed it into his mouth, and gently let him tilt his head back to feed him water.
He has no strength and can only be taken care of like this.
She wanted to open the other medicines one by one, but Chen directly held her hand, saying that she couldn't take too much medicine, so she had to give up.
In fact, it's not her fault. After all, each department has its own head. She didn't fire the chef,
but just deducted some of his salary and was scolded by the department head. After dealing with these, Guan saw that her expression was a little relieved, but not completely recovered, so she dragged a small stool from the side and sat quietly beside him, leaning her head on the table with him, staring at each other. When other employees in the work area saw him, they cast countless envious glances. After all, Guan was the first person in the company that the female president cared about, the first person that the president personally bought medicine for, and the first person that the president touched her stomach to comfort her. He could be said to be the happiest employee in the company. However, it's not that no one cared. The secretary still bought medicine for the employees. After all, it was the company's mistake, and those who were sick could go home early. At this moment, Guchen's facial expression slowly relaxed, because this girl was rubbing his belly with her warm little hands.
It's okay, I'm with you, I'll be fine.
Guan tilted her head and looked at him, her eyes as gentle as if she was taking care of a sick child, and her little hands have not stopped rubbing him. He felt his chest warm and his heart softened. He looked at Wan's gentle face and showed a hint of doting unconsciously. Suddenly, Annan remembered that there was a hot water bottle in her office, so she quickly went to get it, filled it with hot water, came to his side again, took off his clothes, and carefully stuffed the hot water bottle into the surface of his stomach. During this time, of course, I saw Chinchin's 8-pack abs. After stuffing the hot water bottle, he blushed and quickly wiped his nose with a tissue.
Guchen saw her cute and funny appearance.
In fact, you don't need a hot water bottle, just rub it with your hands, but I didn't say this request out loud. Guan quietly lay beside him again, bringing her little face very close to him.
Chen couldn't hide because of the stomachache.
If Guan wanted to take advantage of him, she could do it. But An didn't kiss him, instead he took this opportunity to carefully examine Chendi's facial features, memorizing every detail. Normally he wouldn't let me look at him closely like this, because if I looked at him too closely, I would get angry.
He's sick, so I have to be considerate, so I can't do that kind of thing. He lay quietly for a while, and when the warm water cooled down, he took it off and rubbed it with his 2 little hands. Anyway, I never get tired of it.
Chen finally felt better, his eyes became bright again. Thank you.
Hearing his tone after recovery, Wan's expression became delighted. I don't need to thank you for your kindness. How about giving me a kiss as a thank you? What a good idea.
Tian Nai raised the corners of his mouth, but after he recovered, Wan was really much happier.
Chen's mouth twitched. This little guy is really taking advantage of me.
But she really wanted to kiss me, her bright red lips shone silvery under the light, and it was so tempting. But Chen immediately turned his head away and refused to kiss me, pretending that I was still sick.
We kissed once at noon. If you keep kissing like this, your mouth will rot, you know?
Seeing Chen actually avoiding her cherries, it seemed that he was almost recovered, so she started to play with him again. She straightened her body, put her hands on his back, stood up and kissed him from the side, inevitably showing her domineering side.
Where are you running? You can avoid the first day but you can't avoid the 15th.
But just when he was about to kiss the corner of her mouth, he turned his head away again.
This time I only kissed his fragrant hair.
She was not convinced and turned around again, and Guchen dodged again. After going back and forth for a long time, Wan simply hugged him. Not taking the initiative at all, no more kissing, just locking his neck and hugging him for a while, and that was enough. He didn't object, feeling her soft breath blowing on his ears. Li Xiang, who was still holding his stomach in pain, watched the two of them moaning. He really didn't expect to see them showing off their affection while he was sick. He felt depressed, and stomach medicine didn't help. It would be great if he had such a soft and beautiful girl to take care of him. At least he would feel much better. Soon, Wan stopped being so annoying and smiled again.
Chen, I will try to go home early today and give you a big surprise. The smile is very sweet. This made him a little confused. Didn't he go home early every day? Wait, miserable sister, is it that the villa is uncomfortable to live in? What's so good about my home? Is it that the bed is more comfortable to sleep in? You're going to give me a surprise, right? Spare me, help me. He shouted. In everyone's eyes, such a thing as a beautiful girl coming to warm the bed is something that ordinary people would never have in their lifetime. Guchen actually refused, which made Li Xiang and other colleagues very angry. Wan's eyes turned, and she said aggrievedly after hearing what he said, "What? I didn't expect you to be such a man." Shen Yu's mouth twitched and he was a little confused. Wan snorted again, holding her hands on her waist, with a little cunning in her eyes. "If you slept with me twice, and then you don't want me anymore, and you won't let me go home, Hajanan." Holy shit, shocked. Everyone in the room was shocked.
Those colleagues who were originally sick looked up one after another, as if their illness had disappeared after hearing those words.
What do you mean twice? Don't talk nonsense. I'm going to sue you for defamation.
He was really confused. He just slept with her in his arms for 2 days.
How could that be considered as sleeping with her twice? What did I do? People are lying at home, and the pot falls from the sky. Seeing him stumbling, Guan uncovered her mouth with a sneer. Everyone was looking at him. Shen wanted to explain, but it didn't make sense.
He did sleep with her twice, but she was sleeping next to him and he didn't touch her.
No one would believe it if he told anyone. In the end, it gets even more complicated.
He shook his head and gave up, thinking that it would be nice to have a beautiful girl warming the bed.
The bed would be warm and he would sleep soundly.
But it was limited to warming the bed, and his request was that simple. Seeing that she was quite willful, Chen wanted to sneak attack, gently pinch her little face and tell her to talk nonsense, but she dodged playfully.
Chapter 43, No Keys at Home? Guan performs sleeping standing up. If there weren't so many people here, Guan would have probably gone up and spanked her. But he still asked, wait, can you translate for me first, what is surprise? He was a little vague about the concept of surprise and pretended to be fierce. Guan just tilted her head mischievously. You'll know when you get home tonight. It's a big surprise. You might not be able to resist it.
When she said the last sentence, she blinked her eyes cutely, which was actually a little charming.
This, can't help it? I can't help it? Okay, this is the surprise? Then just come on, I'll see if I can help it. He planned this first.
Seeing that he had recovered well, and put the medicine back in his drawer and told him to take 2 pills in the morning, noon and evening to prevent rebound.
Then he put his hands behind his back and skipped back to his office.
Guan shook his head, and was quite grateful to her. Everyone had a stomachache, but because of Guan's careful care, he was the only one who recovered first.
It wasn't until after get off work in the evening that everyone's stomachache got better.
But they were still weak, as if they all suffered from kidney deficiency, except Guan, who was full of energy. Shen stretched himself, packed up and prepared to leave work. I'm going to go home and play a game, Attack on Titan. I haven't played it for a long time. However, he looked at the president's office and found Guan still sitting in front of the computer, tapping the keyboard. Everyone had gone off work, and she was the only one still busy. After all, she must have too many things to deal with today's cooperation with Ayun. I was thinking whether I should wait for her here and go home together.
My eyes turned and I suddenly thought of something else. Hey? Why am I waiting for her? Isn't she unhappy being alone at home?
He patted his thigh and realized that he had become accustomed to being pestered by Guan recently. He thought of her no matter what he did.
Yes, that's it. So I picked up my phone, took another look, and walked downstairs. One more thing to do today is to feed a few stray cats. Suddenly, I felt a little worried, so I took out my phone, contacted Guan, and sent a message, be careful when you go home, okay?
He didn't notice that his tone had instinctively become gentle.
He didn't save the phone number.
When Guan came to review the video with him, she secretly saved it.
The name was Guan Baby. It's so corny.
Shen changed it to a normal and non-ambiguous name without saying a word. After leaving the company, I rode my electric scooter to the pet supermarket and bought a few bags of high-quality cat food. When I came out, I found that someone had dropped my electric donkey on the ground, and the battery had hit a stone on the ground, causing a dent.
I pushed it up immediately and looked around. I didn't see anyone.
It was just that the wind was strong today and I didn't seem to have set the pole properly.
Maybe it was blown down by the wind.
Without paying much attention, I rode to an ordinary residential area, next to a garbage room and a remote area downstairs. As soon as I entered here, I heard the meowing of kittens. They were a few kittens still drinking milk. I saw this place by accident when I was looking for a place to rent last time, but I rented somewhere else later. But I still think about it because there is a mother cat abandoned by her owner here, and I come here to feed her whenever I have time. Maybe because of its big belly, this tabby cat was abandoned by its owner. All they did was make a foam box, put some clothes in it, and leave a simple nest. The mother cat has now given birth to several cubs that are crying for food and need more food. Fortunately, the people in this community are very kind. Many students come to visit after school in the evening and bring delicious food to help it through the most difficult times. The tabby cat tilted its head and was a little wary at first, but when it saw that it was Guan, it showed a cute and kind smile. I walked over to the front, squatted down, put down the cat food, tore it open and poured it into the bowl. The little cub had grown up a little, smelled the fragrance, kicked his legs happily, and came to the bowl and smacked. The mother cat looked at him, then moved closer to him, rubbed her hand against his, and licked it.
Chen smiled knowingly. There are 4 kittens.
Chen actually wants to take them home to raise, but cleaning up cat poop is too troublesome, so he has not been able to fulfill the responsibility of a poop scooper so far.
I can only take time to feed.
After a while, the kitten fell asleep next to its mother, and Chen turned around and left, riding on his electric scooter, riding the wind. However, halfway through the ride, the bike slowed down and finally stopped.
Ha! Broken?
After checking, the reason for the inability to move should be that the battery is dented. It was still a little far from home, so he could only push it to go and repair it first.
But it will be late to go home.
After repairing the car for a while, there was no news from the phone, and Guan did not reply to the message.
Finally, I changed the battery and hurried home, and took the elevator. He didn't receive the text message. Guan probably hasn't returned home yet.
He pressed the button for the 4th floor, and when the elevator opened a few seconds later, he was stunned because there was a girl in front of his door.
That's right, it's Guan.
At this moment, she was holding a package in her hands, and seemed a little cold, leaning against the door of Guchen's house. There were actually some small bags on the ground, which contained the fresh vegetables she bought. I didn't pay attention to that, but when I looked up and took a closer look, I saw that she was actually sleeping against her own door.
She was drooling a little bit, so cute and funny.
The sound of the elevator opening did not wake her. She went home after finishing her work, and she went back to her own house, but she didn't have the key, so she was locked out.
He didn't even send me a text message when he got home. What a fool. Doesn't this little guy want to disturb me? Guan's peaceful sleeping face is very beautiful.
She has abandoned her playful and willful nature.
At first glance, she is simply a sleeping beauty who needs the prince to gently kiss her awake. Guchen covered his face and laughed, thinking Guan was pretty amazing. He had only heard of people being able to fall asleep while standing up before, but he didn't expect to actually see it today. He approached quietly, watching her breathing become even. He felt very reluctant, but he had to wake her up. I rubbed my fingers gently on her porcelain doll-like face, and felt uncomfortable on his skin, and outside of his dream, he gently hit that hand.
Chen wondered, why didn't she wake up? So he changed his tactics and put his hand to her petite throat, and then, like playing with a cat, he fiddled with her white chin for a while. At this moment, she felt a pleasant sensation in her throat, and her reaction was a little exaggerated, but she did not reach out to knock it away. Instead, she narrowed her eyes slightly and tilted her head back in a slightly enjoyable manner. Chen licked her heart. She is indeed a cat girl. She was already addicted just by scratching her chin.
It also made an itchy and comfortable sound. After feeling comfortable for a while, I felt something was wrong. What was I doing?
She slowly opened her eyes, and saw Guchen reaching out to tease her. I was so happy that I wanted to hug her immediately, but suddenly I felt a little ashamed. I lowered my face and turned my little face away, rubbing my hands together.
Where have you been? You just came back.
She murmured timidly, looking aggrieved and pitiful. It makes me want to hug her, touch her face and comfort her.
Chapter 44 Ding sign for the cat-eared girl. Chen scratched his head. Guan, why didn't you text me when you got home?
And Kai turned his head back and pursed his lips. I know, you must have gone out to do something busy. I'm sorry to bother you.
I'm not busy. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
The girl in front of him looked so aggrieved and coquettish that it made him feel soft-hearted. I just went to feed the cat, and then the battery broke, so I had to fix it, which delayed me.
I'm sorry.
He apologized. It was ridiculous to let a girl wait at the door for so long. Guan's eyelashes fluttered, and when she heard him apologize, she was delighted. It's okay.
I'm glad you're back. I thought you didn't want me anymore. What?
The voice got quieter as he spoke, and he didn't even hear the last sentence.
No. Hey cat? Really? After thinking about his words, my little head was confused again.
Yeah, but my car broke down, and after it was fixed, I passed by the park. Guan then saw that he was holding a bag in his hand, which was filled with pink cherries. The little face was even more delighted, forgetting everything about herself. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and tears flowed from the corners of her mouth.
Is this for me?
And pointed at himself with his little finger, unbelievable.
Was he trying to use this to apologize? Then I'll forgive you reluctantly. The little actor has his own inner thoughts. Ran Chen poured a bowl of cold water on her. This?
I was passing by the park and saw that the cherries on the tree were almost ripe, so I picked them.
I didn't buy them.
Guan took it gently, opened it and saw that the cherry was not fully ripe, but it was pink, but it didn't taste that sweet. Anne's mind immediately turned, and he smiled with narrowed eyes. Yeah, I know picking it yourself is more meaningful than buying it. With an innocent look on his face, he took out another one, wiped it on his body casually, and stuffed it into his mouth.
Chen was a little confused. Why did he feel that she was making things up?
I just saw that the cherries were very cute, so I just picked a few. Guan tasted it with joy, but after a while she opened her mouth and said, it's still a little sour. Chen was about to remind me that the sourness was not a big deal, but it was not good to eat it without washing it thoroughly.
But Guan can't wait at all.
Seeing her expression, it looked like she had eaten 3 oranges, so cute, so I said, it's sour, don't eat it, I'll buy it later. He reached out to take it, but Guan snatched it away protectively. No need, I want to eat the ones that Chen picked for me as I love sweet and sour, so I also like sour food. Such naive and funny words. I'm afraid he is really a little fool who is deeply in love. But every time she ate one, she pursed her lips with a sour look, but she still persisted. Chen had no way to deal with her stubbornness. He could only touch her little face, which was embarrassed by the sourness, and gently scrub. Feeling the touch, she suddenly felt the sour cherry in her mouth, a little sweet. With big eyes and a blushing face, she immediately opened her arms and hugged me. Then, the soft fragrance came into her arms, and Guan felt like she had found what she had lost. She wanted to hold him for a long, long time, and didn't want to let go. After nearly 3 minutes, Chen's legs were numb and he was hungry, so he gently stroked her back. Guan, are you going home? I can't get the key to open the door like this. Such a gentle voice. Ah. And then became excited again, and immediately made way for him with her petite body. She skillfully used her small hands to help him take out his trouser bag and took out a key.
I'll open the door. Chen smiled and let her be.
She shook the package in her hand, and Chen Shang was puzzled. Hey, what's the package in your hand? He reached out to take it and checked the delivery information. But she cleverly dodged sideways. Surprise, I'll tell you after I take a bath.
Chen was a little surprised. Why did he have to finish taking a shower? Could it be that?
Looking at her pink little face, Chen suddenly thought of something incongruous, and his face also turned red. Guan was really too naughty, but this also gave him plenty of expectations. She took the lead in picking up the food she had bought and skipped into the door.
Chen also threw away the strange thoughts and prepared to cook.
Using the nearly 50 yuan worth of fine vegetables she bought, he cooked 2 dishes and a soup. He thought Guan would eat slowly, but Guchen wanted to see her little cherry chewing slowly, with oil dripping from her mouth. But she wiped her mouth and said, I'm going to take a shower first.
Then quickly enter, this time wearing clothes and locking the door. It seems like the surprise doesn't want him to see it in advance. Seeing that she was still well behaved today, Guchen showed a look of relief on his face. But it's not quite what he thought. She showered very quickly, and by the time she came out, Guchen had finished washing and Guan had wiped the table. Hearing the sound of someone coming out of the toilet, he turned around, glanced at her casually, and subconsciously said, "Go to bed quickly, you can only sleep in your own room today." But suddenly, he was attracted by the girl who had just finished taking a bath and was still steaming with fragrance. The words are still half stuck in my throat. Then, there were a few more cute little cat calls. Meow meow Chin Chin, how are you? Do you like my new look today? Meow. The little face was a little rosy, and the cute cat ears moved. Guchen was staring at her with a blank gaze, as if he was looking at a beautiful angel. His mind was already wandering. Meow. Suddenly, another cat's cry brought him back to his senses. The little girl in front of me tilted her head, wondering what happened to Guchen. After taking a shower, Guan actually changed into a coscat uniform, and she was a catmaid. First, the single ponytail is untied, showing a beautiful mushroom-shaped short hair, and then matched with an exquisite cat headband, which is very spiritual. The outer hair of the cat ears is black, while the inner hair is pink and white, which is very beautiful, comparable to this porcelain white baby face. It is like a cat that has become a spirit. She was wearing a pair of big glasses on her face, hanging on her small nose, which made her look even more cute. She also had a big black bell hanging around her neck, which made a crisp sound when it swung.
The lower body is a high-quality black long skirt, fluffy and beautiful, with a white lace apron on top.
The white skirt extends to the waist, and the lace is connected to the shoulders and neck. Under the feet, there are cat ear cotton slippers. Now, she put her two little hands on her chest again, making a gesture of being ready to serve her master at any time. This outfit is so lovely and cute. Oh, and she was wearing white silk stockings. This made him, an old man, even more unbearable. When Guchen saw her, he looked dazed because his brain had completely frozen. He was so cute that his face was bleeding. So cute. How long will it take to cry with one punch? Chapter 45. The cat wants to eat dried fish. It's so cute that I want to hug him and throw him to death. Etc. There's even a cat tail? How did they put it there? Guan of course didn't know what Guchen was thinking at this moment. If she knew, even if he had 36 years of experience, he would be overwhelmed by the fact. And then would be so excited. Meow, what's going on? Why haven't you said anything for so long? Guchen's inner thoughts, ah. Stop yelling, it's too cute. On the surface, ahem. Dry throat, well, it's just so-so. Guan was a little unhappy after hearing this, and scratched her face cutely with her cat paws. But this is a limited edition cat-made costume that I customized. It's only available worldwide. Chen heard that this little guy is quite attentive. Hey, wait a minute, Meow Chen, you actually think it's ugly, then, why are you blushing, Meow? She covered her mouth in shock again, because this was the first time that Guchen was so far away from her, but he was shy. Even a straight man was shy, there must be a reason. It's just because it's hot. He spread his hands and looked at the ceiling. He decided not to admit it, otherwise Guan would definitely take the opportunity to tease him again, or even do something more outrageous. Chen, why are you bleeding from your nose again? And opened his eyes wide again with worry, because Chen's nosebleed could no longer be controlled. What? I just bumped into the corner of the table by accident, you have to believe me. He argued, then took out a piece of paper and wiped it vigorously. But it took me a long time to wipe it, and I used 5 pieces of paper to finish it. I couldn't control the process. I wanted to explore, oh no. I wanted to imagine what would happen if I held Guan in this maid outfit and slept with her. That would not just be one sleepless night, it would be several sleepless nights. Guan came closer, thinking that he had really bumped into her. She opened her beautiful eyes and carefully checked him, touching his tall, red nose with her little paws. Guchen, the sky is so cute, it will spray blood again. When the girl got closer, he saw the tail on Guan's back. It turns out that it is connected with the clothes. By the way, she wore 2 pairs of cute white cat claws on her hands, and the inside of the white claws was also pink flesh. Of course, this is just decoration. The girl was so sweet and well-behaved that her heart melted. He slowly stretched out his big hand and touched the cat ears on her tilted little head. Feeling the caress, Guan squinted her eyes in comfort for a moment, and meowed twice, as if to let the master continue to caress. The 2 little cat claws also pulled back and began to scratch his chest. It's itchy and crisp, very comfortable. Chen couldn't stand it anymore, oh. But I held it in for a few seconds. Then he scratched her chin again, and her eyelashes began to close tightly again, just like a real kitten. She tilted her head back in ecstasy, and even stuck out her tongue. Guchen realized that he was still addicted to petting the cat, so he quickly took it back. Guan suddenly lost her comfort, so she tilted her head and looked at him pleadingly. The star-like beautiful eyes blinked a few times, the corners of the pretty mouth curled up, and then, without the owner's consent, she put her face close to his and licked his cheek. It was itchy, and Guchen felt like his soul was being hollowed out. Alright, that's enough. Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Did Guan learn the skills of pleasing the cat in advance? The effect was exactly the same. Hee today I am Chen's pet cat maid, you are my male master, you can order me around as you like. Guan wagged her little tail again, and gently tapped her chin on the back of her white little paw, looking like a well-behaved and obedient cat. No more. I can't take it, he said. He was almost exhausted. If Guan continued to seduce him like this, he really wanted to use her. The cat girl felt wronged after hearing this. He wants to forget it. Then, she thought of something and smiled cutely. Meow, the cat maid would like to rub the master's back, is that okay? She blinked her big eyes excitedly, twinkling like bright stars, and waved her little paws in the air. Chen was a little moved at first, but when he turned around, he realized that he was almost tricked by her soft voice again.
"Ha, master, I don't need a back rub. Just stay outside and don't be naughty," he imitated Wanan's tone. She pouted and gently scratched his chest twice, as if blaming him for being a straight man. After being together for a while, Chen went to take a shower and locked the door to prevent the agile kitten from running in. When I turned around, I realized that Wanan, who had changed into a cat uniform, was even more tempting. I played with her for half an hour without much resistance. We agreed to play games. Is there anything more fun than petting cats? Then I thought, I feel empty after playing the game, but petting cats is always fun. Nen, the catmaid, was waiting at the door with some disappointment. This master just doesn't understand, so I can only take away his dirty clothes and do what a maid should do. When he came out of the shower, Wanan had already washed all the dirty clothes. She used a small stool to stand on and barely managed to hang them up. She hadn't taken off her cat uniform yet, especially her cat ears. Under the reflection of the moonlight, she was like a naughty kitten on the balcony, about to stretch out her claws to grab some dried fish, swaying for fear of falling off the stool. But the cat was agile. After hanging up the clothes, it jumped down from the stool and, like a child, picked up the tools nearby and started mopping the floor in each room. As a maid, she was quite competent, but he felt that she was too competent. The floor she cleaned yesterday was still very clean. Why did she need to mop it every day? After a while, a cat took a mop and started to fight with the dirt on the floor. Because there was a sticky thing on the floor, she couldn't get it off after mopping it several times, so she whined and rubbed it with the mop with all her strength, until her little face turned red, and finally she mopped it clean. Seeing her diligent and cute appearance, Chen smiled knowingly. It was a pity for a cat girl like this to help him with housework. If he let others do it, they would have to worship Wanan like an ancestor. She mopped the floor meticulously, but when she saw Guchen standing in the hall, she meowed at him a few times. "Meow, it's dirty here, please move your feet away, meow." "Meow, you stepped on my mop, let me go." The last time, Chen stepped on it on purpose. Wanan had mopped the hall 3 times, and it was still there. The floor tiles were like polished and shiny. She didn't feel tired, she was more diligent than in her own home, so he stepped on the mop. "Okay, go take a break. If you keep mopping, my floor will be big enough to look like a mirror." I smiled and shook my head at this hard-working little fool. Wanan blinked her eyes and smiled happily. Hee, since I have finished mopping the floor, master, can you give me a small reward?" And held his face with his paws, looking as if he was begging his master to feed him dried fish. Chapter 46: The Big Bad Guy Who Bullies Cats Beat You. What reward? Of course it's a kiss. Meow, just for a moment, just kiss here. He didn't ask for a kiss, but nodded his fair face. After Chen knew about it, he took back the mop that he was going to return. "Here you go, continue." Wanan immediately became angry and said fiercely, "Humph, the master is a big scoundrel." She put her hands on her waist and looked like someone who could not be coaxed. Chen stretched out his hand and pinched the pink face, which was as soft as dough. "Okay, you've worked hard, go play for a while, don't be too tired," he casually said with concern. Wanan broke free from the hand that was pinching her face, stuck out her tongue, opened her beautiful eyes, and said, "Meow, master, I'll be waiting for you in the bed." Hee. She smiled sweetly and turned to go to his room. Chen wanted to stop her, but it was too late. She closed the door as soon as she entered, as if she had guessed that he would object. He had no choice but to curl his lips and empty the trash can first. Wanan hadn't had time to empty the trash can yet. Of course, Chen didn't want her to go downstairs in a cat-maid outfit like this. He didn't want other boys to see her cute appearance. I don't know when he started to become selfish. Everything about Wanan can only be seen by him. I went out to take out the trash, and when I came back, my door was finally open. After putting away the trash can, he quietly walked in. "Catgirl, you." Wanan didn't look over, but was busy with something in her hands. She knelt on the bench in front of the computer desk with her delicate body. The little beauty holds a ballpoint pen and writes on a piece of white paper, as if she is drawing. I don't know what she drew after just going out for a while. Without making a sound, she approached and found that Wanan's face was actually quite cold when she was serious, like an iceberg beauty who could only be admired from afar and not touched. He found it interesting, so he came to her side. At this time, she didn't look back, as if she had finished painting. She shook her little head happily, and her elastic cat ears trembled slightly. I felt interesting, so I blew warm air twice on her cat ears. "Ha! What are you doing?" The fragrance of cherry blossoms wafted around her small ears, causing her body to tremble and her face to turn red. She straightened her back with a start, and after coming back to her senses, her eyes became a little gloomy again. The hot air mainly blew on her cat ears. It was just a decoration and didn't really have much effect, but cat ears were curved, so once the hot air was reflected, it bounced back onto her delicate ears.
Master, why did you suddenly appear behind me? You scared me so much.
Guan showed a slightly resentful and greatly surprised expression, looking at his face, her ears red.
After hearing this, I think the slave family is a little tempted.
Guan thought he had really scared her, so he reached out his hand and stroked her little head to comfort her.
I'm sorry.
Guan rubbed her little head upwards again, feeling so comfortable. Meow, please forgive my master's mistake, she giggled. Chen turned around and looked at the painting in her hand.
I just paid attention to her and didn't pay attention to other places. What are you drawing?
He saw a drawing of a man and a woman on a piece of white paper. The man was wearing a neat suit, which made his already tall figure look even more stylish. The girl was wearing a fluffy wedding dress, with an intoxicating smile on her face, riding on the handsome man's back.
At first glance, isn't this the groom carrying the bride?
Of course he understood, the man and woman must be him and Guan, and this painting was a fantasy of their wedding scene. That's why he pretended not to understand.
Aha! Didn't you see that?
This is our wedding portrait. I think when we get married for real, we will be 1,000 times happier than in my painting. She nodded her lips innocently, her face full of intoxicated anticipation as she looked into the future.
Guan smiled. Guan was indeed very fast and good at drawing. She hardly missed any small details.
After all, she was a graduate of Tsinghua University. Although she usually didn't show her intelligence and looked silly, when she was serious, she could kill everyone in seconds. This painting was drawn by her during the time when Chen was taking out the trash, and it was so detailed that at least Guan himself could not draw it.
But, marriage or something, isn't that too far away? I won't talk about it in the future, at least not now.
So I poured cold water on her. Ha, you're just dreaming. Whoever wants to marry you knows how to trick me.
He reached out and flicked her head again. Guan was smart but couldn't dodge it.
She covered her head and cried.
It's okay if we don't get married, it's just a formality anyway, we can still have a baby. Guan whined and was very stubborn. Chen couldn't help but laugh. Who wants to have a baby with you? Boring.
Then he pretended to hit her head, and Guan was so scared that she immediately covered her face and hid away, expressing her dissatisfaction.
So angry and funny.
After waiting for a long time, Chen didn't attack her. She slowly opened her eyes and saw that he had taken the pen and started drawing.
Ha!
She was full of confusion in her little head.
And Guan just suddenly wanted to draw a picture for her.
And finally shook off her previous dejection, sat up straight, and thought to herself that it was a good thing that he didn't hit her on the head again, otherwise she would definitely punch him back with her pink little fist, letting him feel the sweet critical hit. He was very quiet, and his calm profile made people think he was a domineering CEO. Guan was a little obsessed with his appearance. He was just doing his job seriously, but he could make the girls drool. As expected, and finally couldn't hold back his drooling, and used several pieces of paper to wipe it clean, to avoid being seen and laughed at by Chen. Soon he finished drawing, and Guan immediately leaned over her shoulder to watch. Although the painting is a bit crude, it is much better than those with poor painting skills. It is just not as good as the best but better than the worst, and it can't catch up with Guan's skills. After seeing clearly what he drew, and Xiu's eyebrows slightly flattened. In the painting, there is also a man and a woman, but they are not wearing suits, but ordinary casual clothes. However, the girl is different. She has a pair of cat ears, a bell hanging on her white chest, cute cat paws, and a delicate cat-made skirt. It's just like a smaller version of herself. Just like a real cat-eared girl. In this painting, Guan is her master. Because she climbed onto his bed and wanted to get into the quilt, he hooked her collar with one hand and gently lifted her up, intending to take her to her little nest. The cat Guan, with her little canine teeth bared, stretched out her little claws to grab and throw in the air, was very unconvinced, but she had no way to deal with the tall master, and simply let him pick her up and walk away. In this painting, she looks like she has her lips pouted, just like in his painting, fierce and aggressive, with her chest tucked in. At first glance, I was really drawn into it. After all, his drawings were in the style of comics, and Guan was an artistic type. Protest meow, anyone who bullies cute kittens like this is a big bad guy. You will never find a girlfriend in this life. Chapter 47, Being late for school, just to see me? Seeing Guan's unconvinced look, Chen suddenly wanted inspiration again. He wanted to draw a picture of a cat-eared girl who was angry, with her little tiger teeth exposed, her little claws open fiercely, and a cute heart in her eyes.
So cute. Of course, this is based on Wanan with two-dimensional elements.
Wanan was still watching quietly beside him. She liked whatever Gu Chen drew. However, if he drew something with certain implications again, she would definitely punch his chest with her pink little fist. Then she watched him draw for a while, then moved her eyes elsewhere, to his serious face. Her beautiful eyes blinked and then became dazed as she stared at his facial features that reached the pinnacle of human perfection and his fair skin, a celebrity-like appearance.
He was so handsome that he didn't have a girlfriend.
She gradually recalled that this quiet profile was not common in high school. Only when he was reading in the morning, I would deliberately be late for school, just to pass by his class and secretly take a look at him. At that time, Gu Chen was also writing with a pen so seriously, but he was actually putting his book up and making up for the homework he hadn't finished last night. Even though he was a student who never completed his homework on time, Wanan still liked him, and liked him very much. At that time, Gu Chen was still wondering why a school beauty like Wanan was always late, and why she had to walk through his class when there were other shortcuts. Before he confessed, he certainly didn't understand why, but when Wanan looked at him secretly with a red face, he noticed it while doing his homework, raised his head slightly, and responded with a smile.
It's just a silent greeting.
When Wanan received that smile on her cheek, she felt like she had taken stimulants. She banged her head against her chest until it was bleeding. She lowered her head, bit her lips and ran away quickly. Shen thought at the time that it was his face that scared the other person, so he scratched his head. In the past, in order to see his serious face, she had to prepare to be scolded by the head teacher, but now it was different. She could see it whenever she wanted, and if she couldn't help it, she could even kiss him. She had never been so happy before. As I was thinking this, the corners of my mouth curled up inadvertently, and the color in my eyes faded, as if my soul was wandering. The lovely girl leaned forward slightly, and she really couldn't help wanting to kiss him first. She pursed her wet lips and moved her body forward a little bit. Two people were seated on two chairs. Of course, one chair was too narrow to accommodate them. And Gu Chen had accidentally moved a little further away, so if you really want to kiss him, it would still be quite difficult.
Just a kiss, just a kiss.
She had this in mind, but because the inclination was too high, the center of gravity of her body was forward, causing the chair to suddenly tilt forward.
When I came to my senses, I realized that I was about to fall. It's too late to regret, bang. Ah!
The cat girl's body fell straight to the ground, making close contact with the ground.
This is a case of stealing a chicken but losing the rice.
Shen was originally concentrating on painting, but when he heard the scream, he was immediately startled.
I turned around and found Wanan was no longer in sight.
I looked back and found her lying on the ground groaning.
Oh. Feeling a little strange and speechless, hey? Wanan, how can you fall down while sitting? Are you okay? Where does it hurt? Get up quickly, let me see if you have any scratches.
He reached out to support her delicate body, slowly picked her up, and then gently put the kitten on the bed.
Oh, it hurts, Chin Chin.
Her mouth looked like it had eaten a sour orange, she cried and spoke incoherently. Shen suspected that what she wanted to say just now was Chin Chin, it hurts. The little beauty shed two sparkling tears, which squeezed out from the corners of her eyes, making people feel distressed.
Gu Chen quickly touched her head and wiped the tears from her face. What did you do? Did the chair become a spirit and not let you sit on it? I turned around and looked at it again. It didn't become a spirit nor break, so I was confused. Puff puff I just wanted to get closer so I could see more clearly, but the chair didn't listen to me. I had no other thoughts. She covered the painful spot from the fall and cried like a baby, but her little face seemed to be hiding something embarrassing. Shen didn't know what she was going to do, but she was punished by God in advance. I gently lifted her little arm, and found that her white elbow had been scraped. He tried to rub the surrounding area gently to make her feel better, and Wanan's face, as if she had eaten an orange, gradually relaxed. Does it hurt here? Wait a moment, I'll get you a band-aid.
Wiping away tears, she nodded gently, with a wrong smile and a red nose.
Shen got up and looked through the drawer beside the bed.
When I turned around, I wanted to wrap her up, but I saw Wanan licking the injured area with her little tongue.
Hiss, hiss.
There are certain ingredients in saliva that can stop bleeding and kill bacteria, so she licked it twice gently.
The cat lowered its ears and stuck out its tongue.
This appearance made him a little dazzled for a moment, and he subconsciously imagined it to be a real Persian cat.
It took me a while to come back to my senses, and I quickly bandaged it.
The wound was caused by friction with the ground. He asked Guan to retract her tongue, and then took out his cotton ball and alcohol and wiped it twice. She felt a little pain, but she knew that this was good for her, so she bit her lip and endured it.
Alcohol is much more effective than saliva.
Then he took out 3 band-aids and covered her wounds with them, no matter if they were injured or not.
The injured areas looked much better. Guan tilted her head and watched him bandage it.
Thinking of something, she asked with a wronged look on her face, "Meow, master.
Do you have a pink band-aid, meow?" "Why?"
Chen was speechless.
"If you are injured, don't meow."
"Because that's what's suitable for girls. I've seen a lot of 2D little girls look good with pink band-aids on them, and the key is that the male lead likes her more."
He was meowing for this. "I don't have that kind of thing at home."
I flicked the girl's head gently.
She was hurt but still thinking about whether she liked it or not. How boring.
Guan covered her forehead again and meowed, "Meow, just don't do it, it hurts."
Chen rolled his eyes slightly and didn't want to draw anymore.
He just accompanied her and rubbed her.
After a while, Guan suddenly wanted to eat something. "Meow, master, I want to eat a peach." Chen didn't understand for a moment. "What?"
"Oh, these are the cherries I picked today."
"Oh." He finally understood, but then he thought, "I want to eat that? It's sour. I can't eat it anymore."
Guan kicked her feet playfully, and said with a self-willed face, "How can it be sour? As long as the master feeds it personally, then every one of them will be sweet, okay meow."
Chapter 49, Brown Sugar Ginger Tea in a Bottle? Never seen it before?
Guan touched her belly and felt strange because she had eaten the same thing.
Did she eat too many cherries? Then I'll get you some medicine. He turned around quickly again, but was held by Guan's hand. "No, no.
It will be fine in a while." She didn't want to disturb Guan from playing games.
However, she lowered her head and didn't know that when Guan saw her curled up in a ball, he turned off the computer. "Nonsense, if you have a stomachache you have to take stomach medicine. How can it be cured so quickly?"
he said, and gently pulled his hand to loosen it, but just as he was about to leave, Guan grabbed it back again. Her face felt a little aggrieved, and she was too shy to speak. Well.
Actually, my relatives came." "Relatives?" He understood instantly and frowned.
"It will be gone soon, don't worry," she said sweetly, actually not wanting to make him worry. "I had thought I could hold on a little longer, wait for Chen to get tired and sleep together, and just get through the day, but he found out in advance."
"Nonsense." Guan was stern and did not allow any questioning.
He finally understood why Guan liked to eat cherries so much.
Women are prone to anemia, and it is more serious during menstruation.
Cherries are high in iron, which is the highest among all fruits.
They can improve iron deficiency anemia and improve physical fitness.
She likes to eat it even if it is sour. Of course it is mainly fed by him. I looked up and picked up the air conditioner remote control, turned off the air conditioning, and immediately turned on the heating. He rubbed it vigorously with his big hands, then gently lifted up her clothes, applied it to her belly, and rubbed it in circles. Guan bit her lip shyly at the time, but she felt her stomach getting warmer, and even a hint of enjoyment appeared on her face. Guan had turned on the air conditioner because he was sweating from playing the game. She was very considerate, but she hid under the quilt. She couldn't catch a cold when her relatives came, or she would feel even worse, but she only had eyes for Guan.
Just rubbing your stomach is definitely not enough. If you have stomachache, you need to take stomach medicine.
So when your period comes, you must drink brown sugar ginger tea.
But there is no brown sugar at home.
Looking at her haggard face, Chen blamed himself for just focusing on playing games.
"Guan, stay on your bed and don't run around. I'll be back soon." As she said that, Guan held his hand again. No, I will really be fine soon. I don't want you to go outside."
Her stomach began to hurt again, and her words were slurred.
"Just stay here, you idiot."
But she still held on to him and refused to let go. In order to reassure her, Chen simply did what he could and leaned over to gently brush away the wet hair on her cheek, then kissed her doll-like face.
Boo.
Guan felt the warm touch on her cheek, and immediately felt like she had been injected with adrenaline, and her spirits were lifted. The cat girl opened her eyes wide and blinked hard several times.
She couldn't believe it. Guan actually kissed her actively. A dream, right? It must be, right? Excited and confused, the answer is of course no.
As the air was hot, her cheeks also became hot and red, and puffs of smoke came out of her little head. It was as if that kiss was just a switch that activated a cute steam girl. Wow, I was so surprised and delighted that my stomach, which was originally in pain, didn't hurt at all. This little look was too embarrassing, and she immediately covered her face with her hands. But now even her hands were red. Her calves were jumping around excitedly before her period was over.
This is the swinging girlish heart.
Wanan's thoughts haven't stopped yet. She made a shy voice. Qinshan actually made a surprise attack.
I'm not ready yet.
But the excitement of the brain cannot really effectively treat the discomfort of the body. After a while, the pain returned and she covered her stomach again, but this time she didn't look sad, but smiled. I was still thinking, if Qinshan gave me a few more kisses or aimed directly at my mouth, maybe my aunt would really be pissed off by this perfect dog food. Shen gave her a kiss to reassure her, but he didn't expect this girl to be so agitated. He stroked her soft cat ears and said, "Don't get too excited.
It's only once. Just wait for me to come back."
After saying that, Wanan watched him put on his coat and go out, then gently closed the door. Although he said that this kiss was only for once, you have to know that some things, once started, will be out of control.
Guan went downstairs and went to the supermarket.
Then he quickly took a few packs of sanitary napkins, brown sugar, young ginger, and red dates.
I have ginger at home, but it is too old. Red dates can nourish the blood and effectively relieve the pain of menstruation.
I came to the cashier, and the cashier was a pretty girl. Seeing a boy buying several packs of sanitary napkins, etc., she could tell at a glance that he had a girlfriend, and that his girlfriend was having her period. She could see that Guan loved her very much and bought her everything with great care. I was thinking of scanning the QR code and adding him on WeChat, but then I decided not to.
Of course, a boy buying sanitary pads would attract a lot of onlookers. Guan blushed and blamed himself for not wearing a mask. I can't care so much.
The cashier chuckled and immediately paid him.
After shopping, I went upstairs and saw Wanan curled up. She didn't even notice me coming back, so I went to check.
I found that she was not asleep, but was in so much pain that she couldn't care about anything else.
You said it would be done in a moment?
What a jerk. He reached out and touched her little face, then turned back to the kitchen, boiled a pot of water, chopped ginger and red dates into powder, put them into the pot, and then added the most important brown sugar, and boiled for 5 minutes. After boiling, he filtered out all the residue with a colander, leaving only a bowl of thick brown sugar ginger tea, like amber about to solidify. I didn't bring it over immediately, but let it cool for a while, then took out the baby bottle I had prepared earlier and poured all the ginger tea into it, without any leakage. I put the bottle cap on, handed it to Wanan, and closed the door. I also bought the bottle at the supermarket because I saw that she was in so much pain that she couldn't even stand up. How could she drink? So I bought a bottle. It should be easier. Wanan, be good and open your mouth. He got on the bed and coaxed her gently, prying open her pearly teeth, and put his nipple and mouth in. Wanan is a delicate woman, and this time her menstrual discharge was quite heavy, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't even turn over. It is said that girls will be very irritable when they have their periods, but Wanan is not like that at all. Instead, she takes good care of herself and even makes a cup of coffee. He even thought that those were rumors. But the truth is that Wanan can't lose her temper when facing him, and she just wants to be the little treasure in his arms. But he felt very guilty. He came home late before, and Wanan was standing at the door, letting the breeze blow for a while, playing games and turning on the air conditioner. The more I thought about it, the more uncomfortable I felt. So I went to bed and just hugged her gently. When the milk entered Tan Xiang's mouth, she was uncomfortable and didn't open her eyes.
She frowned. At first, she didn't know what it was.
She felt like she was back to when she was a baby, and her mother fed her milk. So she bit it gently, and then the warm soup entered her mouth, making her feel comfortable. Her eyebrows relaxed slightly.
Unexpectedly, it tasted sweet and delicious.
She slowly opened her eyes and picked it up with her little paws.
I haven't managed to hold it once.
Then he held it firmly. Guan looked at Wanan, who was gently squeezing milk and biting her lips, revealing a hint of doting, and did not disturb her from drinking milk. She is now really just a newborn baby, and this little bottle is the only thing she can hold on to. Squinting her eyes, her little face is filled with happiness.
Whoosh. Chapter 50. Am I so innocent in your eyes?
The cat girl's cat ears were still on, and her skirt was still on. At first glance, Chen had hallucinations again. Wanan in his eyes had turned into a crying kitten, drinking milk and making sounds of enjoyment in her throat. Swoosh, swoosh, chirp. It was uncomfortable to express milk while leaning, because I had already drunk half of the milk. All my delicate bodies turned around, holding the bottle in both hands, and I began to suck milk vertically. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. She didn't open her eyes, just sucked gently, and this time she drank it all. Chen was afraid that she would drink too fast, so he gently patted Wanan's chest. Be good, drink slowly.
If it's not enough, I'll make some more.
Wanan seemed to understand and shook her head.
It's good to say no.
The way this little girl holds the bottle while drinking milk is enough to melt his heart. The titanium straight man is about to melt into a pool of water, and his face is already bleeding from cuteness. He was like taking care of a baby, tirelessly.
After drinking the brown sugar water, Wanan felt satisfied.
Her stomach felt warm and comfortable. She gently put the bottle on the bed with her little hands.
Maybe I was too happy. I didn't even open my eyes. My stomach felt warm and I suddenly wanted to fall asleep.
But I still covered my belly gently. Tilting her head, Guchen saw some water stains on her cherry lips, so he gently wiped them clean with a tissue and touched her little nose. I watched her rubbing her belly, so I turned off the light, pressed my hands against her back, warmed them up, lifted her clothes, and rubbed her belly patiently. After 1 or 2 times, Wanan felt comfortable and her face became more relaxed. He did not leave this time, but rubbed Wanan's belly for 2 hours. His technique was much more skillful than the previous time when she had stomachache, which was why she felt so comfortable.
2 hours later it was already 1 in the morning. Guchen was also a little sleepy.
Seeing that she was quiet and seemed to have fallen asleep in a comfortable state, he withdrew his hand and gently covered her with clothes. He yawned and immediately closed his eyes.
He was too weak to leave, nor did he want to leave. What if Wanan's stomach hurt again?
After covering her with the quilt, Chen planned to go to sleep. The air conditioner was still hot, and it would be very hot if he covered himself with the quilt, so he simply gave her a natural body coolness. He slowly closed his eyes. The atmosphere was very quiet at this moment, but the next second, he felt something soft peck on his face.
Almost immediately, he opened his eyes.
I touched my face and found that a part of it was a little wet and red.
So it's not an illusion. He tilted his head slightly. Wanan, why aren't you asleep yet? Kiss, what am I doing? Hee if Chinchin doesn't sleep, I won't sleep either. Kiss, of course it's a goodnight kiss.
What came was the laughter of a young girl, so pleasant that it could soften the ears. It seems that her health has really improved a lot, and she has not slept at all. No wonder I was rubbing her belly and accidentally touched other places, and felt her body tremble slightly.
As for the goodnight kiss, this little guy is really going too far. Good morning kiss is fine, but now he also adds a goodnight kiss. Will he also need a good afternoon kiss? A farewell kiss? It's outrageous.
Actually, Wanan wanted to kiss her on the mouth, but because the light was not on, she kissed her off. But she was content.
Okay then, I'm going to sleep soon, Wanan, have a good dream.
He gently touched her cat ears and her little head.
Okay, let's have a good dream together. In bed, Wanan said innocently and romantically.
Guchen did not refute anything for a while, and felt that this idea was quite good. She gently embraced him with her beautiful body, holding one arm, afraid that he would think she was well and leave. In fact, it still hurts a little, and closes her beautiful eyes.
After waiting for the heat on his cheeks to completely dissipate, Guchen also fell into a deep sleep.
3 hours later, there were other noises coming from the big bed for 2 people.
Guchen was sleeping at this moment, but he felt something soft on the bed, as if it was about to jump out of the bed.
Chen suddenly thought of her, and immediately opened his eyes, woke up, turned on the light, and saw the cat girl Wanan crawling at the end of the bed. Feeling the strong light, he immediately covered his eyes. Woo! Looking at her little appearance, she looked limp and seemed to have not woken up at all. She also had no strength to get out of bed and was about to fall down in a daze. Rubbing my sleepy eyes, I need to pee. The soft and sticky voice is like a sticky candy. Of course, it was a headache for Guchen to encounter such a thing, as if he had to wipe her butt. However, Wanan didn't ask him for help, but because he cared about her so much, she said something to avoid him worrying.
She just wanted to go to the toilet.
But this inevitably made him even more worried. She looked like she was drunk and was staggering from side to side. He was really afraid that she would bump into something.
Especially during menstruation.
Guchen slowly stood up and supported himself to get out of bed first, but Wanan didn't notice him because she didn't even open her eyes. She was so sleepy that she almost tried to grope her way to the toilet. In fact, most people who sleep halfway are like this. There was nothing reliable to touch beside the bed, and her delicate body almost fell down, making close contact with the ground. Suddenly, a pair of big hands caught her delicate body, and gently turned her over, like a pet, and slowly held her in his arms. Being held by someone, she finally sobered up a little from her deep sleepiness.
What's wrong? I'm just going to the bathroom. I'll be back soon. I'll continue to accompany you.
She was super narcissistic and thought Guchen was a little boy who couldn't sleep without a pillow. Although it is true. Seeing the little girl rubbing her eyes, he chuckled, then took a big step, carried her to the hall, and then into the bathroom and put her on the toilet. She didn't take a breath during the whole process, but Wanan was breathing very fast. She suddenly became much more awake.
Maybe she thought she was dreaming. Why did Guchen suddenly pick me up? And he was so considerate to send me here. But then I recalled that when my period came, he made me brown sugar ginger tea and fed me little by little with a bottle. It turns out that Qinshan was worried that I would have another attack at night. How really do you only care about me when I am hurt? Ha!
As she was thinking about it, she remembered that she seemed to be chewing the bottle before, and her face suddenly became even more embarrassed.
Does Qinshan really treat me like a child? He actually feeds me with a bottle. The bottle is not something she should use at her age.
She is obviously a bit childish.
I feel ashamed when I think about it. But she really liked it at that time.
She sucked the sweet brown sugar water with great pleasure. Actually, there is nothing wrong with being a child in his eyes.
When I thought about my period, my stomach started to hurt again.
I covered my stomach with my hands. The room was too warm just now, and I suddenly came to the cold bathroom.
I felt very uncomfortable.
I planned to solve it quickly, and then go back to bed and hold him to sleep. I'll be waiting outside the door, hurry up.
Guchen yawned and walked out the door, scratching his head.
Wanan looked at his back as he opened the door.
She really wanted to say, just turn your back to me, it's fine. We are so close anyway.
But he had already closed the door. Outside, the back of the man reflected in the frosted glass door was tall and straight, just like a Jinui who was full of security.
Chapter 51, I'm just taking a nap, why are you making such a fuss?
A few minutes later, Wanan finished and sat on the toilet, dangling her little feet, with an expectant look on her face. Okay.
Chen Kai opened the door and gently hugged Wanan.
She looked at him in her arms with some obsession. She had never been so happy before.
Gradually carried back to bed.
When they got to the bed, Guchen covered her soft body with all the bedding, covering her up to her chin, and then hugged her and continued to sleep without saying a word. He really can't sleep without hugging something, and the key is that his pillow is used to cushion his little head.
Wanan was so happy that she started to feel sleepy again.
But when she saw that he didn't have any blanket, she reached out and pulled some over. Then, both of them covered themselves tightly. Wanan put his hand on her waist again.
She was satisfied and felt sleepy.
She wanted to give him a kiss, but she ended up falling asleep with her little cherry lips curled up. I muttered silently in my heart, tomorrow, I must thank Qinshan. But she didn't know that Guchen didn't need a blanket at all, and he woke up from the heat after more than 10 minutes.
I looked up and wondered what happened. After I understood it, I covered them all back. The next morning.
The sun is shining, and it rained a little yesterday, making the air moist and pleasant.
The warm sun gradually shone on Wanan's buttocks.
There were two people on the same bed, and Wanan woke up first. Like a kitten yawning, the whole body trembles slightly because of a small breath, just like a cat. Rubbing my sleepy eyes, I slept very comfortably that night with her care. In the past, my parents were often not at home, and when I had a stomachache, I had to make brown sugar ginger tea by myself. Because I was anxious to relieve my stomach, I often burned my tongue. However, this time, it was obviously twice as painful as the previous times, but the boy I liked not only made me some medicine, but also rubbed my belly with his warm hands. He was worried about bumping into something when I went to the toilet at night, and he stayed by my side even when I was sleepy. Thinking about it, suddenly a hint of happiness appeared on her face. Beside him, Guchen didn't sleep well last night because he had been taking care of himself, so he was still lying in bed. And half of the body was on the bed and half in the air. Because Wanan accidentally touched the bed, he accidentally squeezed under the bed again when he was sleeping. He climbed up once during the sleep, and then his body was half hanging on the bed, and it became like this in the morning. Although the advantage of sleeping with a beautiful girl is that she is fragrant and soft, and it is easy to have sweet dreams when hugged, but Wanan is slightly different. She always likes to make movements in the middle of sleeping, and she is careless. I really don't know who will dare to marry such a wife in the future, but there is no way, if others don't want her, only he can. In fact, there are many girls like this, he just happened to meet one. The morning sun shines on the girl's face, and also on Guchen's handsome face, which is white and shiny, shining brightly. Looking at it, Guan had a strong appetite, but she held back and decided to eat her fill later. The petite body slowly groped over, and then gently pulled back the half of the body hanging on the bed, fearing that he would fall again. I felt a little guilty, thinking that I must change this bad habit, otherwise Chen would not marry me. Guchen was moved and just had his butt scratched, he didn't wake up yet. After doing all this, she heard Guchen's stomach growling, and as if there was a resonance, her stomach also growled. So the little girl jumped off the bed and planned to cook for Chen. Today is another day to strive to be an excellent housewife. He planned to make stir-fried cabbage and a pot of red date porridge. After a while, although the noise in the kitchen was very loud, Guchen's house was very soundproof, so he still didn't wake up, otherwise he would have rushed into the kitchen and stopped her from doing something bad with good intentions. Gradually, Guan finished cooking the dishes and was busy on her phone for a while, answering a few questions from her secretary early in the morning. After finishing the chat, she went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face, tidied up her wrinkled maid outfit, put on her cute cat ears again, put the bells in place, and then sprayed her body with nice perfume to make it smell good. In fact, she would still smell good even without spraying. She just hoped that once Guchen smelled her strong fragrance, he would want to hold her in his arms and rub her lovingly. Then, with small steps of excitement, I came to Chindi's room. I was going to call him to eat, but when I opened the door, I saw that he was still not awake. Then, a naughty smile appeared on the innocent face, and he came forward and looked at the sleeping face. It was like looking at my own baby, and I was obsessed with it for a while. If he hasn't woken up yet, then I have to wake him up, otherwise I won't feel comfortable with an empty stomach. The white little feet took off their shoes, one foot hummed and stepped onto the bed, and then the other foot followed. There are many ways to wake someone up, but she chose the most special one. After getting on the bed, she actually rode lightly on Guchen's body and slowly leaned down to admire that flawless handsome face. Then, she used her soft little hands to press on both sides of his face, forming a Waldong trend, looking down at his delicate facial features. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer, and took a bite of the plump, moist little cherry directly on his right cheek. Wood. Cool. She held back her laughter, feeling extremely happy inside. Still feeling that it was not enough, he licked his lips, and the little cherry moved to his left cheek, and a bright little strawberry was planted in that bright white place. Wood. So cool. When Guchen was not awake, she just let him do whatever he wanted. Of course, if he woke up, he would immediately grab the naughty girl, press her on the bed and spank her disobedient little butt. Chen just rubbed his cheeks. In his dream, he felt something itchy on his face, but there was a unique fragrance of strawberry jelly, which was refreshing. Guan's petite body was so light that he didn't feel anything when she sat on him. It wasn't the kind of feeling he didn't feel, but another kind. Don't misunderstand. With curved eyebrows, she began to look at him again. The little face under the cat ears began to be a little shy, pink and puffy, and two hearts had grown in her eyes, because both sides of the face were kissed, leaving only the middle. She was considering again. Do you want to kiss me or not? Of course I have to kiss him. This is the reward I should give to Chen for taking such good care of me yesterday. Wait, are you sure Chen will like your reward? Are you sure he won't pick you up and beat you up immediately if he wakes up? But, I said yesterday that I would give him a reward, and now, besides this, what else can I give him? Is it somewhere else? But he doesn't seem to understand. Now that it's said like that, there seems to be nothing you can do, but be prepared to run away, don't get caught, or your butt will be broken in half. Okay. The villain in her heart talked to herself, and finally she agreed. In fact, I just agreed to it for nothing. Finally, the two pairs of big beautiful eyes suddenly turned into greedy desires for delicious food. After all, it was the first time to do such a thing in such an ambiguous way. Slowly leaning down, her small nose gradually bumped against his high nose bridge, and her breathing slowly intertwined. Chapter 52, Kiss? Don't know? I'll only teach you once. Wood. Breathing became zero distance, a delicious peach lip and a shallow apricot lip, just stuck together. At first, she was a little worried, afraid that he would wake up suddenly and scare her. She opened her eyes wide and watched his even breathing, then she relaxed a little. Then they gradually entered into a deep kiss. Wood. She enjoyed this moment very much and she believed that this was definitely the most unforgettable moment in her life. After being in contact for 5 seconds, Wanan's body gradually relaxed and fell down. She closed her eyes and reached out to hug him gently. She had originally planned to wake him up and just take a sniff before leaving, but she herself had not expected that Guchun was like a black hole, endlessly attracting her.
Even his motionless sleeping face seemed to be waving at her.
Her body began to move, just like in the TV series, uncontrollably.
At this time, I felt that breathing was a little uncomfortable in the dream.
Not only was my airway blocked, but I also had to breathe hard.
What the hell is this? He was fighting monsters in his dream, and suddenly he thought of Wanan in his home?
Then he looked at everything around him that was unreal, so
I was dreaming.
He immediately became more sober, because he was very familiar with the feeling of having the air sucked out of his chest.
This clumsy kissing technique made him slowly open his eyes. The bright world came into view, and my head started to hurt.
But he didn't really have a headache, but because a cat-eared girl was lying on top of him, constantly asking for more.
Wanan?
You are so energetic today, it seems your period has improved a lot. I thought so in my heart, but my eyes became sharper and I sealed my mouth.
Wanan was still in high spirits.
It was the first time for her to do this kind of thing in this position. I even checked Baidu and found that she only kisses so hard when the kiss is deeper and more exciting.
But why did Gu Chan's originally loose lips suddenly tighten?
His heart skipped a beat, and he loosened his lips and turned away from her.
The fresh jelly was swaying in front of his eyes just a millimeter away.
When I opened my eyes, I saw Gu Chan's eagle-like eyes. Those eyes were very deep, but they were also quite intimidating when they were stern. However, he still didn't seem to be fierce towards Wanan. Knowing that he was awake, Wanan pulled her hands away as if she had made a big mistake, stood up, turned around and tried to run away.
I just want to wake you up. I definitely didn't do anything bad, that's it, bye.
Her face showed both worry and surprise.
She was both naive and playful.
She was about to get out of bed with her playful white feet, but he gently grabbed her and held her ankle. Then her delicate body was bent back by the force, and she fell down again, with her fluffy catmaid skirt cushioning her bottom. She fell heavily into his arms, holding up her body.
So I rode on him again. Do you think I'm blind? This is not a bad thing? It's really bad, isn't it? Besides, you did something bad and you still want to run away? Oh, your period is over. You are too energetic today, right? Then I shouldn't have taken care of you yesterday. What are you going to do?
He curled his lips and said something that was not what he meant. Of course I can't make it a habit to kiss me so blatantly, at least not now. Although it sounded a bit fierce, Wanan was not afraid at all after hearing it. Instead, she pouted her lips and gently put her paws on his chest, keeping a distance, fearing that he would pinch her face or give her other punishments.
This is of course because you took care of me, so I want to thank you and give you a reward, don't you like it?
She hummed and moaned, trying to escape, but Guchen hugged her waist, making her two small hands powerless and hit her chest again.
He held her hands tightly to prevent Wanan from running away. Almost instantly, her body trembled. I don't like a hammer, don't try to trick me. If you do something bad, you must be punished. I'm going to spank you now?
He then raised his big palm, shook it twice in the air, and patted it gently.
Pa! Ah! It hurts. Meow, I didn't expect him to really hit me. It didn't hurt much, he was just challenging him.
She changed to the cat girl's sharp and fierce voice, and she was super unconvinced.
What is this? I am such a beautiful girl, and you still despise me?
I hate Shinshin so much, this is the worst.
The left side hit once, then the right side, then the left side.
He hit her a few times, but Wanan was not convinced. Instead, her expression became fierce, revealing her little fangs and her face was red. The screams continued, and the voice became drier as time went on. Shen then felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong.
What am I doing? Oh no. These evil hands. He found that there was another abnormality in another place.
Now that she was on his body, he must not make any other movements, otherwise it would be troublesome if the gun went off accidentally. Seeing Shen stop his hands, the cat girl with a red face leaned down and began to look into his eyes again.
You're out of energy, right? It's my turn.
Then, he hugged her again, forehead to forehead, nose to nose, cherry aiming at the bullseye.
Moo-ah.
She thought that this sudden kiss would confuse the arrogant and lawless Gu Chen. But when I opened my eyes, I found that his lips were curled up and his eyes were very bright.
Stupid, your kissing skills are so bad. Do you think kissing is like drinking bubble tea?
He criticized her gently and found that although Wanan was a top student, she still had some shortcomings.
This is my first time too. What do you think I should do?
She felt a little embarrassed in front of Guchun. She had kissed him so many times, but none of them made him excited or nostalgic.
Instead, she was criticized.
Thinking back to the last time I forced myself to kiss him under the table, it was really embarrassing. Looking at him with a slightly mocking look, I really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into and hide for a while. Her big beautiful eyes began to dodge, thinking that he really didn't like it, but Guchun suddenly, without any warning, hugged her waist and turned her over, changing to a riding position.
Swish.
The weak girl's center of gravity shifted, and he gently laid her down on top of him. The sudden change made her a little worried, wondering if she would get hit on the head, but Chen raised one corner of his lips in a funny way and said in a gentle and magnetic voice,
"What to do? Teach? Stupid, I'll only show you once, so learn it well."
Then, he pressed one elbow on the mattress and supported her little head with the other hand, forming a wall-dong posture. The hand slowly fell down, and the distance between the two of them also changed subtly.
5 millimeters, 3 millimeters, 1 millimeter, 1 micrometer.
Looking at his face that suddenly had a wild charm,
Wanan was so nervous. Chinchin. I'm not ready yet.
Her face was red as if it was about to bleed, and her feet kept curling up. The deer in her heart took off directly, and she rarely showed a little instinctive reserve, because she was really shy.
Chapter 53, Stop acting like a baby, I'm melting. Do you think I'm stupid? Teach me? It's so tempting I can't stand it. I almost shouted bah.
Chen didn't say anything, because the atmosphere couldn't be broken at will, but that look had already answered her. Wanan stared into his deep and seductive eyes, and for a moment she was so absorbed in it that she seemed to be drunk. Gu Chen's eyes can be so charming, just like the male protagonist in a novel after he turns evil. He is even more popular with girls than when he is gentle. It was the first time she saw Chen look so charming, and she was in love with him at first sight. The girl's heart was simply shocked.
Soon, Chen Xian bumped into her, nose to nose.
After a few seconds, Wanan closed her eyes and felt it. She seemed to have learned something, so she wanted to raise her little face to meet him.
Chen smiled. Little guy wants to become an apprentice right now? You wish.
Then, a big hand pressed her forehead to stop her from doing that. Wanan was a little overwhelmed at first and even wanted to hug him, but when he pushed her down, she lost her courage. I opened my eyes and looked at him, who was as calm as water, with a little resentment in my big eyes.
Humph. Is it only you who have to use force?
Chen has become so bad, but I like it so much, he. 15 seconds later, with a pop, the two separated.
Have you learned?
Wanan was still immersed in the atmosphere just now, and suddenly returned to reality, making her feel that everything was so dreamy. I did learn something just now, full of useful information. I'm wasting my time studying, she replied subconsciously.
Chen just smiled. After calming down, I recalled what I had done. I was actually teaching Wanan this? Was I afraid that she would really hit me in the face a few times every day after learning it? I was really digging a hole for myself. But, it's useless to regret now? Who said she was cute in her stupidity? In the end, it doesn't seem that bad. I wiped my mouth and tried to get up because this posture was a bit weird. However, Wanan noticed it and hugged him. Wait a minute, don't go. It was like the little kitten who had been petted by his owner. When it was over, he wanted to leave, but the little kitten wouldn't let him. I've suffered such a big loss today, and you won't let me go? He pulled away helplessly, and found that she was squeezing him tightly. The legs hooked around the back again, and they were stuck together. What the hell, Fat C, he should have chosen to run away just now. Wanan continued, she was going to say everything that she had been holding back for a long time. Chun. I like you. I like your cherry blossom scent, I like every dish you cook, I like your unintentional tenderness, I like every detail about you. So, I like you so much. Can you be my boyfriend? He closed his eyes tightly and hugged her tightly. I'll be good. Chen said one thing and I won't go back. If you tell me to go west, I won't go south. Chen Ban was stunned at the time, and only realized after a while that it was she who mustered up the courage to confess loudly.
She took advantage of the ambiguous atmosphere she had created earlier and said a lot of sweet words.
Chen was quite shocked. He waited for the girl to open her eyes and looked into her evasive watery eyes. He wanted to catch Guan's evasive gaze, because that was too funny. Now it was very quiet, and neither of them spoke. Of course, Guan was a little embarrassed, blushing and not knowing what to do next. After staring at each other for a long time, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes, but he was quickly suppressed by his natural straight male physique. Didn't they agree to be salted fish for the rest of their lives? Where did the sudden excitement come from? He felt that if Guan said a few more words, he would not be able to help but agree. Then she smiled and said, "You wish, let go." So helpless, she just let go and had a chance to escape, but after saying this, her little hands suddenly tightened again, making people laugh and cry. Guan was rejected by Wen Shang, and her face felt very wronged, but when she recalled the taste of Gu Chen's lips, she instantly became full of confidence. With that soft little head and furry cat ears, she gently rubbed it against his chest twice, regardless of anything else, just acted like a spoiled child first. Don't be so heartless, I'm sad. Thinking about how he took care of her last night, she must hold on to such a gentle and kind man in her life. Chen felt itchy in his chest, squinted his handsome eyes and turned his head away. I was softened by her soft bangs and cat ears, so I didn't let her see my happy expression. Chen had no choice but to turn around and tickle the soft flesh on her waist. 1, 2. Guan didn't expect him to use this trick, but she held back her laughter and tried to pretend that she wasn't itchy at all so as not to let him succeed. But after 2 seconds, she couldn't help it anymore. "Ah, it's itchy, stop scratching it." But she didn't let go, even if she was itchy to the point of cramping. "I won't scratch you if you let go." Chen looked at her and tried to hold back her laughter while lying in his arms. She was so cute. Even Pikachu was like this. Guan raised her head, her bangs disheveled, and said to her softly, "Humph. I won't let go. Chen, you are my happiness. How could I let happiness slip away? I must hold on to happiness tightly. Humph." Guan said this innocently, but because she was so itchy, she was incoherent. "Just be my boyfriend?" "Okay, brother Gu brother." As he said this, the last few syllables were a little long, which made his ears feel very comfortable. She opened her sandalwood mouth again and licked his cheek gently with her tongue. It was like a kitten launching the strongest coquettish offensive. Even if the owner was a cold-blooded killer, he would not be able to resist touching the cat's ears. Gu Chun couldn't stand it anymore. He was very excited by the various moves of this little guy. 1. Okay, I'll promise you. With water on his face, he felt comfortable, but his face also turned red. He realized that if he continued like this, something even stranger would happen, so he simply stopped him. Guan was so happy that she almost jumped up after hearing this, but she didn't retract her tongue and head in time. Instead, she found the right position and secretly poked Gu Chen's bird's nests on both sides of his mouth with her tongue. It's like a screw or some kind of seal, meaning once you agree, you can't change your mind. Chen only felt that the corners of his mouth were like being lightly electrocuted twice. These two warm sensations showed how excited Guan was. But he quickly came back to his senses and was about to say something, but he accidentally licked the corner of his mouth. Oops, I got poisoned by the strong love poison of the beautiful girl. Ahem. He coughed twice due to a dry throat. Don't be too happy, being your boyfriend has a time limit. He just wanted to set up a node. Before he finished speaking, Guan knew what he wanted to say and interrupted him softly. What deadline could it be? Suddenly, she had an idea and thought of a good idea. Is it a lifetime? Or 100 years? 200 years? Okay, then that's it. Yeah. Guan boasted about herself, and Chen rolled his eyes. What the hell is the difference? Just tell me where he's buried? He reached out and flicked her little head gently, with a hint of pampering on his face. Want to be beautiful? It's half a month, at most. He said. Guan was acting so spoiled. If he didn't agree, he would not be a man. But why does a salted fish need a girlfriend? He needs to comfort her when she cries, which is so troublesome. So I'll try it for half a month first, and then decide when it's due. What? Guan was shocked, as if this was the most shocking thing she had ever heard in her life. Gu Chun was speechless looking at the little expression. Why did he look at me as if I was going to die immediately? She shook her head, expressing her unwillingness and saying no. The cat girl shook her little head. She didn't care about the blow to her head from Gu Chun just now.
Instead, she said stubbornly.
Chapter 54, 1 Month Boyfriend. I really can't have any more. Aha! No, half a month is too short. Her eyes turned. At least, the deadline should be 80 years, right?
She stumbled over her small request again, looking at his eyes sincerely with her big eyes.
Ha! 80 years? Why not just say we'll be buried together? He thought, what's the point of burying him when the time comes? Half of his body is already buried in the earth. Guan blinked again, smiled innocently, and took it seriously. That's fine. What the hell?
Guan stretched out his hand and pinched her little face.
She was so innocent and cute, but it was a pity that no one loved her. No. Aha. What about those 70 years? It really can't be any less.
She shook her face gently again, breaking free from his big hand, very stubbornly.
You call this the lowest possible number? Then is there still room for others to fall?
No, he said.
60. No. 50. Where's May? Finally, the price was bargained down to. That year, the total number can't be any less. She's getting exhausted. Guan is not much better. Too much. 1 month at most, that's the bottom line, otherwise there's no deal.
He said seriously, and found that if he continued to waste time, he would not be able to help but increase it.
Ha! Half a year won't work?
She looked very aggrieved, and rubbed against his arms again.
But Guan was unmoved. Then let's not talk about it? Okay, 1 month is just 1 month, really. I've never seen anyone like you. She finally chose the minimum requirement, otherwise there would be nothing.
The little face was completely buried in his arms, thinking that we must get closer in this month. She was using her business mind to figure out how to double the 1 month deadline to 2 months or even a year, or even longer. But in fact, she doesn't need to think too much, because once two people who like each other are together, all the deadlines they set will disappear, and they will never separate even if the sky falls and the earth breaks. Guan felt the little face on his chest, and his breath penetrated through his clothes, making his chest warm, which was quite comfortable. He heaved a sigh of relief and touched the back of her head again. It was very soft. But, what's the point of being a nobody if you have a girlfriend?
1 month? That's not a long time.
He would never have thought that the relationship of the next month would last a lifetime. A month-long agreement was reached.
He finally thought of something and added.
Be good this month, don't do too many excessive things, otherwise you will be an unqualified girlfriend. He said, and rubbed her aggrieved face again. Guan was really dissatisfied, and her voice was stretched out. If you can't even do something excessive, then what's the difference between that and nothing? She said this very quietly, and Guan didn't hear it clearly. Gently pulling her hair off her face, what did you say?
No, nothing, it's great. She forced a smile.
I still feel quite aggrieved.
Guan's eyes turned, and suddenly she thought of. By the way, since we are in a relationship now, shouldn't we change the way we address each other?
She made a small request to her boyfriend.
Call? He thought about it and it seemed unnecessary.
Yes, I see many boys call their girlfriends, baby, sweetheart, little darling.
So you want to pick one too?
She listed all of them out and placed them in front of him for him to pick. Her eyes became expectant, staring into his eyes, and she shook her cat ears to show her excitement.
Isn't that too corny? He had a goosebumps expression. Guan tilted her face and whined, how, you don't even want to do this? Really? How about, Guan? An? Or the little fairy? Choose another one.
Okay. He was helpless, but a hint of pampering appeared on his face.
He had no choice but to choose, just an An? Oh, that's fine.
An showed a little dissatisfaction, and it would be better if the suffix could be added as baby.
I want to hear more. Can you scream a few more times? This. Call me. I finally became your girlfriend. Can't you even ask for this little thing?
She is using the fact that he is her boyfriend to push her a little further.
Okay, An. He looked at her like a silly boy and smiled. Hey, Guan responded obediently the next second. None. Hey. None. Hey.
After several times, the little guy finally felt satisfied when he was tired and lay happily in his arms. The legs that were hooked around him were released, but the hands were still tightly holding him. Let me hold you for 1 more minute, I'm so happy. She made another small request. Now the two of them were sitting on the bed. After she hugged him, Guan also hugged her and held her waist.
I also feel happy.
Apart from my parents, I am the happiest person with whom I am with. After a while, I heard her soft greeting beside my ear, Xinshin. I want to ask you a question, that is, how come you are so good at taking care of girls?
Have you ever been in a relationship before? She recalled the brown sugar ginger tea she drank from the bottle yesterday.
The ginger tea had all the ingredients, and the residue was filtered out, leaving only a bowl of sweetness.
She was very attentive. Guan felt a hint of jealousy. Did you take care of her like this before?
She loosened her little hand, and then her originally cute eyes turned slightly fierce, and she pouted her lips as she looked at her.
Chen found Wanan's inexplicable jealousy very funny.
It was obvious that she was making something out of nothing and doing something behind closed doors.
What? What are you thinking about in your little head? The only reason I took care of you was to check your health.
He said it without any hesitation. He said that he only wanted her as his girlfriend. He did check it online, but he was just more careful. Wanan stared into his eyes, still a little worried. Finally, she obediently agreed, "Oh, I believe you. I thought that even if he had an ex, or other women were entangled with him because he was too handsome, then no matter what, I would be the only one.
Other women could only stand aside."
She was satisfied now, and then she remembered that her stomach was empty. The cat girl shook her head and smiled, "So cute.
Let's eat. I cooked your favorite food."
Okay.
He stood up too.
However, when he saw Wanan groaning and getting out of bed, like a kitten about to rush down, he felt a little cute inside. So without saying anything, he took her waist and picked up the little princess. In her surprised eyes, he walked to the hall and sat her down on the chair where her little but slowly landed. Wanan blushed. She thought Guan was going to pamper her with the princess carrying posture, but in the end he just carried her to the hall. I was very content, my little feet were dangling in the air, and all I could think of was his handsome face when he was hugging me.
Is this boyfriend power? So cool.
He washed his face and combed his hair to make himself fresh.
Then I went back to her and sat down to look at the breakfast food. I lowered my head and tasted the porridge. I found that the taste was nothing special and not very delicious. It seemed that there was not enough sugar. However, the red dates were quite bright and served as a garnish. It seems that Wanan's cherries were too sweet this morning, but now everything I eat doesn't taste sweet enough, and nothing tastes as good as those cherries. That's why I have this illusion of a poor appetite. Chapter 55, I'm just being nice to you, what is there to be uncomfortable with?
I patted my forehead, I really don't know what I was thinking. Looking up at her opposite, she also gently picked up the small spoon and fed it into Tan Xiang's mouth little by little. This little mouth is really small, and can't eat much at a time, but it can eat a lot. About 6 grains of tapioca rice at a time, which often stick to the corners of the mouth.
Then he sticks out his tongue and licks it. It's so cute. He looked at the phone on the table and checked the time.
He found that it was already late.
Why was Wanan, the female president of the company, not in a hurry at all?
Wanan, eat quickly, you will have to go to work soon.
I will take you downstairs later.
He said, after sending this little guy away, he can play games or watch anime, it will be so cool. After hearing this, she first showed a reluctant look and acted like a spoiled brat.
Hee, why don't you change your tone, this name isn't sweet at all.
Then he gently tapped the bowl with a small spoon, and it made a clang-clang sound.
Okay, and is that okay?
She smiled happily with a rosy face.
When I looked up, I saw a lovely smile, Xinshin. You are taking a day off today, right? Hee, what a coincidence, I am taking a day off today too. You must be lonely at home, right? Then I can stay here to keep you company. Are you happy?
Wanan swung her little feet and pursed her lips.
Chen was slightly stunned. Sure enough, this girl is messing around again.
He had expected such a result. However, when she really said it, she was indeed a little happy.
How could Sin be so fat? Ha ha.
He curled his lips and chuckled twice. Wanan, seeing how he was caught off guard, covered her lips and chuckled.
Chen is so manly.
He ate red date porridge and a piece of stir-fried cabbage. Wanan didn't know how to cook much, so she just fried some simple Chinese cabbage. At least for this dish, you only need to control the amount of salt.
And even if it tastes bad and you can't eat it, it won't waste expensive ingredients. Wanan put a big piece of cabbage in her mouth and looked at it secretly, hoping to get a good review. However, what she didn't know was that the cabbage is salty and the porridge is sweet, and it is best not to mix sweet and salty together, otherwise the taste will be weird. And the leaves were so big. One leaf was as big as Wanan's little hand. Did she cut the vegetables based on the size of her own palm? Guchen didn't say any more about these, so as not to discourage her enthusiasm. Fortunately, after taking a bite of kaba, the taste was still okay, not too bad, and my cooking skills have improved a little. But the leaves were too big. In Wanan's eyes, he was like a pig, gnawing on the stems and leaves of the cabbage for 5 full bites before he finished. He then scooped up a mouthful of rice and swallowed it. The way the pig was digging for cabbage just now, with its mouth full of oil, made her very happy. She couldn't help but laughed out loud like a goose. Geese, 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 it was so funny that I almost slammed the table. But when she met his gaze, she instantly put away the smile on her face, and, embarrassed, lowered her head and ate obediently. She didn't want Guchen to see her expression, but she was actually still laughing, and she almost sprayed all over the table. Chen. He immediately looked at her with a silly look and gave her some advice. The vegetable balls are too big. Cut them smaller next time. Okay? Wanan immediately became excited after hearing this. Okay, I will definitely correct it, hee. Finally, I couldn't hold back my laughter. Wanan lowered her head to drink the porridge. There were only a few red dates in the bowl, so she finished them all quickly. But he gave Guchen a lot, almost a bowl of porridge and half a bowl of dates. Suddenly, something red came close to her lips and was stained with her saliva. The little head was puzzled, and he looked up, his eyes flashed twice like butterflies. It turned out to be a red date, which Guchen picked up and stuffed into his mouth. Seeing that she hadn't put it in her mouth yet, Chen curled his lips and said, "Red dates are good things. You should eat more to replenish your blood. Open your mouth quickly." His narrowed eyes were very pretty, and his tone was gentle and graceful. Wanan originally wanted to push him over, but her body was like a puppet, and she opened her peach lips. It was as if his words had the magical power to control the body. When I came to my senses, I put the date into my mouth, which was sweet with the unique fragrance of red dates. The menstrual period is obviously not that painful anymore, but he is still so concerned about it. The girl's heart was racing, she was mumbling, and suddenly she thought of something interesting. Her eyes sparkled. Then, she not only ate the dates he handed her, but also took his chopsticks into her mouth and chewed them. There are 2 sets of tableware for dining, chopsticks and spoon, but Guchen prefers to use chopsticks. Woohoo, it was as if chopsticks were also a delicacy. I closed my eyes in enjoyment. He has a black line. Hey, stop sucking my chopsticks. Let go. I pulled it back with a gentle tug. She was not very big, so she was holding it quite tightly. Wanan giggled again and squeezed the pit of the red date out of Cherry's little mouth and dropped it on the table. I raised my head to start eating, but a red date appeared in front of me. Open your mouth. He picked up another one and played with it in the air like a cat. Wanan was shocked again, and this time she almost jumped for joy. Guchen actually feeds himself red dates. Wanan was not polite, showing her little canine teeth and biting down. Baji. Eat one after another. Guchen said, all of them are for you. Hurry up and get your energy back so that you can go to work tomorrow. He said, actually he just hoped that she would be healthy. Woo. After stuffing a few pills in her mouth, Wanan wanted to say something but was blocked and couldn't say a word. Her mouth was full, but from her excited expression, it can be seen that she wanted to express thank you. Finally, after Wanan ate half of the red dates in the bowl, he withdrew his hand and sat down. He glanced at the chopsticks that she had held in her mouth several times, but he hesitated to eat. Wanan looked at him, thinking that he disliked her. She looked a little disappointed and stood up to get him new chopsticks. However, he noticed the action and took the lead in putting the chopsticks into his mouth and quickly scooped a mouthful of rice, very casually. Wanan was stunned, her little butt returned to the bench, and she lowered her head to eat, but her little face was very happy. Chen really loves me. Just now, he just pretended to be a little disgusted. After all, Wanan was so proud just now. After seeing her look a little disappointed, he smiled slightly and put it in his mouth. First, taste the flavor. Sweet, the red date porridge, which was not very sweet originally, also became delicious. After a while, Chen, what are your plans for today? She ate the last bit of porridge and looked at him expectantly with her big eyes. What else can I do besides playing games and sleeping? Should I go out with you?
He continued to eat the hard cabbage, not caring.
Guan blinked her beautiful eyes excitedly. That's a good idea, I was planning on that too. Let's go to Jingchuan Park?
It's close there, and there are recreational facilities. There's a big lake. We can go boating. How great is that?
Hee hee, I'm so smart. Chapter 56, A Belated Date. Guan showed a slightly bright smile again. Guchen touched the black line on his forehead. Did he say something wrong just now? Why was he being so arrogant? Didn't he know that I was denying it? Seeing her fully prepared appearance, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. This time I felt like Charlotte in the movie. What a sin. Wait, why does it sound like we're going on a date together? Dating? It seems that it is really essential for dating. His eyes lit up.
If Guan likes him, I'm already her official boyfriend, so it's not impossible for me to fulfill her little wish. After being busy in the company for so long, she really should go out and relax. I just hope that he won't buy too many things and be too lazy to carry them for her.
Well, it's okay to go out and play, but you have to listen to me.
You are not allowed to buy things or eat things randomly, and you are not allowed to ask for weird things in public.
His brows knitted slightly. He didn't want to eat anything he liked during his period, but he couldn't eat anything greasy or spicy. He didn't want to do weird things in public, like kissing and hugging suddenly. There were a lot of people in the park, and he didn't want to be watched like a monkey by so many people. They might film it and post it on Douyin to spread it all over the internet. It's okay at work, after all, it's her own company, she has the initiative, and I can't do anything about her if she wants to be naughty. But at home or in other public places, my girlfriend must listen to me. This is family status. Ah. Well then, that's fine too. She was originally quite happy, but when she heard that she couldn't do those things, her face turned sour, and her little feet were tangled together. However, Guan has never been a child who was willing to obey. He got off the chair, ran to the sink, and washed the dishes quickly. Anyway, I was still quite excited, because strictly speaking, going to the park was a belated date. I picked up my phone and wanted to go out. I was so excited that I forgot everything, took small steps, hummed a little song. Chen was stunned for a moment, then immediately grabbed her collar and said, "Are you going out wearing this? Change your clothes for me." He lifted her delicate body up easily, just like lifting a kitten. Guan stepped back and looked at her clothes. The catmaid didn't take any of them off. She was carried and couldn't run away. She looked at him with cute eyes and pouted her lips. "What's wrong? Don't you like my maid's skirt?" Chen replied almost subconsciously, very seriously, "It's not that I don't like it. Anyway, we are not going to a comic convention. If we want to go to Jingshan Park, we must change out of this outfit." Guan could tell from his tone that he was a little overbearing, as if the outfit she was wearing could only be seen by him. That's right, he didn't want others to even take a second look at such a cute catmaid, for no reason. Guan looked at him and wanted to take a bite, hold his cold face in her mouth, and gently warm it up to melt it. But before she could forcefully kiss him, Chen dragged her back to the room, found some casual clothes that could be worn by both men and women, and put them on her. He was looking for a white dress in the smallest size from his freshman year of high school, and paired it with her own jeans. However, the dress was quite big for a freshman in high school, and almost covered her jeans below her body. If you didn't know, you would think she wasn't wearing anything at all. Although it's big, the neckline of the dress is small, so the shoulders won't be exposed casually, otherwise he would have to pull it up anytime and anywhere. Gu Chen also changed into a refreshing outfit, black casual clothes and a black jacket. Yes, he likes black. The coat is still from yesterday, just in case it gets cold. After putting on her white casual shoes, Guan couldn't wait to jump up and down at the door, just like a naughty kid who was eager to go to his relative's house for a meal when he was a child. Woo! Seeing that she was just taking her phone in a naughty way, I suddenly thought, "Don't you have your car keys?" Guan frowned. "Why bring car keys? There's no place to park there, and I don't want to drive." She tapped her toes twice, as if she had been ready to answer his question. "Ah. So you plan to walk there? And, oh, you are so stupid, of course I will go to change some coins and take the bus." She blinked again. It wasn't that it was hard to park, but if I drove I couldn't sit with him, couldn't put my little head on his shoulder. And we went to the park together to kill time and relax. Did we have to end it so soon? No way. Guchen really doesn't understand why he doesn't ride in a luxury car. He just wants to play. Forget it, it's a vacation to relax anyway. Since she's so cute, just go along with her.
I quickly took my keys and went downstairs to the supermarket to exchange a few coins, and then went to the bus stop to wait. The bus he took was 302, and his phone showed it would arrive in 11 minutes.
Since Wanan has become his legitimate girlfriend, they can now hold hands openly in public.
The hand-holding wasn't over yet. She hugged her arm again and moved her little head closer. She happily rested on his shoulders, but he was too tall, so she had to tiptoe.
Wanan never tired of this.
There were seats at the bus stop, so Wanan gently pulled him, who looked reluctant, to sit on the bench so that she could feel more relaxed leaning on his shoulder.
Guchen covered his face helplessly. There were also some men and women waiting for the bus.
In front of the right, a woman wearing revealing clothes originally had a casual look in her eyes, but after seeing Gu Chen, she suddenly followed him. I kept sighing in my heart that he is so handsome, but unfortunately he has a girlfriend. The key is that his girlfriend is also incredibly beautiful. She was originally quite confident, but she suddenly lost her luster. The bus slowly drove over.
Wanan almost fell asleep just now. When he looked at her like a fool, she hurriedly took out a few coins from her pocket and stuffed them into the cash box. Guchen wanted to sit in the middle seat, because this seat was the unit, so he could temporarily leave this clingy little guy behind. But Wanan felt bad about it, so she grumbled and pulled him to the seat for two people at the back. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The passengers were seated and the bus started. Everyone was looking at the scenery outside the window, but Wanan kept staring at him. Because there was a woman in front of Gu Chen's sight. This woman was wearing two revealing clothes, with her waist and legs exposed, high heels and red lips, and a pair of earrings. The mature charm exuded by the woman made Wanan feel a little threatened. Like a frightened kitten, she began to be alert. The key point is that she happened to sit in front of Gu Chen. It felt like she did it on purpose. Even if Chen wanted to avoid her, it would be difficult for him not to look at her. She also had a very fragrant smell on her body, and Wanan felt inferior to her. Of course she didn't know that the real allure was natural body and fragrance. Only Wanan. She stared at Gu Chen with her big eyes, then at the woman in the front row, and for no apparent reason she became jealous again. Chapter 57, the red rope is taken off, just lie on the board, hum. But in fact, Gu Chen just wanted to watch the content played on the display screen inside the bus. But in front of him, a corner of the shoulder slipped down, revealing the white skin, which was really conspicuous. He glanced at it unintentionally, and it was really not intentional. Chen, why are you still looking forward? Oh, could it be that it is so beautiful? She finally couldn't stand it anymore and started to moan. Chen was still a little puzzled, but Wanan stretched out her small hands, put them on his cheeks, and then gently twisted them, pulling his original gaze back. Whispering softly, can't you just look at me for a while? She puffed up her cheeks and pouted her nose. Her jealous look was so cute that he wanted to reach out and pinch her to see if her mouth would leak air. I don't. He explained. You're lying, your eyes were so straight just now. Then, she started to get serious again, isn't it just a little bit exposed? If you want to see it, you can tell me. I can do it too. Then, with a strong sense of jealousy, he gently pulled his shoulders and head. The beautiful fragrance, shoulders exposed, and the red face, are quite tempting. Chen stared at it for a while. It was really beautiful. Her dress was too big and the neckline was too wide for her delicate body. A slight tilt would easily expose the shoulders, and now if you pull it a little, it will be even more obvious. But there are other passengers on the bus. Even if this location is a bit remote, she can't hide it on purpose. He raised the corners of his lips and laughed, idiot, pull it up for me, I don't like to see it. He thought fiercely and added, don't show it again, otherwise I will pinch your little face. Wanan was just a little bit scolded by him, and immediately a look of grievance appeared on her face. Seeing her dazed look, and not wanting to pull it up, he could only help her lift it up himself. When I lifted this side, the other side loosened, so I lifted both sides. Finally, I pulled it tighter, almost hurting her, and she stuck out her tongue. Enough is enough. I'm good and won't make trouble anymore, she said. Even though she was scolded, she felt extremely happy. Then she leaned a little closer, and her little face gently touched his serious face. Moo-ah. Plant a strawberry and go. This strawberry melted his serious expression, so he reached out and touched her little head again, feeling helpless about her sudden attack. She snuggled into his arms again and drew circles on his chest out of boredom. Gu Chen rested his chin on her little head,
feeling the itch in his chest, and recalled the moment when he saw the whiteness of her shoulders just now. Guan's skin is so white, it seems that milk can be squeezed out of it, but the skin of the girl in front of me is a little dull. I have to say that after being seduced by Guan, I no longer have the desire to look at other women. In fact, I didn't have it in the first place, it's just that I just became her boyfriend and I'm sensitive. The woman in the front row was secretly delighted just now because the couple behind her almost quarreled because of her, but the quarrel between the two was ambiguous. She felt that she had inexplicably created a lot of dog food. Then I pulled up the shoulder that had deliberately slipped down. The male and female passengers around cast their gazes in admiration. There were quite a lot of people on the bus, and the most important thing was that, except for Guan and Guchen, everyone else was single. Or had just broken up.
Everyone is eating dog food silently. Sour dog food seems good too. After a while, Guan was still in his arms. He originally wanted to sleep for a while, and when he woke up, he would reach his destination. Guchen felt his body was rubbed and heated by her hair, and hoped that she would stop, so he reached out to touch her little nose and coax her to sleep. But, just as I raised my hand, I saw that Guchen's fair wrist was empty.
Ha!
Red string mud?
Guan stretched out her small hand, suddenly grabbed his big hand, and looked carefully from left to right.
The red rope is gone. Shen rolled his eyes and said, "Big pot, you got it in the wrong hand, it's this one, idiot."
He slapped his hand that was pressed down hard. A hand with a red circle was raised in the air, high in front of her eyes. When she looked up, her bright eyes were twinkling with stars, and the corners of her mouth turned up again. "Hi, you scared me, I thought you took it off, but it doesn't work." Guan seemed to have regained what she had lost. She stretched out her small hand to grab his big hand, gently pulled it over, held it in front of her eyes, and looked carefully at the red rope on his hand. I was so excited when I saw the red string was gone just now. It turned out to be on this hand. She found that she had become more and more stupid since she fell in love with him. Guchen twitched his lips, thinking it was a big deal, and replied jokingly, "If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work."
Guan was obedient and immediately became unhappy.
She looked back and raised her head to his chest, her face fierce and aggrieved. "Well, it must be the red string that worked. That's why you agreed to be my boyfriend.
So you must not take it off. I will be angry." Talking without confidence. Is it effective? Are you sure this girl graduated from Tsinghua? She is not a materialistic girl?
Guchen wanted to argue a few more times with her soft tone, but suddenly he softened his heart and stretched out his hand to tickle her waist to make her happy. "I'll just listen to you." Guan felt itchy around her waist and thought she was bullying her again, so she reached out to tickle his chin or armpits. Unfortunately, he had a high sense of humor and she had no choice but to lose. She hid in his arms to avoid his tickling.
Ahaha, no.
The two of them stayed together for a while. There was another office worker in the car who was eating a breakfast bun with butter. He was staring at the two of them. The pink ambiguous aura within 1 meter of them suddenly found that the bun in the bowl was tasteless.
Why is this dog food so delicious? I want more.
The bus arrived quickly and arrived at a bus stop near Jingchuan Park. After walking a few steps with her, we arrived at the main gate of the park. No tickets are required, after all, it's not an amusement park. Although Jingchuan Park is not as rich in facilities and spacious as the amusement park, it has a long history. This garden was built by the government in 1990 to commemorate Mr. Tang Jingchuan, a famous anti-Japanese hero and writer during the Jiajing period of the Ming Dynasty. It is a garden that cleverly combines historical relics and natural scenery.
The park has a beautiful environment and complete scenic spots.
It is mainly divided into Mr. Tang Jingchuan's study, tomb area, large lawn activity area, flower bonsai viewing area, children's play water area, etc. The layout of the park is dominated by the natural landscape framework of a hill, a small slope, winding water, and a quiet lake, reflecting the characteristics of contemporary gardens.
Of course, Guan has a childish personality, and she definitely didn't come here just to enjoy the garden scenery.
There was a gentle breeze blowing in my ears, and I jumped up and down, and finally let go of my hand and ran over first. Because she saw several pomegranate trees planted in front of her, and the pomegranate trees were full of big, red fruits, which were very attractive. She stretched out her hand to reach it, but the fruits at the bottom had been picked. With her height, even if she stood on tiptoe and used a brick, she still couldn't reach it.
Yay! Chapter 58. Am I cute? What?
The fruits of the trees in the garden may not be picked casually, but isn't it a waste if they fall to the ground when they are ripe? Chen came behind her like he was taking care of a child, stretched out his hand to reach for the fruit, but instead of picking it up in time, he looked down at her. He. Instead, he lowered his head and laughed at her for not being tall enough. Guan was not angry, she still reached out her little hand, showing her desire for food. I want that one, just one, please. Shinka didn't intend to help her pick it easily, but seeing this cute little face like a baby asking for milk and water from an adult, he couldn't help himself. I grabbed the reddest one, picked it off, and opened it with my bare hands, and a few red berries accidentally appeared. In Guan's hand, she held it like a pearl. The little head buried, and bit. So sour, she whispered. Although it is red, it is not bought in the supermarket after all. Guchen didn't hear it, he was just curious. But she blinked her beautiful eyes, and thought of a bad idea, her sour expression changed. It's so sweet, Chen, come and taste it. When he heard this, he thought the tone was a bit strange, as if he was gloating in someone else's misfortune. She raised her eyebrows a few more times to induce him. As smart as Guchen was, he saw through the trick, so he stared at her evasive eyes and curled his lips slightly. It's very sweet, right? Then why are you being so polite? Eat more? He took half of the pomegranate, quickly picked off a dozen of the seeds, covered them in his palm, and then covered her mouth with them. Guan looked at him in disbelief, wondering how the clown could suddenly become her. She stepped back with her little feet. Wait, don't. It was no use for her to regret. She stuffed at least half of the pomegranate into her mouth and subconsciously took a bite. I'm so jealous, bad Chen, stinky straight man. She felt so bitter that she took a few fruit pieces without giving in. Then, when he wasn't paying attention, she tiptoed and stuffed her little hand into his mouth. Humph. You have to eat it too. No one will have a good day today. Guchen accidentally took a bite and immediately coughed because of the sour taste. Sneak attack. He spat and turned to run. Guan took a few more, holding the full fruit in her hands, and chased him. She wanted to stuff all of them into his mouth. She told him to bully her. After the fight, both of them had their mouths full of it, so they had to buy a bottle of mineral water to wash it off. After walking for a while, she saw a stall selling cotton candy in front of her. She had no resistance to sweets and couldn't help but rush over. He couldn't hold her hand, and he wanted to tell her not to eat too much sweets during menstruation. He could only wait there for a while. Suddenly, there were a few cat calls nearby, and he was attracted to it. Only then did I see a few stray cats meowing at the corner of a wall. The cat is quite pitiful, being fed by a group of cat lovers. But most of these people are girls, and judging by their attire, they should be wealthy ladies, and the cat food they bought is not cheap. He walked over and realized that it was where stray cats gathered. I've heard before that if you have small animals at home that you don't want to keep, you can put them in Jingchuan Park. There are many people here, and if you meet kind people, you can adopt a few. But the effect was not satisfactory, until it became a group of stray cats. Fortunately, there are no bad people here. He took out the things in his coat. It's a small bag of cat food. When I went to feed the mother cat yesterday, I didn't finish it. I'll give it to them today. Crouching down, this handsome man took out some cat food and scattered it on the ground, attracting countless female cats and the attention of many girls. The little girls couldn't help but whisper in delight. Oh my God, this little brother is so handsome. Is he alone? It seems he doesn't have a girlfriend. He likes small animals? He must be very gentle, right? He won't reject me if I ask for his WeChat, right? Hey, come on, don't just talk and do nothing. If you get it, give it to me, I'll treat you to a Michelin meal. So cool, who dares to go? Some girls are so overwhelmed by his handsomeness that they feel dizzy, just like Guan back then. While they were chatting, Guchen was stroking a kitten's head, giving her a sense of comfort. Guan looked over here at this time, and saw that he fell into the group of women, so she didn't want the other marshmallow, puffed up her little face, and rushed over quickly on her short legs. When I got closer, I realized that he was actually feeding the cat. So he came over, looked at the little female cat who was being stroked by him and felt a little jealous. Because she was used to Guchen's big hands, and she couldn't help but stick to them subconsciously when he gently rubbed her, but he was actually touching the cat. And I was feeding cat food, a handful at a time. Just like that, she started to be jealous of the little animals. Chen felt that the air around him was strange. He looked up and saw Guan and her puffed up cheeks. I want to touch it too. He squatted down again, holding a marshmallow in one hand, and rubbed over with his head tilted. Hey, what are you doing? She was still rubbing his arm. Chen had no choice but to take out his other big hand and touch it.
There is a black line on my forehead. I found that she has been jealous since she became my girlfriend. I am speechless.
Guan felt so comfortable that she almost fainted. She tried so hard to get more that she almost dropped the marshmallow in her hand.
Suddenly all the cats and people were stunned. Is this big sister a cat? How come she is even more clingy than a cute kitten?
Guan was still unwilling to give up, so she squinted her eyes and slowly opened them, looking at the few pieces of cat food in his hand that he hadn't put down yet.
I want to eat cat food too. She whined and snatched the cat food away, not giving it to the cat on the ground.
The cats were happily eating the cat food he had just thrown down, which made her feel sour again.
Guan finally wiped the sweat off his forehead. Not only is this girl jealous of the cat, but she even wants to eat the cat food? Not really, right? That's enough, you can't eat it.
He grabbed it again, then reached out and gently slapped her on the head.
I flicked my finger and told her not to be jealous. Isn't it enough that I love you? Ouch, it hurts to wash.
Chen looked at the little idiot. Really, this cat is so pitiful, and you even have to snatch cat food from it.
There is no ginkgo.
He scolded her again and curled the corners of his lips. She knew she was wrong, rubbed her head, and could only get closer to feed him together.
But soon I got jealous again. Because she saw Guan kept feeding the cat and was very kind to it.
In fact, this cat knows how to act like a spoiled child, just like her.
Hee hee, this cat is the cutest of all cats. No wonder you like it so much.
Chen stroked the cat's back, listened to her slightly jealous words beside him, smiled and subconsciously replied, "Ha, no matter how cute the cat is, it can't be as cute as you." Suddenly, the words stopped at the tip of his tongue, as if he had accidentally revealed a secret, and he covered his mouth. Guan was so happy when she heard this, she was so excited.
She tilted her head slightly and asked in a cute and adorable way, "Shrimp, shrimp?" Chapter 59. They somehow became a loving couple. Guan spoke out of turn for a moment.
He couldn't praise her in person, otherwise she would be proud of this for a long time.
Nothing. Guan's eyes were originally sparkling, but the expression of expectation disappeared, revealing a reluctant but serious look. Aha. Tell me quickly? What is it? Don't just tell me half of it.
Speak now. She moved closer, put her hands on his shoulders and shook him gently.
Really not.
He argued, turning his face away and smiling.
Guan's face was red as if she had eaten an orange. Humph. I hate people like you who only talk half-heartedly. Tell me quickly, or I'll keep pestering you.
As he said this, he opened his hands and waved his little claws to show that they were very sharp. Although she knew what Guan wanted to say, she still wanted to hear him say that she was cute.
Otherwise, she would not be happy enough. But he just doesn't say anything, he just plays.
She then stretched out her little claws to entangle him, hugged his neck, and even opened her mouth to bite his ears, begging him to speak out.
The cats and cat lovers nearby ate the dog food in amazement.
The cat, who was just eating cat food, raised his head and suddenly the cat food didn't smell good anymore because it wasn't as sweet as dog food. After a long time of nagging, he didn't say anything, and Guan kept holding on to the matter.
But Marshmallow still solved it bit by bit.
The two of them smiled, and gradually the sun got bigger.
They saw a pavilion and walked over to it. There are many people passing by here.
I wanted to sit down and rest, but I saw a small baby carriage in the courtyard.
Guan saw it and stopped being naughty and went over to take a look.
Suddenly, I saw a baby sleeping in the stroller.
My eyes widened immediately. Wow, whose baby is this? Why is it here? Where is the mother?
She covered her mouth, whispered to the window, leaned down, and looked closely at the baby.
Just like her baby.
Guan observed the surroundings for a while and immediately deduced.
There's not a lot of people around. Could it be that an adult accidentally left the child here?
He frowned and guessed that Guan actually thought the same thing. Her parents were not here, otherwise they would definitely show up in time if a stranger approached.
After waiting for another 2 minutes, no one showed up. Guan can basically conclude that the child was temporarily placed.
At this moment, she was like a real mother, somewhat disgusted by the behavior of leaving the baby alone in a public place. Humph.
Who on earth is so irresponsible? Don't you know how dangerous it is to leave the child here alone?
Although I don't know what the parents did, they probably didn't abandon the baby on purpose because there was a car key in the crib, a BMW.
Wait a minute, if the kid's parents come, we must give her a good scolding. It's best to send them to the police station for a lecture. Guan hums and groans. This girl is very kind-hearted. Looking at the baby, she even forgot about Guan. The baby in the car was sleeping uncomfortably and wanted to turn over, but suddenly woke up and started crying. Oh. This is really a baby crying, not Guan acting like a spoiled child. She raised a kind smile and stretched out a hand to gently press the baby's chest. Good baby, don't cry, go to sleep. She was coaxing her child to sleep, and she looked very serious, afraid that she might not be able to coax him well enough. Looking at her, Chun unconsciously revealed a hint of pampering. If this girl gives birth to a baby in the future, she will definitely be a good mother. The two plan to sit here and watch the child. After all, child trafficking incidents occur frequently in today's society. Chun suddenly thought of an important question and patted her on the back gently. Guan, let's wait here for an hour? If the adults haven't come after an hour, let's hand it over to the police directly? We can't solve it anyway. He proposed a solution that would have the best of both worlds without taking up too much time. She nodded and continued to coax the child to sleep. Suddenly I thought, Guan didn't change his words again. Forget it, let him go. After a while, the baby fell asleep again, and the two sat on the bench and waited, rocking the stroller. Guan has been muttering from the beginning till now, saying that the child's parents are irresponsible. Looking at the baby in the basket, she showed a lovely smile to Guan, very peacefully. Chin, look, the baby is so cute. He nodded. It was indeed very cute. It was a baby girl. Because babies are small and cute from their heads to their feet, Guan likes children. While Guan was looking at the baby, Guan added, well, the baby we will have in the future will definitely be this cute. Subconsciously answered, yeah. I was shocked when I came back to my senses. Seeing that he agreed so quickly, Guan's bright eyes smiled even wider. He, then when are we going to make one? Shen rolled his eyes, feeling that he had been tricked by her. Guan's silly smile was so cute, just like the sunshine in winter. He stared at her for a while, then replied after a while. Heh, who wants to have a baby with you? He said. Learn to cook first, idiot. Scolded her. Guan's eyes lit up again. Guan didn't even refute her. So she happily leaned over and clung to his arms like a cat. Soon, 5 minutes passed, the sun was getting brighter and brighter, and many people went into the pavilion to enjoy the cool air. A plump woman saw two young people pushing a baby stroller in the pavilion and was immediately attracted. Come to the front. Guan also looked at her in confusion, thinking that she was the child's mother, but she asked, this child is very cute, girl, is it yours? How many months old? Guan was stunned. She never thought that she was misunderstood. But she didn't explain in time, and her face was full of joy. Guan raised his head. What was going on? He couldn't let outsiders misunderstand him. Auntie, this is not. However, Guan covered his lips and said for him, yes, Auntie, you have a good eye. She replied mischievously, since there is a chance to take advantage of him, why not take advantage of it? She turned her head and blinked at him again. The aunt covered her mouth in disbelief when she heard this. She was quite unconvinced at first. Wow, you have a child at such a young age? It's really rare. Are you in love too early? No, it's just that my husband loves me very much and I'm also very fertile. Guan said it quite sincerely, as if such a thing really existed. Chen watched her talking nonsense seriously, and even his mouth was covered, so he didn't have time to refute. Woo. Shit. I was manipulated by Guan. I must teach her a lesson later. After chatting with the aunt for a while, Guan was very happy. Finally, she looked at the cute baby and left, and gave a few blessings. After the people left, as expected, Guan gritted his teeth and patted her but in a roundabout way. Pop. Ouch, it hurts. He said fiercely, do you still dare to talk nonsense? Then he gently pinched her cheeks and rubbed them. I was wrong, I won't do it next time, don't bully me. Guan was deeply distressed. She didn't expect that taking advantage would lead to such a punishment. However, it's still nice to be treated as a loving couple. Chapter 60 Idiot, let us get in the water together? After beating her up for 5 minutes, Chen finally let go, feeling relieved. After waiting for another half an hour, Guan was about to fall asleep on her lap, and finally the baby's mother came. A woman wearing gold and silver came up anxiously. She seemed to have been crying. You could see a few tears on her face. Baby. As soon as she arrived, she checked the child in the basket, held him in her arms and checked for a long time to make sure he was fine, then she felt relieved. Turning her head to look at the two young men, Guan was still rubbing her eyes. Are you helping me look after my kids? Thank you so much. I just went to the wrong place and took a long time to get back here. Thank you so much. After Guan knew that she was his mother, she immediately perked up and acted like a little adult. How can you just make a phone call and ignore your child when you are in such a crowded place? This is too incompetent. Then, at such a young age, she gave some earnest advice to the woman in her 30s who had just given birth, and Guan did not object. Fortunately, the child met a good person today. If he had met a bad person, he might have been taken away directly, and it would have been too late to regret. He should have given him a verbal education. The woman nodded quickly, and it didn't end until 2 minutes later when Guan was out of breath. To express her gratitude, she took out a black card from her Hermes bag and let them use it as they pleased. Guan pushed it back directly. One was the boss of the company, and the other was a former business tycoon. They really had no interest in money. Finally, he hugged the baby and said goodbye, and before leaving, he said, "You two look more exquisite than celebrities, you were such a perfect match together." After hearing her words, Guan was a little angry at first, but now she calmed down and nodded, agreeing with what she said, and gave this comment full stars. The matter was not made a big deal and it just passed. Afterwards, the two left the pavilion. Guan was still chatting away when she suddenly saw a stall selling balloons in front of her. Just like a kid seeing candy, he immediately rushed over. Then he pointed at the tallest Mianjiang balloon floating in the sky and jumped twice on the spot. "I want to buy balloons, Chin, buy them for me." Guan was a little confused and said incredulously, "You are not a child, why did you buy this thing?" He wouldn't just buy something for this girl casually. The key point is that this thing is a toy for children. It always feels weird for an adult like her to hold it. "I want it, buy it for me." The balloon seller had already taken Mei Yang off and put it in her hand, waiting for Guan to pay with a smile. "You can buy it yourself?" He is weird, there is no doubt about it, this is something only a straight man can say. Guan was unhappy. It was just a $5 item, and her boyfriend was like a miser. He was totally stingy. Of course, he just doesn't want to buy anything. After buying this, he wants to buy that. You can't spoil him. It's better if he can empty his hands immediately after buying food. Guan stomped her feet on the spot and snorted, "Humph. I want it." "You won't buy it for me?" "Then bye-bye," she stuck out her tongue playfully. Then, without any warning, she grabbed the Mianjiang balloon, turned around, and ran away as fast as she could. I can't see him for a while, I don't know where he went. He stood there in a daze. What just happened? Shit. Guan actually ran away with the balloon. This guy is too shameless. If other children dare to do this, they will be beaten up by their parents when they get home, right? He wanted to chase after her, but he had no choice but to pay the money first. The stall owner wouldn't let him go unless he paid, and blocked him in front of the stall. I scanned 5 yuan, which is quite cheap. I remember that it would cost more than 10 yuan in a large amusement park. I immediately chased after him, this little bastard. By the way, Guan suddenly took away the little toy just now. She is so naive and playful, which is quite cute. What a naughty little princess. I chased her and found her hiding behind a tree, so I went around her. Guan poked her head out from the left side of the tree to see if Guan was chasing after her. Unexpectedly, she felt a sudden warmth on her neck, as if a warm breath was hitting her. Ah, help, it hurts, my shoulder is broken. I saw a big hand gently pressing her shoulders, and then squeezed. The force was very small, but it made her scream. Will you dare to do it next time? He looked slightly fierce, watching Guan hug the balloon tightly and curl up into a ball. I dare not, absolutely not. After he let go of her hand, Guan felt better and gently rubbed her shoulders. Ouch, it hurts so much. Humph. Suddenly, while he wasn't paying attention, she punched him in the chest with her pink fist, then turned around and ran away. I won't let you catch up easily again, Lilil Stinky Chin. Guan felt like his chest was hit by a marshmallow, soft and comfortable. He looked up and found that she had run away again. He. After a while, he caught up with her again and pressed her delicate body against the wall to see where she could go. Guan regretted it, hugged him like a little bird, licked and ate his chin with her little tongue, begging for mercy. She really wasn't naughty this time. He feels weird.
Next, the two went to the big fish pond together and bought a few bags of fish feed to feed a group of goldfish. The goldfish were very beautiful and there were a huge number of them. When she threw a little bait, a group of fish swarmed over, and some even jumped into the air. Guan clapped her hands like a child, and then asked for the fish feed to be handed over to her to feed. In the afternoon, I visited several statues and rowed a two-person boat for more than 2 hours.
Guchun was exhausted and wanted to go home, but Wanan was still jumping around and even wanted to play again. It's still early now, and we had enough fun in the park. We planned to go out for a bite to eat before going home. The two were walking by a river. There were dense lotus leaves on the other side of the river. They had taken a boat there to pick some lotus seeds before. Wanan was walking leisurely on her little feet, but Chen was afraid that she would fall, so he gently pulled her up. I wanted to take out my phone to check the time, but my hand slipped and it almost fell to the ground. Wanan was also attracted by the object that suddenly fell from his hand, just like a soap sliding down. Fortunately, I just slid to the shore under the astonished gaze, and almost slipped down. Chen said I was clumsy, but you are the same?
She scolded him a little, which saved her face a little bit.
Guchun scratched his head and wanted to pick it up, but Wanan had already bent down obediently and reached out to grab it.
However, as luck would have it, there was a small stone under her feet. Although Wanan grabbed the phone, her body tilted, and with her eyes wide open and her lips pursed, she actually fell into the river.
Guchun was shocked. Fuck. We were about to go home, how could an accident happen?
Wanan reached out to grab anything she could reach, and almost grabbed the edge of Guchun's clothes, but suddenly she remembered. I'm about to fall, if I hold Chen still, he will fall into the water too. After just 1 second of thinking, he gave up grabbing the corner of his clothes.
About to fall into the water. Guchun opened his eyes wide, thinking, is this girl stupid? Why not catch me?
Almost instantly, the big hand reached out again and grabbed her small arm. However, although the arm was grasped, the center of gravity had completely shifted to that side. Finally, the two of them fell on their backs, with a splash and screams, into the shallow water, creating quite a wave.
Chapter 61, Idiot, blame me, blame me, blame me. Ah, help. Puff, Chen, why are you grabbing me? Now I'm about to fall down, Puff.
After Wanan fell into the water, she struggled to grab a strong object. So, she was still blaming him, but she hugged Guchun tightly in panic. She clearly had no intention of pulling him into the water, but he ended up pulling her hand over, and unfortunately, both the rescuer and the rescued fell into the water. Wanan was very nervous, not only because she couldn't swim, but also because she was going to die of drowning before she married Guchun, had children, and lived together until old age.
She was so unwilling to accept this.
But after a while of silence, the sound of the water slowly stopped, and she found that he, who was hugged by her, suddenly became quiet and motionless. When I opened my eyes, I saw Guchun standing very calmly in the water, and I was holding him like a sloth. At the same time, I noticed that the water near the shore was not deep at all, and I could even see yellow soil if I got closer to the shore.
Guchun helplessly curled his lips, looking at her as if she were a cute little lunatic. It was really rare to see her panic just now. The two of them just stared at each other for a while, their eyes wide open. Time stood still, and when the wind blew through their wet hair, they felt the chill. Guchun shuddered. What are you doing standing there? Is it comfortable to soak in the water?
Wanan blushed, loosened her clumsy hands, and climbed up the shore under his command. Because of her petite body, it was quite laborious to climb up, so he had no choice but to push her from behind.
Feeling Chen's warm face, Wanan shuddered and successfully climbed up.
Looking back at Guchun, he was very calm, looking like a handsome man in the water, and also like Aquaman walking out of the water.
He looked even more skinny with his body wet. Seems a little more handsome.
Especially when Guchun casually pushed his wet hair back, showing a handsome slicked-back hairstyle, coupled with his strong and upright figure. This must be Aquaman himself. He stared blankly for a while. Unfortunately, when Guchun climbed up, he accidentally fell and almost hit his face on the ground. Only then did Wanan come back to her senses. Although the river was shallow, both of them were soaked without exception. Wanan's delicate curves were perfectly outlined, and the wet clothes made her waist look very thin. Under the sunset, the little face was wet, as if decorated with pearls. He got up and took a look, and suddenly his throat felt dry.
Then, the two wet rats shook themselves on the shore.
There was no one here, no one saw what happened, and no one came to help. Guchun felt very uncomfortable and suddenly turned around, with his back to her, and took off his clothes. Then he held his clothes and wrung them hard to squeeze out the water. Guan wanted to look over there, and just by looking at the back of the figure with distinct bones, her throat couldn't help but gurgle twice. She was shy and wanted to cover her eyes, but the chilly feeling made her want to solve her own problem first. Then he changed into a cat-like person, shaking his body in place, trying to shake off the water on his body. But she is not a cat after all. Shen looked back and saw her shaking her body vigorously, her head shaking like a rattle, but unfortunately not much water was shaken off. I sighed, put on my clothes, came to her side, and helped her squeeze out the water. Guan is a girl, and she is too embarrassed to take it off directly, so we can only squeeze it along the edge of the clothes little by little. First the waist, then the back, then the sleeves, the neckline. Then it was the jeans, which were squeezed dry. There was no place to change clothes, and there was no clothes for her to change into. Both of their phones were soaked in water and couldn't be turned on, so they couldn't make calls, so they had to rely on themselves. Guan, like a child who needs to be fed by an adult, stared blankly. After soaking in water, she felt a little aggrieved, with pink eye bags bulging.
Another cool breeze blew. Huff.
Guan covered her nose with her hand and sneezed heavily. Her throat felt a little uncomfortable and she uttered
There is no doubt that if this continues, you will definitely catch a cold. I have to say that girls are physically weak, unlike Guchen. Ah. He suddenly sneezed twice loudly towards the sky. It seems to be a bit more serious. Scratching his head and pinching his nose, he said, "It's cold, right? Let's go home first."
Suddenly he took her hand and felt the coldness of her hand. Suddenly being held by him, she bowed her head and apologized slightly. "I'm sorry.
I'm clumsy, that's why you fell into the water." Why does this voice sound a bit like crying?
He couldn't stand seeing a girl cry, especially his legitimate girlfriend, so he said in a very gentle voice, "Silly boy, blame me for not holding the phone firmly, otherwise you wouldn't have helped me pick it up, right?" After hearing this, she raised her head slightly, still a little confused. Hearing the crying gradually subside, he continued.
"Yes, it's all my fault.
Come and hit me, or I'll feel bad."
Guan was amused, so she didn't hit him. She was too distressed to even have time to do so. The petite body came closer again. Holding hands all the way, I quickened my pace and went to the bus stop.
The wind was getting colder at night, and the little one beside me was shaking violently. My period just got a little better yesterday, but I caught a cold again today.
What should I do?
At this moment, if he had a dry piece of clothing, he would put it on for the night without hesitation.
He asked Guan to sit down again and reached out to play with her hair. Separate the hair one by one so that the water on the hair will evaporate faster. Guan was still cold, so she made this small request. "Shinshan, I think I want to hug it should be a little warmer."
She opened her little arms, and Guchen just took a look and hugged her without hesitation.
I was running all the way and forgot to hold her.
Holding her waist tightly, passing the warmth of my body to her.
Guan felt a little better. He then searched his pockets. Luckily the coins he exchanged earlier didn't fall out. Looking around, there weren't many people around, and it wasn't time to get off work yet, otherwise a wet couple huddled together for warmth at the bus stop would definitely be photographed, right? Some of them are old men who have trouble walking.
Guan shivered slightly in his arms, now she just wanted to cling to his warm body temperature.
Guchen now knows his role. Is he just a big hot pack?
Soon the 302 bus arrived, saying goodnight to her, and carried her up the stairs.
Mainly because she is too light.
If someone doesn't know, they would think that they were soaked to the skin, but they were still hugging each other to show their affection.
It's simply amazing. Chapter 62. Let me soothe your tiredness of the day.
The bus driver took one look and was surprised that both of them were wet, but he didn't mind.
I tossed a few coins and carried Guan into the last row.
This row has good seats, and can accommodate 6 people, but most importantly, there are a lot of heat generating parts here, so it will be warmer. After that, the bus started, and the driver observed the 2 people from the rearview mirror. Seeing that they were both wet and still hugging each other, he thought for a moment, reached out to turn off the air conditioner and turned on the heater. After a while, the warm air filled the small space and the two felt comfortable. It's not winter yet, so normally people would turn on the air conditioner or ventilate the room, but the driver gave them a little extra. Guan was caught between warmth and coldness, and was already drowsy. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, her lips drooped slightly, and she looked silly.
He couldn't help but rub Guan's little nose. "Why are you sleeping? You haven't even gotten off the bus yet."
Guchen didn't want her to sleep, because her body temperature would be lower when she slept, and she would be more likely to catch a cold. She grumbled, and lay in his arms again, rubbing her face against his chest, hoping to sober herself up. So cute! Along the way, he rubbed Wanan's head again, and her hair was finally dried by him. After about 20 minutes, the train arrived at the station and the two got off. Guchen saw that Wanan was cold and sleepy, and she was staggering when she got out of the car. If he hadn't held her, she would have fallen off the car. There was a hint of fondness in his eyes, and then he stretched out his hand and hooked. With one hand hooked on her back and the other hand hooked on her thigh, Wanan's delicate body was lifted up and held in his arms like a princess. She was a little confused at the time. Who am I? Where am I? I hurriedly hugged Guchen's neck. Looking at her clumsy self, he hugged her a little tighter. Chen, are you tired? You don't have to hug me. Well, can you give me a back massage later? He said perfunctorily, and quickly ran home. Although it was perfunctory, she took it seriously and thought about how to serve him later. Along the way, many people cast strange looks at me. The two returned home, opened the door, and Guchen found a few clean small-sized clothes and filled the sink with warm water. Wanan was right beside him, so he pointed at the sink and touched Wanan's head, asking her to wake up because she was about to fall asleep standing, and asked her to change clothes quickly. Chen, aren't you going to help me wash? I don't mind at all, Wanan asked mischievously, tilting her little head. A black line appeared on Guchen's forehead. I mind. Then he went out and closed the door behind him. Wanan started to take a bath. He heard the sound of water flowing down her delicate skin from outside the door. Somehow, he was actually a little excited. If other otakus saw this scene, they would probably eat 3 bowls of rice just by listening to the sound. Wait, what am I doing? He immediately dismissed his strange thoughts. Wanan quickly finished washing and changed her clothes. The dress was already relatively small, but the shoulders were still exposed. The shoulders were slanted, snow-white and still steaming, fragrant, and the fragrance was presented in front of him like this. He was cleaning when he was suddenly attracted by a white light. After just a moment of staring, my throat started to dry up. Wanan didn't notice it, and her fragrant body quickly leaned in front of him, very peaceful. Chen couldn't stand it anymore, so he quickly lifted her up and tried to hold her up to prevent her from falling. This annoying little goblin, I really don't know if he did it on purpose. Chen, I'm done, why don't you go take a shower too? Don't catch a cold, otherwise I won't see you tomorrow. Well, before that, I want to hug you for a while. Before he agreed, Wanan's delicate body came to him, and the refreshing fragrance filled his nose, making him hallucinate, as if she was a flower fairy. And I'm dirty. Let's hug after I take a shower, okay? He pushed. I really don't know what's wrong with Wanan. She seems to be worried about losing something. She has washed herself clean, but I am so dirty, and she still wants to hug me? Then the bath is in vain, right? Although the clothes on my body have almost been dried by my body temperature. It's okay, hug me, I'll feel comfortable. Then she hugged his waist, stood on tiptoe, and put her mouth to his ear. Then, she breathed softly into his ear, hee, I'm going to go warm the bed for now, going first. The voice was drawn out for quite a while. When this sentence came out, Guchen's body suddenly trembled and he almost went limp. I was thinking, what is this girl thinking about every day? What is she called? Ha ha. He should be called Lord Naogong. Listening to the soft words, no one objected and nodded slightly. Wanan secretly rejoiced, loosened her hand slightly, and turned around to warm his bed. Guchen turned around and quickly took a shower, then came out and casually washed his clothes. After finishing, he made 2 more boxes of instant noodles and brought them to Wanan. Opened the door, and the air in the room is filled with the warm fragrance of a young girl. What came into view was Wanan's delicate body, lying on the bed like a sleeping beauty. Seeing Chen coming, she gently patted the other side of the quilt. It seems that Daji is telling King Zhou with her body, Your Majesty, it's time to go to bed. The beautiful eyes blinked slightly. It was indeed a temptation, but he could resist it. With a gentle smile, are you hungry? Eat something first. How about a simple dinner tonight? He brought it to the bedside, lifted a stool, and asked her to get out of bed to eat, so as not to dirty the quilt. If my phone wasn't broken, I might be able to order takeout, but for now I'll just have to make do with it. Wanan sniffed and said, Hey, what's that? I'm willing to share a rice field with the person I love. It's like taking an oath.
Gu-chan rolled his eyes, boring. Don't make that thing sound so sweet.
She didn't want to get out of bed yet, so she came to the bedside and opened her cherry lips.
I want to feed.
She was so willful, but her little look melted his heart.
He couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks and gently picked up the noodles for her. Slurp. It was still a little hot at first, so he blew on it again.
After everything was settled, I rinsed my mouth, then returned to the bed with cold feet, carelessly lifted the quilt, and crawled in like a kitten.
Hee hee, she laughed in his ear again.
It's still early, Gu-chan doesn't want to sleep at all, but he feels a little tired.
Two people in one bed always feel like they should do something.
When Chen turned his head and wanted to chat with her, Wanan's lovely little tongue suddenly touched his ear.
Aw, what are you doing? It's so itchy. Just like a kitten who loves its owner. Then he bit it again. This is really ridiculous. Gu-chan's ears are red and he can't stand it anymore.
Wanan released her lips after a while.
Chin-chin, you must have been tired when you carried me back, right? Lie down and don't move. I will use my mouth to soothe your fatigue from the day. Chapter 63. Now go, wake up. Gu-chen now knew what she was going to do.
It turned out that she was concerned about him.
No.
My throat was dry, as if I had been thirsty for dozens of days, and my heart was beating fast.
Because if it is not controlled well, it is very likely to go off accidentally.
He gently pushed her chest, which made it come forward, and he couldn't push hard. I kissed him on the side of his face again, like a kitten, and kept in touch for 2 or 3 seconds, then moved up and kissed his forehead again. Turning around again, I got a bite on the right cheek, then the high nose bridge, and finally the chin, and finally the only place on his face that I hadn't touched.
Thin lips. Moo-ah. The soft jelly is very comfortable. It really is just like that song, soothing my day's fatigue in a heart-warming way.
He was so touched that his heart almost melted.
He didn't even think of resisting and just enjoyed it like a massage.
I couldn't help wanting to reach out and hug her. Guan loosened her lips, then pressed her nose against his cheek, and used her little hand to open the collar of his clothes.
Come here too. Gu-chen noticed her little action and immediately stopped her. That's enough, there's no need for that. It's actually the neck.
Finally, they came back and planted countless strawberries, and Wanan was tired. She suddenly hoped that Gu-chen could also use his kiss to soothe her fatigue. But he would definitely not agree. After all, he is not the kind of person who likes to be annoying. Bored, Wanan touched his cheek again, her eyes were obsessed. Chen looked at the ceiling and suddenly asked, by the way, Wanan, our cell phone is soaked in water, what should we do if it's broken? After hearing this, she rolled her beautiful eyes and said reluctantly, hee, call me Anan.
Chen Xiao, okay Wanan, yes Wanan. Poof. After a while of humming and hawing, she finally answered him. It's okay. As your boss, I will be responsible for any financial losses you incur as a result of saving me. I will buy you a new phone tomorrow. Do you prefer Apple or Huawei? Gu-chan was speechless. That's not what he meant. Did I say anything? Why does it feel like he's just a gigolo? He just plans to repair it tomorrow, and if it can't be fixed, he will replace it. Later, after tossing and turning in bed for a long time, they finally fell asleep at 9 o'clock. However, before the two fell asleep, Gu-chen went to sleep first. His clothes were too big, so Wanan tried to shrink her petite body into his big clothes. Finally, it worked. Although it was a bit crowded, the two of them managed to sleep together in the same clothes. Chen was sleeping soundly and didn't notice her little movements. Even if he did, he could only blame her for being too naughty. Until 2 o'clock in the morning, Wanan moved too much, causing Gu-chen's body to turn over heavily. At this time, Gu-chen was awakened by her actions, but when he woke up, he found Wanan was pressed down and had a little difficulty breathing. Looking at the sleeping little face, the distance is super close, and there is a little saliva flowing from the corner of the mouth. I felt it was funny, so I reached out and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Then, he realized that sleeping like this was not working, so he could only slowly take off his clothes. Naked, I went to find a pair of pajamas and went back to bed to sleep. He couldn't sleep without a pillow, so he hugged Wanan again, very gently. Perhaps she was having a nightmare. She struggled twice on the bed and waved her hands. It tickled him, so he had no choice but to gently tap her forehead. Good night. Then they fell asleep with their foreheads touching. She was originally having a nightmare, but after being kissed, it was as if she had been given a tranquilizer, and the nightmare suddenly turned into a sweet dream.
She put down her hands and hugged him again.
After a night of hard work. Day 2.
The sun was shining brightly, and the fragrance in the room was strong, attracting butterflies that came to collect flower dew in the morning to fly in. One of them landed on Wanan's little nose, tickling her and causing her to wake up first. As soon as I woke up, I let out a small ah and my tongue stuck out. The butterfly ran away, and then he pulled the blanket and rubbed his eyes.
I looked down and saw that I had an extra piece of clothing on. I was a little confused. My mind was full of questions. Did I take off Gu Chen's clothes while sleeping yesterday? Chen won't hate me, will he? He won't never sleep with me again.
The girl who just woke up was as delicate as a flower fairy, with skin as smooth as a baby's. As she was thinking this, she realized that he was gone. She quickly came to the bed and saw that Chen had been kicked off the bed by her as expected. But it was really accidental.
Fold your hands, I'm so sorry. But after seeing that he was wearing pajamas, I realized that he had woken up once before. I felt a little regretful.
I had planned to sleep with him wrapped in the same clothes yesterday, so that Chen would never be kicked out of bed by me again. The worst result would be that we would both get out of bed together. But I didn't expect that I was still too young.
Gu Chen was still sleeping soundly on the ground. Maybe because he woke up once last night, he was still asleep in the morning.
Wanan immediately kicked her calves, grabbed the edge of the bed with both hands, and quickly climbed off the bed, then checked if he had any injuries.
It's okay, I'm relieved.
The floor was clean. Wanan shook her little head and sat down like a child. Looking at his face, she lowered her petite body and asked for a good morning kiss first. Close your eyes, and your nose will soon touch him, Mua. There was a popping sound and Gu Chen was awakened by it, but he was still a little confused.
Why do I have sweet jelly to eat in the morning?
Wanan saw that he still wanted to sleep in, so she said, Hee, you said I was a lazy bug before. I think you were still a lazy bug, you big lazy bug. She sat cross-legged on the ground, humming for a while, shaking her beautiful ponytail.
She said that, the more Gu Chen didn't want to think about it. Maybe this is a psychological problem.
When I wake up naturally, I get up quickly, but if someone urges me to sleep, I feel embarrassed to let me sleep a little longer. She stretched out her little hand again and grabbed his big arm. Pursing her rosy lips, she uttered a beautiful voice like a baby, now go wake up, my girlfriend is hungry, I want to eat. This voice is like adding sugar, oh not chocolate, plus her little hands shaking, it's like a good daughter calling dad to wake up.
Gu Chen was half awakened by the cuteness for a moment. He almost sighed out loud, was Wanan a cat or a rabbit? Why is she so cute? Still shaking, swaying.
She was indeed hungry when she woke up in the morning, but because her own cooking was not good, and the high-end ingredients in the refrigerator were even more difficult to handle, she was afraid that Gu Chen would eat like a pig again like he did yesterday, so she asked him to get up and cook, so that she could study beside him. Chen woke up, supported his waist, and half sat up. I was kicked by her little feet accidentally when I was sleeping, so every morning after sleeping with Wanan, I feel uncomfortable as if I have kidney deficiency.
Chapter 64. Don't worry, I won't miss you even if I jump off here.
When I opened my eyes, I saw Wanan tilting her head and looking at me curiously with her big eyes. I looked like a newly developed robot. There was saliva on his mouth, which was sticky and uncomfortable, so he subconsciously wiped his mouth again. Wanan watched his movements and started to get excited again. She wondered why they had to wipe their mouths after kissing even though they were in a relationship.
It was so annoying. Hey, why are you wiping your mouth? This is the good morning kiss I gave you. You can't wipe off a good morning kiss, otherwise it will be a waste of time.
Come on, take another bite to make up for it. Wanan raised her eyebrows seriously and tried to hug him again, her shiny little jelly pouting. Seeing this scene, Chen curled his lips slightly. Before I could stop her, she kissed me again.
Moo-ah. Hitting the bullseye. Another sweet smell penetrates.
Don't wipe it for me again, be careful or I'll hit you with my fist.
She still looks like a little adult. However, how could Gu Chen spoil her?
Not to mention, he just liked the way Wanan tried to do something with him. After being kissed, she pretended to be disgusted, and then used her other hand to deliberately wipe her lips.
Oh, don't. He made a face at her as if to say, what can you do to me? And then opened her eyes wide in disbelief. He actually wiped his lips so blatantly. Doesn't his girlfriend have any dignity? Still rubbing? Humph. Instead of hitting him immediately, he grabbed his head again and bit it harder. Ah.
Chen felt that his lips were a little swollen, but he just refused to give in. After removing her lips, she looked into her serious eyes. He narrowed his eyes, slowly stretched out his hand, and wiped the corner of his mouth again. His handsome face changed into an expression of "I'm here to hit you."
Will Anan let him go? Absolutely not.
This time, he was so angry that he just pressed down with his whole body. He quickly pushed Chen to the ground.
Wait, don't.
She suddenly became so strong that she made Gu Chen short of breath. Guan then got up comfortably with a smile on her face, because she had won the battle.
Gu Chen no longer dared to wipe his lips.
Helpless, he gently pinched her still proud face. "Hee, I'll let you go today." He said this very manly, but actually a little scared.
Then I heard Wanan's belly growling.
She must be hungry, so I got up and made her something to eat. He didn't like Wanan's dark cuisine. Luckily she didn't act impulsively this time.
The girl took small steps and followed him into the hall. Let's set the table first.
Gu Chen didn't plan to cook for breakfast this time, but to make fried rice with egg using the leftover cold rice in the refrigerator.
I was too lazy to cook yesterday and ate instant noodles, so I have to make up for it today.
The girl was beside him, and she took out a small notebook to write down the important knowledge points. The smell was ridiculous. From time to time, she stretched out her little hand to fish out the eggs from the tomato scrambled eggs.
As expected, she got burned again and cried.
As her boyfriend, of course he put it in his mouth. Actually, there is no need to hold it in your mouth when you are burned, but Wanan did feel comfortable.
Stupid, it looks like you're starving. After dinner, he went downstairs.
It was a bit late, so he simply didn't ride the electric scooter, but took President Wanan's car to the company directly.
Wanan was extremely happy, because now Gu Chen would have to wait for her to come home even after get off work. Oh yeah. She has good skills and arrived at the company gate in just over 10 minutes.
Quickly go upstairs to the work area. Wanan asked him to hand over the soaked phone to her, and she took it, so Chen had no choice but to do so. Only after she sat down in her own seat did Wanan decide to say goodbye to him.
But before leaving, I have to sprinkle some dog food.
Whispering in his ear, with lips almost touching his ear, she said in a sweet voice that sounded like a little girl, "Now Gong, I have to go out and get busy, don't miss me too much, see you in the evening."
This sound is even more powerful than a kiss.
Although the sound was small, many people still heard it and showed their admiration.
After thinking about it, they thought the dog food was quite delicious. How could Chen spoil her? So he said confidently and easily, "Well, go and get busy. I will concentrate on my work and will never miss you.
If I miss you, I will be struck by lightning.
You can rest assured about this." He waved his hand again, decisively.
Wanan's delighted expression immediately disappeared, and she turned into a look of looking at a fool, hump stinky straight man. Fortunately, I like him, otherwise he would never be able to find a girlfriend. When she says don't think too much about yourself, she actually hopes that he will think about you all the time after work.
Women always say the opposite. But I didn't expect that he would even promise that he didn't miss me at all.
She moved a little closer, took out her pink little fist, absorbed a little strength, and dropped it heavily on his chest.
Ah, it hurts. Gu Chen could have won an Oscar for Best Actor, clutching his chest. Wanan left with a snort.
In fact, that kind of force is like 2 marshmallows stuffed into the chest, it doesn't hurt at all, and I even want to punch a few more times.
Do I have a tendency to be masochistic?
After the president left, as expected, a group of colleagues who love to eat dog food came forward to ask routine questions. He just casually threw out some dog food from last night and was perfunctory.
An hour later, Gu Chen went to the toilet because he had to pee urgently, and when he came back, he found a mobile phone in the drawer. And it's a gaming phone with a very gorgeous shell. Nubia and Red Magic Gaming specific phones. Sit down and curiously open it to take a look.
This phone is new, and when the screen pops up, a picture of a beautiful girl appears.
Yi Wanan. He was stunned for a moment. It was indeed her. A sweet ultra-high-definition picture of a cute and adorable person sticking out the tongue. Too cute. I'm afraid those anime fans would rather give up the second dimension and use this super cute picture as the cover. The moment he saw the picture, his heart was shocked. This girl actually gave me a gaming phone. I feel so lucky to have a girlfriend who understands me playing games.
But he thinks it's better to spend more time with his girlfriend.
And didn't you say Huawei yesterday? He actually likes this brand more.
Of course, he also likes game consoles.
The speed was very fast, and I accidentally clicked on the phone again. There was only one female contact named Chinchin's little baby.
It was indeed her phone. It seemed that the phone was soaked in water and could not be repaired, or it was not repaired at all, and it was directly reimbursed as a new phone. It's not bad, but it's a pity that there are still a lot of downloaded files in the phone, and several gigabytes of important information have not been read. The SIM card is still the same, but it seems that it was not saved in time, so the original data may not be restored. Guan just saved her own number first. On the side, Li Xiang looked at him with great envy, because that was a high-end configuration that required more than half a month's salary to buy. Another hour later, Guan carefully reviewed the young lady's video while eating popcorn.
Suddenly a message came from my phone. Ding! As expected of a gaming phone, the sound is so loud.
I opened it and saw that it was indeed sent by Guan's contact.
Chinchin's little darling, are you there?
I suddenly have a lot of things to do today. Can you help my girlfriend share some of the burden? Got it, please reply.
Chapter 65, Headache? Just because of this?
Guan raised the corners of his lips slightly and smiled unkindly.
You deserve it. Who told you to play yesterday?
So he replied casually, I'm busy.
I don't have time.
His tone was crisp, but his words were gentle. In fact, even those who are really free probably don't have the time to reply even a single word. I sent it and got a quick reply, a little expression of grievance.
Baby Chen.
Seeing this, Chen was still afraid that she was depressed, so he replied, tell me, what's the matter?
Soon, you still say you don't care about me? It's not a big deal. Help me get a report from the legal advisory department. It's very simple, please, I'm begging you. Shouldn't you ask your secretary for this kind of thing?
But she's very busy. After thinking for a long time, I had no choice but to come to you. Don't worry, if you help me get it back, I will definitely give you a big reward.
Huh? I don't want to. After talking for a long time, I finally agreed.
But he still said something safe, but I'll leave it on the table and leave. Don't bother me. He sent this sentence and got up and went to the law department.
Who told her that she was his girlfriend? When there are troubles, it will be easier to share them together.
The place was not easy to find, and he searched around twice before he found it. As soon as he entered the door, a lawyer handed him a prepared report. I took the report, looked down and immediately understood its purpose, but I was not the boss, why should I care about it?
I turned back.
I walked all the way to the president's office and walked in without knocking.
But I saw Guan lowering her head and doing something bad.
She was startled when she heard footsteps, and immediately raised her stuffed little face, with the QQ candy accidentally sticking out of her mouth. Seeing that it was him, she heaved a sigh of relief, but when she thought back to the fact that he didn't even knock on the door to scare her, her expression turned fierce.
Oh, I was eating secretly. Why didn't you knock on the door? I got scared.
Her little mouth was stuffed full, but she still complained, chewed for a long time before swallowing, and wiped her mouth.
There is a black line on Guchen's forehead. You call this busy? Oh, isn't it for the purpose of letting me accompany her?
Holding a thick stack of reports, he gently threw them in front of her.
Wow, so you're justified in hiding and eating under there?
After hearing what he said, Guan's not-so-smart little head thought about it and it seemed that it didn't make sense. But she was afraid that her secretary would tell her mother if she saw her eating sweets, and then her mother would call her and scold her. But her mother asked her not to eat anything other than white sugar.
Guchen went up and gently pinched her little face, which was smooth.
Guan bared her little tiger teeth.
After handing in the report, I bullied her a bit and turned around and wanted to leave. I'm going to get busy first.
Seeing him leaving, Guan finally remembered why she had come to see him. Of course I want him to accompany me because Chinchin is the best and warmest safe haven.
Please, please. Don't go, stay with me for a while, okay?
Guchen gently tugged at the corner of his clothes.
He felt a headache.
This girl was really trying to trick him by asking for the report. Guan saw that he still wanted to leave, her face almost turned bitter, and she continued to explain, Oh, Dad suddenly assigned me a super difficult task today, my troubles are so big it gave me a headache.
Guchen was shocked.
Guan even raised her hand to the air and drew a very big circle, indicating that was her worry.
It reminded him of a cat expression. He smiled.
Because this girl is too smart, her parents have high hopes for her and always give her difficult questions. Guan had just finished a task and was about to eat some QQ candy to relieve her anxiety when Guchen scared her. Looking at that anxious little face, Guchen hesitated. Then, Wanan reached out again, rummaged through the drawer for a few bags of fried snacks that she had prepared long ago, placed them on the table, and then stood up to fetch a leather chair, begging him with her pitiful eyes to just sit down. The treats were ready, so he had no choice but to sit down. Wanan saw that he finally didn't leave, so she sensibly helped to tear open the potato chips, picked out a piece and passed it to his mouth to feed him. Chen didn't take it, he just took the potato chips and poured several pieces here directly.
Isn't it troublesome to do it one piece at a time? Wanan pouted her lips.
Suddenly my head started to hurt again, so I reached out and pressed my temples.
What did your dad arrange for you?
He was just casually concerned, and of course a little curious. He took out a potato chip and stuffed it to her lips like feeding a hamster. It's rare to see Wanan looking so melancholy, as if I had ignored her for a day and she was particularly distressed.
Wanan looked at him in confusion, as if to ask, why don't you eat what I feed you? I should eat what you feed me? Am I a cat? Am I so obedient?
It's a bit unfair, but I still stick out my tongue and take it, smacking my tongue. After quickly finishing the snacks he gave her, Wanan was still pressing her temples, but she tilted her head slightly, her face was haggard and her voice was soft. My head still hurts now, my boyfriend, can you rub it for me first? Her little head moved closer, and if it continued like this, it would be against his chest. He had no choice but to gently press her temple when he saw how miserable she was. The gentle squeeze on both sides of her head made her feel relaxed for a moment.
So comfortable, a little harder.
The voice was a little strange, with a hint of seduction, which made Gu Chen blush.
She then explained, well, this is what happened. The company is going to expand again recently. For this, my father has given me another death order.
He requires me to cooperate with the world's largest celebrity group within 1 month.
Tell me, is this still my biological father? How could I possibly do this? He is even more powerful than the Ayun group.
She pouted again, looking reluctant and helpless.
Gu Chen felt somewhat familiar with it.
This was the world's largest celebrity group? What group specifically? Chen gently pressed her temple, then replaced his index finger with his thumb, rubbing her eye sockets at the same frequency, as if he was doing eye exercises.
Wanan didn't expect that he could press so hard.
She almost lay down comfortably.
Tan Xiang's mouth was open all the time. Gu Chen really wanted to stuff something into it. Of course, it's Gume group. He stumbled comfortably and licked the corner of his lips. Ha? Don't you know? A big question mark appeared on her little head.
The chairman of Gume Group has been on the world's rich list for a long time. Ochen Kai said meaningfully, and finally slid his fingers down again, pressing gently on her nose bridge.
Hua Wanan couldn't help but make a strange sound again. It was as if his soul was being emptied out by him. It took a while for him to come back to his senses. Oh, what?
Since you're so stupid, I'll just introduce you to it reluctantly. She also explained to him.
This group specializes in signing artists.
It has only been established for 10 years, but it has already become the world's #1.
It's really ridiculously strong. Gume Group has more than 1,500 signed artists from home and abroad. There are more than 5,000 signed internet celebrities. The business is all over the country.
Almost all the celebrities we know came from her company. I also heard that several foreigners who won Oscars came from their company.
Chapter 66. Dear Mom, send me money.
You know, there aren't many first-tier celebrities in China.
Not only that, creating celebrities is only one of the biggest businesses of Gume Group. In addition, it also involves business, politics, medicine, and real estate. After talking about so much, Wanan started to have a headache again about how powerful this group is. Gu Chen looked relaxed, as if he wasn't frightened by what he said. Wanan narrowed her eyes.
In fact, when she heard the names of Gume Group, the first person she thought of was, of course, Gu Chen. The names were so similar that she almost thought he was the son of the chairman of the group. However, she discovered that the chairman of Gume Group was a strong woman, and her last name was Wan. Of course, the probability of a woman working in a star company was very high. Besides, if he was really her son, how could he still stay in her company? Could it be that he doesn't want to go back and inherit the huge fortune? This isn't a TV show. She thought about it and shook her head. Gu Chen thought that his expression couldn't be so bland anymore, so he acted meaningfully as if he was very surprised. Oh, so cool. Wanan was about to burst out laughing when she heard this. This was too perfunctory. Did she just come here to listen to a story? And inside again, alas, I have sent more than 50 contracts. Our company is not small, but they just ignore me. The little hands were drawing circles on the table, as if they were making little curses.
Come on, Guan is the best.
Chen suddenly encouraged her in her ear with a handsome and gentle smile on his face. Guan opened her eyes wide, and seemed to have regained her confidence.
The next second, she felt full of happiness and quickly got into his arms. Thank you. I'm a little tired, just hold me for a while.
She stood up and sat on his thighs, but he was afraid that she would slide down because she was too round, so he held her with his hands.
So, willful.
He inadvertently smiled dotingly and reached out to touch her soft hair.
No one knows what he is thinking.
An in came out from his arms after her face was warmed up. She tilted her little head back and looked up at his big face. Chin-chan, I plan to visit Gume Group in person this afternoon.
Can you? The voice should become soft, making people feel like they are going to act cute again. Just, can you go with me? Can you be my bodyguard?
It'll cost extra.
Chen rolled his eyes. This woman was affecting his life again. No.
Then he reached out to touch her little chin, tickling her, and told her to be good.
That group is full of big guys, I'm so scared without you around. Her delicate body was acting coquettishly in his arms again, and he needed her like a kitten, soft, and her hair was very close to him, and he was almost brainwashed by the charming hair fragrance. He put his lips on her hair and said gently, aren't you a big shot too?
The girl immediately fluttered in his arms again. I'm not me, I'm just the little baby in your arms, I'm very fragile. Chen was softened by her voice again, but still did not agree.
Rubbing the back of her neck, she raised her head and went back. It hurts.
She pouts coquettishly, and her little face swells up again like it's inflated. He also stood up and took a bag of QQ candy from her pocket. Time's up, go to work, bye. Guan tidied up her messy hair, then snorted into the bear's arms.
The porcelain white baby had a babyish voice and was a little bit arrogant.
He went out and closed the glass door, but did not leave in time.
He stood outside the glass door and watched for a while. Seeing her in the office, she started to get busy again as soon as I left. She ate some potato chips, took the report, and registered it on the computer. You know what, when this cute girl gets serious, she looks pretty cool. Royal sister. After a while, Guan wanted to eat candy again. She touched her bag and found that the last bag of QQ candy had been taken away by someone. Stinky Chen-chan, you took my QQ candy again.
He kicked his legs with his teeth bared, complaining about the injustice of heaven. But after touching it carefully again, he finally found a chocolate. Now he looked at it in confusion. Carp sat up straight and showed great surprise. Chen-chan still loves me. Here, Gu-chin did not return to the computer, but went to the toilet first. In the corridor, he opened the QQ candy that came to him, tore it open and stuffed it into his mouth.
Other people's food is delicious.
After chewing, I walked into the bathroom, took out my phone, and clicked on a contact I hadn't contacted for a long time.
Beep, beep. The call is connected soon. Hello? Who is this?
Came the voice of a professional woman.
He smiled. Hey, good afternoon, my dear mom. I haven't heard your voice for a long time. I missed you so much. The other end of the phone immediately turned into the fierceness of a mature woman. Brat, is that you? Missing me?
As a mother, I am still a little uncomfortable hearing my son say such cheesy things.
You haven't called home in a year, right? What happened? You were unfaithful outside and accidentally got a girl pregnant? You need money?
A mother knows her son best, so his mother may not be his biological son. Mom, I'm not that kind of person. It's rare for Chen to act like a child in front of adults. This was also the first time he called his parents after traveling through time. In the future, his parents were in good health, so he didn't think of greeting them after traveling through time. When she heard that it was not the case, Mama's smile changed.
Then why are you calling? Gu-chan was speechless. Seeing her son mute beside her ear, Mama chuckled again. Or are you having trouble living outside? Have you figured it out? Why don't you hurry back and inherit the property? Your father and I have been wanting to retire for a long time. Chen smiled bitterly again. No, I'm not coming back. Inheriting property and the like did not interest him at all. Mama was irritated again and snorted, a little disappointed. When will you come back? Your dad and I really want to spend some quiet time together and go on a trip, but the company is too busy to spare the time.
Chen smiled foolishly, thinking that his parents still envied him after all.
But I haven't traveled yet.
Mommy talked about his food and accommodation for a while, still caring about her big son, and gradually got to the point.
Tell me, you don't want to go home and you don't have a girlfriend, so what do you want from me? Mama was very confused. Guchen didn't tell her that he had a girlfriend, so that she wouldn't worry about it.
Then he immediately frowned and said, Mom, look at what you are saying.
Isn't it okay for me to miss you? I talked some more. Ugh. Mom didn't believe it.
Then, he chuckled again, then I'll tell you.
Mom is the best, just do me a small favor.
After talking to his humorous mother for more than 10 minutes, he finally pulled up his pants, his legs were numb, and walked out of the bathroom. The corners of his mouth were slightly bitter. He always thought that he was incompetent and advised him to go back and inherit the property.
This was the most troublesome thing in his previous life. Chapter 67, Aladdin's Magic Lamp? Then make a wish?
This is why, in his previous life, as soon as he graduated from high school, he wanted to start a business and become bigger and stronger, because the adults did not think highly of him and believed that he could not achieve great things without his parents.
Of course, this is generally true.
In his previous life, he did become big, and in the end, he even swallowed up his parents' company. Of course, he became bald as he became stronger.
Humming a song, I returned to my seat.
Before I even sat down on the chair, the door of the CEO's office across the street suddenly opened and a beautiful figure appeared.
It was Yi Wanan.
She ran out excitedly like a running kitten.
Forehead. I am so happy.
The problem that was supposed to bother me for a month was solved without any warning.
Guchen looked at her calmly.
It was within his expectations, but he didn't expect it to be so efficient. He was a little flustered as to whether he should hide or not. Wanan was like a kitten that had been imprisoned for a long time and needed the owner's love and care.
She rushed over headfirst. Yeah. That's great. Chen Chun. I want to tell you a good news.
Suddenly, her little head hit his arms, and her body subconsciously bounced back. The recoil was a bit strong, but fortunately he was strong enough to stabilize her petite body, otherwise they would have fallen backwards.
Rubbing her head, what are you doing? What good news is like a shot of adrenaline? He pretended to be surprised.
Wanan saw that she had successfully whetted his appetite, so she raised the corners of her mouth again, and her smiling face bloomed like a flower.
Hee, do you want to know?
Then kiss me and I'll tell you why I'm so happy. Good night, this innocent smile is so beautiful, he was a little obsessed for 2 seconds.
Chen, forget it, let's go to work. He pushed it again. Ah? Are you giving up already? Come on, just for a moment.
Whenever she wants to be intimate with him, she will deliberately send her secretary far away, so she is so bold here. The female CEO was showing off her affection in public again, causing countless employees to raise their heads. They stopped eating the snacks in their hands and did not plan to go to the cafeteria for lunch. They just ate their fill here. Finally, Wanan forced him to do something, and then she started to talk.
Guchen wiped the strawberries off his face. This girl is outrageous.
I didn't want to listen, but she had to kiss me and force me to listen.
Whoever wants to come can come. It's really amazing Gume Group actually agreed to sign the contract. Do you think the sun is rising from the west?
Her big eyes are full of stars. I was planning to go there in person this afternoon, but they said they only needed to send a representative over and have them sign the agreement.
Chen, oh. That's amazing.
It seems that he was touched by your sincerity. He gave him a thumbs up. After all, he sent more than 50 contracts. Wanan looked at him with a puzzled look on her face. Chen, I found that since I told you all my bad moods, everything has become smoother, could it be? She thought about it with her not-so-bright little head and realized there was only one truth, so she guessed a possibility.
Guchen felt that there was a risk of being exposed. So he covered it up. It must be because you sent too much, and they got annoyed and signed for you? Wanan smiled earnestly again. No. You, can't you?
Chen was a little nervous, afraid that he could no longer hide it.
However, she only frowned slightly. Are you Aladdin's magic lamp? Aha! A black line appeared on Guchen's forehead. What kind of train of thought is this? Wanan half-jokingly said, isn't it?
I just complained to you before, but my wish came true soon.
You still say you're not Aladdin's magic lamp? In fact, you are secretly helping me fulfill my wish, right? So happy. Ah, he signed.
This girl has read too many fairy tales.
Then next time I have a wish, can I tell you? Can you help me realize it as well?
She blinked her beautiful big eyes at her, and put her hands on her waist, flying around as if she had wings, like a princess in a fairy tale.
Chen thought about it for a while and didn't hide it.
He curled his lips, with a hint of pampering in his eyes, and promised her, good idea.
Just brush it off like that. Guan is playing a joke on me. What the hell is this magic lamp?
Guan looked at her lovely and cute smile and couldn't help but gently pinched her little nose a few times.
Ah. Stupid, just be happy. She didn't hear him talking to herself again. After a while, he finally released his nose from being pinched by the fingers, and it was red. In fact, Guan also wanted to connect Gume group with him at the beginning, but she couldn't understand why Guchan was so simple in such a big company. Maybe it really is, it is the sincerity that touched the other party.
Guchen turned around and found that almost all his colleagues were looking at him blankly. They all like to see the cute and silly look of the female president, but on weekdays, she is still a little cold to everyone and doesn't like to talk.
Only when Guchen is around can they see her soft side.
Sitting back in his seat, Guan hadn't left yet, and seeing that his teacup was empty, she helped him pour a cup of coffee. It was too late for him to reach out. Soon the coffee was poured, and I thought she was going to get busy, but in the end, he actually went to get a leather chair.
Then my master, the magic lamp, can you help me realize another small wish? Chen turned around and looked at Xiao Tianjin, but he made trouble with her. What wish? It's too big and my magic power is not enough.
He touched his nose to hold back his laughter.
It's very simple. That's right, let's get married right here and now. Guchen smiled and picked up the coffee.
He was about to take a sip when he was suddenly choked by her words. Fortunately, he had swallowed it, or else he would have sprayed it all out.
Ahem.
He faced her again and tickled her waist. This wish consumes a lot of mana, it will take a long time at least. He didn't refuse in the end, but answered her tactfully. Guan was so touched by his gentle words that her girlish heart melted suddenly.
Seeing his helpless look, Guan's little brain turned and she thought of another idea. Then I have another wish, which is,
I want Shen to love me forever and ever and only have me in his eyes.
Ah, this.
He was a little embarrassed. Guan puffed up her cheeks again when she saw his reluctance. Did it work?
Did it work? Did it work? Do you love me or not?
She whispered in his ear again, pushing his big arm with her little hands, like a kitten trying to eat dried fish. This is a routine, but he surrendered after a while. It works, love, come on idiot.
Chapter 68 Baked Sweet Potatoes. There is a little hamster beside me.
He reached out and touched her head again. Although this answer was a bit perfunctory, Gu Chen's big hand still felt very comfortable, and he couldn't help but rub it. However, in his opinion, there is no need to make this wish. After a while, he was reviewing the video again, and Guan didn't leave after finishing her important work. Instead, she served him here, handed him snacks, and trimmed his nails.
She stood by him silently like a little wife. This company's benefits are really good. But it seems that they are only for me. After cutting his nails, I looked him up and down.
His nails were very beautiful. I really wanted to paint them with nail polish to decorate them. With this thought in mind, he suddenly took out a lipstick from his pocket and was about to apply it on his nails.
This girl is being naughty again. Lipstick is free? Can you put it on? Hey. He quickly tried to stop her, asking why she was playing with clipping her nails.
He pulled his hand away and pinched her face again. Guan was gently pulled on the face twice, and she stretched out her hand to pinch back unwillingly.
The two of them pulled each other's faces. He let go first.
You first.
Humph, you don't love your girlfriend at all.
Li Xiang, a colleague beside him, looked over and thought to himself, this dog food is not over yet.
Is tomorrow's dog food also settled? Damn.
But day after day, he got used to it. It was noon, and Gu Chen went to the cafeteria and ordered a few dishes. After eating, he did not return to his work area immediately, but went to the gym. Going up one floor, you will reach the fitness area, a public gym, which is also a kind of company welfare. The weather has cooled down a bit, so he needs to work out, exercise himself, and stretch his muscles. The gym is not small, almost the size of a small work area. You can come here to exercise after a day's work or during your break. The gym is fully equipped with all kinds of equipment, which can be said to be more professional than a professional gym.
This company is really open-minded. Even Guchen's own company doesn't have such high benefits. Of course, he can't manage it.
Looking at the dazzling array of fitness equipment, he walked over and finally chose a treadmill to work up a sweat first.
There aren't many people here, most people are having lunch.
A few minutes later, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he came to sit on the bench. It was more comfortable here with the air conditioner blowing. He was panting and looking at his phone, taking a break, but he didn't notice that a pair of cute big eyes had been watching him for a long time. They had been hiding and not disturbing him just now, but this time they saw that he was resting and ran in with small steps. That was Yuanan, who had gone out for a while before and happened to see him when she came back, so she followed him.
Moreover, Wanan was holding a hot, fragrant delicacy in her hands. These are 2 roasted sweet potatoes.
As the weather is getting colder, eat a roasted sweet potato to warm your stomach. I hope Guchen likes it, she bought it herself. Before, I was standing by the window to enjoy the fresh air, and suddenly I saw an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes on the ground below the window. He was very happy because he liked to eat sweet potatoes, which were hot and warm. Of course, he bought more for Guchen. He picked 2 of the biggest sweet potatoes, which were too big for his 2 little hands to hold. Although the wind blew for a while, the sweet potatoes were still hot, and her little hands kept shaking them from side to side. She didn't feel tired at all, and came to him, like a crazy girl, handing him a bottle of mineral water after watching the boy play basketball, and stretched out her hand to hand him a bottle of.
Hey, this is so good, I'm sharing it with you.
She blinked her big eyes innocently. He had just been browsing B Station and just now he looked up and saw that it was the big sweet potato that Wanan bought.
I was stunned and didn't take it in time. What is this girl doing? I'm full. Wanan was a little tired of lifting it. Hey, hurry up and catch it, don't my hands feel tired? She acted coquettishly and puffed up one of her cheeks.
Then Chen reached out and took it.
Thank you. She really worked hard.
Wanan held another one in her hand and sat down next to him, getting very close to him before licking her lips and preparing to eat. Looking at the cracks on the surface of the sweet potato, gently peel it open, and the unique aroma hits you. The sweet potatoes baked in the oven are soft and can be easily squeezed. I licked it and found that the center was very hot, so I stuck out my tongue to cool it down. Then I started to chew the edge, and it was still okay to eat.
Wanan beside me was chewing the ground like a little hamster. Good, Chen, come and eat.
Wanan turned her head, and Guchen saw that she had spit out poop from her little mouth and was unable to swallow it for a moment.
This is an illusion.
She looked at him in a daze. Chen took out a tissue from his bag and gently wiped her lips. Wanan also cooperated by closing her eyes, shaking it left and right, rubbing it a little, and then picking it up and continuing to nibble.
Dry food man.
It's like not wiping. The food tasted delicious, so he started eating.
I peeled it open and took a relatively elegant bite. It tasted like the one I had when I was a kid.
Next to him, Wanan quickly finished eating the huge sweet potato. She blinked her big eyes and smacked her lips as she looked at the remaining sweet potato that he hadn't touched yet.
It's so delicious.
She just had a snack at noon and has only eaten 1 sweet potato now.
She still wants to eat another one. Guchen saw through her thoughts. I've had lunch, you haven't eaten yet, right? This half is for you, I don't like sweet food.
He stuffed half of the sweet potato back into her hand. Wanan felt a little ashamed, because it was clearly said that each person could get one. She also wanted to buy more, but the old man's business was so good that he only had the last 2 left.
She waved her hand and said, no. Finally, I took it obediently. Chen smiled. How infuriating. I bought 2 sweet potatoes and she only ate 1.5.
I didn't pay much attention to it, but I saw her chewing like a little hamster, which was quite cute. She would stare at it for a while after eating a few bites. I really wanted to pinch this little hamster, but I was afraid that she would choke. After eating, he continued to look down at the mixed clip. After Wanan solved it, she started to pull his body again. When I was about to lower my head to look at the contents of his phone, I suddenly saw a white strand appearing on his black hair. It turned out to be a white hair, standing in the middle.
If you don't look carefully, you can't find it. Of course I'm not idle, and I won't pay attention to it. The white hair among the black hair is so out of place.
She has a mild obsessive-compulsive disorder and can't help stretching out her hands, wanting to pull out the hair. With her fingers on his head, Chen looked at her in confusion. Wanan saw her gaze and explained awkwardly, "There's a white hair."
Let me help you pull it out?
White hair. He was wondering, but Wan had already started.
Hey, Guchen thought, what does this matter?
Chapter 69, The Bad Guy Who Scrapes His Nose. But in her opinion, this is not only a white hair that doesn't fit in, but also affects her boyfriend's handsomeness, so she must pull it out.
Yes, that's it. It's definitely not because of obsessive-compulsive disorder. After a while, Wanan gently pulled off one. Oops, sorry, I pulled the wrong one, wait a moment.
Wanan reached out her hand again, and with her other hand she pushed his head down again, causing it to stick to her fair thighs.
Guchen's inner thoughts, what a sin. Although the obsessive-compulsive disorder is not very serious, can I give up easily on something that is about to succeed? Guchen was still moving around and pulled out another one, but made another mistake. After 2 failures, the white hair became more conspicuous in her eyes. It will be ready soon, wait for me a moment. Wanan once again tried to push aside his hair, just like little animals looking for lice. Chen was not happy about it. Is it just a piece of his hair? Stop. Don't touch my hair.
He immediately reached out and grabbed her wrists, both of them like handcuffs.
She struggled twice but couldn't get free. Wanan in front of him was still struggling, ayaya.
I had to break free from his hand and then pull his hair.
This is the result of having too much free time after having eaten too much. It's just white hair, normal people have it too.
Okay, I can let you go, but don't touch my hair, or I'll punish you. He couldn't be fierce, so he scolded her. Then he loosened his hand slightly. But Wanan was like a trapped little snake, once she broke free she bounced back immediately.
Ha!
I put my hands on his head again and hugged him gently, just for one last time. She smiled, as if she wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight unless she pulled out the white hair.
Chen was baffled and could only agree.
She lay on her thigh helplessly for a while, her thigh itched and itched with her breathing, but she persisted.
Finally, she succeeded this time. She pulled out the very obvious white hair.
I'm sorry, I'll give you a massage right now. She forced herself to solve the problem and reached out to touch the top of his head a few times, like a little sister who made her brother angry.
Guchen sat up suddenly, and suddenly he was much taller.
This time, Wanan was able to reach his head with her hand, and continued to stroke him, as if to say, "Good boy, big bear." Later, Guchen also forgave her, which showed that he understood people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. She sat beside him for a while, the active factor in her body could not be controlled again. She looked at the treadmill that Guchen had used before and smiled, "I just finished eating, I also want to go to the gym otherwise, if I get fat, Chen will not want me."
Guchen looked up. What did the silly girl say? How much did she eat at noon? Are you trying to kill yourself?
So he gently reached out and hugged her delicate body that was about to rush over. I covered my waist with my hands, it was too thin and I was afraid it would break.
Lose weight, bullshit. Eat more. If you continue to lose weight, you won't have any meat left.
He advised, don't lose any more weight, you're just the right size now. Wanan was immediately pulled into his arms, still a little flustered. She raised her delicate face to look at him, and muttered to herself, then if I gain weight, will you leave me? Chen looked at the fool and thought for a while before replying, yes, okay. Oh yeah, Wanan cheered in his arms again. She originally thought that it was because of her poor figure that she couldn't attract him. After hearing such a reassurance, she felt much more relieved.
I stayed there for a while. It would be time to go to work in a few minutes.
I didn't want to play with her anymore.
I stood up and planned to go back to work.
Wanan also rose up quickly and came in front of him with a jump. Knowing that he was about to leave, she remembered something very important.
Wait a minute. I almost forgot goodnight kiss, you haven't given it to me yet?
Another new trick. Guchen looked at her with a twitch of his mouth, I won't give it to you.
Chen got up and left. Good morning and good night kisses are fine, but how come there is an extra good afternoon kiss? Women can't get used to it anymore.
Wanan saw him running away very fast, with big strides, so she immediately chased after him in small steps. Finally, I took a few breaths at the entrance of the corridor but still failed to catch up with him. Then he groaned and stamped his feet on the stairs, "Humph, titanium straight man." But she didn't know that Guchen had actually just turned a corner and hid. When he heard her stomping her feet and looking angry, he was like a naughty kitten with its fur standing on end.
It was really gratifying. It's just that my phone was taken away by her. Never mind, I'll just treat it as confiscated and get it back tonight. Afternoon.
Working normally, Guan also returned to the office to take care of her own business.
Looking up from his seat, Guan accidentally saw a pile of documents blown to the ground in the president's office. With a snap, several more stacks of documents were brought down.
The sound didn't wake up Guan, who was sleeping. She was either too tired or something. She had been working for more than 2 hours and was now sleeping soundly on the table. The window was open and the wind was a bit strong on the upper floor, so the documents on the table were blown down. Chen felt a little distressed when he saw her like this.
Being a CEO must be very tiring.
So he stood up, pushed open the CEO's door, closed the window that was blowing in the wind, picked up all the documents on the floor, and finally took the red magic phone that she had given him from the table. Looking at Guan, she was sleeping on the table, with a little drool flowing from the corner of her mouth. So seeing how cute she was, I gently scratched her little nose. Guan didn't feel anything else, but being scratched on the nose suddenly made her blink her eyelashes a few times.
When I opened my eyes, I only saw Guchen's departing back.
There was still a little scratch on my nose, and I watched him close the window. She felt a little happiness flowing through her body, and complained a little, "Humph, you bad guy who shaved my nose is so small that it will be gone if you shaved it again."
Mumbling to myself.
When I get home from get off work in the evening, the orange afterglow has already filled the building. Guan had to work overtime for something, but Guchen didn't leave. Instead, he played with his phone and waited for her. After all, in the CEO's office, when it was time to get off work, Guan would always secretly look over from time to time, just to see if he would leave early. But no, she knocked on Sen in her heart. Half an hour later, after finishing the work at hand, Guan lightly took Guchen's hand and walked downstairs.
"Thank you, Chen, for waiting for me." Chen gently pinched her soft flesh. "Why are you pretending to be polite? If I don't wait for you, should I walk home? Will you reimburse me for the taxi fare?" Guan also thought it made sense. She went downstairs and got in the car.
She sped up and went home quickly, eager to taste the delicious dishes that Guchen was going to cook today. After a few dozen minutes, I bought the vegetables and went downstairs to the community to find a parking spot. After searching for a long time, I found that today's parking spot is a bit off because yesterday's spot was occupied by someone else. When they just parked, they found that there was also a high-end car on the left, the Porsche series.
Mekong is the dream of many young people. The low configuration is 530,000 and the high configuration is 920,000. In fact, this price is not very expensive. Guan didn't pay much attention to it. After getting out of the car, she went to the trunk to pick up the food. Suddenly, the car next to her started to vibrate, moving up and down. It's a bit strange. The engine is turned off and the doors are locked, so why is the car still vibrating? Chapter 70. Watching cartoons is childish. I just like your childish look.
Guan, who had never seen the world, immediately leaned over. This glass door is covered with a layer of sunshade film, which is of very good quality. It is difficult to see what is inside from a distance, and you may not be able to see it even if you get closer.
It may only be possible if you stick it closer.
Then, I heard a strange cry coming from inside, but the car was well soundproofed, so I couldn't hear it clearly. Her eyes turned, and after some guessing with her not-so-smart little head, she suddenly thought of a serious question.
Oh, could it be that the owner of the car accidentally locked the puppy in when he left? It must be lacking oxygen.
She covered her lips in shock. If this was really the case, then the master was too careless. Guan loves animals very much. Although she is often jealous of kittens, she cannot bear to see animals being abused. Thinking of this, she subconsciously lowered her body and groped for a sharp stone on the ground. Chen Kai closed the car door and immediately stepped forward to stop her when he saw her behavior. "Wait a minute, what are you doing?"
She was a little angry. "I think there might be a dog locked in there."
"Wait a minute, if the real situation is what I think, I will smash the glass immediately."
Such a master is so annoying.
It turns out that she was just preparing to smash the window.
Chen rubbed his head while listening to the explanation.
Looking at the noise coming from the Porsche, he thought that an ordinary dog could not possibly shake the car with such great strength.
Is it a Tibetan Mastiff? A Doberman? A Husky? Or all of them?
Of course it would be horrible if this happened. However, after carefully observing the vibration frequency of the car, his eyes narrowed. Having been in society for many years, he could tell at a glance why the car was vibrating.
Ahem. Guan, don't worry, don't go over to look.
He stretched out his hand and pulled, still a little embarrassed. I advised her to stop, but she still didn't believe me. She twitched stubbornly and said, "No." Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You will regret it. Are you sure you still want to watch it?" "Of course, I'd regret it if I didn't watch it, right? It's a good thing that she wants to save the animals. Let her watch it if she wants. I hope it won't ruin her worldview." Wanan has always been a good girl, and she has never seen such a scene before. She even blocked out the lewd words her sisters talked about. Finally, I walked closer and put my face close to the glass window, and finally I could barely see what was inside. Forehead. When she saw that scene, her face was a little dazed, and the stone in her hand fell unconsciously. My body was shaking, as if I had seen something incredible. In an instant, the little face became somewhat ruddy again, smoke came out of the top of the head, and even water vapor appeared on the glass. She has become a steam queen. It turned out that there were two people doing exercise inside. Then she turned her face away instantly and covered it directly, too embarrassed to face Gu Chen. She rubbed her feet against the ground and ran towards home very shyly. Sure enough, Wanan's expression was exactly what he expected. He shook his head and smiled knowingly, then followed. The people in the car didn't notice someone peeking outside because it was too intense to care. Wanan's feet curled up. Thinking back to what she had just seen, she muttered, "How can you do that kind of thing here?" "How, what's the matter?" Chen couldn't help teasing her because he thought she looked so cute. She lowered her hand slightly and glanced at him, still pretending, "Why didn't you tell me just now? If I had known, I wouldn't have looked at it." Chen pretended to be innocent. Didn't I say that? Besides, I'm a simple person. How would I know what you're doing? Can you tell me? He is quite shameless. Wanan didn't believe him. He was the one who clearly said that he would regret it after watching it. Still talking? What the hell? It's so embarrassing. Biting her lips again, Wanan looked so adorable that she didn't even want to hold hands with him anymore, and she walked up the stairs happily. As for what happened in the car just now, the owner of the car really shouldn't have done that. It's not illegal, but it's not encouraged. Seeing this scene while parking in a remote parking space, Wanan's worldview was half destroyed. It was her first time seeing it. Although her sisters usually wanted to drag her into it, she always resisted it. Gu Chen carried spinach, dried vegetables, braised pork head, etc., as well as a few small parcels that Wanan had received inexplicably, upstairs. She helped press the elevator floor. Inside the elevator, the lights suddenly flickered, and then returned to normal. The two of them didn't understand why, but they felt that the elevator needed repairing. When they arrived at the door, Wanan still covered her face and secretly spread her fingers to look at Gu Chen's expression. She found that he was laughing while opening the door. As expected, he was secretly laughing at her. I'm embarrassed to confront him. As soon as I walked in, the food was cooked and served. After a while, she was no longer shy, but sometimes she still hummed. After the meal, she volunteered to clean up the dishes, and then pushed Gu Chen into the shower room to take a shower. My husband is tired after a day of work, so women must take care of some housework. But Wanan had worked hard all day, and Gu Chen wanted to help but was pushed away. Seeing her diligent appearance like a young wife, Gu Chen felt warm in his heart. When he came out of the shower, he wiped his hair with a towel. I glanced across the hall, but I didn't see Wanan. I narrowed my eyes again and saw a high ponytail on the sofa, and the TV opposite was turned on. He never watches TV, so Wanan must have turned it on after she was done with her work. The key point is that the TV is playing cartoons? I slowly walked to the sofa and saw her bare feet. She hadn't taken off her black socks yet. She was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, eating snacks and watching anime with great interest. This sofa might be a bit too high, or you could say she's too short. I could only see her high ponytail just now. He quietly came up behind her, took a look at the cartoon, and whispered in her ear, "How old are you? Are you still looking at Xiong Chuan?" Wanan's delicate body shuddered, and when she turned around she saw Gu Chen's lips were so close to her. "Huh, really, you scared me again," she babbled, holding her hands on her waist. She was obviously an adult, but she looked like an angry little girl. I was so focused just now that I didn't hear his footsteps. Thinking back to his words, Wanan blushed again. What's wrong? Can't the adults just watch it? You still watch One Piece? She thought for a while before arguing. What's wrong with watching Xiongchu? There's no age limit for what you like, right? Aha! The corresponding age groups are different? He refuted again with reason and evidence. It's true, if you watch Xiongxi Yume, you will definitely watch One Piece, but if you have watched One Piece, you may not watch Xiongxi Yume. Because Xianchu hasn't grown up yet. There are many people in One Piece who are in their 30s, like him.
Wanan was speechless. Isn't this just a disguised way of saying that she is a little kid?
After he said that, she obviously felt that she was a little childish. Her face turned red, and she just hummed a few times, then picked up the remote control and planned to change the channel.
If you don't want to watch it, then don't watch it. I'll change it for you.
However, Chen reached out and snatched the remote control. Wanan was puzzled and tilted her head to look at him strangely. Shendy replied with the corner of his lips, "Who said I don't watch it?
In fact, I like this cartoon as much as you do." Chapter 71 Why are you torturing me by watching horror movies?
After hearing this in a gentle voice, Wanan's face showed joy again, as if she was telling you that Ultraman really exists.
Believe in the light.
So he turned sideways and sat on the sofa to watch cartoons with her. After watching for a while, I realized that it was actually the Raiders of the Panda Bears movie.
Wanan always has a low sense of humor. Any action of any character can make her laugh. Add to that the various antics of Big Bear, Little Bear, and Ball Chang, and Wanan is almost laughing to the point of having cramps. Ha 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 ha.
She smiled and threw herself into his arms, and as soon as she did so, Gu Chen looked at her with the eyes of a little fool.
Has this girl never watched a comedy movie? If she watched Love Apartment, wouldn't she burst out laughing?
Maybe it was because of his age, but this anime had almost no funny moments except for the good plot. Maybe it was because he had watched it once, but the whole time he just felt her fluttering in his arms, his chest itching, and patted his shoulder from time to time.
After the anime ended, the ending was quite touching. Wanan was so emotional that she secretly cried. Like a cute little girl, she gently rubbed her eyes, letting the tears roll in them so that Guchen wouldn't see them. But nothing can escape his eyes. He reached out and took a piece of paper, turned her face away and wiped her eyes. Wanan felt happy again for a moment. Afterwards, after finishing the anime, she actually wanted to watch a horror movie. Chen, it's still early, how about we watch another horror movie together? His eyes widened. A horror movie? What is this girl thinking? This is an old routine and an old plot. He must want to watch a horror movie, hide in his arms when he sees the horror plot, and then ask for comfort from himself to increase the relationship. In short, it's sticky. Of course, there are indeed many couples who choose this method when going to the movies, which is very practical. He didn't object. It was indeed still early, otherwise he would have to play games. Just a raised eyebrow, are you sure? Are you going to be able to sleep tonight after watching a horror movie? Wanan immediately straightened her beautiful chest and raised her hands confidently. Don't worry, with Chinchin by my side, I am not afraid even if there are monsters. Because my Chinchin is very powerful and reliable. Gu Chan was a little speechless. Who gave you this confidence? Wanan took out her cell phone again and searched for a horror movie that she had wanted to watch for a long time. I remember when I was in school, everyone in the class was discussing how scary this horror movie was. You have to know that this is a whole class of people. All of them have watched this horror movie, and at least expressed their feelings. The sisters played a clip for her, and she couldn't resist watching it out of curiosity. It turned out to be a scary prank clip, and Wanan was so scared that she clamped her legs together. The ghost suddenly appeared. How could it not be scary? As a very sensitive girl, she even had the urge to smash her phone. These sisters were too mean. Just like Gu Chen. He took a look at the horror movie Wanan searched for. His pupils shrank suddenly. Old Corpse in the Mountain Village? Looking back, this movie is quite scary and it cast a huge shadow on his childhood. What's wrong, Chen? Have you seen it? My sister showed it to me before, but it was too scary and I didn't dare to watch it. No. He raised the corners of his lips and smiled, keeping it a secret, which also left a psychological shadow on this girl. His nose sensed that her fragrance had faded a little, and he noticed that she hadn't showered yet, so he urged her, "Why don't you take a shower first? Then we can watch it together?" She turned her clever eyes and thought for just a second. Yes, I know what Chinchin means. You want me to wash myself clean and fragrant in your arms. As expected of you. The last sentence is quite serious, it sounds like the truth. There were a series of question marks on Gu Chen's forehead. What the hell? This narcissistic little guy actually pointed his finger at himself, as if I was really that kind of person. But this reason seems irrefutable.
Wanan then left his arms, picked up a few of Gu Chen's clothes, and jumped into the shower room.
Gu Chen frowned.
She had her own clothes, but she insisted on wearing his.
Was it to make her feel more comfortable? Then why not just wear the same underwear?
Listening to the sound of running water through the door, Gu Chen watched the TV series, his throat rolling slightly. Wanan was super excited because she was going to watch a horror movie with Chen Chen in a while. She washed herself quickly and well, making her body smell so good.
It made people want to take a bite. The moment he opened the door, Gu Chen subconsciously looked back.
Washed clean and white, steaming like a freshly baked milk bun.
The big clothes are always pulled down.
I really don't know if this girl does it on purpose or not. But her collarbone is really beautiful. With a smile on her face, she turned around quickly and came to his side. Then I sat on him with my legs, letting him hold me like a daughter, waiting for him to project a horror movie onto the screen.
I'm ready, just like SpongeBob.
Wanan looked lively and excited, sitting in his arms, with her long, straight and slender legs. His eyes would always move down inadvertently. It also emits a slight heat, like a freshly steamed cake with a super creamy taste. One bite will surely make you feel like a god. And those delicate ankles, snow-white feet. He is not really a sex control freak, but he is almost possessed. I shook my head and found that there was something wrong with my eyes. She was half lying in his arms. The clothes were too big and fluffy, but with a slight pull on both sides of the waist, it could be reduced by 2 times. The small waist can be grasped with bare hands. The little hands were hidden in the sleeves, just like in winter, while covering the little mouth. Bright eyes looked at the TV expectantly, half of the face was pressed against him, as if she really was his little cotton-padded jacket.
The annoying little goblin.
Feeling the warm and fragrant face, he smiled gently, then let's start. He clicked the screen projection button, and the horror movie appeared directly on the big screen. In order to make the horror atmosphere more appropriate, the lights in the hall were also turned off. When the movie started and it went dark, Wanan shrank in fear in his arms, with her little feet exposed in the air, looking very nervous. After it started, Wanan frowned slightly, not as happy as before, and her little feet unconsciously slipped into his big clothes. The first reason was to keep her feet warm, and the second was that she was afraid that her little feet would be caught by ghosts.
Of course, it's just psychological fear.
Gu Chen didn't react much to the horror movie, but after being tormented by Wanan for a long time, several black lines appeared on his brows. Seeing the scary plot, Wanan couldn't control herself and subconsciously pinched the flesh on his arm. When she came to her senses, she realized that she had hurt him, so she stretched out her hand to rub him, saying softly and tenderly, "Apologize." He wasn't angry, he just looked at her silly look. Then I saw a scary scene again, and accidentally scratched Gu Chen's skin. His face twitched. It's only been a few minutes since I started playing, and I've already captured it 4 times. Because the story begins with the story about corpse oil, a female ghost suddenly appears behind a few people while they are chatting, but they don't notice it. I rubbed it again and said sorry.
Gu Chen just felt like, what the hell is going on?
After watching a horror movie, Wanan's face turned pale.
It's like there are good friends in every corner of the house.
Until the middle of the story, Wanan didn't dare to look directly at him. She buried her little face in his arms and chest, and asked curiously about the plot.
What happened? Did the protagonist encounter a ghost? What did it look like? Do ghosts eat people? They won't just run away after scaring people, right? Hurry up and tell me. Chapter 72. I need to go to the toilet, please move aside.
Wanan was torturing him right beside him. He had no choice but to peel off her, who was stuck like 502 glue. If you want to know, just look for yourself.
He was speechless.
He was the typical incompetent but playful person. Of course, Gu Chen was also patting her on the back, comforting her not to be so scared. One of his hands was careless, and he accidentally put it on her thigh.
Looking up, Wanan seemed to have not noticed anything, maybe she was too nervous.
Gu Chen wanted to let go, but found that the touch was really good.
Keep going, just to let go. He looked up and watched the plot on TV.
Another ghost was about to jump out, so he smiled. Then he answered her, "Okay, the plot is very stable now." That person got on the elevator. Wanan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but just as she turned around, her worried face hadn't completely turned away when suddenly a ghost scream echoed in the hall.
Ah! This is a movie that left a psychological trauma on Gu Chen.
The screams were extremely terrifying.
Even Class 2 was not as terrifying as this.
The sudden scream from the elevator was so loud that even he felt his legs tremble when he heard it. Guan simply turned her face away and slammed her forehead against his chest. A liar. She buried her head hard into his chest, as if she would never dare to watch a horror movie again in her life.
Ha, it's okay, relax, the ghost is gone now. I don't believe you.
You big bad guy. Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy.
You scared me to tears. Guan burrowed into his arms tightly, hugging him so tightly that his chest felt a little stuffy. But on TV, the plot has really returned to normal.
He felt helpless.
Was he tying himself up in knots?
I'm sorry, I was wrong, don't cry, dear. He gently rubbed her little head, pinched her shoulders, and pinched the soft spot on the back of her neck.
Only then did Guan relax and leave his chest.
He instantly breathed much more smoothly. She raised her face again, looking at him with a little resentment. There were a few tears in her eyes, which made her look even cuter.
Guan couldn't help but reach out and gently scratched her little nose. Guan lowered her head in enjoyment. Oof. TV continues.
She still didn't dare to watch it, and Guan explained the plot to her obediently, without scaring her. I drank a lot of water while watching the movie, and once I drank a lot of water, I felt the urge to pee. I had been holding out for a long time, and the urge to pee made Xionying almost collapse. He touched her little face with a blushing face. Guan, get up for a moment.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Watching a horror movie, she hugged me so tightly that I couldn't push her away. Guan raised her head slightly, her face showing a look of fear.
What? You want to go to the bathroom? What should I do then? It's as if she is no longer needed just to go to the toilet. Little one.
He smiled slightly, and Guan's little face looked aggrieved.
But I'm scared. What if you're not here and a ghost attacks me in the dark? I'm doomed. Chen burst out laughing after hearing this. Fortunately, he didn't drink the water.
It was really funny to hear such words coming out of such a soft voice. It is normal for girls to be afraid of ghosts, and boys are afraid of them too, but it is a bit exaggerated to say that there are real ghosts that attack people.
Of course, if Guan didn't exaggerate, he wouldn't be moved. It will be soon. Pause the TV first. I'll be back soon. Blinked at Guan.
Guan's irresistible appearance and the slight blink of his eyelashes are an extreme charm to women. Guan's heart started beating hard again, but because of the scary atmosphere, she still hugged him tightly. No medicine, she pursed her lips and acted coquettishly. If an ordinary man saw this, he would definitely burst out with a strong desire to protect her. I almost cried looking at this little face.
Be good, wait for me.
Chen couldn't hold it in any longer, so he gently pulled the hand hanging on her neck, then hugged her waist, hooked her long white legs, and gently threw her on the sofa. He wanted to go to the bathroom, but Guan didn't want to go with him, and she couldn't just solve it here, so she grabbed the corner of his clothes in grievance. When I went to the bathroom, I pressed the pause button again, planning to watch it together later. Guan watched him walk away step by step, and could only turn back and curl up her body.
However, just as I turned around, the paused position on the TV happened to show a horrible ghost face.
Guan just stared blankly for a moment, and then dared not look at him anymore. She immediately covered her eyes, her slender legs fell to the ground in panic, her slippers were put on the wrong way, and she ran towards the only man in the bathroom. He was still mumbling, "Ah Chen, you big bad guy are playing a prank on me again.
So annoying."
She thought he paused at that position on purpose, but he really did it casually.
Who knew it was such a coincidence?
When he came to the bathroom, he almost closed the door. Guan pushed him in lightly, then quickly leaned against the door and locked it.
What are you doing? Is there a kid chasing you? He joked.
Guan was so upset that she refused to leave.
Chen could only say, I can't pee if you stand here. But I'm afraid then you go ahead and I'll close my eyes, okay?
This pitiful request touched him a little. But he still frowned and said, then turn your head away.
Who is he trying to fool with his eyes closed?
Guan closed her eyes and then turned around obediently. But he turned around very slowly, as if he would regret it at any moment.
Because she suddenly wanted to see how majestic her boyfriend was. Suddenly she was no longer afraid and became excited.
It was not until Guan completely turned her head away and snorted that Guan untied his belt. I held my breath for 5 seconds, my eyes didn't change, I was still a little worried when I kept looking at her. Although the saying goes, I don't look like a hooligan when I take off my clothes, but anyone who sees me looks like a hooligan, he is still afraid of scaring Guan.
This is for her own good.
When she heard the sound of running water, Guan became unruly, licking her lips and secretly glancing over.
Fortunately, Guchen was prepared and covered her eyes with one hand. Ah, Guan said coquettishly. What are you going to do? He said calmly. I just wanted to see if you were okay. Guchen, is this a reason? She didn't give up.
Although she covered her eyes with one hand, she could still move. She just moved her body slightly and tiptoed.
I almost saw that amazing scene. Guchen was shocked.
He was afraid that she would have wild thoughts if she looked at something of this size too much, so he quickly covered it up again.
Guan, are you playing with fire?
She didn't listen and lowered her body again, and she almost saw it again. I have to say that he reacted quickly, and his palm was quite big, so as long as the rise and fall was not too big, he could cover it with one hand. Then, she failed repeatedly, and she started to get anxious.
She got anxious.
He quickly lowered his body, with a much larger amplitude, and tilted his smiling little head.
He quickly messed up her hair. After nearly a minute of teasing, Guchen finally turned off the faucet.
In the end, she still only heard the sound but did not see the object. When he put his hand down, Guan's hair was already messy, like a female ghost. When he parted her long hair, he noticed how stubborn her expression was.
Humph, I'm already your girlfriend, so I can't look at this or that. Am I supposed to leave it for other girls to admire? As your girlfriend, is it illegal for me to take a look?
With her cute appearance, she actually questioned the uselessness of the title of girlfriend. Seeing that she was angry, Guchen stretched out his hand and scratched her chin again. I really can't come out when you are watching me.
He was also helpless. Chapter 73. Guan is suspicious, little fool. Stinky straight man.
Lil. She inserted her thin waist and stuck out her tongue. Coming out of the bathroom and into the dark atmosphere, Guan started to get scared again. This time, she held onto his arm obediently, closing her eyes like a little bird. Guchen suddenly smiled and gently pinched the soft flesh on the back of her neck, causing her to feel a little pain.
Hee, why don't you pull it anymore? Guan hummed again in his arms. You dare to pinch me? I'll beat you up. Finally, I hit him in the stomach. His stomach is so firm that it makes a banging sound when you tap it. After all, he has 8-pack abdominal muscles.
I changed the way I pinched it again.
After pinching for a long time, she couldn't find any fat. She was really angry.
So she turned around and pinched his waist. But he smiled and grabbed her hand. Hey, if you're naughty again, I'll bite your hand.
Grab the struggling little hand and put it to your mouth. Open your mouth wide and bite it.
Guan said fearfully, no, and she withdrew her hand and stopped pinching him. Her little face turned red. Her hands were so small that he could hold them with a little force. If he really held them in her mouth, she would feel numb all over.
Guan, this horror movie is so scary, why don't we just not watch it?
Besides, there were not many boys in our class who dared to watch it at that time. He advised, why are you still watching when you are so scared?
I'm drunk. Ah. So am I very brave to say that? Guchen, what the hell is this train of thought?
I'm not trying to praise you.
Forget it, let's just keep watching. Guan wanted to watch more, so he could only click the play button again. Finally, after half an hour, the movie ended.
Although this movie is an old one nowadays, its quality is still quite high as 3 or 4 floors.
The movie is over, it's getting late, time to go to bed. Come down, let's go to bed.
He shook his body again and coaxed her, trying to shake Guan down. He reached out again and took her little feet out of his clothes. He put them outside several times. They were cold and icy, but he put them back again.
She really spoiled him.
Although, every time he would feel comfortable. Now, the girl is like a little sloth, just lying there and not moving.
Okay, then carry me to the bed? I don't dare to get out of bed.
I'm afraid there's a ghost hiding under the table, under the sofa, under the cabinet. She stared into his eyes and spoke timidly in a tender voice.
Guchen didn't think anything of it at first, but suddenly she said this. He immediately felt that the room was full.
He was scared. I gave her a look that said a little fool, and then I reached out to hold her up to prevent her little butt from falling to the ground. Slowly coming to the middle of the 2 doors, Guchen saw one and was so scared, her big eyes were always staring at the thing in the dark. She didn't turn on the lights when watching TV just now because she wanted to create a scary atmosphere so that Guchen could comfort her. However, she found that Qinshan tried to tease her many times and would never take the initiative to comfort her. This time, Guchen smiled and wanted to tease her again. He moved forward a little at the door of the room originally prepared for her.
Wanan found something wrong. Why didn't he go directly into his own room?
Immediately, he hugged me tighter and swallowed several times.
Qinshan, why are you in this room? Are you going to sleep separately? Are you going to just throw me on the bed and leave me alone? Wow. I'm really scared. Can't you just be a little bit sympathetic to me? Whoa, I'm angry, I'm crying.
She was like a child that her mother didn't want, hugging an adult and still looking angry. Seeing that she seemed to be really crying, Guchen stopped teasing her and tickled her soft flesh before turning around.
I'm just kidding, don't cry. He immediately opened the door and took her into his room.
Good night, she stretched out a little hand to wipe away the non-existent tears, and raised the corners of her bright mouth. After closing the door and turning off the lights, the two of them lay down on the bed together again. Guchen covered her with a blanket and gently patted her back, telling her not to be so scared, otherwise she wouldn't be able to sleep.
Wanan is still hugging me, and she has completely clamped my thighs.
So not only was she afraid of not being able to sleep, Guchen himself couldn't sleep either.
Forget it.
Actually, when he was a child, after watching that horror movie, he actually didn't sleep all night.
Wanan was still mumbling.
The room suddenly feels so cold.
Is there a ghost? Chen, I opened the window.
Then,
is there something under our bed? Waiting for us to fall asleep and catch us? Speechless.
Wait, did you hear the sound of water dripping outside the door?
Could it be that the little ghost opened it? To lure us in? Oh, I'm so scared. This time he was speechless. It seems that you didn't close it when you brushed your teeth, okay, sister?
Wanan felt a little embarrassed, but still worried. Then, just in case, we must hide well under the quilt. I heard that ghosts won't attack people under the quilt.
So let's cover ourselves well.
Wanan reached out again and pulled his exposed thigh in, fearing that he would be hurt by the ghost.
Guchen. Wait, is my girlfriend a fool?
Never mind, Wanan is timid and overly sensitive by nature. I believe it will take some time to let it go. After mumbling for a while, Guchen almost thought that there was a ghost in this house. He even felt a little scared, so he took the initiative to hug her tightly. Wanan clamped his legs and slowly fell asleep.
Late at night. 1:30. Wanan finally woke up. I can't hold it anymore. She woke up and wanted to go to the bathroom.
She had been holding it in since before she went to bed.
She didn't dare to go, and she didn't want to trouble Guchen.
After tossing around in bed for a while, she recalled the horror movie she had seen, and she didn't dare to get up, so she shrank back into the quilt. Looking at his sleeping face, Wanan blinked several times and reached out to poke him, but then she thought, Qinshan is very tired and just wants to go to the toilet.
Would it be bad to wake him up like this? However, she was so frightened that her hair stood on end when she thought of the female ghost that suddenly appeared in the bathroom in the horror movie.
I was struggling with my struggle and biting my nails. I couldn't go on like this. The big eyes stared at him again, hoping that Guchen would wake up naturally. At this moment, Chen seemed to feel her call and opened his eyes slightly. Then they just stared at each other for a while.
Chen, are you awake?
That's great. He looked puzzled. How can I not do it when your legs are so tightly together?
He looked at the little fool.
Wanan then realized that her thigh was still clamped around one of his legs, and because she wanted to go to the toilet, she subconsciously clamped it a little tighter. Realizing this, Wanan immediately let go, then lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rub.
Chapter 74. Chu Renmei pops out?
Don't scare me. As smart as he was, before she finished explaining, looking at her bulging little face, Guchen guessed what she wanted to say. Want to go to the bathroom? Then let's go, together. The gentle voice immediately made Wanan raise her head, thinking that he also wanted to go to the toilet.
Actually, it is not.
In fact, Wanan drank as much water as he did before, but he didn't go to the toilet, so he guessed it. Wanan lifted the quilt, got off the bed with her little feet, and grabbed Guchen's arm again, as if she had found support, and walked into the hall. Seeing how scared she was, Guchen turned on all the lights in the hall. Wanan felt better, but her eyes were still focused on the corner of the kitchen cabinet.
Because that's where the light doesn't reach. She really got out of her mind this time.
She turned the doorknob again. The gap in the door was not too big, so her delicate body slipped in like a soft kitten.
Then, I wanted to drag him in as well. He disagreed. Hey, why should I go in when you're going to the bathroom?
I struggled at the door for a while and didn't want to go in.
I felt a little embarrassed. I just wanted to accompany her and just stand outside.
There's a big mirror here. I'm afraid if you're not by my side, I can't get up at all. Her soft voice sounded like she was about to cry, and every word struck his heart.
Guchen felt a headache. What kind of train of thought was this? Guan eventually dragged him into the house little by little and locked the door, fearing that he would run away.
Guan was about to sit on the toilet, but Guchen immediately turned his body over and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you, hurry up."
But she was a little unhappy. No need to turn around, I don't mind. She is acting cute again. Guchen rolled his eyes. I mind. What? You still want to watch it openly? Guan looked at him like that and secretly rejoiced.
Chen Shen, who was about to go crazy, looked so manly.
Guan solved it quickly and stood up. Okay, it's your turn.
Guchen looked back tentatively, afraid that he didn't pull up his pants and deliberately scared him.
Fortunately, she didn't play naughty. Okay, you can go out now.
I said it, although this sentence may not be useful. No, I'm afraid as expected, she was beaten back by her words.
She twisted her body and acted coquettishly and refused to leave.
She then took Guchen by the hand and placed him on the toilet, then turned around, seeming to be very sensible and promised not to look. He had no choice but to unbutton his pants. Guan heard the noise, and her cute little mouth corners raised again, and then she tilted her head slightly. But unexpectedly, when I turned around, I didn't see what I wanted to see, but instead looked into a pair of serious eagle eyes.
Hiss.
I was immediately shocked. It turned out that Guchen guessed that she would peek, so he just made a little noise to attract him, but actually stood behind him and watched his little movements.
Still watching?
Guan shuddered, as if she had been caught doing something bad. But instead of surrendering, he became even more stubborn. TSK.
What's so good about it? I don't want it. I just want to turn around and look in the mirror. He found an excuse that even he couldn't bear to hear.
There was a question mark on his forehead.
Who said before that people were afraid of ghosts in the mirror?
Finally, because she was naughty for a while, it took her 2 minutes to finish and walk out of the bathroom. Guan still only saw a little bit, but it was enough to shock her.
The little face is a little pale.
Returning to the room, she quickly hid under the quilt and wrapped herself up.
Guchen patted her back gently again.
I fell asleep quickly, and 2 hours later.
It's already midnight.
There was movement in the quiet room again.
Guan's delicate body didn't sleep well in bed and accidentally rolled to the floor. With a snap, the little face made intimate contact with the ground. Ah!
She was about to fall and get hurt. Fortunately, Guchen had guessed that she would easily fall off the bed, so he had laid a soft mat on the floor.
This is how I didn't get bruised and battered. Guan stood up tremblingly and twisted her neck. Ah, it hurts.
The bones still hurt a little. I slowly got up from the ground, squinted my eyes and prepared to climb back into bed to sleep.
You stinky Chen Shen, you didn't hold me tighter and made me fall down. While mumbling.
She was not so scared now because she was more sleepy than scared. But her eyes accidentally caught something that attracted her attention. The room was dark, and the thing she had just seen seemed to be hiding under the bed.
Ha! Why is there someone under the bed? Why did Chen Shen crawl in there? Wait, something seems wrong? When I looked up, I saw Guchen sleeping soundly on the bed. Guan's not so bright little head thinks more and more that something is wrong. Zhao! For a moment, the already cold room felt even colder. It seemed to be a humanoid object with very long hair. It didn't move at all, just like a doll. But how could she think of those things when she was so scared? Her throat was shaking, her jaw was tightening, her teeth were chattering, and finally she screamed, "Ah! There are ghosts, there really are ghosts. The TV is not a lie. Chirp, chirp, chirp." She immediately climbed into bed. First, he put one foot up, but because he was too nervous, he struggled with his other foot in the air and kicked twice before he succeeded. He immediately lifted the quilt and wrapped himself in it, hiding in the quilt and shivering. There's a ghost.
Guan was so scared that she started calling for her mother, like a child having a nightmare. When she looked up and saw Guchen's body was still exposed, she stopped crying for a moment and moved all the quilts over to cover his body.
Woo woo Chin Chen, let's not go out.
I heard that ghosts will never hurt people in bed.
Let's just hide quietly for one night.
She really wanted to rely on Chin Chen, but the ghost was so scary, how could Chin Chen defeat it? They were afraid that he would get hurt, so they wrapped him up tightly, leaving not a single hair exposed. Since both of them were hiding in the quilt, it looked like the quilt was arched high from the outside. Guan was excited for a while and then found that Chen Chen beside her was motionless, so she looked down. Only then did I realize that he actually opened his eyes wide and looked at me with an incredible look.
It's like looking at a little idiot.
Gu Chen had been woken up a long time ago, but he just kept cooperating with her and kept watching what she was doing so late at night.
He looked like he was still asleep. What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? What the hell? He didn't understand.
After being told this, she felt a little embarrassed again, but it's normal for girls to be afraid of ghosts.
There's someone under the bed. Oh no, it seems to be a long-haired ghost. Could it be that Chu Runmei jumped out of the TV? Chapter 76 Elevator Storm.
A few minutes later, Guan heard some noise coming from the kitchen. She got up and stretched her graceful waist. The clothes that had been lifted up fell down to cover her waist. I came to the window, breathed in the fresh air, and felt refreshed. Like a kitten, she blinked her big eyes happily, shook her pretty high ponytail, and jumped to open the door, intending to learn how to cook from him.
As soon as the door opened, the aroma from the kitchen instantly hit her face. It made her feel excited. What is this? Boiled pig's trotters? Hee. Guan likes to eat pig's trotters the most.
She can recognize the flavor just by smelling it. She loves it whether it's roasted or cooked.
Then she tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and stood behind him.
Gu Chen was using a spatula to roll the pork trotter meat when he suddenly felt something soft behind him and his body went numb. Turning around, it was indeed her.
His eyes turned doting again. Are you awake? Next time you walk with a little more noise, so as not to scare me.
Guan said, hee.
Then she paid attention to his waist. Why don't you wear an apron again? Come on, I'll put it on for you.
She didn't look at the pot and found that Gu Chen was cooking without an apron again, so she took one and put it on him. No need, just cover it and cook it later, he said.
Guan, however, grumbled coquettishly,
No, I'm your girlfriend, you have to listen to me, tie it up, otherwise the clothes will be hard to wash. This little girl's serious look, with her pouting face, softened his heart and he opened his arms obediently. It's not that it's hard to wash, it's just that this apron is waterproof.
If you accidentally spill the soup, it can effectively prevent your skin from getting burned. Guan is now a so-called good wife, right?
Then, as usual, he took out his little notebook and recorded the amounts of onions, ginger, garlic, and salt. After nearly 20 minutes of cooking, he sprinkled chopped green onions as garnish. This is a dish of boiled pig's trotters, but it is a bit rare to eat such food in the morning. This is mainly because it has been kept in the refrigerator for several days, and the refrigerator does not refrigerate well.
If it is not eaten, it will definitely go bad.
Therefore, in order not to waste food, it can only be eaten in the morning.
The pig's trotters are cooked soft. Guan loves it the most.
After bringing it to the table, she set the table and waited for Gu Chen to take off his apron.
She waved her chopsticks and tapped the edge of the table like a drummer. Eat. Gu Chen smiled. Isn't it just breakfast? It's like a big meal.
After untying it, Guan sat back in her chair, like a rocket that had been ready to soar into the sky, and then she started to eat. He picked up a piece of lean meat and murmured, hee, let's eat Chin Chin's big pig's trotter.
Gu Chen tasted the soup first and almost spit it out. Puff.
Looking up at this little arrogant man who was gloating over other people's misfortunes.
Are you scolding me? Can't you add 1 or 2 more words?
There are several groups.
If I had known, I would not have cooked the pig's trotters and let her show off. Seeing his frown, Guan smiled and took a bite.
Hiss.
Baji Hung Chin Chin's big pig's trotter is really good. Dip it in some chili.
Well, after get off work tonight, I want to eat big pig's trotters.
The mouth is full of oil, careless.
Those words made more black lines appear on his forehead.
Damn it, can't we just keep repeating these words about the big pig's hoof? Naughty.
Eat slowly, don't get your clothes dirty. He deliberately got angry, but still stood up and took out a piece of paper to wipe her mouth.
Guan's mouth doesn't eat much, but her movements are very fast. After a while, the two of them finished a small pot. There was still a pot of soup left.
Guchen couldn't finish it and wanted to get rid of it, but Guan pulled it over like a treasure and drank directly from it.
All the nutrition is in here. Swoosh, gurgle, gurgle. Hiccup. Only after she burped loudly did she put down the pot. The soup was not completely finished, and there was not much left. Guan touched her belly, which looked like she was pregnant for a month. Guchen smiled, collected the bowl, stood up, came to her side and looked at her again, leaned over and touched her belly curiously. I'm curious, how can girls not gain weight when they eat so much? Feeling the touch on her belly, Guan tilted her face again. Do you feel it? He wiped the table with one hand again. What do you feel? Guan said seriously, raising her little face. What? Didn't you feel the baby kicking you? He. Guan smiled foolishly and said innocently that her bulging belly was a sign of a baby. Still kicking me? Boring. Seeing him turn his face away, Guan secretly rejoiced again. Finally, she also stood up, went to the sink, and helped Guchen wash the dishes. But due to my clumsiness, there was still foam on the dishes and chopsticks. After a while, Guan was ready to go to work. She put on her new clothes and appeared in front of Guchen. The moment it appeared, he couldn't help but stare in a daze for a moment. I was thinking, how come she becomes a different person just by changing her clothes? Is my girlfriend so cool? Guan tiptoed to him, smiling brightly. Hey, what are you looking at? Is it really that beautiful? Chen, you are stunned. Her voice is so nice. This girl is showing off again. So he subconsciously changed his bored gaze and said, yes, I am just looking at a fool, a moron. He curled the corners of his lips as if he had one. Guan immediately narrowed her eyes, her eyebrows curved into a slit. Not 10. She hummed. Her delicate upper body is wearing a delicate white striped shirt with a neat collar. Her lower body is wearing a pair of black elastic hip-wrapped shorts with a white button in the center of the waistband, which looks out of place, but fits in perfectly. The overall outfit was quite attractive. Looking at Xiongwei's place, Guchen was a little distracted. She bought these online, and these are what she unpacked yesterday. I bought a few clothes for him, but Guchen didn't wear them because they looked too formal. He preferred to wear his own loose casual clothes for comfort. Set off. Before Guan left, she took a few grapes from the refrigerator as a dessert. Guchen could only help her take her phone and keys out. After closing the door, the two of them walked into the elevator. She stretched out her hand, pressed the floor number, and waited for the elevator to descend. Guan grabbed the grapes with both hands and stuffed one into her mouth. She stood on tiptoes and fed it to Guchen. The elevator quickly reached the first floor, but suddenly, the lights inside flashed twice. Looking at the flickering lights, Guan had a lot of doubts in her head. But Guchen has gotten used to it. This is the problem with old elevators. If the light bulb is broken, it should be replaced. But this is an old neighborhood, and the property management has long stopped taking care of it. Unless it is necessary, it would be nice to have a sweeper. However, what puzzled him next was that the elevator had clearly reached the first floor, but the door did not open. Why won't this door open? He didn't understand why, but he didn't try to pry it open, and waited. Guan also curiously accompanied her. 2 seconds later, suddenly, the light flashed several times and then went out completely. Then, the elevator began to shake violently. It was as if a joint had broken. A cracking sound came from a great height. Chapter 77, Wanting a Child. The two of them looked up, but at this moment, the elevator suddenly fell from the first floor to the basement floor in an instant. Guchen opened his eyes wide. He realized what was going to happen, so he put down the things in his hands, stretched out his hands and immediately grabbed Guan's slender waist, picked her up, and let her lie in the air. She didn't even have time to think about what Chen was going to do. The centrifugal force generated by the elevator's descent immediately made the two of them fly into the air, and Guan was held tightly by Guchen. This was the first time that Guchen encountered such a situation, so he couldn't help but cry out. Fortunately, the floor they were falling to was the -1 floor, and the centrifugal force did not cause the two of them to crash into the ceiling. Instead, they stayed in the air for 2 seconds and then crashed to the ground with her in their arms. Cough. The moment he landed, he coughed heavily. Fortunately, the floor he descended was only -1 floor, and hitting the ground, at most his bones hurt a little. It was at this time that he was completely sure that the elevator was broken. He and Guan were about to be trapped in it. When the danger was temporarily lifted, his heavy coughing could be heard from the closed elevator. Ahem. Ah. Chen? Are you not hurt? Really? I'm so heavy. Why are you holding me? She helped him up with a distressed look, then turned around to examine him, touching his stomach and forehead, which were the areas where she had mainly pressed. The elevator was dim. She turned on the bright screen of her phone and shone it on Gu Chen's forehead. She saw a few beads of sweat appearing. He immediately helped to wipe it off, and his little face was still sobbing while he was wiping it. Chen, you still said you don't care about me. After checking it out, it seems nothing serious. Gu Chen just smiled slightly, glad that the girl was okay. It was really dangerous just now. If I hadn't hugged her immediately, her petite body would have definitely hit the floor. It would have been painful for her. After all, he is her boyfriend, so of course he should protect her, right? So he just hugged her and acted as a cushion. Fortunately, it's just a little bone pain. Don't cry, I'm not dead. She cried loudly, and then reached out to wipe away her tears. Her heart felt so warm, as if it was illuminated by the winter sun. Ah. Hurry up and curse yourself. Okay, be good, don't cry. He sat up and wiped her tears with both hands, but her tears kept coming out. This is because everything Chen did just now touched the most vulnerable part of her heart. This feeling of being protected makes me want to rely on others. The elevator is out of order. We need to find a way out now. He reached out and stroked her head like a kitten. She squinted her eyes and rubbed against him comfortably. Then he nodded again, half sitting up, and stood up. Don't get up, sit down and rest for a while, I'll find a way out. She held Gu Chen down again because he wanted to stand up. She wouldn't let him. Couldn't she just solve it herself? Besides, my body is so heavy. I just pressed him hard. It must be painful, right? Why don't you take a good rest? Actually, it wasn't. When she pressed on his chest, it felt like a ball of cotton. Gu Chen didn't feel anything and even wanted to take a bite. After helping him sit in the corner, Guan kissed him on the right cheek again, letting him feel at ease for a while. Gu Chen. It's such a good time to kiss, but in this environment, this kiss is quite reassuring, and his right cheek actually turned a little red. Guan came to the elevator door again. She looked at the closed elevator door but did not try to open it because it was absolutely dangerous. If she opened it, there might be a bunch of cables outside. I turned sideways again, and the light shone on the elevator buttons, and I saw the yellow bell button at the top. I reached out and pressed hard. There was no effect. Guan frowned and pressed the button several times in a row. Still no power, it seems there is a complete power outage. Now I can only call maintenance. Gu Chen just watched quietly, and he suddenly felt that his girlfriend had become much smarter. She picked up her phone, but found that there was no signal at all. Then he stood on tiptoe in the elevator and raised his head high. Still no signal. Then continued to try jumping. The elevator was broken and had already fallen to the bottom, so no matter how hard she pushed it, it would not go down any further. It's a pity that this is an old neighborhood and there is no signal in the basement. Guan was helpless. Since her cell phone didn't work, she could only knock on the door gently to see if there was anyone outside. I knocked with my fists for a while, but there was no movement outside, because few people came to the -1 floor. Oh no. What should we do? We are really trapped here. She said aggrievely, and finally squatted in front of him again, with an unhappy face. Gu Chen just touched her cheek. There was nothing he could do in this situation. He could only wait. It is rush hour now, and if there is no elevator, I believe you will be noticed soon. I'm so unlucky today. I can't even go to work. Looking at her frustrated little face, she made a whimpering sound in her throat. After all, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation in her life. A normal girl would be terrified. Gu Chen comforted her again. It's okay, at least we are not alone, right? Gu Chen can smile in the face of anything, and Guan seems to be infected by it when she raises her face. Just remembered, a man and a woman in the same room. Isn't this the scene she has been looking forward to? Ever since she fell in love with him, Guan wanted to fall into a world with only him and herself, without being disturbed by outsiders, happy and joyful. Although it seems a bit scary now, it's also lucky, isn't it? That seems to be true. The cute corners of her mouth raised again.
After a while, he rubbed her belly again. Guan felt better and started to cling to him again. So boring, how about? Halfway through the conversation, Guchen thought she was really bored, so he hugged her and let her sleep for a while. But this girl said,
Hee, how about we make a baby to cheer ourselves up?
His smile froze instantly, and the hand that was stroking him withdrew.
I bent my head slightly, and then, in the gloomy environment, I touched her forehead.
She didn't know what hard object was pressed against her head. Just when she was about to look up, Guchen flicked her head.
Bayou. Ouch, it hurts. Heh, what time is it to make such a joke? Oomph, straight man.
Guan rubbed her head again, then hugged him again and melted into him. After being naughty, Guchen still hugged her soft body to prevent her from getting scared. Guan was still not obedient in his arms. She stretched out her finger and drew a circle on his chest out of boredom.
Softly speaking in a daze, Shinshin, tell me, when are we going to have a child? Chapter 78. What should we name our baby? Guchen, did this girl forget about the 1-month relationship between a man and a woman? But he seemed to have almost forgotten it.
After all, there is no contract signed, it's just talk.
Just tell me, give me something to look forward to. Guchen twitched his lips.
Seeing that she didn't get a reply, she muttered to herself again, oh, ever since we went to Jingchuan Park last time and saw that little baby, I really want a baby so cute, so sweet. Guchen lowered his head slightly, and rubbed his lips against her fragrant hair and her delicate earlobes.
The aroma swept through my brain. Without thinking much, I subconsciously replied, is it cute? Not as cute as you. He paused suddenly.
What? Why don't you say anything again? Guan was so happy that her little face immediately turned around and pressed directly against his cheek.
Nothing, don't worry about it.
He smiled awkwardly and blew his nose.
Guan was anxious again.
This time, she pressed him tightly with her porcelain doll face and asked him, tell me, I let you run away last time, but you must tell me this time.
Hum and haw. Really not, girls shouldn't be so narcissistic.
She gently pushed her cheek again, because she would kiss her at any time.
Speak.
Guan got fierce again, her eyes widened, and she opened her cherry-like mouth and bit his other half's face directly.
Not with teeth, but gently with lips. Next. Cloves. Guchen looked into her big eyes.
Although it was hard to see in the dim environment, Guan's eyes were like stars, shining brightly.
The eyes are full of truth. Guchen's cheeks felt hot and itchy.
Only then did he reluctantly agree, okay, I'll tell you. Guan finally let go, and a big strawberry mark appeared on his cheek where he was kissed, and he was secretly delighted.
Then, what's wrong with me? Tell me now, or I'll bite you. Okay, none of them are as sweet as you, okay?
He was so helpless that he covered his face to stop her from biting him.
This annoying little demon made the originally cold elevator a little hot. Guan tilted her head after hearing this, that's it? She thought Guchen would say that no one is as cute as you. But this answer is not bad. Cunning, but I'll let you pass.
Finally, Guan was coaxed into his arms again, happily, and continued what she was saying.
So, when are we going to have a baby?
You have to tell me in advance so I can prepare.
He twitched his lips, looking a little funny. What preparations are you making? Oh, this is so serious, please don't laugh.
Of course, I'll decorate a baby room for the baby in advance. I'll also need to buy a baby bed, a stroller, and baby clothes. I naively raised many things and counted them on my fingers, but I couldn't count them with 10 fingers.
At this moment, Guchen didn't know how to answer her.
As for having a baby, as long as 2 people like it, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or maybe when they get drunk, or maybe when they can't hold back, the baby will come.
Maybe after we get married.
He replied gently. This was the answer given to him by Guan's mother. Guan tilted her head again. Why are you the same as my mother? She was a little distressed, but it was also acceptable. It seemed that she had to set a small goal for herself now, which was to have a custom-made wedding dress. A ball of cotton was rubbed in the arms again, still talking about the baby.
So, if we have a baby, what should we name it? What? You want to fly before you even learn to run?
The straight man interrupted directly. Guan puffed up her face again, then punched him hard on the chest, which rebounded in her hand.
If it's a boy, how about the baby's name be Guan?
She suggested, and Guchen immediately looked up.
What a good name.
That child sounds like a sunny and handsome type.
Of course, this is a combination of 2 names. If it's a girl, we'll call her Guan. Thinking of this, she was as excited as if she had eaten ice cream on a hot day. She immediately clapped her hands. Oh my, how come I'm so smart? It's really great. This old lady was bragging about herself. Guchen twitched his lips and looked at her. She got closer and noticed that Guchen seemed reluctant, so she asked, "What's wrong? Do you have a better name?" Guchen thought about it and felt that the names she picked were all good. Guan sounded like a gentle, virtuous, quiet, and elegant type. I can only nod. Waden was excited again. Hee, I'm so smart, why don't you praise me? Applaud me? Her little face is so innocent, like a little girl asking for candy. If you don't give me candy, I will pull your clothes. He rolled his eyes hilariously and could only applaud. Then, a man and a woman in the elevator made a clapping sound. Waden soon became tired and slowly fell asleep in his arms. The kitten took a nap and Guchen also closed his eyes. He was very calm because being anxious would not solve the problem. 3 hours later, Waden pursed her lips, woke up from her dream, and rubbed her eyes. She felt very thirsty. Maybe it was because Guchen had put too much oil in the pig's trotter soup he cooked that morning. After drinking the soup, she felt even thirstier now. Of course, it won't taste good without more oil. I really want to drink some water, but I didn't bring any water with me when I went out. I reached out and touched my trouser pocket. I stuffed all the grapes I had picked into my bag. Some of them got broken, but there were still a few intact ones left. The pants are a bit tight, so I can only put 2 or 3 grapes in one bag. Of course, she only had 5 left. I put it to my lips, smeared a little saliva on it, and was about to open my sandalwood mouth, but suddenly I thought of a question. He said to himself, "No. Chen hasn't eaten yet." As she spoke, she clenched the grape again. In the current closed situation, no resources can be wasted or overused, but all resources must be used on the cutting edge. She had watched disaster movies before, and she remembered one in which the protagonist was driving a car and was buried in the car by a mudslide. There was nothing he could do but rely on the remaining food in the car and wait for rescue. The current situation is very similar. Both of them are trapped in the elevator, and they don't know when they can get out, maybe at noon, maybe in the afternoon, maybe a day or two, or even longer. Just a few grapes, and now she wants to leave them for Guchen. So I had to put it back in my pocket again, enduring my dry mouth. But just as she moved, her little hand was suddenly grabbed by a big hand and gently pushed in the opposite direction, and the grape returned to her mouth. Wanen was slightly delighted. It turns out that Guchen woke up. Humph. You woke up without even telling me, you scared me. Chen, are you awake? What are you doing holding my hand? She tried to break free, but Guchen wouldn't let her. Are you thirsty? Why don't you eat? Chapter 79, A New Way to Eat Grapes. His eyes were bright. He woke up when Wanen moved just now. And I noticed that she wanted to eat the grapes, but I didn't understand why she took them back. In the dim light, Wanen's throat rolled, and Guchen heard a gurgling sound coming from her voice. Judging from the sound, she must be very thirsty and kept swallowing saliva. Wanen lowered her head. I'm fine. I drank so much soup this morning. I'm not thirsty at all. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Here are some grapes for you. She wanted to break free of her hand and feed the grape to his mouth. But he saw through it immediately and said softly, "There's so much oil in the soup. After it's diluted, you've been craving for water, right? Eat it quickly. I'm not thirsty, and I don't like sweet things." He said this and held her hand tightly again, but the girl closed her mouth and refused to accept the grape. No. There aren't many anyway, you should eat them. I'm so weak. If I'm trapped for a long time, I won't be able to hold on for long. So, you have to hold on for me. The girl said foolishly, and slowly pushed the grapes to his mouth. Guchen burst out laughing immediately. Why do I feel like this girl is having paranoid delusions? She's talking like she's about to die. I can't curse myself like this. However, girls do lack a sense of security. Stupid, have you watched too many disaster movies? Besides, if we really have to be trapped for several days, who can these few grapes save? He used the actual situation to gently hit her, to put it bluntly, just to make her eat the grapes obediently. Although he was a little thirsty, but not to the same extent as her. I don't care, I won't eat. Open your mouth. You brought these grapes, so you have to eat them. Seeing Wanen still sealed her mouth,
he suddenly became overbearing, as if the grapes were a sinner and whoever brought them out would have to take the blame. Guan wanted to laugh immediately, but still shook her head.
No, take it away.
She also looks like a little fat girl who wants to lose weight in hopes that delicious food will not appear in her sight. It's quite playful, the lips are sealed tightly, not a drop of water can flow in.
Guan doesn't indulge her. His mouth is sealed? Then let her pry it open. Ahem, well, let's kiss first.
Suddenly, he took the grapes from Guan's hand and put them somewhere else. She closed her eyes tightly and slowly opened them.
She didn't even notice that he had taken the grapes away. She just had a surprised expression. Jiao. Did the sun rise from the west today? Or did my kindness move him by accident? The needle does not rub.
Her face was filled with excitement. This request was great.
It was unprecedented. Would you like to kiss?
Once the other party took the initiative, the girl would start to feel a little reserved.
This isn't good. Well, that's fine, we don't have anything else to do anyway,
Guan muttered to herself.
Guan looked at her like a fool again, muttering in his heart, exposed? Ha, woman. Are you ready? Open your mouth wider, he instructed in a gentle voice. Guan immediately adjusted her posture and lay on her side. She was so happy.
Before, he kissed her face, but today he took the initiative to kiss her mouth.
It was unbelievable. No matter what he says, just do as he says. I'm fine. Pouting. Even in the darkness, it's like a jelly made of the fragrance of hundreds of fruits, refreshing. So I lowered my head.
The little faces moved closer, their noses soon touched, their noses bumped together, and both of their cheeks felt numb.
Guan was so excited that her little feet curled up. She wanted to remember this unforgettable moment forever. However, after a while, she felt something was wrong. Although their lips were touching, there was no popping sound. I could feel something pressing against my lips, but it wasn't the scent of cherry blossoms, but a sweet scent like grapes. He thought of something and opened his eyes wide. Woo-woo, cheating. Routine. Bad guy.
It turned out that he had put the grapes in his mouth in advance, and then used the excuse of kissing too.
So bad. So tempting.
Guan subconsciously took a bite, and the grape immediately broke. But Guan had no intention of letting go, because the grapes were still hovering between the two of them. If even one of them let go, the grapes would fall off and onto the ground.
Whoa, I don't want to eat.
Even so, she was still stubborn, and she fought back.
But boys are always stronger. Guan didn't hesitate to do anything.
He reached out and gently held her chin and head to prevent her from vomiting. Fortunately, there was no one else in the elevator, otherwise I would not be able to stand this greasy sweet dog food.
Guan feels extremely wronged. I want to be nice to him, but why doesn't he appreciate it?
She didn't chew, and Guan thought she was going to spit it out, so he pinched Guan's chin, like a puppet.
Baji. When it was over, she got angry again and turned her face away.
Seeing her being so naughty, Guan touched her forehead again. One grape was not enough to quench her thirst, so he took another grape from her pocket and handed it to her mouth. Be good, have another one.
No, she was throwing a tantrum, and I couldn't coax her.
I agreed to kiss her, but now it's just feeding her.
She's being patient and not paying attention at all. Then, another kiss?
So he took the grape in his mouth again, leaving half of it exposed, and put it against her lips. Guan saw that he actually went to such great lengths to let her eat grapes, and her face immediately turned red again. In fact, there is no need to be so troublesome to quench your thirst.
Guan's way of feeding seemed to have some powerful magic. Guan originally refused, but she couldn't help it.
She turned her head away gently, and her lips touched the grape skin. Seeing her slow pace, Guan smiled, put more strength, and directly pressed her little head against the wall, and held her hands on the wall.
Woo!
Guan's face was red as if water was about to drip out, and there was steam coming out of her head.
What is this? Waldong? Great!
Eating grapes can also enjoy such treatment. Guan herself doesn't know how many nursing homes she built in her previous life to have such a blessing. Her eyes have lowered, and she is looking forward to his next move.
But if things continue like this, we'll really have to have a baby.
Guan's face also turned red, but he was still relatively calm, with a smile on his face, and he slowly stopped, but he didn't expect Guan's little head to leave the wall. However, Guan did not continue, but just looked at Guan in front of him, pouting her lips and waiting for a kiss, and smiled lightly. It took her a while to come back to her senses. The little cherry was held in the air, but Gu Chen did not continue to bite it. Suddenly, a sense of shyness emerged in her heart.
So embarrassing.
In the dim light, although they couldn't see each other clearly, they could hear their heartbeats clearly.
Chapter 80 Successful Escape.
Afterwards, Guan shook her head vigorously. Although she liked this method very much, there were really not many grapes. He didn't continue, but Gu Chen ate one himself and saved the rest, just in case he really had to hold on until the evening. There was a strange atmosphere between the two of them, so they leaned against each other and slept for a while.
Time flies, 2 hours have passed. Boom boom.
There was a knocking sound outside the elevator, and the two were woken up. They opened their eyes and looked for the direction where the sound came from.
Ha! There's a knocking sound outside? Is there someone there? It's been so long, the rescue team should be here, right? Ah! Then we can be saved. Get up first. Gu Chen supported her delicate body.
This time, I got closer to the closed elevator door and heard voices coming from outside again.
Is there anyone inside? Someone outside shouted loudly. Guan immediately became alert and patted the iron door. Yes, yes, yes. Help! What? Then stay away from me.
The elevator was so soundproof that even though people outside couldn't hear what was being said in the elevator, they knew clearly that there was someone inside who needed rescue. The door started to loosen.
Someone was trying to pry it open and yelling at the people inside to move back. Gu Chen then took her hand and stepped back.
It looked like something sharp was about to penetrate through the crack in the door.
Bump!
Finally, after 3 knocks, the sharp lever came in. Then he moved left and right vigorously to break the elevator apart. As the door opened, the light from outside shone in. For the two people who had been trapped for more than 6 hours, the scene at this moment was like entering a new world. After staying in the dark for a long time, the light suddenly became dazzling.
The two of them covered their eyes and quickly adapted to the light.
The two saw several rescue workers wearing helmets outside the door, as well as some residents passing by, looking inside curiously. Gu Chen saw that although the door was pried open, only half of the space was accessible. Because the elevator was falling, the exit was not on the same level at all and was blocked halfway.
Only one person could get out of this space at a time.
The rescuer outside the door took a look and reached out his hand, trying to rescue the person inside.
Gu Chen didn't waste any time, patted her butt and asked her to lean forward. Guan, go up first, quickly, they will pick you up. As a man, of course I should let my girlfriend escape from danger first.
Guan was quite excited at first, but something suddenly occurred to her, and she stopped.
No, no. You should go out first, I'll push you. Gu Chen looked at her in confusion. Guan, stop making trouble, get out. I don't want to leave. You go first.
I watched a movie in which the hero rescued the heroine at the end, but he was too late to get out and was buried forever in the ruins.
I feel like this situation is very similar to the movies. What if it turns out to be like what's shown on TV?
Guan's face was filled with worry, and she went around behind him. In fact, he just wanted to push Gu Chen out first, because he had fallen before and his bones were hurting, so it would be inconvenient for him to climb out later. However, Gu Chen's body was as hard as a rock, and he couldn't move it no matter how hard he pushed. Even if he put all his strength on his back, there was no reaction. He didn't even use much strength, the girl couldn't push him at all.
Actually, there is no danger now.
The elevator has reached the foundation.
Guan probably has a mild paranoia because of this incident.
She turned around, still trying hard, and suddenly lost her weight and rushed to the front.
Gu Chen took the opportunity to push her butt and gradually lifted it up. Don't talk nonsense. The people outside are still waiting. We can't waste their time,
he said, and then put his head under his butt again, supporting Guan's delicate body to make it easier for rescuers to catch her. The sudden change left Guan confused. I wondered why I couldn't push him at all, but he could push himself out with just one hand.
A grieved face. Forget it, I can only go up obediently.
Guan was grabbed by several pairs of gloves, and then gently pulled. Half of her body slipped out, leaving only a pair of thighs fluttering in the claustrophobic environment. In order to exert more strength, Gu Chen reached out and took off her shoes, then covered the soles of her feet.
Guan is a sensitive girl.
She felt the warmth and itchiness coming from the soles of her feet. With more effort, she succeeded. Just before she could get a breath of fresh air, she turned around and faced Gu Chen, stretching out her two soft little hands.
Chen, catch me.
Gu Chen was tall enough, and seeing how anxious she was, he had no choice but to hold her arm.
After being dragged and pulled by others, she finally managed to escape.
His exhausted body was breathing heavily. Guan surrounded him and checked his injuries. He wanted to stand up and touch the girl to tell her that he was fine, but suddenly everything went black in front of him.
Plop!
The tall figure crashed to the ground.
He fainted. Before fainting, I only heard Guan repeatedly Chen. What's wrong? Did you hit your head? Don't sleep? Don't scare me, woo-woo. I seemed to cry at the end.
2 hours later, a private high-end hospital. In a VIP ward, a handsome young man slowly opened his eyes. The first thing I saw was the snow-white ceiling. Puzzled, he turned his head. Am I sick?
He muttered to himself.
When I climbed out of the elevator, I suddenly felt my head shaking, and then I appeared in the hospital ward. I didn't see anyone, so I turned my head to the right again. Suddenly, I saw a snow-white girl. The little face that was originally crying suddenly smiled when she saw that he was awake, and she slowly stood up.
Chen, you scared me to death. You finally woke up, woohoo, hug.
Suddenly, the snow-white girl turned into a ball of super soft cotton and crawled into his arms, seeking comfort.
Guan.
He felt a little dizzy, then he remembered that the white and crying girl was Guan. I am a patient myself, but this girl actually rushed over to me.
Gu Chen coughed lightly ahem. Guan, what's wrong with me? Why am I in the hospital?
The latter left immediately, only to remember that he was a patient, so he quickly helped him up and leaned him against the pillow.
Oh, yes, don't move, you are a patient now.
Well, the doctor checked and said that you were hit on the back of your head and had a mild concussion. Although it's not serious, you must play with your phone less, and get 4 drips, take medicine, and rest on time.
Gu Chen suddenly realized, oh.
It was probably because he was holding her and the back of his head hit the ground when he fell. He thought that a mild concussion was not a serious illness. Her eyes gradually wandered, and she reached out to scratch her delicate little nose.
Chapter 81 Aboba. Don't cry, I'm not dead.
Guan closed one of her beautiful eyes like a kitten being scratched on the nose.
Ugh, quickly, stop saying that.
She stopped crying and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Guan, I'm not seriously ill. Go to work. The company needs you.
He added that the company could do without him for a day, but it could not do without the president.
What? You mean, you don't need me anymore?
Guan began to exaggerate and make up stories, her face puffed up with anger.
What the hell? You said it as if you were dumped.
No, I mean the nurse will take care of me.
Guan opened her eyes wide again. What? You would rather have the pretty nurse take care of you? You wouldn't rather have me? There's no love.
Gu Chen's mouth twitched, he was so angry that he almost bled.
What kind of brain circuit was this?
I don't care. Even if the sky falls today, I will take care of you personally. Seeing that he was still frowning, Guan smiled.
Look, I've brought my office computer. Are you relieved now?
Then he took out his computer and typed a few words on the keyboard to satisfy him.
Gu Chen nodded. It's good to have someone close to you take care of you.
As for the elevator failure, the property management promised Guan to give her certain mental compensation and apologize to her in person.
Gu Chen lowered his head and felt something tighten around his wrist. It's a blue belt. He was curious about what this thing was used for. Guan, what is this?
He pointed to the strap on his hand. She glanced at it, blinked, and said casually, "This is a cuff."
Ah? What belt? He didn't hear clearly. Compression belt. Chen is so stupid.
Her voice is sweet, with the characteristics of a Japanese beautiful girl.
Oh, it's so sour. Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction.
Guan then remembered something, covered her mouth, and her face turned red. Later I learned that the cuff was tied to my hand for an injection, but Guan saw that the needle in the nurse's hand was too thick, it would hurt when it hit the skin, and it would definitely leave a mark on the skin when it was taken out, and it would bleed more when it was taken out, so she felt bad. So she told the nurse and changed to the thinnest needle. Of course, the downside is that fine needle injection is significantly slower than normal. After a while, a beautiful female nurse wearing a mask appeared in the ward. Gu Chen and the nurse looked at each other, somewhat curious. I don't know if this nurse is a novice or what, her face suddenly turned very red. However, Gu Chen's appearance is too domineering, and even his short hair cannot hide his charming temperament. He looks more like a retired soldier in a novel. The young and pretty nurse didn't even have the courage to look at me, her fingers were still trembling.
Wow, this little brother is so handsome. Ah! I am going to faint.
The young nurse grabbed his hand, feeling the warmth in her palm, and couldn't bear to give him an injection. So Gu Chen's hand was held by her for a long time for no apparent reason, and coupled with the trembling of her palm when she inserted the needle, the latter was a little scared.
Wanan was watching from the side.
The little nurse had been holding his hand for almost 3 minutes.
She was so jealous. The little faces puffed up, with hands on the waist.
I stared at the nurse's actions with my big eyes, hoping that she would finish quickly. Finally, after 4 minutes, the nurse had enough of touching him, put some tape on him, and let go.
When he turned around, he saw Yuanan staring at him.
He immediately felt a little scared, so he hurriedly left the ward with the medical supplies. After the nurse had completely left, Wanan retracted her gaze. Her cheeks were puffed up, and the gas inside had finally been released a little.
Reach out and take an orange from the bag on the table.
But she didn't pick the red ones, she picked the sour ones.
Humph, open your mouth and give me an orange. Wanan peeled the orange vigorously and took out a slice.
When Gu Chen heard this tone, he immediately stared into her eyes.
Why did this sound like an order to him?
Before I could agree, a slice of orange was brought to my mouth and stuffed into it.
Ah, hiss Wanan, I don't eat oranges, and there are yellow oranges here, right? Why are you giving me sour ones?
He wanted to vomit, but Wanan gently pinched his chin to stop him, and stuffed another pill into his mouth.
Hey!
That nurse just touched you for 4 minutes and 2 seconds, and you looked at her for 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
I'm so angry. He. It's too bad for me to be jealous alone. Let you be jealous too. This is punishment. Wait, the nurse is giving me an injection. If I don't look at her, who should I look at? He really didn't look at the nurse just because she was pretty.
Because I was sick, she tormented me for a long time and I ate 3 slices of sour oranges.
My teeth fell out because of the sourness. Wanan felt better. I had lunch at 2 o'clock.
Gu Chen wanted to be discharged from the hospital because he felt uncomfortable staying there, but Wanan wouldn't let him go. The final decision was that he would not be discharged from the hospital until at least 6 p.m. Wanan took the wash basin, fetched a dish of water, and placed it next to the pillow.
Come, Chen, let me wash your face.
She squeezed a towel, but no matter how hard she tried, there was still a lot of water on the towel.
Gu Chen interrupted quickly and said, You should take a rest.
I'll do it myself. Just now during lunch she was feeding me a spoonful of rice and a spoonful of soup, and she never got tired of it, so we can't let her get too tired. No, I swear to be the best girlfriend. And you're sick now, so I have to take care of your daily life.
No discussion, she said. It's like being ruled by a dictatorship.
Gu Chen looked helpless. Wanan put the towel on his face again and rubbed it gently with her hands.
Ouch, I can't breathe. Gu Chen struggled.
This girl didn't have the ability to take care of a person at all. Wanan quickly apologized, I'm sorry, and then wiped the skin inch by inch.
Now that your face is clean, I'll wipe your body. Take off your clothes quickly, he.
When this matter was mentioned, Wanan became excited again.
Gu Chen waved his hands quickly. No, you want to help me wipe my body?
You are clearly greedy for my body.
Come on, Wanan touched his abdomen again.
No, I'll go home and take a shower directly, he said, and now Wanan had no choice but to pick up the water basin, spit a little clove at him, closed her eyes and said mischievously, a little stingy. Gu Chen was always bored and wanted to play games, but Wanan wouldn't let him play with his phone because the doctor had told him not to play too much. She turned on the computer to work, and Gu Chen chatted with her for a while. After a while, Wanan seemed to have run into some difficulty, and she pinched her chin and started to think. Looking at her anxious little look, and a little cold, it adds some flavor. Gu Chen reached out and took a ripe orange, peeled it one slice after another, and kindly brought it to her mouth. She subconsciously took a bite, and the feeling of a cold and domineering female CEO came to her mind. Then she continued to think about the problem. He ate it with a slurp, and then came to his senses after a while. He tilted his head and said, ABA?
Chapter 82, What about the promised secret kiss? Chen actually took the initiative to feed himself.
His eyes were filled with joy, as if no matter how troubling the problem was, it was no longer a problem.
Gu Chen continued to feed.
From time to time, my hands would be bitten by her and would be covered in saliva. This girl did it on purpose.
Wanan ate while thinking about the problem.
It was a great feeling and her ideas flowed quickly.
But Gu Chen felt weird.
Wanan was like a rich woman, and he was being kept to serve her. 2 hours later, Gu Chen was still looking at her with his hand on his forehead. There was nothing good to see in the ward, and she was still the prettiest.
Maybe I was full or tired, I fell asleep on the keyboard. Gu Chen was a little worried that her drool would wet the keyboard.
He was not sleepy at all. If Wanan hadn't stopped him from leaving, he would have gone home to play on the computer. Wanan's breathing was even, and her little face was not turned away. As Gu Chen approached, his warm breath splashed on her hair. Wanan was about to fall asleep, but her hair suddenly felt itchy, which woke her up. However, she did not open her eyes, but just turned over to see what was blowing on her hair. Turning his head, Gu Chen thought that he had woken her up by moving too much just now, and was about to shrink back and cover himself with the blanket and pretend nothing happened, but Wanan didn't move at all.
Ha! He exhaled lightly. Now, when Wanan's lovely baby face faces me. It's just that the eyelashes seem to be moving, maybe. I'm having a nightmare?
But he didn't know that Wanan opened her eyes a little and saw his dazed look, as if she was looking at a carefully crafted work of art.
Ha!
Why did Chen suddenly get so close?
Hee, am I beautiful? Chen was stunned. He usually pretends not to care.
He is really a hypocrite. Gu Chen moved closer, with a wicked smile on his face. When Wanan saw this, she suddenly became a little nervous.
Hey! So close, what are you doing? Are you trying to kiss me secretly while I'm sleeping? No way, no way. Is Chen that kind of person? Does Chen want to kiss me secretly every time I fall asleep? Is it so happy to kiss secretly?
I don't know whether there was a kiss or not. Chen is really cunning.
But, I've caught you now, right? Come on. I'll definitely open your eyes and scare you in a moment.
Then I'll take advantage of the situation and push you onto the bed.
He.
Wanan made up a long paragraph in her mind, her heart beating wildly. Gu Chen tilted his head and moved closer, his breathing intertwined with hers.
Although such kisses are very common on weekdays, secret kisses are even more exciting.
However, just when she thought Gu Chen was going to steal a kiss and was about to jump to scare him, she felt a different touch on her face.
Gu Chen stopped and didn't kiss her.
Instead, he stretched out a hand and rubbed her soft and elastic cheek.
Are you fast asleep already? Ha. You were so arrogant before, weren't you?
How dare you feed me sour oranges?
Look at you. You dare to bite me? Do you want to quit your job? You won't let me leave the hospital? Ha, are you teaching me how to do things? Well, the skin is quite tender.
I gently poked her cheek several times, and seeing that she hadn't woken up yet, I pinched her pink face with my hands with great satisfaction.
This girl hadn't woken up yet, she was sleeping like a pig. He gradually became more and more angry.
Not satisfied yet, he pinched her little nose with his hand. He remembered how hard it was to wake her up last time, so it shouldn't be that easy to wake her up this time, right? Even if she woke up, he could just retreat back into the quilt and pretend to be asleep. After playing with her like a doll for a while, he felt comfortable and happy. He didn't notice that Wanan's teeth were already chattering, like a sleeping beast about to wake up and bite its prey.
Quack quack. Gu Chen looked at her sleeping face and suddenly came up with a good idea. I reached out and took a watercolor pen. The watercolor pens are provided by the hospital so that patients can draw when they are bored. Now he was really bored, holding the tip of the watercolor pen close to her skin, just 2 millimeters away. However, an accident happened at this moment. Wanan's eyes suddenly lit up as if by a knee-jerk reflex. The sharp arc of light stared at the villain on the bed. Gu Chen's hair stood on end, and the watercolor pen suddenly stopped in the air. He was frightened and gurgled in his throat. Are you awake? Stay calm and keep smiling. Wanan twisted her fair neck while doing something. You are holding a watercolor pen, what are you going to do to me? Although Wanan's voice is sweet, it is obvious that her tone is trembling slightly. He stumbled and woke up, but he probably didn't notice what happened when he tormented her face earlier, right? However, Wanan curled her lips and answered for him,
You want to draw a big turtle on my face, right? Humph. As he said that, he immediately stood up and slapped his hand on the computer.
Bang! But he accidentally hurt his hand.
Although it hurts, he still keeps a fierce expression on his face.
I am not that boring, Gu-chen explained with evasive eyes.
Guan had already arrived in front of him and snatched his watercolor pen.
Ha! I'm so good to you, and you treat me like this? In that case, I can't let you go. I'm going to paint on your face too. Sit still and don't move.
Guan was fierce and controlled his arm, then picked up the brush and started painting on his face.
No! My handsome face. He didn't even have time to cry. He didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. Guan was so angry.
She originally thought that he wanted to kiss her secretly, but it turned out that he was just bullying her while she was sleeping.
It's really too bad.
Finally, Guan put down her pen, and a turtle and an octopus appeared on Gu-chen's cheek, and then other parts of his face were crossed out and circled.
However, even though his face is covered with messy graffiti, it still can't cover up his handsome looks. After finishing the painting, Gu-chen was crying, but Guan was still not satisfied, so she pressed his head, very domineeringly, got close to little Cherry, and smacked him hard on the mouth. Only then did she feel comfortable. Gu-chen was kissed forcefully and then he covered his mouth. He was depressed. He asked for a kiss after finishing the graffiti? What a beast!
The two of them kept quarreling in the ward until 6 o'clock.
Gu-chen asked to be discharged from the hospital, so Guan had no choice but to go through the discharge procedures.
When he left, Gu-chen's face was covered with black ink marks that could not be washed off, and he received many strange looks from people. Of course, if Guan didn't wake up, the ink marks on her face would be indelible.
He deserved it.
When they got to the car, Guan started the car and Gu-chen got in immediately. It wasn't because the car was so good, but because his face was so eye-catching.
Guan bullied him for a while and felt very happy. I was humming on the way home. It rained a little.
There was a traffic jam on the road, so Guan had to put the car in P gear and wait. I put on some rock music in the car again. The rain was getting heavier, and the wipers were working. She swayed to the music, humming a song while pouting her red lips, watching the windshield wipers swinging back and forth outside the window, working hard to wipe the rain off the glass, very rhythmic, and she couldn't help but sway to the rhythm of the wipers.
He.
1, 2, 3 times, the little head follows the rhythm perfectly, shaking from side to side, and the high ponytail behind is also swaying, looking quite cute, just like a playful beautiful girl.
Chapter 83, Playing with Fire, Getting Burned?
Gu-chen was originally in a very depressed mood, but when he saw her swinging with the windshield wipers, with an innocent look, he suddenly felt better.
Is this what can make you depressed and also cure you? 10 minutes later, back home.
They both chose to take the stairs.
Perhaps the elevator left a psychological trauma on them, and they will never touch the elevator again in their lives. After returning home, Guan took Gu-chen directly into the bathroom.
Chen, you're tired after a day, take a shower first, I'll make you something delicious later. She was like a good wife and mother, arranging the affairs of her sick husband.
You made me something delicious? Gu-chen couldn't believe it. Guan just laughed.
Then, she went into the shower room, turned on the faucet, filled the bathtub with water, then went to get a set of clean clothes, came back and let him lie in the bathtub.
But she wasn't going to leave. Chen, the water is full, come in quickly, I'll rub your back. Guan smiled innocently, but Gu-chen felt a headache. No, I'll rub it myself. No. The doctor said that you have a mild concussion. Someone must supervise you and help you take a bath. What if you accidentally faint in the bath? What if you get drowned? She gave a lot of reasons why it was necessary.
Gu-chen felt a chill all over his body, and was a little scared.
Yes, the water is so full, what if you accidentally faint in the water? Guan was secretly delighted.
As expected of her, she was so smart. In fact, the doctor didn't say all this nonsense.
She just made it up in order to give Gu-chen a bath.
Yes, she just wanted to rub his back, and she definitely didn't have any other bad intentions.
No need.
He still waved his hand to reject it, and stretched out his hand to push her delicate back, gently pushing her out.
Get out of here. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. You just want to lust after me.
Just as she was about to push the door open, Guan immediately pried against it again, aggrieved and embarrassed. Don't worry, I'm just a considerate and good wife, what extra thoughts can I have?
Oh, then what are you laughing at? Ah, I'm not laughing, she denied it.
In fact, she didn't even realize that the corners of her mouth were raised so high. Guan's body is so soft, and it's hard to push hard, for fear of hurting her. So, she used the opponent's force to counter the opponent's force, and immediately made a turn, went around behind him, then hugged his waist and pulled him hard into the fish tank.
You're my boyfriend, so what's wrong with me helping you take a bath? At worst, you can help me take a bath later. Guchen frowned, as if he had made a profit. He shook his head. Humph. I don't care. I'm going to give you a bath today. Even Jesus can't stop me.
She groaned again behind him, using up all her strength.
Guchen was afraid that he would accidentally break free and fall, so he could only slowly lean back.
He grasped her little wrist with his hand, trying to make her let go, but her little hand pulled away quickly like an earthworm and hugged him again. Just like that, before taking a shower, they played around for 3 minutes before Guchen finally compromised.
Okay, then let me go first. I have to take off my clothes anyway, right? Oh.
Guan then let go, tilted her head, stared at his expression for fear that he would change his mind, and then quickly closed the bathroom door, locked the window, and locked it twice.
This time no one could escape.
Then he turned his head and stared at Guchen's figure as if he was looking at a delicious dish. Being stared at by her, Guchen, a grown boy, felt a little embarrassed. The bathtub is filled with hot water, and the steam fills the air, making the atmosphere a little hot.
Guan's throat was already moving slightly.
Finally, he took off his clothes and pants, leaving only a piece of clothing to cover himself, and then quickly jumped into the water. She who witnessed the scene just stood there and watched stupidly.
Wow.
She suddenly felt something flowing out of her nose, so she reached out and immediately pulled out a few pieces of paper to wipe it clean.
So embarrassing. Guchen felt like he was being stared at by a hungry wolf, and just wanted to take a quick shower and leave.
Guan came up to him again this time and snatched the towel from his hand.
Just sit still and let me do it.
Then Guan bit her lips, suffocated her face, and wiped Qinshin's back with a towel.
This is truly a historic moment.
Guchen said nothing, but his heartbeat became much faster.
Because, there is one thing, omit your own thoughts.
Guan wiped his back, applied some shower gel, and wanted to wipe his face. Guchen saw her little hand was about to give birth, and immediately interrupted, "Wait, let me do it myself." Guan's face showed a trace of disappointment when her little hand that was about to do something bad was caught.
Because she wasn't satisfied with that.
Just as I was thinking about how to continue looking for opportunities to rub his oil, a drop of shower gel accidentally fell to the ground, causing my feet to slip.
Whoosh! Guan suddenly fell forward.
The shower gel is too slippery and makes it difficult to stand on your feet.
Ah!
Finally, he fell into the bathtub with a splash, splashing water everywhere and pressing down Guchen. Her clothes were soaked instantly, and her legs hit the edge of the bathtub, which was a bit painful. She wanted to get up, but she couldn't use any strength. When I looked up in a daze, I saw Guchen staring at me as if I were a little fool.
Oh. I'm sorry.
She was very sorry, blaming herself for being clumsy. She was supposed to give him a bath, but ended up falling into the water and washing herself instead.
I was completely immersed in the bathtub. Guan, you're pressing on me and it's very uncomfortable. Can you please get up quickly?
Guan pressed him down, making him feel a little uncomfortable, and his throat was extremely dry. Guan's originally thin clothes became wet as soon as they touched water. After getting her clothes wet, I have to say, Guan has a really great figure.
It's hard to look away.
The curve of this delicate back is too perfect. When she stretched out her hand and tried to get up, she suddenly felt that the water in the bathtub was not even as hot as Guchen's skin. Guan raised her little face in confusion, and several drops of water slid down her face like pearls, finally gathering at her chin and dripping into the water. At this time, the hair is attached to the cheeks again, the eyes are big, the nose is small, the cherry is slightly loose, and the skin is white and white.
Oh my God! Is it so tempting?
He opened his hands, feeling very restrained. In his eyes, Guan was like a flower and he was really afraid of touching her and breaking her apart. Because she is too petite and fragile. I really hope this annoying girl will get up soon, otherwise he will really be unable to bear it.
Guan figured it out.
It turned out that Guchen was shy. He wanted to stand up, but he immediately lowered his body again. I soaked in the water with him. Although my clothes were wet and a little uncomfortable, I couldn't care less about that now. Her eyes were shining brightly, staring at his dodging starry eyes.
Hee hee, since it's like this, how about taking a bath together?
Her eyes were full of love, she smiled and suggested, her face flushed again, and she got closer and closer to him.
Together?
He wanted to push her away gently, but it was too late. Guan just raised her head, jumped out of his arms, and kissed him. Then there was a sound of wave. And continued to gaze into his eyes.
What's the matter? I'm not afraid, so, are you afraid?
He asked with a hint of teasing.
Oops. At this moment, Guan finally couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, you teased me first, so don't blame me. What are you afraid of?
Be careful or I'll make sure you can't get off for a month.
Ah. Guan didn't quite understand what he meant for a moment, but he held her tightly.
At this moment, the eyes of the originally gentle and warm man became playful and greedy. Then, the shower room made a pleasant sound.
10,000 words omitted here.
Finally, the two of them soaked in the bathtub for 2 hours before Guan walked out and went to the room to get her some clean clothes.
With the corners of my lips curled up, I felt very happy. Chapter 84, Impure.
I took out a set of clean clothes for her. Guan put them on and came out of the sanitary napkin, walking unsteadily. She really didn't expect that after just a little provocation, Guan would become like a greedy wolf.
She was very weak and lying against the wall.
Seeing her in such a mess, Guan grabbed her waist and gently picked her up. Then he quickly ran into the room and threw her onto the bed.
Ah.
Then he covered her with the quilt again, and seeing that she still looked a little hurt, he whispered in her ear, "Do you dare to tease me?" When Guan heard this, she immediately covered her nose with the blanket like a shy little girl. When she recalled the scene just now, her mind went blank.
She had completely underestimated Guan, and he was right.
She would never dare to tease him casually again.
I wanted to cook for him, but now I can't even get out of bed.
Her throat made an unbearable sound.
Guan looked down at her uncomfortable little face and pinched it. She was so cute.
I'll go make you some food, just give me some rest. Guan was too embarrassed to look him in the eye and nodded subconsciously.
Big bad guy.
Half an hour later, he came to her bedside with pots of hot dishes, and instead of letting her get up, he fed her with his own hands. I don't know why, but after doing that, Guan instinctively doted on this girl even more.
Guan was covered with a blanket, with her baby face exposed.
She was chewing vegetables, looking very cute, as if she was taking care of a baby. Later, after tidying up everything and turning off the lights, Guan took the initiative to hold her to sleep. Guan felt a lot of pain and didn't dare to move anymore, for she was afraid that any movement would arouse his appetite again. If it were in the past, I would have given her a big goodnight kiss first. Late at night, around 11 o'clock, Guan fell asleep, but Guan was not asleep because he was too excited. Unexpectedly, today, due to a momentary impulse, I actually ate the girl Guan in one bite. But the taste is quite good, sweet, and better than chocolate with fillings.
I got up, and while Guan was sleeping, I turned on the computer and wanted to play a game. I put on the headphones and played for nearly 20 minutes without making any sound. It's so cool.
Because of a slight concussion, Guan had been keeping me from playing games, so I could only play when she was sleeping. He found that he was becoming more and more like a henpecked husband. She was lying on the bed, and suddenly she wanted to go to the bathroom, so she slowly woke up from her dream. Seeing the light in the room, he rubbed his eyes and looked away, only to find that Guan was secretly playing games behind his back.
So immediately, he snorted.
I slowly crawled out of the quilt and wanted to get behind him.
When I move my lower body slightly, it still hurts.
Hiss. So I crawled very slowly, like a caterpillar.
The bed is not far from the computer desk.
As long as you stretch out your hand, you can touch Guan's arm. He is playing PUBG, and has been playing this game for a long time. So, she puffed up one of her cheeks, reached out and grabbed his arm and shook it gently. Now going, it's so late, you are not allowed to play, go to sleep.
Now going, it's time to go to sleep.
This sweet, silly, and cute voice suddenly made Guan stunned.
He immediately unplugged his headphones and listened to his wife's instructions.
At this time, teammates are still fighting fiercely.
She just woke up and needed someone to coax her like a baby. Good boy, I'll finish this one soon.
He stroked the smooth hair again. How could he be discovered even though he was playing with his back to the child? He felt helpless. Then, he killed the remaining enemies with a few random shots, finished the game, and turned off the computer.
I accompanied Guan to the toilet.
After coming back, Guan felt very tired, so she just lay on his body like a little kitten and fell asleep, with her little face resting on his chest, snoring.
Already dozing off.
Anyway, she is as light as a ball of cotton, so it is easier to hold her like this. Guan also had a great time playing the game, and he slept till dawn while holding her in his arms. It was a sunny morning. Guan woke up rubbing her sleepy eyes. Stretching out her graceful waist, she looked like a beautiful flower blooming in the morning. The pain down there is finally gone, but getting out of bed is still a little hard.
It's all Chen-Chen's fault, don't take it easy.
However, when she recalled the scene of last night, her face turned red again, and she covered her face with her hands until they were burned. Guan disturbed herself for a while, but Guan did not wake up. She wanted to wake him up, but was attracted by his cell phone beside her.
I picked it up out of curiosity. This phone was only given to him a day or two ago. I don't know what was stored in it.
His phones used to be locked and could not be opened at all. But the one I gave him didn't have a lock, so I wanted to check his phone while he was sleeping to see if he had any little secrets on it, whether he was chatting with a certain lady or something. After all, her husband is so handsome, it's easy to be seduced away.
When he opened his phone, he first checked QQ, which he used the most.
Suddenly I was attracted by a piece of information in the first column. He labeled the person who sent the message as Air Guzi. Maybe they were good friends, so she didn't care about it at first, but the link that Air Guzi sent her earlier immediately piqued her interest.
This link was sent by Air Guzi at 3 o'clock yesterday, and he clicked it.
She was curious about what it was, so she clicked on the link called Premium Learning Materials. She was curious about what she was still studying after graduation, so she also studied. The moment she clicked on it, a loud scream suddenly came from the phone, causing her eyes to suddenly widen.
Wow! The voice on the phone was louder than she was yesterday. But it wasn't as nice.
She suddenly lost her mind. This turned out to be the so-called learning materials. She suddenly thought of something. That is to say, Chen-Chen's self-control is so good. Yesterday, when she teased him lightly, he committed a crime. It turns out that I had done my homework long ago.
I really ran into trouble yesterday. But looking back, it doesn't seem like a bad thing. In a few days, there might be a baby in my belly.
But now the phone in my hand keeps making sounds, which is very troublesome.
I can't let Guan see it, otherwise I will be killed on the spot.
Although this has ruined her worldview. She had already turned off the screen and was about to throw it back to its original location when Guan was awakened by the scream from before and slowly opened his eyes. Guan suddenly became very nervous, fearing that he would find out and laugh at her.
So I wanted to find a place to hide it.
Finally, he looked left and right, then looked down, and then an idea suddenly occurred to him. I thought of it and stuffed it into my pants.
Guan opened his eyes and saw Guan was awake. I wonder who made that sound just now. It seems like I heard it yesterday.
I opened my eyes and looked for a long time, but there was nothing but Guan's sweet silly smile.
Hee, good morning, Chen-Chen.
He scratched his head. Oh, good morning, I'll make you breakfast right away.
Seeing Guan's flat stomach, he got up and went to the kitchen to make something delicious for his girlfriend. I reached out to take my phone away, but I couldn't find it.
Ha!
I looked back and found that my phone was not there.
He was puzzled.
Where's my phone? Cell phone? Guan's face almost collapsed.
The cell phone was right here with her. She thought he would leave for a while so she could take it out.
Don't bother with your phone. I'm hungry. I want to eat.
She reached out and shook his arm again, disturbing his thoughts. Guan was shaken twice by her. Seeing that she was really hungry, he just said casually, "Oh, my phone alarm is about to ring.
Please turn it off for me later."
That's right, if I guessed correctly, the alarm on my phone would ring immediately, and the frequency of vibration of this phone was extremely high.
Chapter 85 Silly Girl Lost Her Cell Phone. Guan was stunned after hearing this. What? Did she set the alarm? Damn it! Guan was about to turn around when Guan suddenly felt a vibration.
The little face turned red and bit her lips. Guan heard the noise, so he turned around and looked around. The alarm was ringing, but he couldn't see where it was.
Could it be under the quilt? Etc.
His eyes finally locked on one place. Her face was as red as a steam engine, and she quickly took it out like a hot potato.
Since she is the type of person who is physically can't stand any vibration still in my body.
This time I was too embarrassed to look at Guchen, as his two little hands completely covered his face. However, the latter had narrowed his eyes, looking at Guan and strange behavior.
Oh, how embarrassing.
She talked to herself. Guchen saw her take out the phone from, so he picked it up curiously.
Turn off the alarm, and finally unlock the lock screen to check. Why is Guan using my phone? She must be looking at something.
So, he just unlocked it, and the unfinished song continued to echo in the room.
Guan was really scared this time.
She immediately hid under the quilt and wrapped herself tightly.
It was as if I were a little vampire girl,
and his eyes were the sun. When he saw me, every inch of my skin would feel uncomfortable.
Afterwards, the sound played for nearly 10 seconds before Guchen pressed the pause button.
Guan heard that there seemed to be no movement outside in the bed.
She was curious. Wouldn't Guchen take this opportunity to scold her? Wouldn't he laugh at her? Are you going to the kitchen to cook?
I'm a little uncomfortable if I don't get laughed at by him. So, she poked her head out slightly, first her ponytail came out, then her little face, looking left and right.
However, she had no idea that Guchen actually quietly ran to the bed.
When Guan's little face came out, he gradually moved his face closer to hers as if he had caught a thief, and put one hand on her shoulder to prevent her from shrinking back into the quilt.
And, with an evil and naughty smile, he said interestingly, "And then, why are you secretly watching the video on my phone? And watching this so early in the morning, isn't that a bad idea?"
The voice was a bit mean. Guan really wanted to punch him in the chest. But very shy. This stinky Chinchin was clearly playing hard to get. I just clicked it accidentally.
I don't want to watch it.
I don't want to watch it anymore in my life.
Then, Guchen gently opened his mouth and bit her. No.
Guan refused subconsciously, because she seemed to have completely aroused his animal desires. If things continued like this, yesterday's scene might be repeated early in the morning. The most important thing is that my body hasn't recovered yet. It will take at least a month, so my tone is a little aggrieved and pleading.
Guchen smiled and knew that the little fool didn't click it on purpose, so he loosened his mouth and let her go. Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm going to go cook.
Then he put on his pants and left the room, scratching her little nose.
Woohoo! Guan hid under the quilt and took a deep breath. It was a close call. She almost got eaten by him again. But I still feel a little disappointed. Guan was daydreaming in bed all morning.
When the aroma of the food drifted into the room, he started dancing to the aroma and jumped out of bed with his mouth watering. A person who works hard to eat. A person who works hard to eat. A person who works hard to eat is a superior person. At the end of the morning, Guchen carried her downstairs and put her in the car. Originally, he planned not to let her go to work, but she said that as the president of the company, how could she take a break casually? In fact, it was just that Guchen had to go to work, and she would go crazy if she didn't see him for a day. She can walk, but it is not convenient for her to drive.
So Guchen took the driving seat and drove for her. Wow, Chinchin, you can drive? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask?
He touched her silly little face again and drove away at a steady speed. Came to the company, sent her to the office, and then returned to his seat.
The time came to 10:20. Guan went to the toilet alone.
She walked crookedly, which made many people feel strange. When she came out of the bathroom, her phone was accidentally squeezed out of her bag because she was holding her legs together, and it fell under the sink.
She didn't notice. Turn around and walk away. A few seconds later, a man came out of the men's restroom.
This man is very handsome, with delicate features and a striking appearance. Guchen was washing his hands at the sink, and when he looked down, he suddenly found a mobile phone on the ground. When I picked it up, I found that the phone case was a photo of myself. When I opened the screen again, I saw that the cover and the application images inside were all photos of myself.
Guan's phone? How did it fall here? Fortunately, I found it.
I'll return it to her later. He found that he was quite lucky, as he found the girl's phone as soon as he came out. This phone was very easy to recognize, as the entire phone was filled with photos except for the chip. I returned to my seat and thought of returning the phone to him, but I saw that she was not in the office.
He wondered, maybe he was out on business. I put my phone back in my pocket. It's safer with me anyway. Moreover, when he was slacking off at work, he would open his mobile phone to see her little secrets.
In the end, apart from her own photos, there were some of her own selfies. There are cold ones, cute ones, ones with tongues sticking out, ones with parents, and ones in their Lolita period.
Wow! This little loli is so cute.
It turns out that this girl has been a beauty since she was young.
He didn't notice that his phone was running out of battery. Until 2 p.m. Guchen went to the toilet again and came back. Looking at the office again, Wanan is finally back. But she seemed unhappy, lying on the table, not knowing whether she was sleeping or crying.
I just needed to return my phone, so I slowly opened the door of the office and then gently closed it.
Woo woo woo.
As soon as he walked into the office, he noticed that the girl was really crying.
Guchen was stunned. Did anyone bully her? Chapter 86. I'm addicted to your taste. Ahem. He coughed twice, indicating that someone. Wanan subconsciously looked up and was a little frightened. I was crying so much that I didn't notice anything happening outside.
Seeing that it was him, she was too embarrassed to raise her face again and buried it again. At that moment, Guchen saw red tears on her cheeks.
Wanan? What's wrong with you? Don't cry. If you have anything that makes you unhappy, you can tell me. Can you make me happy too?
Wanan was amused by him and cursed softly, "Stinking straight man." Seeing that she didn't dare to look up, Guchen simply brought a stool over for her to sit on, then reached out and pressed her temples to make her feel comfortable.
Wanan's skin is very sensitive, and she stopped crying after being rubbed twice.
She raised her head slightly, but the next second she jumped into his arms. Finally she hugged him and confided, "Wow, I lost something very important, I'm so sad."
Lost?
Guchen thought about it and thought that she was probably talking about her cell phone, so he was about to take it out, but she was holding him tightly and he couldn't take it out. She continued to mumble.
I don't know where I lost it. It seems to be in the toilet, but there is no surveillance there, I can't find it at all, woo woo.
Wow, that hurts, those are all high school memories. It's all my fault for not charging it yesterday, otherwise I might have found it, woo woo, it's my fault.
She was depressed, as if someone had died. This is too much. Is it a cell phone? Then it's actually.
Guchen wanted to tell her the truth, but Wanan lost her phone and couldn't hear anything.
Oh, I'm sorry, those were all memories of you, I lost them, I'm a sinner, I'm unforgivable, oh, I'll never see your high school photos again. Guchen was speechless after hearing this.
The mournful tone made it seem as if the person in the photo had passed away.
I shook my head.
It was just a photo from high school. I didn't expect her to care so much and cry. I should have picked up the phone and put it directly on her desk.
Ahem, stop crying. Dang, look what this is. Guchen took out a.
Wanan was still crying, but suddenly, she saw the thing in his hand, and like a child seeing candy, she stopped crying and stupidly picked it up.
Why are you here?
You bastard, why didn't you give it to me earlier, making me worry for so long?
You are so bad.
After getting the phone, she checked it carefully. Although it was out of battery, she was sure that it was her phone. So I punched his chest a little coquettishly.
Guchen would have been tickled a long time ago, and the way this girl cried really made people want to protect her.
After being hit twice, he could no longer control himself, so he grabbed her small hand, stood up, and gently pressed it on the table. Chinchin, what are you doing? Isn't it just hitting you twice? There's no need to retaliate like that. However, no matter how much she begged him, he didn't let go.
Because Guchen just wants to bully her.
Milky white cheeks, swaying cherry lips, delicate voice, dodging beautiful eyes. She's so cute, he can't help but eat her up.
He is like a domineering CEO at this moment. So handsome.
Then he moved his face closer, and then he slowly let go of his hands, because he was afraid of hurting her, but he still kept her in his arms and pressed her against the wall.
Wanan's heart was pounding. Thinking back to last night, Guchen was so proactive.
Their noses were about to touch, but Wanan shyly pressed her small hand against his face.
Wait a minute, do you want to kiss me? Well, I have a small request. She was so excited. Guchen finally took the initiative again.
It turned out that her charm had increased again. But she wanted to add some more spice to it.
Requests? He smiled.
This was the first time he heard her ask for requests after kissing her.
Maybe she was a little scared because of what happened yesterday.
Yes, that's right, you have to call me Xiaobao first, said in a baby voice.
I just wanted to change the name. Guchen smiled, thinking it was no big deal. Xiaobao?
Wanan was very excited after hearing this. This was the first time that Guchen called her so seriously, so she took advantage of the situation and continued, "And you still have to call me, baby."
Baby.
He agreed without saying anything, and his lips moved closer and closer. "Also, baby, little baby, and baby, I want to listen to them all, hee hee."
Gu Chen chuckled.
This girl was really good at making trouble, but he didn't indulge her anymore. He simply said, "Okay, my little baby." Then, he couldn't wait any longer. Once he tasted one and once, he would become more and more addicted, so he simply kissed her.
After a while, the sweetness of the jelly made him reluctant to let go. Would.
Stinky Chin will just perfunctorily treat me, but save those names for later.
Soon, all the employees outside the glass stood up. Today's dog food is a bit too big.
Even the secretary stood outside stupidly, too embarrassed to come in and disturb her when she had something urgent to do.
The two kissed happily for 3 minutes, and only separated when they were out of breath.
A year later, Guan gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. The daughter was cuter than her mother, making Gu Chen dote on her.
Guan started to be jealous of her little daughter again.
In the same year, Gume Group and Yi Group merged to form a national super-large enterprise.
The adults forced their children to go back and inherit the company.
But neither of them wanted to inherit the property so quickly, so they continued to live a lazy and boring life with their children.